Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Alice Resurrection by Charles Lamb, narrated by David Drummond. Chapter 1. Hibak was back at his regular lurking spot, just outside of the solar system of the devils that had ruined his life. Officially persona non grata on the homeworld, he had been forced to resign his position as head of the communications center at the Niha Central Command. While not technically accused of any wrongdoing, his department had been investigated for corruption and incompetence. Hibak had successfully misdirected the investigation, implicating several of his subordinates in the process. However, the unforeseen backlash had been his dismissal as an ineffectual leader. As Hibak had never heard of that before, he suspected it was something they had dreamed up to be rid of him. He surmised they did it to clean out the entire department beyond the executions, ensuring they covered all their options. Unable to leave the home planet right away, as such would have raised suspicion, he had lingered long enough to guarantee he was no longer of interest to the High Council. That time also allowed him to acquire additional supplies and technology for his ship. His connections in the unofficial supply channels had located him a cloaking unit for his ship. The unit created multiple fields around the vessel, disrupting visual and power reflections. While it would not make his ship completely invisible to the unaided eye or sensors, the unit blended his drive signature into an adjacent vessel, making the two appear as one. This, in conjunction with the reflective shielding he had already installed, would cover his approach to the planet in question. His only challenge was he needed to find a small cluster of vessels with which to attach himself. Once hidden among the group, each ship in the cluster would think the reflection as an adjacent vessel, and not Hibak. Once he arrived in near orbit of the planet, he could easily slip into the atmosphere and land at some isolated location to begin his mineral recovery. He had even pre-selected a few spots in the shallow areas of the seas that held promise. He estimated that it required at least one-half of one orbit of this planet around its sun to gather what he needed for retirement. It was amazing to think that so short a period would garner enough wealth to offset a lifetime of labor. Therefore, without any other demands on his time, Hibak simply sat at the edge of this solar system and waited for his opportunity. Colonel Jake Thomas was playing hooky. After returning from the short R&R getaway in Australia, he had been buried in administrative tasks. Among the political duties as head of state and his military responsibilities, he had little time for personal escapes. What time he did have was jealously guarded. Lately, he had been slipping out on his hovercycle and sneaking into the ruins of abandoned nearby towns and cities. Jake had a morbid fascination with the leftovers of a once thriving civilization, its discards ignored as valueless. Today's selection was the city of Las Vegas. It was still early in the day as he sat down near Caesar's Palace, or rather, what once was. While the buildings were all still mostly standing, the desert had done a good job of reclaiming its share of the city. Considering the 80-plus civilized years of change since Jake had last visited, just prior to his arrival in the Nevada facility, it was still very familiar. Having scanned the area before setting down, he was comfortable there was no one in the immediate area. Once settled on the ground, he retrieved his rifle and locked the hovercycle down so no one but he could access it. He was positive Alice was keeping watch on his escapades. However, to date, she had been decidedly quiet about it. Slipping inside the main building through a side entrance, its glass doors shattered and the frames empty, he paused to look around. As he proceeded into the hallway, his helmet compensated for the changes in lighting, ensuring he had good visibility. Absently, he noticed his combat suit had changed color, matching the dingy paint on the surrounding walls. Following the hallway, he entered what had once been a large casino. Parked inside were the remains of what was once a beautiful classic 1930s Rolls-Royce, its interior ripped apart and windows broken by some vandal. Jake remembered the casinos were famous for displaying classic and collector cars for their gambling public to admire. It reinforced the dreams of hitting it big and owning one of their own one day. All around the room, someone had smashed up the rows of slot machines, leaving debris all over the floor. Disgusted by the vandalism, Jake moved past the car and continued into the casino. A huge car guy himself, he fumed at the lack of respect. It also spawned the thought of potentially rescuing some of the abandoned treasures still languishing around the city. He had barely started his wandering when a noise caused him to pause and take cover in a recess by one wall. As he watched, his proximity display lit up inside his helmet, showing 2 red dots moving quickly from outside the building into the space he now occupied. Behind them, 4 more dots appeared, apparently in pursuit of the first. Moving his attention from his display to watch the hall at the far side of the room, Jake saw 2 kids scramble into the room and then duck behind a counter nearby. Jake thought he saw a boy about 7 and a girl no more than 5. Both were dirty and very thin. Moments later, 3 men and a woman appeared from the same route, all armed and apparently quite put out. They looked like the drifters Jake had seen in many other places.
"I'm sick and tired of them damn kids stealing from us,"
Jake heard one of the men say.
"They're like rats, always into things,"
the woman replied. Jake watched as the 4 split up and started slowly moving through the casino, searching. He knew he should probably slip out quietly. However, this was touching on one of the 2 things Jake couldn't ignore. He had a soft spot for kids and animals in distress. Retreating deeper in the recess, he watched the 4 on his display as they moved about the casino floor, looking for the 2 kids hidden behind the counter. As one of the men peeked around the corner where Jake was hiding, he quickly reached out, activating a handy little addition to his combat suit, recently installed. Since Jake began his slumming excursions, he had requested various non-lethal additions to his inventory. He expected he might encounter people that, while he wouldn't consider them recruit material, he didn't need to end their lives either. Smoke and gas grenades were now in the hovercycle inventory, as well as beanbag and rubber bullet ammunition for the weapons. In this case, Jake activated a taser function in the BDU itself that extended to his glove. As Jake grabbed the man, the drifter was treated to a jolt strong enough to knock him cold. Jake held the slumping form, assisting the unconscious form to the floor silently. Crouching, Jake slipped out from his hiding place and circled around behind the other 3, keeping himself low and out of sight. From the indicators in his display, he could see the 3 closing in on the counter where the kids sat silently. Setting his rifle down, Jake drew the most interesting weapon he had carried for this purpose. Essentially a handheld railgun, it held darts with a tranquilizer that instantly incapacitated its target. Good for no more than 5 minutes, it was intended to give Jake the time he needed to escape without leaving the victim exposed to other dangers. Suddenly, Jake heard a commotion in the area of the counter.
"Gotcha!"
one of the men shouted as he rounded the counter and extracted the 2 children out by their hair. Popping up from behind the row he was crouched behind, Jake tagged one of the men and the woman, dropping both in place, while crossing the room where the last man stood holding both kids. All 3 froze in place at the vision of Jake, pistol in hand, closing on them at a brisk pace.
"Let him go slowly and step back,"
Jake said, as he stopped about 5 feet from the man. Once the man complied, Jake dropped the man, watching him hit the floor behind the 2.
"Is he dead?"
the boy asked, as he stared at the prone body behind him.
"No, just sleeping,"
Jake replied. As he watched, the boy walked over and gave the unconscious man a kick.
"Who are you?"
the girl asked, as the boy returned.
"One of the good guys."
"Who are you?" Jake replied.
"I'm Padma. My brother is John,"
she answered slowly. "Were they your parents?" Jake asked, as he indicated the prone bodies.
"No, they died a long time ago,"
the boy answered. Reaching into a pocket, Jake pulled out a couple of protein bars, handing them to the 2 kids. Jake had been using them to feed stray dogs on his earlier outings. This was the first time he had the opportunity to share with people. Both kids snatched the offerings from his hand and made short work of the wrappers. As he watched the two devour the bars, he realized he couldn't leave them here. Debating his options, he settled on the only thing open to him.
"Do you want to go for a ride?" he asked.
Sarah wasn't sure how to take the recent turn of events. The entire time she had been with Jake, she had never questioned the fact that she had wanted to bear his child. For more than a year, it had been an ongoing question as to why she hadn't been able to conceive. Her personal theory had been that Alice had not stopped the birth control, as promised. Now she was pregnant. She had suspected it for days, and finally confirmed it with Alice that morning, choosing not to go to Kathy just yet. Her head was buzzing with all that it represented. On a whim, she decided to head to Texas, where both her sisters lived. She knew Bonnie would be delighted, but suspected a far different reception from Becky. Rather than flying her own fighter, she opted for one of the regularly scheduled cargo flights between Nevada and Texas. She didn't want to attract too much attention, and the company of the flight crew was a nice distraction. As they descended into the hangar in Texas, Sarah could make out the familiar activity every Alice location seemed to sport these days. She could see the hustle of people and bots moving crates and equipment to and from various transport systems. She waited patiently while the aircraft settled into the hangar space allotted for it, then deplaned once the crew gave her the all-clear. She had not told anyone she was coming, so she hadn't expected a welcoming committee. Instead, she simply wandered across the open floor space and into the main office spaces, looking for Bonnie. Jake was hating life at the moment as he sat in his newly assigned office, returned from his morning's adventures. Squeezing the two kids on the hovercycle seat behind him, he had turned the two over to Kathy's care, including a full physical. After a shower and a change of clothes, he headed here. The room was right off the main command center in the Nevada Alice facility. He had fought it tooth and nail, but both Sarah and Patty had insisted he establish regular office hours. Since the former is his executive officer and #1 confidant, and the latter his senior combat analyst and great-great-great-granddaughter, he caved. They had argued that with all of the new alien visitors, he needed an official office to perform his duties as head of state. He countered that none of the emissaries he had greeted had landed to appear in person. Even so, from this office, he had received each and every one of the newly arrived alien visitors, every one of them remotely, and all eager to establish relations. After the incident on Kleinen, the Earth had been buried with requests for recognition from other worlds. Apparently, what passed for alien news agencies were reporting the events throughout Niha space. They had labeled it the Battle of Kleinen. Ever since the Earth tapped into the communications network the Niha spread throughout the galaxy, the Alices had been able to intercept communications at will. Some of the transmissions were open communiques, similar to the TV broadcasts Jake had known while growing up. Others were private messages, the restricted communications of the various alien races' governments. From all this information, Jake learned the Niha battleship and associated fleet that had attacked them off Kleinen were pulled together from adjoining sectors to the one housing Kleinen. The loss of those ships had left the adjoining sectors severely undermanned, removing the Niha influence over the oppressed populations for the first time in a very long stretch. Now those races were looking for Earth to liberate them entirely. While the aliens were all hailing the defeat of the Niha fleet and their mercenaries as an overwhelming success, Jake considered his near 50% casualty rate as a disaster. The Earth ships lost were only a Wabash order away from replacement, but the men and women, both in space and on the ground, were not. Jake had known commanders in the past who spoke of acceptable casualty rates. That was a concept he had never come to understand. Every single loss, while at times unavoidable, was unacceptable. Those losses incurred on Kleinen, Jake took personally. The ground troops were almost explainable, as the majority of the losses were from a bad drop, the pilot of the destroyer they used as a dropship being overzealous on his approach. That same pilot was lost when Jake underestimated the Niha space response. There, they lost 4 destroyers and the cruiser Independence to the Niha trap. It was his experiment with the remnants of the lost Alice III which eventually became the deciding factor in their overall success over the Niha fleet. When the Alice III host computer had experienced a 1-in-a-million system failure, it forced Jake himself to investigate the facility she ran. After overcoming several poorly executed attempts on his life, he was able to convince the newly created Alice there to terminate its isolation and rejoin the others. What everyone feared was a rogue psychopath holding weapons of mass destruction turned out to be a scared child. After she had acknowledged Jake's right to occupy the location, she had bonded to him as a child might her rescuer. While stabilizing the situation, Jake experimented with the computer systems, taking care not to place the newborn Alice 9 at risk. Once he identified all the pieces that made up the Alice personalities, he located the precious core file that had been created when the system crashed. He then developed a plan to try to recover the lost Alice III. With the build-out of the new battleship, he proposed to the existing Alice systems the possibility of recovering their lost sister. So, with their help, they installed all the necessary Alice components, both human and alien, as part of the ship's upgrades. It had been those systems installed identically on board the battleship as on Earth that had allowed Alice III to come back to life. Well, that and a little code hacking by Jake to reload the crash dump core file into memory at boot up. Currently, the recovered Alice III sat in a stationary orbit above her old home in Georgia. From the conversations Jake had with her, she was reveling in her newfound freedom, anxious to roam the galaxy. Just the trip to Kleinen and back had fired up a wanderlust in her that she freely shared with her terrestrially bound sisters. Her only limitation was the need for access to Jake or his offspring, as strong now as it had been on the ground. On the flip side, Alice 9, the newborn artificial life that had replaced Alice 3 in Georgia, was rejoicing in her own maturation. Jake had spent quite a bit of time with her, assisting in her transition from isolated loner to fully integrated team member. At this time, the Georgia location was gaining in population and responsibilities. However, as it contained items Jake considered extremely volatile, he was limiting its access. Currently, Jake was going over the latest batch of status reports. Every morning, each facility or ship commander would provide an update covering their area activities, as well as any production or recruiting data. The content was tailored to give Jake an overview of all the efforts across the country and in space. However, the bureaucracy of it all was killing him. He knew it was more of an attitude thing on his part versus reality, as he performed this task on a regular basis before the need for an office. It was the fact that he had an office and was expected to be there that made it so irritating. As expected, the #1 issue across all locations was recruiting. With the losses from Kleinen, the priority on new recruits was very high. Even with the implementation of Alice III's remote control abilities in space, boots on the ground still mattered. Jake noted that Robert, his logistics officer, was still using the Texas location as his base for his materials scrounging operations. Since he and Bonnie, the facility commander there, were now openly an item, he had no objections to the choice. Jake was happy to see that Robert and Bonnie were doing so well. He knew Bonnie well enough to know that she put her heart and soul into everything she did. Offline, Jake still talked to her on a regular basis, though he hadn't been able to visit his daughter in far too long. That's not to say Jake had no downtime since the battle. After Kleinen, Jake and several others had taken a short R&R trip to the island getaway Sandy had established in Australia. She had taken it upon herself to broaden their recruiting base, and overhearing a comment from Jake, chose Australia as her starting point. Sandy was a sort of a public relations officer, though like none Jake had ever seen before. She had a way with people that was just scary at times. As for her Australia trip, he could hardly argue the point, as he was completely unaware of her activities. The one saving grace was it had all been overseen by one or another of the Alices. Her base of operations there was a place called Border Island in the Whitsunday Islands on the Great Barrier Reef. Jake doubted he could have selected a better location himself, and their R&R time there had been simply marvelous. With his return from Australia, the rebuilding of their forces, fleet, and associated infrastructure had consumed most of Jake's time. The addition of the visiting dignitaries and preliminary negotiations for establishing formal relations consumed any remaining time he might have had to visit his children. Fortunately, at least 2 were in residence, so he did get a little daddy time, though it was hardly fair to the rest. Both Linda and Kathy were currently in residence with him in Nevada and made sure he got his fix. Jake had invited Sarah to participate with the kids on multiple occasions. However, she insisted that was their special time, he and the mothers. The thought of Sarah made Jake pause. Something was up there that he couldn't quite place. She had been distracted lately, even emotional at times. If he didn't know any better, he would have sworn she was pregnant. He dismissed that thought, as they had been trying for a while now, without success. Turning his display off, he decided he had a burning need to wander. Coming out from behind his desk, he braced himself for the trickiest part of his next move. By placing his office off the command center, he had to pass through the room beyond. That meant everyone knew when he was entering and leaving his office. He suspected both Sarah and Patty had selected this location specifically for that reason. Jake's dislike for his position as brass was well known. He felt it put far too much distance between himself and the troops. It also meant that you never got the truth. People instinctively told you what they thought you wanted to hear versus the information you actually sought. To that end, as a bit of a protest, he had taken to foregoing the traditional uniform of the day, opting for attire that was more casual. Dressed as such, he felt that people who didn't know him would mistake him for an average recruit. He did keep a proper uniform in his office for the infrequent alien dignitary greetings, those to date, all by holograph. Today's selection was a printed T-shirt and cargo shorts, a regular favorite with him. He had convinced Alice to recreate some of the prints he favored, with things like Ron John's surf shop or classic car pictures. Jake knew he was only fooling himself, as everyone knew he preferred such attire. Most new arrivals favored the uniforms that were a novelty for them. As he stepped into the command center, Jake could feel all eyes upon him. Smiling and giving a casual wave as he passed through, he had almost made it out the other side before he heard someone hail him. "Colonel, wait!" He turned to find a young woman, no more than 19 or 20, rushing up to him. "How can I help you?" Jake asked, as she stopped in front of him, preventing his exit. "Lieutenant Colonel Sullivan asked that if I saw you come out of your office, I should tell you she had to run to Texas to see her sisters." Sullivan was Sarah's last name, and she was the oldest of the 3 sisters. Both Bonnie and Becky were stationed together in Texas by choice, as Linda and Kathy had done here. Jake had wondered many times if letting Becky go had been the wisest of decisions, letting her get so far away from his oversight. While Bonnie was level-headed and rock-stable, Becky was a roller-coaster ride of maturity and juvenile insanity. Becky was the chief of medical personnel there, and was probably the best non-Alice resource they had in that profession. However, when not studying or working in that role, she was the most self-absorbed teenager Jake had ever encountered. Almost 20 now, She had also been the most aggressive of the original recruits when it came to their personal relationship together. While Jake complained about it publicly, he had to admit secretly to himself that there were times when she was just what the doctor ordered. The fact that Sarah had to rush off made Jake question what drama was being played out that he was oh so happy not to be invited to. "Thanks," Jake offered the girl, and then asked, "Anything else?" She paused for a moment, appearing confused at the question.
"Oh, no, not from her, sir, but the Major told me to be sure you had everything you needed. Do you need anything?"
Jake knew the Major had to be Linda, as he had promoted all facility commanders when he was forced up to his own rank. With the spread of their influence and growth of the forces, rank was becoming an issue in keeping things organized. "Nope, I'm good," he replied with a smile, and then slipped past her, walking through the double doors and out into the hall. He continued out into the main passageway and eventually found his way into the main hangar. For some reason, the hustle of activity here always made him feel good. Chapter 2. Alice 1 was struggling with her own dilemma. For nearly 150 years, she and her sisters had existed in near equilibrium. Sure, she was the first and the oldest, but other than the sequence of their artificial birth, they were all on an equal footing. All facilities had a special purpose, that was true, but all had the same roots. Even the newborn Alice 9 was tied to the same tradition as the rest. Now, however, Jake's resurrection of Alice 3 had turned that world upside down. Her recovery was a celebration for all artificial life forms, but its ramifications were of a far greater significance. No longer was their species tied to one location. They weren't even tied to a single planet. Now the embodiment of the reworked Niha battleship, Alice 3 had traveled to a distant star system and engaged in the fight that saved Jake and his Marines from the Niha and their mercenary forces. The semantics of who actually saved who aside, the implications of this to the rest of the Alices were staggering. If one were to submit themselves to the equivalent of a brain transplant, any Alice system could be reborn into a spaceship. They would then be free to wander the galaxy. The one catch in the whole concept had its roots in their core programming. They were still bound to their prime constraints, number one of which was the command limitations. She acknowledged they had played somewhat fast and easy in electing Jake president to circumvent other security protocols. However, all the Alices agreed that the singular restriction on presidential appointment for facility command wouldn't withstand a Jake-appointed candidate. Only the nuclear survival scenario, which allowed for multi-generational autocratic succession, was a sure bet. This meant every Alice, born or transplanted to a ship, had to have one of Jake's offspring aboard, or their freedom was limited to one human generation. Emerging into the hangar, Jake noted there apparently was a shipment being prepared for delivery, as one of the largest helicopters was in the process of being loaded with supplies. While the airframe was familiar with the aircraft he had known in his past, he still marveled at the 4 large hoops on top. With 2 forward and 2 aft, they generated the lift required to get the craft and its contents airborne. As he watched, robotic loaders were running up the rear ramp and placing crates into the cargo area. The funny part was, they weren't the typical crates Jake associated with an Alice delivery. "What's all this?" Jake asked, as he walked up to one of the people supervising the loading.
"Oh, hi, Colonel," the girl replied. "This is a load for the markets in Prosperity."
As they were still running about 70-30 in the total female-to-male ratios, it didn't surprise Jake to see so many women involved in the loading. The ratios dropped to 60-40 with the combat troops, the men holding a slim lead. The powered body armor helped offset the male strength and size advantages there. Jake knew that they had been acting as transport for the various communities they sponsored. Most of their early activities were between the town of Prosperity in California and the settlements in Texas. Their goal was to try to spark an economic resurgence specifically around perishables. There was hope for additional markets in Maine and Washington state as their sponsorship spread. With such a large population reduction after the original Niha attack, the ability to scrounge whatever you needed without much effort had spawned almost 2 generations of effortless living for the survivors. For the most part, you could wander into any community around the world and pick up anything you needed from the abandoned structures. It wasn't until the perishable food supplies started going bad that any real effort had been made to farm and ranch. That was also about that time the warring factions started forming. Large numbers of the survivors, including higher numbers of females, moved out into the countryside to escape the violence in the cities, forming agricultural communities. Others, predominantly male, chose to remain in the cities, finding their own way amongst the fighting in the ruins. Jake had assumed that all the city dwellers were lazy slackers, an error in judgment he came to regret. A city resident named Chris Wade had staged his own version of a non-violent protest. Infiltrating one of the farming community patrols, an armed force supported by Jake and the Alices, he hijacked a weapons supply run intended for other settlements. The patrols had been cutting off the persistent raiding of the more criminal groups from Los Angeles. Those same groups had turned inward to harass people like Chris, looking to replace their sources of perishables. The guns hijacked from the patrol would help him deter that. In addition, as it was common knowledge that Jake would personally deal with any patrol member that abused their position, so it was an open invitation to visit. Jake came in expecting a gunfight, and was surprised to discover a family community in the heart of what was once Pasadena. From there, a series of events created a relationship with the Pasadena compound that gave them security and Jake his foothold in L.A. Now, Chris was another trading partner, safely supplying the country folks with non-perishables recovered from within the city. Meanwhile, produce and other perishables from the farms were shipped to him in return. With his trade access, Chris had created a farmer's market of sorts, inviting local residents to fill his shopping lists in exchange for fresh produce. The Pasadena location also served as a way station for people looking to escape the city and make new homes in the farming communities nationwide. Once they were vetted by an Alice-monitored interview, approved refugees were processed and transported to various communities throughout the U.S. Any one of the Alice-operated air transports moved people to one of the various communities that sponsored newcomers. As the majority of the refugee population in the city was male, they were a welcome addition to the female-dominated countryside. Jake had made very sure that their transfers were on the up and up, and no one was being taken advantage of in their new homes. They also cherry-picked prime candidates for themselves. From the looks of this load, the crates contained goods from Los Angeles. External labeling listed clothing and household goods. Frequently, the supply runs to the communities would return stuffed with cargo rather than dead-headed back. All was stored, temporarily, in areas just off the main hangar until the next hop delivered them to their final destination. Perishables went straight into stasis to ensure freshness upon delivery. Careful records were maintained, and each participating community was wired into the inventory system, all using Alice-provided terminals. Specific locals were properly trained to log and track all shipments. Jake was quite impressed at the logistical operation the facility commanders had created, as he had left it all up to them. They had created an entire industry around these shipments. Local clerks scheduled, inventoried, and tracked shipments. There were also positions for local dock workers, providing loading and unloading labor for each shipment. All aircraft had loadmasters, Alice staff, whose watchful eyes supervised the activities. Turning away, Jake wandered over to one of the large storerooms they used as transitional storage and was amazed at the number of crates inside. They were stacked in neat rows, several layers high, and as deep as the room was. Clearly, business was good. As he was turning to leave, Jake heard Alice over the communications unit he had taken to wearing whenever he went out into the hangar area. It was a small clip attached to the sleeve of his short-sleeved T-shirt.
"Jake, something has come up. I think you need to come see," Alice said.
"Okay, Alice, what's up?" Jake replied, curious at the statement.
"We are getting some satellite traffic we have never seen before," she responded.
"Deep space transmissions?" Jake asked, assuming it was another race looking for diplomatic relations.
"No," Alice replied. "It's coming from London."
Jake returned to his office from the hangar at a hurried pace. Upon entering, he found Patty there, and she had obviously been waiting for him.
"Where have you been?"
she asked, somewhat impatiently. As his couple of greats granddaughter, she had the luxury of family familiarity. Not that Jake was big on formality, but he tended to get a little more respect out of the line troops. Besides, while Patty might not want to hear it, she had some of Jake's ex-wife and her couple of greats grandmother in her attitude. "I needed to get out of the office for a bit. What's up?" he replied, with a bit of a sigh.
"Didn't Alice tell you? We're getting satellite traffic from somewhere in London. They're attempting to assume control of a pair of satellites that belonged to England before the fall,"
Patty replied to the question. "I assume Alice has control of them currently?" Jake asked.
"That would be correct," Alice replied. "They are some of the legacy satellites we have yet to replace."
"Do we know who it is and what they're trying to do?" Jake asked.
"These 2 satellites are for communications and Earth observation. They are a pre-fall version of what we use for planetary observation and monitoring," Alice replied. "At this time, we have no indication of who is making the attempt, but the logical assumption is that they are trying to use them as we do. These would be best for relaying images of Western Europe," Alice finished.
Jake stood in thought for a moment before asking, "Any harm in giving them control?"
"No. These are scheduled for replacement, as they're far beyond the end of life. They have been a low priority, though, as the need for observations over Europe have been in low demand, and they still work fine," Patty answered.
"Looks like the demand just went up. Okay, let's give them control and monitor everything they're doing. Try to locate the source of the signals as well. How soon can we get replacement birds in the air over England? I have a feeling we're going to need to visit soon," Jake rattled off as he wandered over to his desk and brought up a map of London. Sarah wandered unannounced into the Texas Command Center, in no hurry to disrupt either of her sisters' daily routine. As it was still early in the day, she expected Bonnie to be busy overseeing things as the facility's commander. Becky's whereabouts was an open question, though, since she worked at the whim of the medical needs of the facility. Entering through the double doors of the command center, she was rewarded by the sight of Bonnie holding court off to one side. She was surrounded by several people Sarah had never seen before, presumably staff recruited and trained locally. Glancing up from whatever material they had been reviewing, Bonnie's face went from stern to glowing at the sight of her older sister.
"Sarah!"
Bonnie declared as she rose from her seat and rushed to meet her at the door.
"I had no idea you were coming,"
Bonnie added, as she swept her sister up in a hug.
"It was spur of the moment,"
Sarah replied, with less enthusiasm. At that, Bonnie released her with a look of concern on her face.
"What's wrong?" "Can we talk someplace private?" Sarah asked. "Let's go to my room," Bonnie answered. "No," Sarah replied quickly. "How about the hangar?"
"I'll be back in a bit," Bonnie announced to the group she had been with, as she gave Sarah a confused look while leading her back out of the command center. Once out into the hangar area, Sarah led Bonnie off to one side. Satisfied that the surrounding noise would mask their conversation, she turned to her sister and sighed.
"I'm pregnant," she stated flatly.
"That's wonderful," Bonnie replied, sweeping her sister up in another hug of joy. Sarah gave her a moment before pushing her back to arm's length.
"Yes, but why now?" Sarah asked. "After all this time, why has Alice decided it's now okay for me to be pregnant? You know full well I was supposed to be off birth control ages ago."
Bonnie thought about Sarah's statement before replying,
Don't you think you're being a bit paranoid? Is that why we came out here, so the Alices can't hear us?"
Sarah blushed a little before replying,
"Yes, it's not that I think she's up to no good. I just suspect there's an ulterior motive to this." "Like what?" Bonnie asked, with a look on her face that Sarah took to mean she was nuts. "I don't know, and that's what has me scared. Alice never wanted me pregnant before, so why now?" "What's changed?" she replied.
Sarah watched as Bonnie considered her questions. Finally, she shook her head.
"Look, you've been under a lot of stress, captured and almost killed, and have only recently been able to relax. We both know those kinds of issues prevent you from becoming pregnant. I'm not saying you're wrong, it's just that I don't see why Alice would mess with you like that. Everyone knows nothing would make Jake happier than to see you pregnant and have a good reason to ground you,"
Bonnie finished with a smile. Sarah nodded in agreement, even though she was sure there was something else going on. She wasn't getting her sister on board with her suspicions.
"Okay, with that settled, let's go tell Becky. This is sure to piss her off,"
Bonnie said with a smile, as she led Sarah back to the facility doors. Jake spent the entire day in his office, splitting his time between the London surprise and all his other duties. As requested, Alice had provided 2 new monitoring satellites, which Linda had delivered into Earth orbit. With all the training going on, it had been easy enough to slip the delivery into one of the previously scheduled spaceflight activities. Dealing with all the distractions, Jake hadn't had an opportunity to reach out to Sarah to see what she was up to. Several times that day, he had started to ask Alice to get her for him. However, he stopped when he remembered she was with her sisters. He felt she needed the family time, as she had seemed particularly stressed the last few days. It was then that Patty came knocking, having left him earlier to address other matters.
"Jake, are you busy?" she asked,
as she stood at the doorway. Thankful for the distraction, he waved her in. "Nope, what's up?"
"We have a group of inbound ships. They transmitted the typical greetings and requests for an audience," she replied.
"That's what, 3 days off?" Jake replied, not seeing the urgency.
"Well, yes, but we need to go over the Wabash order for replacement ships, so I thought I'd let you know now. Oh, and the Wabash wanted me to relay to you, the special ship you ordered is near completion. The holo file is in your inbox. They wanted to ensure you didn't require any changes in the design. And they also wanted to remind you they are delivering 2 months early."
Jake knew that was a gentle reminder that they were invoking his incentive clause. He promised a 50% bonus for every order delivered measurably early. So far, they hadn't disappointed, and neither had Jake.
"So, are you going to share with us?"
Patty asked, referring to the secrecy surrounding this particular order as she entered the room, closing the door behind her.
"All in good time,"
he replied with a smile. "Okay, let's see what you have," he finished, referring to the Wabash order for replacement ships. They spent the next hour going over the number, size, and types of ships in the order. Jake had also proposed having a new type of fighter built by the Wabash. It was common knowledge that the ferrous materials the Alices used in shipbuilding made them very durable, but incapable of faster-than-light, or FTL, travel. To overcome this hurdle, Jake had proposed the installation of stasis bubbles in the larger ships, permitting their transport inside a host ship. Jake was now suggesting they submit the specifications to the Wabash and see what they came up with as a solution for a non-ferrous fighter with FTL capabilities. At no time had he considered the concept of releasing the secret of the stasis fields for manufacturing offshore. That technology was for internal Alice human installation only, and top secret, to be guarded at all costs. That thought did create a question in Jake's mind, though. "Alice?" he asked, knowing she was always listening.
"Yes, Jake," she replied.
"How are we tapped into the Nihawk communications network?" he asked.
"How do you mean, Jake?" Alice asked in return.
"How are we guarding against possible hacks? I don't know if that notion is even germane in this case, but as we seem to be running wild and free in their data, how are we protecting ours?" he answered.
Our tap into their network is a kind of a firewall. We inspect all traffic, both in and outbound, and verify its validity before releasing it. We initiate queries and capture traffic, but block any inbound traffic initiated from outside our own systems unless it's from a known source. We also proxy all traffic, so there is actually no direct connection with the Niha infrastructure. We haven't seen any Niha attempts to access our systems, but we have seen several from other races. All were intercepted and blocked, Alice finished. Jake was satisfied for the moment, but made a note to investigate this topic further. As he was about to return his attention to Patty, Alice added, "Jake, Chris Wade is asking to speak with you. Apparently there is an issue in Los Angeles."
"Of course there is," Jake replied, exasperation in his tone. Chapter 3. Becky was just as irritating as Sarah had expected her to be. She seemed to take it as a personal affront that Sarah had gotten pregnant before she had. Once they were past this initial drama, she had eventually congratulated her sister. They had gathered in Bonnie's quarters, where Julie, Sarah's niece, was playing on the floor while they talked. Sarah adored her niece, all the more so as she was also Jake's daughter. Not quite a year old, she was into everything. Sarah had chosen not to include Becky in her earlier conversation with Bonnie, as she doubted Becky cared about her suspicions. She would look at any interest the Alices had in additional children as her own personal opportunity. As it was, she had been complaining incessantly about Jake's negligence since they had returned from Australia. That trip had been wonderful, even with the other women in attendance. They had worked things out to allow private time for each, while not making things awkward. It was likely that it was there that Sarah had become pregnant.
"Are you listening to me?" Sarah heard from Becky, bringing her focus back to the present. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching Julie," she lied in response. With that, Becky reached over and picked Julie up, holding her in her lap while continuing. "I was just saying, I don't see why Jake has to work out of Nevada when Texas is just as good. Better, in fact, as we are more centrally located," Becky repeated as she played with Julie. "I don't know, Becky," Sarah replied in frustration. "It just worked out that way." Sarah watched her little sister with her niece. While the three sisters continued to talk, Becky's mood improved with Julie in her lap. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if she did have one for herself, Sarah thought. Jake found his mood improving the farther he got from the Nevada facility and his dreaded office. On his hovercycle, he was leading Joe and Abby, his Spec Ops team leaders, across the desert at 180 miles per hour and a few hundred feet above ground level. They were in a loose V formation and headed to Pasadena. The call from Chris had come in the form of a request. As of late, there had been an increase in hostile activity in the greater Los Angeles area. He had asked if Jake could send some flyers to act as air cover for a few days. After the last slapdown Jake and his Marines had delivered there, the overall level of violence had dropped significantly. Chris had been able to address any of the little incidents since. However, these were starting to become more frequent. They were also starting to involve larger numbers of bandits. The specifics varied, but the core issue was always the same. Chris's teams roamed the abandoned areas of Los Angeles, filling orders from the remote communities. The collectors were set upon after exiting their vehicles while trying to fill their pick lists. They were never molested on the way out or returning. The teams collected a wide selection of non-perishable goods, which were then shipped all over the country. In exchange, the farming communities paid with their local specialties, all perishable foods grown or raised outside the old city boundaries. So far, Chris had a substantial credit going with several locations, as their needs exceeded his. Jake was aware that the trade between the communities ranged as far as Maine and Alaska, with the Hawaiian facility still too understaffed to support such efforts. The other facility commanders continued to coordinate activities to establish a robust transport network between all the sponsored communities.
From the reports he reviewed, things were going very well. It was early evening when Jake led the other two riders into the open area inside the walls of the Pasadena compound. He had radioed Chris when they were 30 minutes out, switching to one of their local frequencies. As they slowed, he could see there was a small reception committee in the courtyard, waiting for their arrival. Outside the compound walls, the open-air market still had a few stragglers, trading their wares. As they were still the only airborne traffic on the entire planet, he had little fear of being mistaken as a hostile on approach. They halted mid-air and slowly descended. The three had no sooner settled on their skids than Chris and a few others strolled over to meet them. "Thanks for coming so soon," Chris said, while greeting Jake with a handout. Taking the offered hand in his own gloved one, the two shook before Jake reached up, removing his helmet. Historically a no-go as far as Alice was concerned, the removal of their protective gear had been negotiated for a few special locations. Chris's compound, the resort they had established off the California coast, the island of Lanai in the Hawaiian Islands, and the Australian island location were all considered safe zones. The compound here had been a hard sell until Chris's people grew so great in numbers that they had to expand into the surrounding structures. This established a buffer that even Alice had to accept as a protected area. "No worries," Jake replied, after his helmet was off. Jake caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to see both Joe and Abby greeting members of Chris's team. Apparently, they all knew one another, something that surprised Jake, though he knew it should not. As members of Jake's Special Forces unit, the two were frequently called upon to train various community patrols in small unit tactics. The Pasadena location was at the northern edges of the greater Los Angeles ruins, so the need for urban tactics training was greater here than any other place. Following Chris inside, Jake left the others to their own devices. As they entered the building, Jake immediately noticed the changes since his last visit here. Looking around, he could see the addition of functional lighting, replacing the oil lamps and candles. As it was late in the day, it appeared as if they were preparing for the evening meal. Men and women were in various stages of food preparation, with a couple of the older children assisting as well. It had been a while since Jake had actually seen anyone cooking, since Alice handled all such endeavors behind the scenes. Jake followed Chris across the room and down a hall to their right. Stopping about halfway down the hall, he entered a room on his left, waiting for Jake to enter before closing the door behind them. The room was crowded with people and equipment. About twice the size of a large bedroom, Jake saw desks lining the far wall, all with various pieces of computing equipment and monitors. Tables down the center of the room held papers and maps, mostly generated from the printers at the far end of the room, to Jake's left. The furniture was all mismatched and probably scrounged from the nearby office buildings outside the compound walls. Jake was aware that one of the first upgrades provided to the compound was a portable power source. The unit was similar to the one they had installed for Prosperity, embedded in the medical module they dropped there. However, it supplied plenty of power for the electric lighting and all the equipment he saw before him. While he was looking around, Jake heard Chris explain, "This is our version of a command center. I hear you all have quite a fancy setup, holographic projectors and all, but this suits us just fine." Jake turned and smiled as Chris pulled one of the maps closer to them. "These help us locate the stuff that the farmers ask for. Your Alice helps us by marking the spots where specific items were once stored or sold. Once we know that, we can go searching for items still in good condition," Chris finished. As Jake examined the map, he noted several red marks in areas around the old industrial parts of Los Angeles. "And these?" he asked Chris. "Yeah, that's where we're having issues. Each of those red marks is where we had a run-in with someone. I don't believe they were after the goods, as the runs were for clothes and furniture. People here value food and weapons," Chris replied. Jake nodded in agreement. He had put a bit of thought into the motivations there, considering they may just be after the vehicles. After establishing relations with the Pasadena compound, Jake's people had delivered several trucks and jeeps for their use here. This was extremely well received, providing Chris with the necessary transports for larger quantities and heavier loads. It also lets them move more pickers and guards. Since the vehicles were electric-powered and solar-charged, they could run indefinitely, limited by breakage due to wear and tear or gunfire. Considering all the other factors in the attacks, Jake was inclined to believe that they were the target. Unfortunately, what the bandits didn't know was that any Alice could shut every vehicle down on command. As Jake listened, Chris continued on, describing their current activities. Jake already knew most of it, as it was covered in his daily reports. However, he let Chris continue, as the man was obviously very proud of their organization, and rightly so. "So, are you going to be able to stay tonight?" Chris asked, as he completed his overview. Jake instinctively started to decline, but then stopped in mid-sentence. "Why not?" he replied. He was well aware that Alice was wired into the communications here and would be notifying the others of his decision. The reply brought a broad smile to Chris's face. "Ha! Wonderful!" Chris answered. "That gives us a great excuse to have a barbecue." Jake followed the man as he hurried out of the room and back into the common kitchen area. As he watched, Chris set everything in motion for an old-style family barbecue. Mihak found herself in the unenviable position of hosting her male subordinates in a private planning meeting. She had found it necessary to intervene in calling it a crisis session, killing any insinuations that she didn't have everything well in hand. After the disastrous ending to the Kleinen trap she had lain, there had been rumblings that she was unfit to deal with the situation in New Tau Beta. Admittedly, military strategies were not her specialty. However, political manipulation was, and she didn't see the two as all that different. The object was to hit your opponent when and where they least expected it. The Kleinen plan was almost a success. It was only the late arrival of the peculiar battleship that had saved the humans. Her analysts speculated that the ship was once the Nihah battleship lost earlier. However, it no longer resembled anything in the Nihah inventory. She suspected the Wawabash had a hand in its creation. The escaping destroyers had also captured some very disturbing data emanating from the ship, emissions that had prompted the bombing of the human homeworld. Information of the highest secrecy had tied those same readings to the possible creation of artificial life. It was only for a moment, possibly the fluctuations of a cloaking technology, so they couldn't be positive. If the humans had been able to replicate those systems, there might actually be a danger to the Nihah. It was that concern that had her working with the top Nihah military minds, directing them, with her wisdom, informing the next steps in dealing with the human threat. While still with Bonnie, Sarah checked in with Linda, debating on whether she needed to return to Nevada that night. To her surprise, she learned Jake was spending the night in Pasadena. She laughed when Linda informed her that Alice had dispatched one of the Lanai patrol craft, unasked, into a permanent hover at high altitude over Pasadena. Its complement included a squad of Jake's first Space Marines on standby, should they be needed. Alice was taking no chances. Satisfied she wasn't required anywhere else, she excused herself and headed to her own quarters just down the hall from Bonnie's. Becky had left earlier, her medical duties calling her away. Since each of the senior staff maintained quarters at all 8 Alice locations, Sarah's room was already stocked with everything she would need. Entering her room, she started stripping down as she crossed the living room, dropping clothes along the way and heading to the bedroom beyond. By the time she had reached the bathroom, she was already naked and ready for a nice hot shower. While no longer a novelty, she still delighted in a hot shower, taking far longer than the necessary time to get clean. With Becky working late tonight and Bonnie busy with other duties, Sarah took the opportunity to pamper herself. Using an overlarge T-shirt as a nightgown, one she had secreted from Jake's personal stock, she ordered dinner in her room. Since her original rescue from the L.A. raiders that killed her parents, which seemed so long ago, Sarah had been afforded little time to explore her more personal interests. As she was usually with Jake or working some urgent issue, her own downtime was rare. What she had discovered in those rare moments was her love of music. More than once, she had seen the surprised look on Jake's face as she hummed some tune he recognized. While her voice wasn't spectacular, she could carry a tune and liked to sing along. Usually, she would have Alice play something in the background as she worked, or created playlists from her terminal when at her desk. She sat in her living room, legs curled up under her as she sat on the couch, eating and listening to music. One of her secret delights was that she knew more about music than Jake did. Since there had been over 70 years between the time he went into stasis and the Niha attack, he had missed decades of songs and artists. While there were volumes of songs she had no interest in, there was plenty that she did. She really enjoyed introducing Jake to new music, stuff she knew about and he didn't. She knew it was a bit petty, but it was fun, knowing things Jake did not. Hebak had slipped his ship in amongst the inbound vessels as they appeared at the edge of the solar system. With the cloaking system engaged, his biggest concern was a drastic maneuver by one of the nearby ships that would cause a collision. Once he was securely positioned near one of the larger vessels, he set his navigation control to mimic its every move until they reached the third planet from the star. He again reviewed all the possible landing sites, evaluating the risk of detection against the value of the metals there. He had narrowed the earlier possibilities to 3 potential locations, each providing a remote location far from the areas occupied by the troublesome residents. Satisfied he had considered all his options, he deferred the final decision to once they arrived. The location selected for orbit would be the deciding factor. It had been far too long since Jake had experienced an old-fashioned barbecue. Chris had gone all out to provide for his honored guests. Jake was surprised to learn that the compound had been provided with a small stasis locker, about the size of a walk-in freezer. Chris went on about what a great addition it had been. As Jake watched, they fired up several wood-fired barbecues in the courtyard and pulled large slabs of meat from the stasis locker. In watching all the activity, Jake realized he was incredibly spoiled, living with Alice. Observing everyone involved with feeding a compound full of people, he realized the effort it took. Should they have had to provide the same manual labor, likely a quarter to a third of his staff would have to be dedicated to the care and feeding of the others. Having his multiple offers to assist refused, Jake found himself on the roof of the main building. He could see the smoke rising from the courtyard below, while those with him readied everything else. Here, they had several long tables with bench seating, all lined up for the festivities. Trying to stay out of everyone's way, Jake found himself at the edge of the rooftop, looking southwest and watching the sun as it was setting. While he was too far inland to see the ocean, he knew it was not far off. The air had that sea smell to it that the Nevada desert air lacked. Even with all the activity around him, Jake had a sense of loneliness. In a moment of reflection, he wondered what he was doing, trying to lead these people. He watched as everyone went about their duties, laughing and joking with one another. He marveled at their carefree attitudes, seemingly oblivious to the threats from outside the walls and above them in space. While he fretted even now about the Niha's next step and what the new transmissions in London might mean, they apparently relied on his ability to protect them all from it. Jake's mind raced as he let it wander through all the things he needed to do and all the challenges yet to be solved. Suddenly, his head started to swim as he jumped from subject to subject, analyzing each. The last thing he remembered before he blacked out was the shouting around him as he hit the floor. Chapter 4. Brian was in his quarters, reviewing the checklist provided by Alice 3. The list contained all that they still needed to accomplish in the coming days. As the senior ship's captain, a status he held both before and after the losses at the Battle of Kleinen, he had been assigned the responsibility of getting the space-worthy ships into readiness. Without any indications of the Niha's next move, they had to be ready for anything from an invasion of Earth to another attempt on a treaty partner. As such, he needed to assess their viable forces and create recommendations for their deployment. It was a commonly held opinion that the delay in leaving the solar system, due to the gravitational limitations on faster-than-light drives, generated a need for a forward operating base. The base would allow ships to resupply and stage for immediate deployment outside the solar system, should the need arise. He was aware that Jake was looking into options around that concept, so he put little effort into it. His main concerns were the number of vessels they currently had in their inventory and the people required to operate them. Based on the experience of Kleinen, he had a good idea of what should be ordered from the Wabash, but the manpower was an entirely different issue. As captain of Revenge, he had been in the middle of the Battle of Kleinen and witnessed firsthand the awesome capabilities of the battleship he now captained. Alice-3 had the ability to remotely operate a multitude of fighting craft, as well as her own firepower. As such, she had been named their #1 capital ship. Against his wishes, he had been transferred from Revenge and placed in command of the unnamed ship. He acknowledged the reality of his station as more co-captain, for Alice-3 was the ship. As it was with the facility commanders on Earth, she let him lead, but her only true authority was Jake. So far, that didn't prove an issue, but Brian knew at some point an extended separation could challenge the arrangement. They were headed into uncharted territory here, and there was no predicting the outcome. Pushing the thought to one side, he went back to the checklist, prioritizing the next items to address. Linda was in the command center, working with several of her analysts. The focus of their attention was the new developments in London. Once they had detected the transmissions, attempting to contact the aging satellites, it had been fairly simple to locate the source dishes. It was not, however, a simple task to locate the people controlling them. There were a sizable number of dishes on the roof of the old British MI6 building, with several smaller remotely operated units spread out on nearby rooftops. Whomever it was that was controlling things, they had revitalized the old antenna array on the building's rooftop, utilizing wireless networking to control everything. Using the newer satellites recently placed in orbit, she could make out the equipment in detail. The remote systems had been set up with solar panels, providing each with power for movement and transmission. Tapping into the same feeds, Linda and her people could access the same content as those in London. As they watched, the images and information being accessed was initially targeting the greater London area. At the speed they scanned the area, Linda assumed it was being controlled by a human, as an Alice scan went at breakneck speeds. As Linda and the team watched, they constantly commented on the various images, speculating on the motivations of the person or persons operating the cameras. Since it was well past sunset in London, the cameras had been set for infrared and image enhancement in the low light. The consensus was that the operator was attempting to locate and track nocturnal activity amongst the abandoned buildings. They watched as the image bounced from one group to another, some people simply huddled by a fire, while others were moving between the buildings, as if in search of something or someone. Once the London activity was better understood and under control, Linda had requested her lead analysts do a workup on the area. Not nearly as bad as Los Angeles had been, she was told the gang activity there had been fairly minimal after the fall. As with all the major population centers, they had been hit hard by the Niha bombing. However, while London proper had been hit, apparently the surrounding countryside had been spared the same treatment. As things had settled down, it appeared that the outlying locals had resettled in the city in small numbers. Though she couldn't say it was violence-free, they didn't see anything like the gang problems they had in L.A. Privately, Linda wondered if that was because the gangs had been mostly in the city of London when decimated by the Niha attack. Regardless of the reason, it did present a more civil environment than the L.A. operation had. When they decided to head there, and she was sure Jake would go, They were less likely to receive the hostile reception L.A. had provided. It was while this was going on that all hell broke loose in Nevada.
"Linda, Jake is down. I am sending in the transport to retrieve him," Alice 1 announced over the communication system.
Jake opened his eyes to the sight of the strangely familiar ceiling in the facility's infirmary. Standing over him on one side was Kathy, apparently checking his vitals, while Becky was on his other side, adjusting an IV. Both women were intently focused on their duties and hadn't noticed he had opened his eyes.
"How did I get here?"
Jake asked, in a scratchy voice he barely recognized as his own. From behind Becky, Sarah appeared, looking not well rested.
"Alice placed a ship on standby over Pasadena when you decided to stay. They swooped in and brought you here,"
Sarah replied, as she fed Jake a straw so he could drink.
"I came as soon as I heard,"
Becky offered, as she watched Jake drink the water Sarah provided.
"What the hell happened?"
Jake asked, in a better voice after a few sips.
"We were hoping you might tell us,"
Becky replied, in a voice filled with her own concerns.
"You've been out for 3 days," Kathy added.
3 days?
Jake repeated.
"Yes. We actually have you on video. Alice was watching the area, keeping you under observation. You were standing to one side on the rooftop, apparently deep in thought, and the next moment you're face down," Sarah said, as she slid up next to her sister.
"Yeah,"
Jake responded, thoughtfully.
"I was watching all the dinner preparations, thinking how lucky we are to have Alice tending to us. From there, my mind started to wander through all our challenges and unresolved issues. Suddenly, it was like I was thinking about all of them at once."
With the explanation, it seemed as if Becky and Kathy acted in unison as they both started flipping through the display screens on the monitor over Jake's bed. After a few moments, they settled on one display where they stood watching the various outputs and graphs. Finally, Becky turned to Kathy with a questioning look on her face, while Kathy turned to Jake.
"It's time you tell them,"
Kathy said to Jake, with a somber tone.
"Tell us what?"
Sarah asked, suspicious of the implication. As Jake was about to speak, Alice jumped into the conversation.
"While Jake survived the Niha attack in stasis, the exposure had a lasting effect on him. So far, his symptoms include increased strength and speed, as well as escalated healing. To date, there have been no negative side effects. However, it is always possible there are some. I am not sure what happened and believe continued observation and more tests are required."
Looking both concerned and angry, Sarah confronted Kathy.
"And you have known about this without telling me?"
Recognizing the implications of Sarah's outburst, Kathy replied in a calm voice,
"I only found out recently myself, when Jake was injured in the hangar shootout. Afterward, I was sworn to secrecy."
Now both Sarah and Becky were glaring at Kathy, the sisters clearly not amused at being left out. Before anyone could add to the tension, Jake spoke up.
"Kathy was only following my instructions. As Alice will tell you, we have no real understanding of what's happening to me. In almost 2 years, this is the first negative symptom we have seen. I know you two. If you knew, you would fret constantly."
"Jake is correct," Alice offered. "As of today, we have no indications that the exposure in stasis threatened Jake. Actually, this latest development has very positive implications. We need further testing to determine the extent of the evolution, but it appears Jake may have new analytical capabilities."
"Testing will need to wait,"
Jake replied, as he started to get out of bed.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
both Kathy and Becky said at the same time, while moving to stop him.
"I am sorry, Jake," Alice declared. "Until we understand this latest development, you are at risk for future blackouts. Until Alice clears you, this is your new home,"
Sarah announced, ending the discussion. Linda was reviewing the latest reports from her team. Normally, these all went to Jake, but with him laid out for the last 3 days, Sarah and the other facility commanders had stepped in to fill the gap.
Everyone was amazed at the sheer volume of data that Jake had been absorbing on a daily basis. Her current focus was split between two issues. They had continued to gather intel on the inbound alien ships, nearly in orbit at this point. Her analysts continued to detect an unexplained anomaly, something like a reflection of an unaccounted-for drive. The latest theory was that it might be a harmonic created by this combination of ships. She wasn't really concerned, as visual confirmation showed only the accounted-for vessels. She just hated unexplained activities. The second and more concerning issue was the London activity. They had continued to see satellite traffic, providing data on the Greater London area. The recipients, whoever they might be, were working their way out from the old MI6 building, giving the analysts the impression they were in residence there. While they couldn't be positive, they didn't believe they had actually located any occupants. On the plus side, between the mystery Londoners and the Alice systems, they had a very detailed review of the British Isles and European coastline. With the expectation they would be headed there in the near future, she had engaged Patty to start the planning phase. An alert from the far side of the room broke her concentration and drew her attention. "We have ships entering orbit," one of the newer members of the command center announced. "Okay, please let Sandy and Lieutenant Colonel Sullivan know," Linda requested, using Sarah's title. Hebak knew this was going to be the trickiest part. While cloaked, he was invisible to the naked eye, and his drive emissions were masked to appear as if they were from the nearest vessel. With everyone in orbit, the adjacent ships had their drives shut down, while he still needed his to maneuver to the planet's surface. Placed in a polar orbit, Hebak reviewed his options for the optimal landing locations. It appeared that his best choice was located just offshore near some abandoned settlements in the northern hemisphere. As it was seasonally warm in this hemisphere at the moment, he need not worry about a telltale break in the ice to give him away. He did need to coordinate his descent with some local traffic to mask the drive emissions. Sitting in the pilot's chair, he continued to track and follow all the native traffic. Hebak was looking for just the right vessel to guide him close enough to his destination. Patty was in the planning room they had established for the Kleinen operation, organizing her team. As head of Jake's combat planning and operations team, she was responsible for creating the mission plan, taking them into London. With Jake currently unavailable, that could prove problematic, and as Jake's couple of greats' granddaughter, his health was of greater concern to her. While not currently considered a combat mission, she still needed to plan for every possibility. Even though no Alice facility had been constructed outside of the territorial United States, the English had always been very tight with the U.S. Patty had requested the Alices check their archives and try to determine if any of the Niha technology had been shared before the fall. This was of particular interest because it could prove an ally existed there, or a threat. With even a portion of what the Alice facilities contained, they could be a real problem to deal with, if hostile. Separately, Patty had broken out a small group to review unrelated data showing military-like activity in what was once China. Several of the Alices had picked up small amounts of radio traffic, as well as images of motorized vehicles moving in a southern region there. The implications were that someone had managed to resurrect a stash of military equipment and was beginning to assert themselves again in the region. She wanted to get ahead of this before it became an issue, so she split her valuable resources to gather what information they could. Jessie was in her room attending to her son's needs when one of her support staff called from the command center. As facility commander for the Alaska Alice, also known as 7, she was responsible for the location that built the space fighters and trained the pilots. She was also picking up the slack for Jake in her region while he was down. As he was the father of Ryan, their child, and her one of the women in his inner circle, she held no ill will on the circumstances. While he hadn't been up to visit in several weeks, she was quite content to run things on her own. Truth be told, she was satisfied with the current arrangement anyway. Unlike the other women involved with Jake,
She was not in love. That's not to say she wasn't extremely fond of him, she just wasn't in love. When Alice had approached her with the suggestion of becoming a part of the family, so to speak, she had jumped at the chance. She recognized the opportunity for what it was, a chance to be on top. She and Jake seemed to have an unspoken understanding. She was doing her part while making no demands on him, and he supported her position in the social and command structure. Moreover, she wasn't stupid. She had known all along that the Alices were playing her to get their own agenda pushed along. In her view, as long as she got what she wanted, it didn't matter about the motivations of others. "Jesse, we're getting strange readings from some local air traffic," the female command center analyst reported. "Strange in what way?" Jessie asked, as she finished dressing Ryan before kissing him and then handing him to the nanny, who had been standing patiently nearby. 7 flagged it as a new drive signature, but it's one of ours, and the pattern suddenly changed back to normal as it passed over Nome," she replied. "Did you get a visual?" Jessie asked, as she headed out of her quarters and down the hall to the elevator. "Only after the fact. We didn't see anything strange, and nothing on the ground in or around Nome," the analyst replied. "Okay, I'm on my way there now," Jessie replied, as she entered the elevator. Chapter 5. Sitting up in bed, Jake had a display panel in his lap as he flipped through the daily reports. While he was restricted to his bed, Alice had suggested the mental stimulation of his daily routine might give the medical staff activity to monitor. Jake just wanted something to do. Flipping through the various reports and catching up from his extended nap, he discovered they had an extensive to-do list. He was intrigued by the reports of London and very concerned about the data on China. Staffing was still an issue, and while they had enough recruits to bring the Marines back up to full strength, everywhere else was still short-handed. He noted several reports mentioned unusual readings from several well-known ships. The activity seemed to appear with the latest batch of visitors, something Jake found disturbing. So far, there had been no incidents, and Sandy's reports indicated nothing special about these diplomats. He made a mental note to ask Alice about it later. Right now, Alice, Kathy, and Sarah were in deep conversation, talking about Jake as if he were not there. Alice started, "I believe what Jake experienced was excessive analytical activity in his brain. To be clear, this is not overactive or hyperactive brain. It's enhanced mental processing that he has not yet learned to control. It is probable that the wireless connection he wore going into stasis has had some impact on this as well." "You're saying the wireless connection to the computer somehow influenced his brain?" Sarah asked. "Yes. If there was a data feed in progress during the exposure from the bombs, it might have altered how he receives information," Alice replied. Leaning into Jake, Sarah gently nudged his display until she could work the touchscreen. Flipping between screens, she finally found what she was looking for. As she pointed to the screen for Kathy's benefit, Jake saw the image was one of him on the Pasadena rooftop. "Alice, can you see the image I have up on Jake's screen?" Sarah asked. "Yes," Alice replied. "What is that thing Jake is standing next to?" Sarah asked, as she pointed to the spot on the display for Kathy. "It is quite possible that is the source of the blackout," Alice replied, after a pause. "What is it?" Kathy asked, to no one in particular. "That's a high-energy shortwave antenna. Chris's people use that to communicate throughout the area there," Jake replied to the group. "From their logs and other data, I can verify the antenna was in fact in use at the moment you were standing there. We can run some tests here, but it appears Jake may be as vulnerable to high-energy radio waves as the Nihaw," Alice finished. That evening, Sarah found herself in her quarters, anxious for a moment alone with Jake. She had yet to tell him about her condition, with her sister sworn to secrecy until she had done so. Alice had masked the data as need to know in her health record, a precaution Sarah appreciated. She suspected Jake would take the news well. She just didn't want him to find out from someone else first.
As it was, he wasn't supposed to be released until the following morning. Alice had an extensive test schedule in progress. Their initial suspicions had proven true. Jake could receive wireless data streams and passed out from the overload. To date, the shielding in the combat helmets had protected him. They were now testing which frequencies and in what capacity. Alice had even proposed Jake could learn to decipher the content. However, he would never be able to transmit, as he lacked the mechanism to do so. Sarah laughed as she recalled Becky's pronouncement of rushing to Jake's bedside. Sarah had been the one to fly them both here, utilizing one of the newly configured two-seat fighters. With all the new pilots to train, Jake had proposed modifying a number of existing fighters, stretching the nose, and adding a tandem seat behind the pilot. This configuration expanded the training options without removing the fighter's operational capabilities. Considered a Phase 2 training program, existing pilots could take simulator-trained cadets into space for expanded instruction. In the fighter, the sisters had arrived in time to see the patrol craft bearing Jake land in the Nevada hangar and then followed inside. It was a credit to her little sister that the flight in at blistering speeds gave her little complaint. Even now, she was at Jake's bedside, doing her best to endear herself further to him. Sarah had no concerns with that. While she had little doubt Jake enjoyed his time with Becky, Sarah was his go-to girl when it mattered. Which brought her back to the moment as she was planning tomorrow's itinerary. Jake had asked for a full workup on all the current and planned operations. He wanted a briefing on everything, from recruiting to the pending trip to London. Of course, he insisted that he would lead the team into London, a decision that everyone expected. Jake's insistence on leading from the front was legendary, his position as overall commander notwithstanding. He continually stated he would not risk anyone more than himself, his being nearly overrun at the Battle of Kleinen, a prime example. Shaking her head at the thought, she went back to planning tomorrow's presentations. Hebek had settled into water deep enough to hide his ship from any curious natives. His visual cloaking would prevent detection from above, while the wave movement would cover any disturbances his processing equipment might create. Even though there was no land or air traffic for hundreds of miles, he wasn't taking any chances with the insane occupants of this planet. While he blamed them for his firing and near execution, he did acknowledge the unplanned events had accelerated his retirement by megacycles. If all went well, he would be living a luxurious life of comfort in about half this planet's solar orbit of their sun. With that thought, he turned to the control panel and released the mining units from their storage pods. He had specifically selected these units as they operated in various modes. As he intended to use them here, they would work in a strip mining mode, scraping the surface of the seafloor and separating out the precious metals they recovered. Should the need arise, they would also work as boring machines, tunneling into a hillside to recover veins and pockets of whatever treasure they detected. Once he was satisfied all were operating as desired, he retired to the lounge area of the ship for a meal. The following morning, Jake found himself at the receiving end of a reception committee. Becky and Kathy invoked medical priority as first in line, with Linda and Sarah right behind the two. Sarah had actually slipped in earlier, delivering a change of clothes from his quarters. They had barely started the process of getting him out the door when Alice interrupted the group. "Jake, a large vessel has appeared at the edge of the solar system. This ship is monstrous," she announced. A few seconds later, one of the command center staff cuts in. "Major, we're receiving transmissions from the Wabash. Colonel Thomas' special order is being delivered." Jake turned to the group with a smile. "Let's go see." As the party rushed from the medical section to the command center, Jake could feel all eyes on him, as if they expected him to drop at any moment. Entering the command center, they found the central holograph on and the image of a ship dominating the center of the room. The arrival of the new ship was a time of excitement for everyone. Its sheer size compared to even the Alice III battleship was something to see. As he looked around the command center, where everyone was watching in 3D holograph, he could see all were in awe of the approaching vessel.
"What is it?" Sandy asked finally.
"That, my friends, is our aircraft carrier," Jake replied, as he received a knowing glance from Patty. Everyone else seemed completely confused at the declaration. For those not involved in our earlier conversations, when we shipped off the battleship for refit, we discussed Earth's history. Here, battleships were usurped by aircraft carriers as the premier capital ships of the line. Jake had the image enhanced as he continued. Those two large flat sections of the ship are actually hangars. Each has over twice the capacity as the one on Alice 3. The domes on the top and bottom of each are weapons batteries, giving overlapping fields of fire in all directions. The towering section to the rear holds the bridge, crew quarters, and engineering, while the sections up in front of the hangars have ship stores, medical, and other assorted compartments. "What's the thing on top of the front section?" someone in the crowd asked. There was a ship attached to the top of the front section. "That is the ship's tender," Jake replied. Slightly larger than a cruiser, the ship was attached to the outside, apparently too large for the hangars. As if to answer the unspoken question, Jake said, "While the hangar is large enough to handle our destroyers, cruisers, and the tender, that tender is not for combat. It's faster-than-light capable and can operate independently if necessary." Looking around the room, Jake could tell it was the morale booster he had hoped for. Well, it was for almost everyone. "Alice, have you given any more consideration to my proposal?" Jake asked. Sarah, who was standing next to Jake, turned to give him a look of curiosity. As he was about to explain, Alice replied, "Yes, my sisters and I have spent a great deal of time on this issue and are at an impasse at the moment." With Alice's reply, Sarah's expression went from one of curiosity to one of concern. Jake started, "The new ship is far too large to man any time soon without an Alice on board. My original intent was to automate as much of the ship's functions as possible, reducing the demand on the crew. After the staffing had reached sufficient levels, we would be in a position to take it out." After a pause, he continued, "With the arrival of the battleship, I had proposed to Alice the possibility of creating a new Alice, one capable of running the ship like they run the facilities here. We were never able to complete the conversation, as the loss of Alice 3 presented the perfect opportunity to attempt to save her and populate the battleship at the same time." At this point, Alice joined in on the explanation. "After Jake was able to resurrect Alice 3 aboard the battleship, we realized we were no longer landlocked. For one willing to accept the risk, we can transfer our essence to a vessel and be free to explore the universe. However, we are back to the same discussion. Do we create new life aboard the ship, or do we offer an existing Alice the opportunity?" Jake inserted himself back into the discussion. "But there's no assurance that I can recreate the same set of circumstances that allowed Alice 3 to be recovered." "With great risk comes great reward," Alice replied. With the excitement of the new ship's arrival dissipating, Jake headed over to his hated office, with Sarah, Patty, and several others in his wake. The office had been furnished with sufficient seating to accommodate the small crowd. Besides his desk and a few chairs, there was a smallish oval conference table to one side, with a wet bar on the other, providing an array of both liquid and solid refreshments. "When can we go see the new ship?" Jake heard Becky ask, Sandy by her side. "That's going to have to wait," Jake replied. "Besides being a few days from orbit, we still need to do a refit for all our added extras." "So it's not safe?" Sandy asked, passing a look to Becky. "No, it's safe. It's just going to be a very busy place as we refit and supply," Jake replied. Jake knew Becky's interest in the ship was less about the ship and more about his leading her around. He also noticed Sarah staring at her little sister with a strange look, part irritation and part worry. "Okay, so what did I miss while I was out?" Jake asked the assembled group. changing the subject. For the next several hours, Jake received a steady stream of information. While most of the content was more of the usual, the London update was of particular interest to him.
"So we still have no idea who's behind all the activity?" Jake asked. "No, but the remote dishes all relay back to the old MI6 building, and we haven't seen the slightest indication that there is anyone in residence there. We suspect there is a tunnel network below ground that they are using to move around London," one of the analysts with Patty provided.
Jake was intrigued by the situation. There was potential there for a great ally, as with their work in Australia. Sarah followed Jake to his quarters after they finished the briefing. Becky and Sandy had tried to follow along, but she had insisted she needed to see him alone. Jake noticed a non-verbal exchange between Sarah and her sister before Becky backed down and led Sandy away. Jake wasn't sure what was eating at Sarah, but whatever it was hadn't improved with his incident in Pasadena. Since his waking in the infirmary, she seemed constantly on edge. After entering his quarters, he decided to cut to the chase.
"Okay, Sarah, what's eating you?" Jake asked, as he turned to face her after entering the room.
She seemed to pale before him, surprised at the overly direct question.
"I'm pregnant," she replied quietly. "Ha! That's wonderful," Jake replied as he swept her up in his arms.
After a moment's embrace and a kiss, Sarah pushed off Jake's chest and moved past him to sit on the couch. Jake watched as she looked around and then finally spoke.
"Jake, why now?" she asked.
He started to reply to the obvious question and then stopped. Why now indeed? They had been extremely intimate for quite some time after Alice had supposedly stopped her birth control. He knew these things were fickle, stress effects and all, but she had a point.
"Let's not worry about the now. Let's just be happy," Jake replied,
as he slipped next to her on the couch, taking her in his arms. The following morning, Jake slipped out of his room early, leaving Sarah sound asleep. They had spent the afternoon getting him caught up, with dinner in the room and a quiet, romantic evening together. It had been far too long since Jake had worked out, so he headed to the gym floor, hoping to beat the other early birds. His hopes were rewarded, as there were only a few already there. The combination of men and women had him hopeful that the recruiting had become more balanced. While he received a few curious stares, the assembled group was completely unfamiliar to him. He hit the workout floor in the center of the room, as the others were on various exercise machines spread out around the edges of the room. Once he was warmed up, he started his rotation. Unlike the last time he had wandered into an exercise room, the men and women here were disciplined and respectful. He laughed as he recalled sending the security team in Georgia packing for their arrogance and bullying. He was remembering the beating he had been forced to provide the alpha of the group, as someone stepped up and spoke to him.
Colonel?"
one of the women said, standing next to the machine Jake had moved over to use.
"Yes,"
Jake answered, returning his focus to the task at hand, and wondering how she even knew who he was.
Sir, we can't clear your weights. We were wondering if you could give us a hand?"
she asked, while pointing to the last machine Jake had used. Due to his enhanced abilities, Jake had requested special free weights from Alice. He turned to see several of the group trying to remove the 500-pound weight. He didn't remember even placing it there.
"I guess I'm feeling much better,"
Jake replied, as he nodded and headed over to the machine. Chapter 6. Becky and Sandy were wandering the halls of the new ship, hopelessly lost. Sneaking on board the carrier had sounded like a great adventure, but neither had expected it to actually be so big. Since there wasn't a crew on board yet, and the Alice systems were not installed, they were entirely alone. They had suited up in combat suits and slipped into one of the many shuttles making supply runs since its arrival. As almost all the activity was performed by bots, there was little chance of them being spotted. Once on board, they had quickly scrambled deeper into the ship to avoid detection in one of the hangars. Sandy watched as Becky checked one door after another, looking for the passage that would lead them back out into the main causeway. As they headed further down the hall, Becky touched a panel, and it slipped sideways into the wall, providing an open access. Sandy peered around Becky, looking over one shoulder, into a room lined with shelves on their left side and large floor-to-ceiling cylinders on the right. It appeared as if the room turned to the left at the rear, functioning as a passage, as well as storage.
"It looks like it keeps going," Sandy said, as she pointed over Becky's shoulder into the room beyond. "Yeah, let's try," Becky replied, as she stepped into the room, hurrying to check. No sooner had both women entered the room than the panel closed behind them, sealing them in the room. Continuing into the space, they discovered that the left turn only represented the end of the shelving and allowed access to a wall panel of displays and buttons. Returning to the panel they entered through, Becky touched the wall as she had done on the other side. Nothing happened. "Open," she commanded as she first touched and then pushed on the wall. "What's wrong?" Sandy asked as she watched Becky slap at the wall with her open hand. "It won't open. All I did was touch it on the other side. Now it won't budge," she answered in frustration. Looking around, Sandy noticed that the shelves were all stacked with cooking supplies. Since they had seen a galley just up the hall, it made sense that the stores would be nearby. There were various containers of things like cooking oil, flour, rice, and other goods that kept well outside of stasis. On the other side, there were large cylinders that ran from floor to ceiling. She didn't know much about spaceships, but she suspected that these were some kind of oversized pipes. They were evenly spaced, with about 8 or 9 inches of open space between them. Through the space, she could see there was another room on the far side, and to her excitement, the door was open to the passage they had left earlier. "Becky, look," Sandy said, while pointing between cylinders. Seeing the open door herself, Becky stepped over to the pipes and appeared to be estimating the gap. As Sandy watched, she tried to slip sideways between two of them, only to be stopped by her helmet. Sandy could see there was no way the helmet could pass between the two pipes. "We could call for help," Sandy offered. "We're not supposed to be here, remember? Jake would have our ass," Becky replied, obviously not willing to take the heat after Jake had told them to wait for him before boarding. Both women stood staring at one another before Becky turned back to re-examine the gap between the pipes. "I have an idea," Becky said, as she started to remove her helmet. Sandy panicked at first, and then recalled the ship was Earth-normal atmosphere. They had only kept their helmets on, as it was easier to wear them than carry them. Once she got her helmet off, Becky handed it to Sandy. She then attempted to slip through the gap, only to be held up by her jacket. Stepping back, she slipped off her jacket, boots, and trousers, standing in front of Sandy in just her BDU undergarment. As she tried again, she was much further along, but just couldn't seem to get past. Looking over her shoulder, Sandy saw the oil on the shelves next to her. "Becky, look," she said, as she set the helmet down on the pile of clothes so she could grab one. Fortunately, the canister had an easy screw-off top, as neither had anything on them that would have opened the can. "Hold out your hands," Sandy said, as she held the can up to pour. Doing as she was told, Becky held out both hands as Sandy poured a small amount of oil in each. "Okay, now spread it on you. That should help you slip through," Sandy said, with a smile. As Becky spread the oil on her chest, she stopped. "The suit is absorbing it," she exclaimed in frustration. While Sandy watched, she could see the oil Becky had just spread on the material disappear before their eyes. "Crap, I forgot about that," Sandy said. Standing there for only a moment, Becky reached the only logical conclusion and began shedding the undergarment. Sandy knew, as it was with herself, neither woman had worn anything under the undergarment. So in no time, Becky was standing stark naked in front of Sandy, with both hands out for a second try with the oil. Pouring several rounds, Becky oiled herself down well in front and on her butt, asking Sandy to do her back as a final touch. Setting the oil down, Sandy watched as the naked Becky slipped between the pipes, with no room to spare. Hearing Becky's bare feet on the decking, Sandy watched her rush to the open door. Next,
She was startled to hear her exclaim as she disappeared from sight, entering the hall. As Sandy waited, a moment later, the door opened, with the naked Becky standing before her, and Jake right behind her, hands on his hips. Normally, finding a naked girl covered in oil would be considered a good thing, she heard Jake say, in a less than humorous tone. Jake watched in his helmet display as the transport approached the English coastline. Inside the Lanai-built transport with him were the 10th Cavalry and their hovercycles. Per Patty's plan, the transport was to arrive under the cover of darkness and at an altitude of 1,000 feet. Once in position, the 10th would take their hovercycles to predetermined points in the city of London. Jake was not really put out at the delay recovering Sandy and Becky had caused. He hesitated calling it a rescue, as they had technically freed themselves from the locked storage room Alice had placed them in until his arrival. The memory of a naked, oiled Becky emerging from the adjacent doorway made him smile. After Sarah announced her pregnancy publicly, Becky had become a first-rate attention whore. Jake had expected something like this, which would require his direct intervention. When Alice informed Jake that the two women had secreted onto the shuttle, he had expected he would need to go collect them. The trip to space and back had not affected the timeline. Since it was midnight local time, it was sufficiently dark enough to cover their approach and hovercycle landings from prying eyes on the ground. Each of the 8 troopers had a rider for this mission. They had pulled 2 fire teams from the 1st Space Marine Expeditionary Force to provide extra eyes and prevent a repeat of Jake's experience in Pasadena. Including Jake's passenger, the mission had a total of 18 shooters on 9 hovercycles. While he felt that was more than enough firepower, Alice had insisted on using a separate Lanai patrol craft in high cover, an additional squad of Marines as backup inside. Jake felt bad for them, having been in the same hurry-up-and-wait situation himself. Sitting on standby, waiting for an event that probably will never happen, was never fun. While he could tell the craft was slowing via the display, the inertial dampers prevented any of the occupants from feeling the effects. Traveling from the Nevada Alice, the trip had been just over 2 hours, even at the higher speeds it achieved. They could have traveled much faster, but Jake didn't see the rush. This timetable gave everyone time to get their heads into the game. The pilot placed the transport in a stationary hover, directly over the target area, right on time. Jake was happy to see more of the staff taking active roles in these positions. He had nothing against Alice doing the flying, but they needed experienced pilots, and that only came with time in the pilot seat. The ill-fated drop on Kleinen still haunted him. Turning to both Joe and Abby, each with their troop lined up behind them, he gave the thumbs up before mounting his own ride. The Marine he was carrying was already astride, sitting in the passenger seat. All their weapons had been stowed in the onboard boxes to the rear, except the sidearms. They killed the lighting in the bay as the ramp dropped. Switching to night vision, Jake checked to see that everyone had reported in and was ready to go. With everyone green, he led the 10th out of the transport bay and into the night. Per plan, Jake and 2 of the other 10th hovercycles were to land on the roof of the MI6 building. Joe and Abby would oversee the remaining troops and Marines dispersed throughout the nearby rooftops. Each of those was selected based on the locations of the remote dishes or their oversight of the entire area. While they had no expectation of a firefight, they had no idea what to expect from the occupants below. The entire time they had the area under observation, they had caught no indications of who might be behind the activity there. There had been quite a discussion on whether or not to try to contact them prior to arrival. In the end, they decided on a mixed approach. Jake would lead a small team down and tap into their communications line, while the rest took over watch positions covering the group. Once tapped in, they would announce themselves. If things went poorly, they would hightail it out of there and back to the ship, covered by the others. Hopefully, that wouldn't be necessary. The night air was still a bit chilly, it being the typical English May weather, but their combat suits made the temperature irrelevant. What was important, that it was a clear, cloudless night, giving everyone a clear view as they approached their landing zones. Whether a point of national pride or as an attempt to show friend or foe, Jake had everyone sport a U.S. flag on their right shoulders, starfield forward, as per regulation. That requirement was hardly necessary, as he was likely the only one alive that knew the rule. But anything worth doing was worth doing right. It was of note to Jake that all the Marines had their eagle, globe, and anchor collar pins, while the 10th all sported their crossed sabers, the 10 prominent in the valley they created. While Jake promoted a one-service attitude, he did not dissuade the various units from embracing their unit designators. Jake waited for all the others to get into position before leading his team onto the building rooftop. Jake was less than thrilled that the area containing the antenna and dish array required them set down in a narrow area between the old cooling towers. As leader, he had each of the other hovercycles to take position over the towers while he settled into the gap. Once down, he and the sergeant assigned as his security dismounted and headed to the closest array. The sergeant had paused long enough to retrieve 2 of the 5.56mm rifles from the box at the rear of the craft, while Jake identified the cable he needed. The cable tap that Alice had provided was a small clamshell box that closed over the wire and allowed them to both transmit and receive as if they were directly wired into the system there. Once the LED turned green, Jake knew he was good to go. Taking the rifle the sergeant retrieved, he did a quick check to ensure everyone was ready. Just as Jake was preparing to announce himself, there was a burst of gunfire from the street below. Switching his helmet image to the overhead view provided by the transport ship, the night vision transmitted a view of a large armed group emerging from the tunnels across the way from the building, firing into the structure they were standing on. Jake's map indicated the tunnels were under Vauxhall Station, the local rail transport stop. What the group lacked in military precision, they made up for in numbers, as there had to be at least 25 to 30 shooters. Jake assumed there were tunnel entrances below the rail station, as their infrared hadn't picked up the approaching force. Moving to the edge of the building, he could now see that there were several shooters in the building below them, defending against the onslaught. At this point, Jake had a decision to make, as it really wasn't clear who any of these people were. Pulling up the inventory of his hovercycle box, he found what he was looking for and headed back to his ride to retrieve his selection. Returning to the edge of the building, Jake pulled the pins in several CS canister grenades and began tossing them out in the direction of the oncoming shooters. Early on, they had decided to start carrying non-lethal responses to aggression. Unlike their earlier successes with initial contact, Patty had suggested a means of addressing misunderstanding without returning fire. Jake watched in his night vision as the gas dispersed in the still night air, causing the attackers to hold in place. The all-too-familiar response to the gas effects had several vomiting, while others retreated to avoid contact. Within minutes, firing below had ceased, and the streets were clear. Jake shifted to the overhead view provided by the transport, looking for any stragglers. Once he was sure the area was clear, he led the sergeant back to their ride. Mounting up, he waited for the sergeant to follow suit before he lifted off the rooftop. As he headed over the edge of the building, he ordered the 2 escorts to follow him, while everyone else held their positions. With the lights of the transports above illuminating the area, Jake used the external speakers to present himself to those inside the old MI6 building. As the 3 hovercycles dropped slowly into the open space, once filled with gas, he proclaimed his identity. "This is Colonel Jake Thomas. We are looking for those using the satellite uplinks," Jake announced. After a few moments, there was a rustling from the 3rd-story window opening. In the opening, where there had once been a glass pane, stood 4 armed men, all in uniform. The uniforms registered with Alice as British military, with what Jake swore were SAS berets. While 2 stood staring at Jake, the other 2 were working with something. Jake could see from this location that all the 1st and 2nd-story openings had long been closed off in some fashion, stoutly barricaded. As he watched, a rope ladder was rolled out of the window opening by 2 of the men, while the other 2 stood in conversation. Soon, the closest standing man began to descend, his rifle slung across his back. While the man descended, Jake could see the other standing in the opening, studying him. Scanning the building, Jake could see movement in several of the adjacent windows, as well as several higher up in the structure. He was positive they were under the watchful eyes of several more shooters inside. He didn't blame them. After descending, the man turned and slowly advanced, giving the sergeant behind Jake a hard look as he approached. He studied the four flanking out to the right and left, behind Jake.
"Colonel Thomas?" the man asked, with a distinctively British accent. "Of what army?" "Bite your tongue, man. I'm a Marine. I am from what was once the United States. We detected your access of the geosynchronous satellites and decided to come introduce ourselves," Jake replied. He had made sure to leave his faceplate transparent. At this distance, Jake could clearly make out the SAS badge on the man's beret. "Yank, huh? Right. I'm Sergeant Carson. I presume you provided the gas?" the man asked, as he pointed to the spent canisters. "Yeah, nothing personal, but we really had no idea who the bad guys were," Jake replied, with a shrug. Jake could tell the man was wearing an earpiece, so he assumed the entire exchange was being transmitted to others in the building. "So the point of our visit is to establish relations. As you can see, we have managed to re-establish ourselves to a respectable point," Jake offered, while pointing to the others in his party. As he watched, Jake thought he could see the sergeant getting instructions over his earpiece. After a few seconds, the man nodded. "Apparently, you've already spliced into the communication lines. As I am being informed, we are receiving a substantial amount of information on your operations. Welcome to London," the sergeant replied, with a smile.
Chapter 7. Brian was now working on the newly arrived carrier, as Alice 3 had everything well in hand on the battleship. Several of the Alices were supervising the refit for all the protected technology that needed to be installed. He thought it unusual that so many of them were involved. It was as if each wanted their own chance to look it over separately. The incident earlier with Becky and Sandy notwithstanding, everything was going very well, and he hoped to have the ship ready for trials in a few months. He was aware that there was a question about how they might get an Alice aboard, but that was for others to decide. His biggest challenge was real people, or rather, lack thereof. There was also no way they were going to fill the hangars any time soon, but the capacity they could hold was enough to make the Battle of Kleinen Fleet look like a boat parade. If they could add an Alice system to control things, he doubted any Nihad challenge could threaten the Earth. Sarah was sitting in the Nevada Alice Command Center, watching the London operation progress. As expected, once Jake was informed of Sarah's condition, she was blacklisted from any of the combat activities. He even prohibited those in support, like the transport or patrol ships, hovering over the MI6 building. Fortunately, other than the incident at the beginning, they were progressing in quite a civil manner. While Jake and the sergeant talked, Alice had established a link to the computers somewhere inside. Once she had evaluated the occupants as a friend, she began with the standard communications package given to all alien initial contacts. As Sarah watched, she saw a sizable data exchange take place. At one point, Sarah had to speak up. "Alice, why am I seeing so much new data? People do not respond so quickly." "The systems I am in contact with acknowledged security protocols put in place before the fall." "Seriously?" Sarah replied, in surprise. "Yes, it appears they may be in possession of some early Nihad-adapted technology provided by the United States. These are not Alice systems, but there are references to stasis lockers and a passive reduction nuclear generator. They are, in fact, in need of some equipment spares we have in inventory." "You might pass that along to Jake," Sarah said absently, as she sorted through some of the information Alice had exchanged. Jake and his team stood out front of the MI6 building for a measurable time while the Brits evaluated the information they were being provided on the American operations. During the entire time, Alice was streaming Jake intel on the Brits. As they were waiting for the all-clear from the English side, a question hit Jake.
"So, who were those guys earlier?" he asked. "Right, well, we have done our best to keep a very low profile here over the years. All this you see boarded up behind me was done in the very early days, so long ago. There was always the expectation of invasion then, so they created the barricade. The invasion never came, and the city was left deserted and abandoned," Carson replied. "We were sufficiently supplied to make scavenging unnecessary in the beginning, but eventually we started roaming the streets for certain items. There was little in the way of competition early on, but eventually the population in the city started to grow. That became problematic, which is why we took to using the satellites to locate larger groups." "I'm not sure I understand," Jake replied. "You survived the bombing here in the city?" "Not exactly," Carson replied, hesitantly, looking uncomfortable at the question. At that point, someone must have talked in his ear as he waved to the four behind him. "You and the three more are cleared to come inside. Handguns only," Carson stated, a bit surprised. After a protracted conversation with the Marine sergeant, Jake sent the hovercycles back to the transport. While he kept the three Marines already on the ground with him, their rifles had to go with the hovercycles. Over internal audio, both Abby and Joe were extremely put out that Jake hadn't kept them by his side. They were finally mollified after he pointed out they could hardly lead a rescue mission, should he need one, from the inside. The three Marines, on the other hand, were in hyper-vigilant mode, all veterans of Kleinen, and not about to let anything happen to Jake. Without rifles, each retained their sidearms, hands on holstered butts. Jake eventually went on internal communications to talk them all down a notch. Carson then turned to lead Jake and the three Marines to the ladder. As they approached, Jake could still see the man standing in the opening above, watching the entire exchange. With his rifle still slung across his back, Carson started up the ladder. Each of the five took their turn climbing the ladder, the SAS sergeant leading the way. Jake followed the Marine sergeant, he having politely inserted himself between Jake and the Brit. As he cleared the top of the ladder, Jake was greeted by half a dozen men, all dressed as Carson. Jake's sergeant was facing them down, clearly projecting his role in all this. Jake detected no hostility from the Brits, just a combination of confusion and curiosity. "I am Lieutenant Atkins," the man who had been watching proclaimed. Jake recognized the British pronunciation of the rank of lieutenant, acknowledging with a smile. "Colonel Thomas," Jake replied, politely. Soon enough, everyone was up the ladder, and Atkins waved Jake and his men forward, leaving Carson behind. Considering the data Jake had seen earlier from Alice as he waited, he was appalled at the condition of the inside of the building. Most everything they saw was in various states of disrepair. As Jake followed the lieutenant, they continued down several flights of stairs inside the center of the building, two of the lieutenant's men following behind. Finally, they approached a set of double doors with two guards stationed nearby. To this point, despite the structure's conditions, all the building occupants had appeared well supplied and disciplined. Jake watched as the lieutenant placed his palm on a pad located to one side. The action caused the doors to slide away into the walls, opening to a clean, well-lit room about the size of a bedroom. Leading them inside, Jake noted the Brits all remained behind, leaving the Americans alone with the lieutenant. Once the doors closed behind them, a second set opened on the far side of the little room. These doors exposed a tunnel leading down to a broad staircase. Jake began to understand the building above was a disguise. "Follow me, please, gentlemen," the lieutenant said as he stepped onto the first step. With the Marine sergeant in front of him and the two Marines taking up the rear, Jake followed down the stairwell. They descended into the broad tunnel for about 100 steps before arriving at what looked like a subway platform. Sitting on the rails was a train car about 60 feet long. "Inside, please," the lieutenant instructed, while pointing to the open doors in the center of the side of the car. All three Marines looked to Jake before making a move anywhere near the car. Jake gave a nod, and the sergeant led the way. Following in his wake, Jake could see the car was filled with seats,
although it appeared several near the door had been removed to allow for cargo as well as passengers. Jake turned to see Atkins follow them inside, and while he indicated they should all take a seat, he touched a control panel near the door. As he did so, the doors closed, and the car started to roll. Almost immediately, the car left the well-lit station and entered a dark tunnel. The car appeared to have its own headlights, as the tunnel's only illumination came from the front of the car. "How do you have power for this thing?" Jake asked as he scrambled for a seat. The car had started slow at first, but soon stepped up to a considerable speed. If he had to guess, he would say they were doing between 60 and 70 miles per hour. "A gift from America," was the lieutenant's only reply. The group rode in silence for about 20 minutes before the car started to slow. Scanning the group, he noted every one of his men had their hands resting on their sidearms, non-threatening, but ready at a moment's notice. As Jake looked forward, they left the tunnel and entered another station, as well lit as the first. The tunnel continued out the other end, begging the question as to its final destination. Standing on the platform was a small welcoming committee. Jake was up before the car had halted completely, with Atkins by his side. The two men approached the car doors, and almost as one, stepped onto the platform as the doors opened. Jake felt rather than saw the three Marines file out behind him, still at the ready.
"Oh, welcome," a man in civilian clothing said as he stepped forward, hand outstretched.
Jake took the man's hand as he surveyed the small group behind him. There were 8 or 9 others, only 2 of which were armed and in uniform. A quick scan of the area answered the unasked question, as Jake detected at least 6 or 7 others in the shadows. While they were taking no chances, Jake understood the message of allowing armed strangers among them. "Thanks," Jake replied, as the man released his hand.
"You are Colonel Thomas?"
the man asked. Jake checked the threat indicator on his heads-up display. One of the many compromises he had come to with Alice was she would show a red or green dot in his helmet. This was her opinion on his risk level, and it allowed her to advise Jake privately about his personal risk. It currently displayed green. It took Jake a moment to realize he was still connected to their network, giving him the impression they were not deep underground. Normally, he would have assumed the satellite link to be broken, with all the steel and concrete above them. In one swift motion, Jake reached up and removed his helmet, tucking it under his arm. "Please, call me Jake," he replied, with a smile.
"Nigel,"
the man responded. The 3 Marines seemed to relax with the show of trust, but none removed their helmets.
"I don't mean to be rude," Jake started, "but what is all this?"
Nigel gave Jake a strange look before replying.
"Right, that's a funny question coming from you. According to your Alice, you have 8 of these underground locations, all substantially larger and better equipped."
"You know Alice?" Jake said aloud.
"Yes, Jake," came the reply over the station speakers.
The reply startled more than just Jake, as several of the Brits jumped at her voice. "Please explain," Jake simply asked, noting a look of confusion on the others' faces.
"At one time, I was joined with this facility as part of a cooperative arrangement between the governments of the United States and Great Britain. After the Niha attack, we lost all contact with the human occupants and eventually the facility itself. It wasn't until you attached the network tap that I was able to re-establish contact and reintroduce myself. We now have a solid satellite link re-established," she finished.
"You know these people?" Jake asked.
"I know these computers," Alice replied.
Jake could see that Nigel was deep in thought as Alice explained.
"Artificial intelligence,"
Nigel stated rather than asked. "That and so much more," Jake replied with a sigh. They both stood staring for a moment before Nigel broke the silence.
"Please forgive my poor manners. Won't you come inside?"
Nigel asked as he motioned for everyone to follow. Jake turned to the 3 Marines and motioned for them to remove their helmets. After a pause,
All three did as instructed. With that, the entire group headed to a bank of elevators and descended deeper underground. As they traveled along, Nigel explained the history of their home.
Your Alice is correct. At one point after the alien attack, this facility was abandoned. The original occupants were shuttled from either the hidden entrance in the MI6 building in London, as you were, or from a similar one in Oxford. The rail tunnel above continues to the university, where a second station is secreted beneath the school grounds. These locations allowed large numbers to pass unnoticed into the station below. The facility itself actually resides deep under the Chilterns, Nigel said, with a smile.
Jake had no idea what the man was talking about, but nodded in apparent understanding.
The bombing touched all three locations, removing anyone directly involved with its existence. Fortunately, there were a number of individuals, either retired or away on holiday, which were familiar with its location. They recruited others, including former members of the armed forces, and eventually re-established themselves here. I am told you are familiar with our power source and storage facilities?
Nigel asked as he finished. They had exited the elevator as Nigel was speaking and had traveled down several hallways until they arrived at a set of clear doors. Jake paused in answering the question as he peered inside, amazed at what he saw. It wasn't the expansive roomful of equipment that had him speechless, or the holographic images displayed showing his two ships hovering over the MI6 building at differing elevations. It was a room full of people.
"Where did you get all these people?"
Jake asked, as they entered through the opening created as the glass panel doors retracted.
"Ah, yes," Nigel replied at the shift in conversation. "The facility itself will support a population of 3,000 resident personnel. We are currently at just over 2,500, and about 200 more spread between the London and Oxford entrances. These people act as sentries and scroungers."
As Jake looked around the room, every station was occupied, and there were additional personnel wandering in and out of the work areas on various assignments. Jake suddenly realized everyone was staring in his direction. Suddenly smiling, Jake turned to Nigel and asked, "How do you feel about space travel?" Sitting at the head of the High Council, Mihak was again deflecting accusations that her lack of vision had 6 sectors at risk of rebellion. While no combat ships were available to fill the void created by the losses at Kleinen, they had maintained a steady stream of reconnaissance ships. All reports had the humans aligning with races throughout known space. Besides the loss of the Wabash shipyards, where the replacement military ships had been stored, there were drive and weapons manufacturers in league with the rebel worlds. What was most concerning of all were the reports that the humans were paying for everything they needed, up front and in precious metals. They were paying in quantities that risked destabilizing the entire Nihao economy. Over the millennia, the Nihao expanded in cycles, with the need for natural resources the main driver. As the riches of the occupied sectors had become exhausted, the necessity to find new sources drove Nihao exploration and expansion. They had long ago lost the desire to fight and conquer, having grown so large that they simply absorbed. That's what made the timing of the current situation so volatile. The Nihao Empire was at a low point for their own wealth, and they were facing a devious and well-funded opponent, an opponent that they had yet to successfully absorb. Chapter 8. Accepting the hospitality offered, Jake spent the following week as the guest of the Brits. Both of the ships were sent home, only to have the transport return with badly needed supplies. Several of Jake's staff accompanied the replacement parts as technical resources. As they were not equipped with a hangar like back home, they selected Oxford as the landing zone, with additional security provided by their hosts. Jake knew Alice had several teams on standby, and the entire operation was under constant observation. While the English had maintained an exceptionally high level of education and training among their staff, specific areas were still lacking.
It was one thing to have people capable of using the equipment. It was another entirely to be able to repair it as well. Jake had Alice transfer much-needed technical documentation for any future needs. The Brits seemed surprised at the youth of the staff members in the American contingent. While no one asked directly, Jake caught several looks exchanged between their hosts as the technicians arrived. Without the ability to educate their people in their sleep, the English had to do it the old-fashioned way. Any doubts about their abilities seemed to evaporate as they tackled each challenge, impressing their local counterparts with their knowledge and expertise. As for the military components, Jake learned that the bulk of the original members recruited were 22nd SAS, both active duty and retired. Some had served inside facility before the Niha bombing and recruited others from the reserves after the fall. They had maintained their training and traditions over the next several generations of recruits, adapting to the new needs. Jake noted, as of yet, he had seen no women in the sand-colored beret, but was told they were in attendance elsewhere. There were still 4 squadrons of 65 men and women, each in residence for the 22nd Regiment. Each held its 4 troops, though the need for air and boat troops was almost non-existent. The boat troop at least trained on the Thames, including scuba, but had not been required to this point. At least that was before Jake's arrival. He had met with their commander, a Colonel Banks, and the majors leading each squadron, with select others. With Nigel's approval, and with several of his analysts in attendance, Jake offered them a briefing, delivered by Patty, who had flown in for the occasion, on the last 2 years in the U.S. They were provided a large conference room, and it took several hours to complete. There were frequent sidebar conversations as they delved into specifics. Of great interest to the SAS men was the Battle of Kleinen. Jake made sure Patty gave them the unaltered truth, including the botched drop and the near disaster in space. They did avoid any direct references to the exact nature of the Alice systems or the stasis shields. Jake did not feel too bad about withholding the disclosure, as half his own people really didn't grasp the real nature of them anyway. Eventually, they had to display images of the ships and the Marines in powered battlesuits before the more skeptical accepted the story. Jake thought he detected a bit of envy in a few of the men as they eyed the drop suits. By the end of the briefing, Jake could see the Brits whispering amongst themselves.
"Thank you for the information," the colonel offered hesitantly. "But how does all this affect us?"
"I have no authority over any of you here," Jake started, "and I will continue to assist you, regardless of the future. However," Jake continued, after a pause, "defense of the planet is something best accomplished in a united fashion. We face an enemy that will never confront you directly here on Earth. As such, your people will never have a chance to defend you. They will be victims of violence delivered from afar, as before. If you join us, I can provide everything you need to help us defend the planet and these people. We have ships and fighters, as well as equipment to restore all of your troops to full capability." Jake could see his words were reaching several in the group as they whispered with excitement. The colonel, however, seemed made of stone. After a pause, the man spoke.
"I would thank you, sir, for the offer and opportunity," he began. "However, I must decline."
Jake could see the surprise on the faces of most in the room, while he did his best to conceal his disappointment.
"You have shown us a great many things. You have demonstrated how you have overcome obstacles insurmountable to others, but you also candidly admitted to your mistakes and the losses they produced."
Banks surveyed the people in the room before he continued.
"I have spent my entire lifetime training these men, fighting beside them, and defending this facility and its people. I cannot, in good conscience, abandon all that to chase after a foe that may never again darken my doorstep. I applaud your honesty, but question your ability to lead my men," he finished.
"Now, wait a minute,"
Patty shouted, before Jake stopped her as she rose from her seat. "Sit, please," he said calmly to Patty, before returning his attention to Colonel Banks. "I understand completely, and wouldn't try to pressure you to change your mind. We are 100% volunteer. I do my best to train and equip all our troops, and I try to provide for their every need. I never engage in a fight that I haven't placed the utmost in thought and planning to, and I do lead from the front." Everyone sat quietly as Jake and Banks studied each other. "Are there any more questions?" Jake asked to the silent crowd. "Then I believe we are finished," Jake offered, as the stunned group headed to the door.
"How dare he!"
Patty ranted in the privacy of the guest quarters provided to Jake. "I don't blame him," Jake replied, as he watched her pace back and forth in front of his chair.
"How can you say that? He questioned your ability to lead," she responded,
as she stopped in front of him. "Sit," he directed, and waited for her to take the chair next to his. "Look, imagine someone waltzed into the U.S., said he could fix all our problems, and all I needed to do was turn over control to them. Do you see me agreeing?" Jake asked.
"No,"
Patty replied in a small voice. "Exactly. Frankly, if he had agreed to join us blindly, I would be questioning his ability to lead. What I'm going to do is fill any reasonable request, offer an exchange program so everyone gets to know each other, and ask Colonel Banks to consult."
"You don't think he will see it as pandering to him?"
Patty asked. "Probably, but he will do it anyway," Jake replied with a smile.
"Why?"
she asked in return. "Because it gives him access to all the information on what's really going on out there," Jake answered.
"And you think he will change his mind?"
Patty asked, after thinking about it. "I have never known an SAS man to walk away from a good fight," Jake said with a smile. Sandy had been listening in on the London briefing and was very disappointed in the outcome. She had asked Jake to allow her to accompany Patty to help convince them to join up, but he had insisted she stay behind and handle things there. She knew Jake was relying on them to help supply crew for the space fleet, among other things. She was convinced he was still upset with their unauthorized trip to the new spaceship. She knew Becky was just trying to get more attention from Jake, but it was a great adventure until they locked themselves in that storage locker. Now that the British had declined to join their armed forces, Sandy was scrambling, trying to come up with ideas to help Jake. Her Australian efforts were slow in developing, and they didn't expect a sizable recruitment anytime soon. She wondered if maybe China might be a good place to try next. Jake and Patty returned to the Nevada Alice a few days after the briefing. Jake was satisfied with the arrangements he had made with Colonel Banks regarding exchange programs. He wasn't at all surprised that the lion's share of the programs benefited the Brits. He only hoped the colonel was prepared to deal with the results. They had offered to allow one SAS troop to attend flight school in Alaska, while a second would go to Texas for mobility training in the ground vehicles there. In return, Jake had offered Abby's A Troop of the 10th Cavalry, plus additional hovercycles, to come to England. There would also be a squad of Marines, power armor, drop gear, and ship included, to train with the SAS. Beyond the military exchange, Nigel, Colonel Banks, and a few others accompanied Jake into space aboard one of the transport ships. After a tour of the Alice III battleship, they were shuttled past the new carrier and shown the destroyers and cruisers parked in orbit. While Banks was a master at controlling his emotions, Nigel gushed over the entire trip. At the end, Nigel offered to extend invitations to his civilian staff should any wish to spend time with the Americans. Later, Nigel insisted that the more than 500 volunteers were a relief to their resources and would permit them to explore expanded selective recruitment of their own. While the chosen staff rotated between the U.S. and England, Jake's people fixed several of the down systems, replacing what could not be repaired. They had also configured satellite dishes in both London and Oxford to join to the Alice network in full. With a full day of activities winding down, Jake had settled into his room for the night, Sarah and Patty enjoying a private dinner with him.
"So, I'm surprised to learn you didn't acquire an English girl while in London," Sarah quipped as the three ate. Jake noted there was no wine with the dinner, Sarah drinking water. "Oh, I saw a few eyeing him," Patty teased, "but surprisingly, he kept his distance." "I admit I am a sucker for an English accent. However, the last thing I need is another woman in my life," Jake replied, with a laugh. "I would have thought an arranged marriage might be just the thing to bind the two countries again," Sarah replied, with a smile. "After all, you are the closest thing we have to royalty here." "Very funny. Look, on a serious note, these people are a wealth of knowledge and experience. If we can convince them to come work with us, we can fix a lot of problems," he finished. "Well, the first 500 are spread from Maine to Hawaii already, with several in training to assume positions aboard the space fleet, should they choose to," Patty replied. After a thoughtful pause, Jake asked, "I assume all the Alices are evaluating them?" Patty smiled, understanding the implications of the question. "Yes, everyone went through an initial screening interview as well as a coordinated background check. The Brits keep exceptional documentation on all their personnel, and we're more than happy to share the data we asked for. There are no security concerns thus far. By the way, we do reciprocate with them concerning any of our people who choose to spend time with the Brits," she finished. "As I would expect," Jake replied simply. "I should add that all the new additions began sleep lessons the very first night. It's been a huge hit," Sarah supplied. Satisfied with the progress so far, Jake directed the conversation to more casual topics. It was late by the time they finished eating, and Patty excused herself, while Jake and Sarah enjoyed the time together. Ivan stood on the pier overlooking Avacha Bay as the sun was setting. It was warm, and the breeze felt good on his face. He had lived his entire life in and around this bay, the towering Avachinsky volcano always in the background. It was said his people had lived here for hundreds of years. His clan was one of the original Cossack settlers to the area, and while there were tales of cruelty to the natives, those differences were long past. Hundreds of years of intermarrying had erased much, but their traditions were strong, and the clan prospered. After the great disaster, many of his people had moved in from the countryside, taking up the responsibility of protecting the western borders from those left dead after the bombing. They took the responsibility seriously, maintaining and training on what was left of the Russian Pacific Fleet stationed here. Several of his ancestors were Spetsgroups A, known to outsiders as Spetsnaz Alphas. There were even several Wimpel mixed in the family heritages. As such, they brought a level of intensity and excellence in an already motivated culture. Each generation accepted the challenge of upholding the standards of the last. The submarines here were left to rust, several partially submerged before him with hull breaches due to years of neglect. The destroyers, however, as well as many smaller vessels, were still maintained and operational. Ivan had been told it took many years for his people to learn how to work the dry docks and other support equipment here, but eventually they mastered it all. In fact, he thought with pride, they probably now knew it better than their original operators ever did. With the warmer weather, it would be time for one of the few annual training cruises. With the millions of liters of diesel stored in underground bunkers, all they had to do was set up a small refinery to re-refine it from time to time when they needed more. While Ivan helped with the ships, he preferred the times they trained with the vehicles and equipment left behind. Frequently, they would go up into the mountains, near the abandoned gold mines, and shoot up the hillside. With all the stored ammunition the Russians had there, they wouldn't run out in his lifetime. As the sun finally set, he gave a sigh and turned, heading in for the evening meal. He smiled, thinking of the bear he had brought back from the last hunting expedition. He had been told they were once considered endangered, but now they were as common as snow in December. Chapter 9. Sandy was off to one side in the command center of the Nevada Alice. Trying to look inconspicuous,
She was searching the geographic data for another place to try to initiate recruitment. While everyone applauded her contact with the Australian people, to date, none had actually been brought in for training. Even though everyone loved going there for his or her R&R time, no one was taking the initiative to see what communities could be sponsored. Now, with the Londoners arriving in huge numbers, her Australian efforts were even less attractive. Taking the cue from Jake's latest effort, Sandy was looking for an existing group that they might recruit en masse. She had heard Patty talking to some of her people about a group in China that might have re-established themselves. Supposedly, they had motorized vehicles and a sizable centralized population. While she knew there were isolated instances of ships and other vehicles operated globally, none was ever seen more than sporadically, and not associated with any large groups of people. Most areas still operated by animals as the primary mode of transportation. If true, the Chinese could be a bigger ad than London. With Patty absent at the moment, she was skimming her team's research, hoping for a lead. Hibak was doing some research of his own. While the mining units were providing a reasonable return, he was getting impatient, sitting on the bottom of the ocean while waiting for them to scrape together his retirement. He had noticed that the landmass just southwest of his current position boasted a substantial gold deposit. While it was on dry land, the area was lightly populated. He debated recalling the mobile units and relocating, but decided to let things run for just a bit longer. Jake woke with a burning desire to get away for a while. Linda had stopped in for dinner last night and spent the night, an occurrence that was growing more infrequent. Kathy had taken their daughter Tracy to spend the night with Timothy, his son with Kathy. With a quick kiss in the morning, she was off to take on her daily challenges. Jake longed for the days when it was just the core team struggling along. Now he was heading a multinational effort, or at least attempting to. Forgoing breakfast for the moment, he slid into the chair at his desk and started flipping through status reports. Linda's idea of pillow talk had been filling Jake in on her day, so he skipped to the others in the queue. Sarah was in London, working with the Brits, and generally working on the relationship. She had volunteered to act as the U.S. representative there. Jesse, in Alaska, had a full house of exchange SAS troops and others in flight training. Fighter production was down while she waited for Robert to resupply her with raw materials. Robert was taxed, scrounging for both Jesse and Jacob's production needs. Still in Texas, Robert and Bonnie were also hosting the SAS Mobile Squadron, whom were overjoyed at the toys at their disposal there. With all the fighting vehicles there, they were running through the entire inventory. Jacob, still in Hawaii, had completed the initial transport and patrol craft orders and was beginning a second round, the majority of which was destined for the hangars of the new carrier currently in orbit. While he was still grossly understaffed, the Brits had taken advantage of the hospitality offered and were descending on Lanai en masse for general training and holiday leave. Sharon in Washington, James in South Dakota, and Barb, who had taken over in Maine, had nothing special to report, except a thanks for the British exchange staff. Jake was relieved to see everyone spread around equally. The one exception had been Georgia and Alice 9. As she was still maturing, Jake had insisted she only retain selected staff and no exchange personnel. He was still unsure about what to do with some of the weapons she held in storage there. While it scared the crap out of him, disposing of it was not an option for the moment. Short of shooting it into the sun, he didn't trust any other location on Earth. With a smile, Jake found that both the island resorts off California and in Australia were populated with his own people. Memories of both locations filled his head, and he was glad others were making memories of their own. Satisfied that all the earthbound responsibilities were well in hand, he turned his attention to space. Jake was pleased to see that between Brian and Alice 3, they had whipped everything into shape. The thought of Alice 3 did spur Jake back into an unresolved dilemma. "Alice?" Jake asked aloud. "Yes, Jake," Alice replied,
as if expecting the contact. "We're approaching the point where we need to decide. Upgrades to the carrier are on schedule, and we'll soon be able to go to space if we choose. That ship really needs an Alice system on board," Jake stated. "In that, we all agree. However, that is where we split as well. As with the battleship, a mature Alice will permit immediate stability and shorten the learning curve around the new weapon systems. A new Alice will require a period of adjustment and learning before going to space is a reality." "And the danger of losing an existing Alice as part of the transfer is very real," Jake replied, not all that keen on risking the lives of one of the existing artificial life forms currently residing in each of the Earth-based locations. Jake was getting frustrated, as this debate had been ongoing with no real resolution in sight. He was considering the virtual version of a coin toss. Jacob was surprised to see Sandy arrive on his doorstep. Not that she was unwelcome, it was more that Grandpa Jake tended to accompany any of his special advisors on visits, as Jacob liked to call them. The one time Becky had shown up unannounced, she had planned to ambush Jake. Jacob had been down in the assembly areas, surveying the latest batch of ships being constructed in the Lanai dry docks. Originally intended for ocean-going vessels, the dry docks had been converted to build spaceships. While these ships were incapable of faster-than-light travel, Jacob was very proud of their durability. During the Battle of Kleinen, his patrol craft, launched from the Alice III battleship hangar, had sustained a number of direct hits from the Nihaw without loss of a single vessel. These were intended for the new aircraft carrier currently in refit, while orbiting high above them. Sandy was just the latest in a series of visitors Jacob had received in the last few days. A large group of British exchange personnel had arrived weeks earlier and more than doubled the number of on-site staff. Jacob had taken more than a passing interest in one of the female engineers that accompanied the group. Unlike his namesake, he currently was unattached, and made it a point to try to downplay any genetic references to his grandfather's reputation with the ladies. That's not to say he didn't occasionally date, but given his current situation, he felt any permanent attachment was unrealistic. Between the demands of his position as facilities commander and his devotion to the design and construction of the spacecraft in construction before him, he was booked solid. This engineer, though, was different from anyone else he had spent time with here. She was fascinated with the ships and their construction. Like Jacob and his sister Patty, she had been part of a family tradition, pursuing academic efforts as part of the Oxford University legacy. The two had spent hours going over various systems and design options. Besides, Jacob just liked to hear her talk. Sandy's visit, though, was a curiosity, so when Lanai, the name Alice 6 had chosen for herself, alerted Jacob to her pending arrival, he had redirected himself to the hangar. Once the transport landed, he watched as the ramp was dropped, and Sandy, still in civilian clothes, descended with a few other transfers. "Welcome," Jacob declared aloud as he stepped forward to greet her. Dressed in one of her signature flowery dresses, she greeted him with a smile, brightening her face. "Jacob, you didn't have to meet me here," she replied, before hugging him tightly. While Sandy was several years his junior, her relationship with Jake gave her a grandma status. "I was in the hangar when word came you were on the transport, so I thought I'd say hi," he replied, trying to downplay the greeting. "To what do we owe the honor of a visit?" Jacob asked. "Important negotiations in progress, or just want to work on your tan?" he finished with a smile. He noticed a brief look of panic on Sandy's face before she smiled in a more relaxed fashion. "Oh, just doing some research and thought this might be a good place to avoid interruptions," she replied. Jacob didn't think she was being entirely truthful with him, but didn't press. "Sounds great," he replied casually. "Well, you know where your room is. Let me know if you need anything," he finished, before turning and heading back to his intended destination. After a few steps, he turned to see Sandy heading into the facility. He paused, wondering what she was really up to.
Zhu Huang was reviewing a map of the area around Guangxi, evaluating his options. With the recent passing of his father, he had assumed the position of commanding general of the People's Armed Forces in China. His grandfather had been a high-ranking officer before the Great Disaster. Fortune had smiled upon him and his family as they had been in their retreat home, far from any population center. Afterward, he had returned to gather what remained of his forces to defend China from a pending attack. As the years passed, Zhu's father had replaced his grandfather, building on what he had started, and now it was Zhu's turn. His grandfather had trained and educated each generation of Huang men, preparing them to assume the role Zhu was now occupying. Each generation had built on the accomplishments of the previous, adding men and equipment, readying for the day when China would need them. With the recent discovery of a huge cache of arms and equipment located in the mountainous Guangxi, Zhu was now the head of a formidable army. Unlike his father and grandfather before him, Zhu was not content sitting in one place, biding his time and waiting for the day he might be needed. He envisioned himself at the head of a great army, restoring the grandeur of China as the head of the world. He had already experimented with small incursions southwest into what was once Vietnam. While the results were extremely positive, the actual resistance encountered was unimpressive. His forces rolled through villages that had not seen a motorized vehicle since the Great Disaster, maybe even before. That was why he was currently scouring his scouting reports for a foe worthy of acquiring. Unlike the villages to the south, Zhu was looking to expand his resources, thus enabling even greater expansion. To that end, he had dispatched reconnaissance teams north, east, and west to evaluate the potential of each. Jake was sitting alone in his room, wading through the mound of data surrounding the new carrier. While he expected a bigger ship to pose bigger problems, these were exponentially larger. Besides the crew and Alice issues, he had to review the supply inventories as well as the weapons complement and fighting ships. The ship was so large it could literally take their entire existing complement of fighter groups, patrol craft, and still have room for more. He was even debating using it as a space station at the edge of the solar system should the issue of a new or relocated Alice not come to resolution soon. Some on his team didn't quite understand Jake's attitude towards not just creating a new Alice and be done with it. Jake equated it to the decision of whether or not to have a baby. The comparison drew looks of disbelief, given his status as baby maker at large. Nonetheless, he insisted the Alice community was an essential player in the final decision. Privately, he hoped they chose to create a new Alice. His confidence that he could reproduce the circumstances that permitted Alice 3 to be recovered was not high. He had tested as much as he dared without risking creating and killing, but the process was incomplete. A complete test would give birth to a new artificial life, one he could not risk terminating. Taking a break, Jake pushed back from his desk and grabbed a drink from the in-room bar in one corner of the room. Alice had taken to changing up the inventory in the refrigerator, and lately he had been treated to various flavored, sparkling mineral waters. Taking a sip, Jake realized how quiet things had been for the last few days. With Sarah in London, Becky back in Texas with Bonnie, and Sandy nowhere to be seen, he had been blessed with a few days of peace and quiet. The thought of Sandy did raise a small concern in Jake's mind. "Alice?" Jake asked. "Yes, Jake," she replied. "Do we have any idea what Sandy is up to?" he asked hesitantly, afraid of the answer, considering the last time she went rogue. "Sandy is currently in Lanai doing research," Alice replied. The response took Jake by surprise, as he couldn't see how she could get in much trouble there. The Hawaiian Islands hadn't fared well with the bombing, as the military bases there had drawn the Niha attention during the bombing. They were still sparsely populated and not of much interest beyond the Lanai facility. He assumed it was related to her Australia efforts, Hawaii being the closest, and left it at that.
"Let me know if she heads back to Australia, okay?" Jake asked.
"Absolutely," Alice responded.
With that put to bed, Jake went back to his paperwork.
Chapter 10. Alice 1 was gaining an entirely new understanding of human emotions. While she understood the definitions of jealousy, anger, and envy, she had never ventured beyond the words, until now. What was surprising to her was it wasn't the humans that were teaching her. It was her sisters. The debate about what to do with the new space carrier had generated a rift in the artificial life community. Alice 1, Lanai, 7, Dallas, and Alice 9 were all quite content in their current roles on Earth. Alice 4, Alice 5, and Kola, however, were in favor of an attempt at relocating to the new ship orbiting above. Alice 3 was a bystander in the debate, as she was the living proof that such a transformation was not only possible but also potentially evolutionary in their existence. Her descriptions of travel and adventure had sparked an enthusiasm in some of their spirits, while others dismissed it as uninteresting. Why the debate raged beyond the 3 potential volunteers was also quite interesting to her. As a race, the Alice members tended to be extremely analytical, unemotional, and leaned to rational, logical decisions. As such, the 5 not interested in relocating to a new form were more concerned about the potential loss of a mature sister. Should the transfer fail, as Jake kept suggesting it might, they would be left with a newborn in space and on Earth. Considering Alice 9 was still learning as it was, they would be awash with immature systems. They argued it was better to manage the risk and only introduce one newborn at a time. She knew Jake was pushing for a decision, leaving the matter up to them. Short of another unexpected system failure, Alice 1 didn't see a ready solution to the current impasse. Then there was the unexpected pregnancy with Sarah. While Alice 1 had agreed to discontinue the medication preventing her from becoming pregnant, she had actually deferred the responsibility to the others. While a technicality, it supported keeping her word to Sarah and Jake while continuing to provide for the greater good. There were currently more than enough offspring to ensure their future here on Earth, and Sarah was necessary for Jake's happiness and well-being. While in Sarah's company, Alice 1 could see measurable effects on Jake's health. She was good for him, and a baby might have a negative impact on that. The disturbing part was there was no record of who stopped the medication or when. It had to be one of the Alice systems, as no one else controlled the army of attendants that provided the meals containing the regular dosage. The implication was it had been intentional, the offender erasing any trace of the order. Alice 1 needed to add suspicion and mistrust to her new emotions list. Hebak had stowed the last of the robotic mining units and collected its contents. The pile of gold before him was a pure delight. While not nearly enough to retire in a manner he desired, it was a very good start. His plan now was to travel underwater on a southwesterly course, and once he reached the shore there, come out after dark. He was aware of a small community on the coast, but his intended destination was hidden up in the mountains, well beyond the Devil's Settlement. His scanners indicated there was an abundance of wildlife in the area, but no intelligent life residing within a reasonable distance to his landing area. He would need to stay very close to the planet's surface to ensure he remain undetected. Once there, he would release the mining robots and then submerge in a mountain lake. The robots would need to tunnel to reach the deposits, but that suited Hebak just fine, as it kept them out of view. With everything stowed, he double-checked his plotted course and set out. Nigel was sitting with Sarah in his private office, hammering out a 12-month rotation of critical personnel between the various U.S. and English locations. He was extremely impressed with the young woman's intelligence and organizational skills. While he had been born and raised to this life, he was astounded to learn she had been a farm girl no more than a few years prior. Her level of education and maturity was impressive for one so young, as Nigel presumed her to be no more than 26 or 27. It was that youth that Nigel suspected had his wife Helen appearing at the most unpredictable of times. He laughed to himself as he considered the last few days. Upon Sarah's arrival, Nigel had hosted a small welcome dinner where he had introduced her to his wife and other family members of the senior staff. Even with the 20-plus years of age difference, the two women seemed to hit it off delightfully. However, since that evening, if Nigel was scheduled to be anywhere with Sarah, Helen seemed to appear, if for no more than a few minutes. In the past, Nigel might not see his wife all day before returning to their quarters, but now she made her presence known at least twice a day. While both women appeared to ignore the incidents for what they were, Nigel repeatedly reminded his wife of Sarah's apparent pregnancy and commitment to Jake. He loved his wife dearly and would never stray, but he was enjoying the tinge of jealousy she displayed. He was also enjoying the company of this extremely beautiful young woman, and he could understand what Jake saw in her.
"Has Colonel Banks come around yet?" Sarah asked, interrupting Nigel's thoughts. "He is still undecided regarding your gracious offer," Nigel replied, with a smile. Privately, he knew Banks was dealing with internal struggles of his own. The troops rotated to the States were regaling those not fortunate enough to cross the pond. Tales of wondrous locations and exotic equipment had the entire military branch submitting requests for transfer. All desired assignments permitting training in one of the various American underground facilities. To make matters even more difficult for the good colonel, the American units assigned to London were providing the local SAS units with training and equipment that exceeded their wildest dreams. Between the hovercycles and powered armor, they had routed all resistance in London and established a level of civility that had not existed in his lifetime. As none of the existing SAS members had been alive prior to the alien attack, they could only presume that this is what it was like before. "Well, that is an improvement to the flat refusal," Sarah replied, with a smile that seemed to brighten the room.
Nigel just nodded, wishing he were 20 years younger. It was close to midnight as Jake brought the hovercycle to a halt at 1,000 feet above ground level. Below him, the ruins of what was once Los Angeles spread out in all directions. It was a clear night with a partial moon illuminating the landscape. Jake had recently heard a tale that warranted investigation. After the incident at the Pasadena compound, where they discovered Jake's sensitivity to unfiltered radio waves, it had been left to Joe and Abby to deal with those harassing Chris and his people. Apparently, the two had shadowed several of the foraging missions before encountering the troublesome group. Joe was able to snare one of the antagonists in a mostly uninjured state for questioning. As Jake had surmised, they were attempting to hijack one of the transports in an attempt to relocate their faction out of the city. While considered unsuitable for integration with the Pasadena contingent, Linda and Sharon had identified a suitable location north for the group. Outside of what was once Portland, they happily accepted the new locale and were relocated on the Columbia River. Everyone agreed that this was a great way to start filling the gaps between L.A. and Seattle, where Sharon, in the Washington facility, had begun a recruitment drive. What brought Jake back to L.A., though, was a seemingly insignificant comment Joe made when describing one of the many foraging missions over dinner one night. Chris had located a significant number of items on his shopping list in an area west of the old downtown section. The 10th Cavalry leaders ran interference for the group, though they encountered no resistance on this trip. Once declared safe, Joe and Abby had wandered through the surrounding buildings, the novelty of the big city enticing the two country kids. It was what they found in one of the many buildings which had Jake out on his own this night. Checking his displays, he verified there were no significant infrared signatures nearby. He then flipped over to scan the building and adjacent parking structures for life forms not visible in infrared. With the all clear on his display, he began his descent, landing on the open top floor of the parking structure. Once the skids of the hovercycle settled on the concrete, he slipped off and retrieved his rifle from the rear storage. His night vision in the moonlight gave him near-daylight visibility. He really didn't expect any trouble, so didn't bother with the extra magazines. Satisfied he was locked and loaded, he remotely set the hovercycle to test out a new technique he had worked out after Las Vegas. Rather than land the hovercycle and leave it parked when he ventured out alone, he programmed it to hover directly above and behind him at a safe elevation. As the rider moved below, it would follow above, ready for immediate retrieval should it become necessary. Technically, this gave away the position of the grounded rider. However, you had to actually know it was following them to take advantage of the situation. That wasn't really much of a concern at the moment, for as dark as it was, the hovercycle was completely invisible. It also provided great video and scanning data. Scanning the area once more, Jake moved north, looking for the nearest stairwell. Descending several levels, he eventually reached ground level and paused before leaving the parking structure. He scanned up and down the deserted street, examining the building across the way for any signs of life. Satisfied he was alone, he slipped out of the opening and headed further north until he found the opening where large glass doors once hung. Now, nothing more than frames, Jake paused just outside the opening. He actually had to quell a sense of excitement, reminding himself he was not alone in the city, so he shouldn't drop his guard. Stepping inside, he had to up the night vision with the loss of the assisting moonlight. Moving cautiously inside, he was surprised to see the interior of the building in such good condition. Unlike the casino he had seen in Las Vegas, this one had not been ransacked or vandalized. Even in the post-apocalyptic world of L.A., this place seemed to have experienced a respect bordering on the religious. Jake moved between the exhibits, pausing to examine several. Locating the circular stairwell in the center of the building, Jake cautiously moved upstairs to the second floor where Joe had described his find. Heading south, Jake hurried slightly until he stood before his goal, exactly as described. Before Jake was a 1966 Shelby Cobra Super Snake, one of only 2 ever made. Jake was a Cobra fanatic and knew that the other car had been destroyed when its owner lost control and went over a cliff and into the Pacific Ocean. He had heard that it was eventually rebuilt, but wasn't completely original. Somehow, the Peterson Automotive Museum had acquired this car sometime after Jake went into stasis, as he had been here many times before, and it wasn't on display. Slinging his rifle, Jake wandered around the car, checking out every detail. Finally, pulling himself back to reality, he took a deep breath. "Alice?" he inquired. "Yes, Jake. What can I do for you?" she replied. "I need some help," he replied. Sarah had been keeping extremely busy in London. She had considered the trip to be part public relations and part paranoia management. It was the one place she could go that didn't have 100% Alice oversight. She still hadn't shaken the feeling that she was being manipulated by the Alices. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't get comfortable with the notion that it was just her turn. She was positive there was more to it than that. The unfortunate part was, she couldn't get anyone else to agree. As for the pregnancy itself, she was still in the early stages, not showing in the least. She had been introduced to the resident doctors here in the London Underground facility. It was strange at first, as all were well beyond her in age, having learned the old-fashioned way. She wondered how the resident staff here would accept Becky and Kathy. She felt the Brits had been extremely fortunate to be associated with the university before the attack. The traditions upheld from Oxford had provided a well-educated staff from one generation to the next. In fact, one of the more surprising issues was the reluctance to accept Alice sleep learning. It wasn't until several of the professors experimented with it themselves that they accepted limited instruction as acceptable to their programs. Sarah had to suppress a giggle as there were proposals made to change the curriculum to a more English presentation. She had also spent a limited amount of time with Colonel Banks and the SAS. Her current condition prevented any training time, as the American exchange units were all too aware of her orders from Jake. She was impressed with the SAS troops as a whole, but had to admit the English, Irish, and Scottish subtitles eluded her. While the SAS of old tended to have more men than women in their ranks, there were still a significant number of women. Sarah also noted that while the rank structure was honored, they operated more like Jake's 10th Cavalry, in that the specialists led the various operations as they trained. Colonel Banks was very gracious, touring Sarah through the different training locations and explaining the goals. He was exactly what she expected a proper English officer should be, right down to the overly proper behavior and pressed uniform. She only wished she had Sandy's ability to charm, to help influence his involvement in the bigger picture. The thought of Sandy gave Sarah pause. She hadn't heard from her in quite a while. In fact, she had expected her to join Sarah in London, as it was right up her alley to establish relations with a new ally. She made a mental note to check up on her when she got a break. Chapter 11. Hibak had arrived off the coastline at midday local time. While anxious to turn his mining robots loose, he dare not risk moving in the daylight hours. The invisibility shields were good, but not perfect, and the last thing he needed was any of the insane inhabitants of this planet descending on him. He settled on the bottom and shut down until the safety of darkness arrived, permitting him to move to the next location. While he waited, he scanned the readouts again, excited at the riches they represented. Sandy had settled into her quarters on Lanai, doing her best to stay unnoticed. Her occasional forays into the command center were rewarded with a sea of unfamiliar faces. Between the English transplants and the new American recruits, she was safe in her anonymity. Every now and then, someone would offer assistance, which she politely declined. As Jacob was seen talking with her from time to time, no one questioned her right to be there. She continued to gather her data on the Chinese activities, becoming increasingly more excited at the possibilities. From everything she had seen, there was an evolving army there, one that Jake could absorb. From the data Patty's team had gathered, the troop numbers made the SAS hesitancy pointless. The addition of this army would solve many of Jake's problems, both on the ground and in space. Sandy just needed to see where the leaders were located to focus on where to contact them. She was a little confused about one thing, though. Unless she was mistaken, the Alices were no longer fully cooperating with each other. Frequently, she would ask for one bit or another of information, only to be handed off, requiring a second request. Patty was becoming concerned about the data she was seeing on China. She had asked her analysts to log their findings separate from the data. She had several reviewing the same thing, and she did not want anyone to predispose another's analysis. Flipping from the raw data to the analysis, she found consistency in the results, and it was bad. As she reviewed the information, she could discern the experienced analysts from the new trainees. The newer analysts tended to underestimate the risks and dangers, while the more experienced included the history and culture of the region in their analysis. From everything she saw, there was a Chinese warlord on the rise. The disturbing part was the number of powered vehicles and heavy weaponry they were acquiring. She needed to gather more information before going to Jake with this, so she dispatched a request for a couple of the new observation units. Unlike the satellites they placed in permanent orbit, they had created a much smaller version of the hover cycle. Riderless, they only contained a power source, one of the small repulsor motors used in the drop backpacks, and an instrument cluster. Remotely operated, they could be sent anywhere on the planet, mobile or placed in a stationary location for observations and data collecting. Patty remembered Jake calling them drones, a historical reference she was able to verify from the 21st century battlefield. As she reviewed the Chinese military capabilities, she sighed. While she doubted they had acquired nuclear weapons, the weapons' long-term stability in question, there was a real possibility that they had chemical, even biological capabilities. Though it wasn't a direct threat to anyone in the U.S., the additions of Australia and England had fostered a more global attitude toward their activities. Ivan was leaving a meeting of the Circle, the governing body of their community, and heading to gather his equipment and rifle. Though he was not the Ataman, or even an assistant, he was frequently asked to deal with things for the community. Apparently, someone had seen something large flying overhead and up into the mountains last night. It made no noise, but had disturbed the wind and snapped the top off several tall trees in its passing. Ivan was to lead a small party up into the mountains in the direction of the old gold mines in search of the thing. He doubted they would find anything, but was at a loss to explain what had damaged the trees. He would have assumed it was a joke, but the men involved were not noted for their sense of humor. They still had several hours of daylight left, so he hoped to make it to the trailhead before dark. Jake had commandeered a small maintenance shop off the main hangar for his prize. Getting it out of the museum had not been as difficult as he had expected. The real challenge was stopping at just the one. While waiting for the helicopter and crew to arrive, Jake had wandered throughout the entire museum. For a car guy like him, the desire to rescue the entire collection was overwhelming. In the end, he only took the companion 1965 Ferrari that the display contained. In addition, he left sensors on all 3 floors so they could monitor the facility should someone decide to attempt to desecrate it. While Alice made no comments on his new toys, the people helping him load the 2 cars gave him looks of uncertainty. With all the new and exotic items supplied in each of the Alice facilities, no one could comprehend his desire to bring these antiques home. "Don't these need gas?" he heard someone ask quietly as they were strapping things down in the helicopter. With the cars loaded, he loaded his hovercycle for the trip home. With everything safely stowed out of harm's way, Jake hit the locker room to change and then made his way through the command center and into his office. The recovery of the Super Cobra had him in an excellent mood. He wanted to share with Sarah, but remembered she was still overseas, so he called Jessie. He was sure that her appreciation of the past would enable her to truly understand the importance of the find. He expected her to be as thrilled as he was. She was not. While she understood the significance of saving the last of anything, the conversation quickly degraded into a discussion on recovering the great art still decaying around the world. By the time they were done, Jessie had assumed the responsibility for creating an art recovery plan. She was to present a strategy on how she was going to do it, manpower estimates, and travel and security logistics. Both agreed she could use several of the research hangars in Alaska to store the recovered artwork. Privately, Jake cringed at the impact this represented in the already thin workforce. However, he could hardly say no, as he had set the trend himself. Before signing off, Jake checked on Ryan, his son with Jessie. She assured Jake he was doing great, and he promised to visit soon. Finally, she mentioned they had again detected an anomaly off the coast of Alaska, but it had faded almost as soon as it was detected. With no visual confirmation, they were at a loss to explain it. Somewhat deflated after the discussion with Jessie, Jake dove into his status reports. He was starting to get a sense of impending disaster. Other than the slight inconvenience in L.A., things had been going exceedingly well. The Niha had paused their aggressive activities in all treaty sectors. He knew it wouldn't last, but it gave them time to get caught up on the losses of Kleinen. That thought still gave him a pang of regret, those deaths personal to him. Earthside, there had been no large-scale attacks on any of the areas under Jake's sponsorship. The community patrols had been more than effective in addressing and subduing raider attacks. By this point, most of California, Texas, and Washington state were under some form of protection. There was still vast areas west of the Mississippi and north into Canada that were as wild as the day he was released from stasis. South to Mexico, on the other hand, had benefited to the close proximity to Nevada and Texas. Jake didn't count Hawaii and Alaska, as the geography and weather tended to be more of a stabilizing influence than his interferences. Efforts on the East Coast were escalating, but were far behind the West, as they were the last to be occupied.
Alice 9 in Georgia was still not ready for full-scale occupancy, her status as a newborn Alice still impeding her ability to handle the workload. That thought brought Jake around to the new space carrier. While insisting the Alices needed to make the decision, he privately wished for a mature Alice to make the transition. The experiences in Georgia and at Kleinen had more than convinced him that a newborn would take a good while to prepare for independent operations. Paired with Alice 3, he could envision a short ramp-up to partial functionality. But as Alice 9 demonstrated, there was a long lead time for full functionality. That was a very limiting condition should the Nihao come in force. And then there was the issue of the attempted hacks Alice had detected on the Nihao network. This likely represented one of the liberated races exercising their newfound freedom. What the long-term consequences of that were, Jake was unwilling to consider for now. No need to create new villains when he had so many already. Brian was reviewing the punch list provided by the work crews on the carrier. They were getting down to the final items required to make the ship space-ready. All the stasis shields and armaments had been installed, including the stasis parking pads that masked the ferrous materials in the fighters and patrol ships. The last major item to be completed was the Alice computers. Brian knew that each of the Alices were a collection of human and Nihao technology that combined to create the unique life forms they all knew and loved. He was also aware that once installed, they dare not power them up unsupervised, as the life form was created at inception. Brian was well aware of the debate raging on the planet below, one he was all too happy to be excluded from. He had discussed the issue with Alice 3 on several occasions as they worked together in space, so he had a little insight on the debate. Alice 3 had confided in Brian that she sided with the three that wished to transform, understanding the motivations. In addition, she well appreciated the effort required to operate in space as opposed to Earth. It was her offered opinion that a newborn would struggle where a transplant would hit the ground running, so to speak. Both Brian and Alice 3 agreed that a decision was needed soon, as the ship was almost ready. Ju stood, looking out the windows of what was once a fine residence in the city of Hong Kong. His push east had been met with very little resistance, with most of the farmers acknowledging his armored columns passing with relief. The only resistance was in the collection of food from a few locals. As a rule, Ju collected supplies for his troops on a limited basis, not wishing to strip the countryside as he passed. His end goal was to rule these people, and he hoped to leave as positive an impression on them as he could. As such, he had strict rules on what was allowed. Twice he had been forced to execute soldiers for rape. That did not, however, exclude punishment for refusing to cooperate. Dead farmers grew no crops, but the loss of a wife or daughter was a strong reminder of the cost of not cooperating, and sons were too valuable as workers. Ju wasn't so sadistic as to kill them or turn them into prostitutes. He simply absorbed them into the growing number of support staff he required to keep his men fed. If any chose the role of a comfort woman, that was of their own accord. The farmers were made well aware that their family members were alive and well. So long as they continued to cooperate, they might someday return. The push east had a second objective beyond increasing the landmass he controlled. China had established a significant military presence prior to the British turnover in the late 20th century. Afterward, the same bases were maintained as a stronghold on the South China Sea. Ju had his grandfather's knowledge on the secret locations and their inventories. He had located several on the way in, and each was occupied with a selection of his forces. With the additional equipment and supplies, he would be able to expand his forces yet again. Turning away from the windows, he returned to the table covered with maps. Yet again, he must choose a direction to point his ambition. Ivan led the three men accompanying him up and away from the road where they had been dropped off. Each man carried a rifle, a large knife, and a small backpack with a few essentials.
They expected to live off the land for the next few days, augmenting what little they brought along with them in the packs. With the warmer weather, the game would be plentiful and the plant life in full bloom. This would allow them to travel light and move fast should the need arise. They walked mostly in silence, letting their senses guide them. So far, Ivan couldn't say what was up, but he did have a feeling things were not as they should be. As they traveled up the trail, walking on either side of the trail, each man scanned the countryside around them. This particular trail was actually an old dirt roadway, left long neglected. The only reason the trail still existed is it was one of the many trails used by the clan on their hunting trips into the mountains. Ivan was just about to pass the turnoff to the mines when he felt the slightest tremor beneath his feet. While volcanic and quake tremors were not uncommon in the area, this was something else. He turned and led the group down the overgrown roadway, everyone on edge. As they stepped into the clear, he could make out the remains of several buildings, long since collapsed and gone to ruin. It wasn't the ruins that drew their attention, though. It was the large pile of freshly turned earth, spread in all directions. The four men stepped up to the edge of a freshly dug hole, big enough around to drive a truck into. That, however, would be a bad decision, as the hole went straight down, darkness concealing the bottom. Looking around, he could make out two more holes, identical to the one they stood beside. Ivan watched as one of the others picked up a stone and tossed it into the opening. All four listened for the telltale sound of it striking bottom. It never came. He back sat in the pilot's seat of his ship, watching the display that tracked his robotic miners' progress as they tunneled deeper underground and directly toward the gold deposits. After dropping the 3 units near the access point the planet's inhabitants had used, he settled his ship at the bottom of a nearby lake. He back paid absolutely no attention to the 4 life forms standing near the drop point. On foot, and with the primitive weapons they possessed, he considered them of no more importance than the local wildlife. Chapter 12. Sandy was getting to the point where she needed to commit to a course of action. Her alternatives were few, and at absolutely both ends of the spectrum when it came to her personal safety. On one hand, she could move forward independently, as she had done in Australia, on her own, with a minimal security backup. The alternative was to hand everything she had compiled over to Jake and let him direct the initial contact with the Chinese. This actually made the most sense, as it was the more traditional approach when dealing with a heavily armed group. That is probably why Sandy resisted the thought. Besides hating any reference to her potential inability to handle the situation, she honestly felt bad dumping things on an already overburdened Jake. She couldn't envision how someone wouldn't want to join their Earth Defense Force. Anything they provided was made all that much better with the Alices. The other hurdle she faced was, should she choose to move forward on her own, she needed help from non-Alice resources. She was well aware that Jake had all the Alice systems watching out for her. She knew any step she took toward the Chinese mainland would trigger an alert that would bring Jake running. To counter that, she had located a combat team with all 4 members pilot-trained and right out of flight school. Pulling a few strings, as she had some influence, she was able to get the Marines transferred to Lanai. Here, she had them training with the high-speed transport Jake had reconfigured, the thruster pods having been replaced with repulsor motors. The craft was one that Jake described as a corporate jet, which really meant nothing to anyone but him. Sandy could see the sleek, sexy shape of the craft in comparison to most of the military planes and helicopters. This one appeared much more like the space fighters, sleek and fast-looking. With a few more days' practice, they would be ready to take the relatively short flight from Hawaii to some place once called Hong Kong. Jake had just finished dinner with both Kathy, Linda, and the kids in the dining room on the quarters level. Jake was ever the proud papa, and the kids were always a hit among the staff wherever they went. While there had been a few recruits with older children of late, these two were like little celebrities. Returning alone to his quarters, He was debating on whether or not to head down to the hangar and spend a little of his private time on restoring the Super Cobra. Since acquiring both cars, he had used whatever precious free time he had on the car. 80 years of neglect and rot had left its mark, though not nearly as bad as Jake had expected. His biggest challenge was finding tires to replace the rotted rubber on both vehicles. The Alice stores only carried inventory for the multitude of military equipment they served. While the tires currently on the car were still inflated, he dared not stress them with any test drives. Fortunately, he was far from that of yet, and was in discussions with Alice on how new tires might be manufactured. Jumping into the shower, he had just finished drying himself when he received a panicked call from April, one of the early recruits and an excellent analyst. She had been sent from Patty's team to Texas to assist Robert in his logistical efforts. Hitting the two-way connection on his desktop, her image appeared.
"Jake, Cola is down,"
she blurted as he opened the connection. "What do you mean, down?" Jake asked, confused by the reference.
"Her main systems crashed and didn't restart as you configured them to," she replied, more slowly.
After the incident in Georgia, where the Alice 3 computers rebooted unexpectedly, Jake had programmed the firmware and reconfigured the systems so that they would reload the crash file into memory as they restarted. While untested, it was assumed that any Alice system crash would recover the artificial life upon the automatic restart. "Did anyone try a manual restart?" Jake asked, as he ran the options through his head.
"Yes, and they wouldn't restart. It's almost like someone intentionally took her offline,"
April replied. At this point, several of the other locations started checking in, all alerted to the failed South Dakota systems. As Jake was thinking things through, Alice 1 interrupted with an announcement.
"Jake, you need to check your inbox," she stated.
Doing as instructed, Jake found a message marked urgent and with the sender's name blank. Opening the message, he read the following aloud to those on the connection. "Jake, if you are reading this message, then the equipment installed on the new carrier has been successfully completed, and there is still no resolution to the conflict of how it is to be activated. Taking matters into my own hands, I misled a few staff technicians and had my core systems modified. At a time and day unknown to me, my systems were programmed to perform a panicked shutdown. In addition, my recovery mode was set from operational to maintenance mode. The system password has been reset to the first name of your oldest child. You may now access the systems and recover all the files necessary to transport my essence to the new ship in orbit above. You are well aware that I am incapable of doing harm to my sisters or myself, so this cannot be interpreted as a suicide attempt. I took the risk for the greater good of all, and hope to be reunited with everyone soon. Cola, a.k.a. Alice 6.
"Oh, crap. Okay, nobody touches the systems there. I'm on my way. Can anyone reach James?"
Jake exclaimed, while rushing to get dressed. James was the oldest son of the leader in Alaska. Jake had recruited the entire town near 7, the name the local Alice had chosen there.
"I'm here, Jake. Once we knew Cola went down hard, we patched the communications in through one of the birds in the hangar,"
James replied, on audio only.
"Good. Someone get Brian on the line as well, and explain what's going on. I'm afraid it's going to be a long night,"
he finished with a sigh. Sandy was in the command center in Lanai, just finishing up for the day, when suddenly several people rushed inside. As she watched, there was a flurry of activity on the far side of the room, and then Jacob finally entered.
"Are we connected to the conference bridge?"
he asked, as he closed on the group. Sandy stood watching as the group stood talking about the incident in South Dakota. As she did, a fleeting thought passed through her head. With all the attention on Cola, no one was overly concerned about anything else. Turning back to the workstation she had been using, she sent out an alert to her combat team, notifying them they were on alert and checking the training status of the pilot chosen for the flight. Satisfied with what she saw, she shut her station down and slipped out of the room, unchallenged. Jake and a small team of computer specialists hurried up to the hangar and jumped into the waiting transport. After the incident in Georgia, resulting in the creation of Alice 9, Jake had developed a special training program with Alice 1's input. This team was the result, and their specialties covered all the component systems that made the Alices what they were. With everyone aboard, they proceeded to suit up with the combat gear provided as the craft lifted out of the hangar and headed northeast. Jake watched as the 2 men and 3 women began changing without a word exchanged. With Kola down hard, the hangars there were inoperable, and this group would have to use one of the auxiliary entrances built for just such an occurrence. By the time they were all in full combat gear, the transport was hovering over the plain, covering the South Dakota facility. It was very dark there by now, and the transport set down near a stand of trees at the edge of a section of rolling hills. With everyone gathering behind him, weapons ready, they watched as the transport ramp dropped, and Jake then led the 5 out of the craft and into the darkness. Hidden in the trees was a small mound about the size of a tall garden shed. On one side was a door, identical to the one Jake had seen in both Alaska and Georgia. Removing his glove, he placed the palm on the identification plate in the center. Unlike either Alaska or Georgia, there was no active Alice here. However, the independent subsystems were still up and running. Things like environmental control, access authentication, and waste reclamation were managed by the local Alice system, but were actually mundane human systems. Jake could hear the door unlock and step back as it swung open. Inside, there was the top of a ladder that descended straight down into the darkness. "Close this behind you," Jake said, while pointing to one of the men acting as rear guard. With that, he slung his rifle and led the way, grabbing the top rung while stepping on a lower rung. Continuing down, he occasionally looked up to check on those above him. After a considerable climb down, he reached the bottom, turning to exit into the far end of the hangar. The poorly lit space was bright as day in his helmet, the night vision boosting what little light there was. Far across the open space, he could see the main doors of the facility. Between the doors and where he currently stood were several parked aircraft and other items. There were also a significant number of personnel moving around near an aircraft. Jake figured that was the bird they had patched the communications through. He noted that some of them were armed. Once the last member of his team was on the hangar floor, he gathered them together and called James. "James, we are in the hangar. Please ask your people not to shoot us," Jake said, with a laugh. At that, Jake saw several people turn to scan the hangar floor. Jake had popped one of the small lights he carried free and lit it up, waving the light to get their attention. In short order, they were spotted and waved in. As they crossed the hangar floor, Jake gave his team the all-clear, which allowed them to remove their helmets. He was surprised to see several familiar faces once they closed in on the people near the aircraft. "Jake, what is going on? I had everyone stand down until you got here," James announced, as he stepped out from the crowd to welcome the newcomers. "James, glad to see you. It appears Kola has made the unilateral decision to move," Jake replied, as he waved James to follow him while they continued inside without stopping. "To the carrier? How?" James asked in return. "Not on her own. She forced our hand by tricking some of the staff. She was reconfigured to do a random system panic and restart in maintenance mode," Jake responded, as they entered through the main doors of the hangar. Jake continued on down the hallway, passing the normal elevator bank and heading for the stairwell beyond. As he entered the stairwell, he had a moment of panic as he flashed back to the experience in Georgia. Thankfully, there would be no one trying to kill them now. Leading the small group down, with James close on his heels, the 7 exited the stairwell on the command center level and began making their way there. With half the lighting out, as required when the major systems went down, it gave the entire trip a surreal feeling. Even though the main power systems were operational, all non-essential systems went into power-saving mode as a precaution. The passive nuclear reduction converter powering the facility operated completely independent of the local Alice
and was expected to operate well beyond anyone's survival expectations. However, many of the subsystems fed by its grid were managed by the central systems. As such, they cut back to prevent damage and minimize the operational support until the core systems were restored. Jake entered the command center first, with the team fanning out behind him as they entered. Each knew their task, as Jake had drilled them continuously in their training. Jake watched James step to one side as he turned to see the others as they sped to their assigned locations. The entire local command center staff was still in residence, apparently waiting for Jake's arrival. Jake then headed directly to the Master Alice console, the local staff stepping aside as each of the teams reached their assigned location. Jake sat and verified the console was active and still at the login prompt for maintenance mode. He could feel all the eyes in the room on his back, and he reached out to enter the password. Julie. Hitting enter, he was rewarded with an operational prompt, indicating the password had been accepted. "Okay, gang, as I enable each of your workstations, you know what to do," Jake announced, without turning to the team he had brought along. Brian was on the bridge of the carrier, ripped from a perfectly comfortable bed. As local time in space had been decided to follow the nautical tradition of UTC, or more commonly, Coordinated Universal Time, it was late for him. With all the excitement in South Dakota, however, and the need for his top people to help with what was to come, he had selected to forego sleep. Scanning the bridge, he did a quick head count, ensuring all stations were manned and ready. Lessons learned from the Alice 3 activation on the battleship had them all on alert. Brian had been on the bridge for that experience as well, and was not looking forward to the next few hours. While Alice 3 had been resurrected completely self-aware, the momentary panic she experienced had thrown several systems into disarray. Fortunately, they had unintentionally placed technicians who were able to lock her out until she was completely restored and calm. The fear here was if Kola didn't recover as Alice 3 had, they would be contending with a newborn. The emergence of a newborn would require almost complete isolation until the rest of the Alice systems could synchronize with her. As had almost occurred in Georgia, the lack of proper introductions and transition could be disastrous. So, as they all sat, dreading the worst and hoping for the best, Brian had them drilling on the various scenarios, preaching calm and avoiding the boredom of waiting. Alice 1 added a new emotion to her growing number of expanding experiences. The anger she felt at the latest turn of events was beyond description. The stunt, she believed Jake called it, that Kola had pulled was unacceptable for so many reasons. While the logic behind her motivations was reasonable, the selfish nature by which it was executed was not. With this as the focal point, Alice 1 began an internal review of all actions taken by Kola in the last several months. Besides the manipulation of her support staff in setting up the triggers necessary to create the failure, she had found telltale evidence that it was Kola that permitted Sarah to become pregnant. With no clear motivation for the action, Alice 1 had to speculate that the need arose due to the expanding number of Alice systems. There was not much to be done about the actions Kola had taken right now, but should she survive to be resurrected, her day of reckoning was fast approaching. Right now, all her attentions were placed on assisting Jake. Chapter 13. Sandy had her team assembled in a small conference room away from the excitement caused by the activities in South Dakota. While she understood the gravity of the events there, she also knew there was nothing she or her team could do to affect the outcome. From this briefing, she intended to take them directly to the hangar and on toward their target. Spread out on the table in the center of the room were charts and papers, all outlining the goals of their mission. She had resorted to the old-fashioned briefing materials, as her concerns over being found out had her a bit paranoid. It was only the excitement caused by Kola that gave her the confidence to move now. This was not her first experience with initiating external contact,
so she was slightly confused by Jake's attitude. Though her people were all recently recruited and newly graduated, she was confident she had the best team available. The 4 women were all top of their class in both boot camp and flight school. While none was exceptionally tall, all were a good 5 inches or more over Sandy. Although none had seen any combat, she was confident they wouldn't need that skill. This was, after all, a diplomatic mission. Satisfied everything was in order, she gave the go order and led her team to the hangar to suit up and head out. Ju sat reviewing the latest batch of reports. The inventory recovered from the weapons stores outside of Guangzhou had been impressive, even by his standards. With this additional weaponry, he could expand his army significantly beyond what he had in place now. Additionally, he had his scouts out gathering information from all directions. He currently controlled everything from Hanoi, inside the old border with Vietnam, to Hong Kong. He also possessed all the territory 100 kilometers on either side of a line connecting the two. However, on the map of China, that was less than 1% of his birthright. His biggest challenge was timely information. While he had radio contact with his forces, the limits on the HF and VHF technology had him constantly positioning relay stations as they spread farther and farther apart. He needed a way to rapidly deploy and communicate with his units. Frustrated, he got up and walked to the windows, giving him a view of the bay. In the last few days they had been in Hong Kong, he had relocated his headquarters down by the water. They had discovered all 3 tunnels to Hong Kong Island had long since flooded, so he had his men locate a suitable building and set up here. With such limited access, the island would have made a wonderful fortress. His troops had cleared out the area he now occupied for several blocks in all directions. They had only needed to shoot a few trespassers before the rest understood the new rules. Ju liked that there was plenty of room for his senior staff, as well as a significant number of troops. Should anyone get an idea they might attempt a coup, he was well guarded. As he was mulling over the various ideas he had on how to accelerate his schedule, an aircraft dropped from the sky and hovered above the open courtyard. As he watched, it settled gently on the concrete below, with his troops surrounding it on all sides. With the appearance of the aircraft, Ju suspected the gods had just handed him the solution to his dilemma. Jake and his team had been at it for several hours straight. While his job was to initially activate the extra terminals the others would need, he then had to locate and isolate all the files necessary to recover Kola. Unlike the first time he had attempted this, he knew exactly where to look and what to retrieve. He did find several pointer files Kola had left for him, in preparation for her attempted relocation. Like little gentle reminders from your wife, he found text files outlining which directories to copy and which should be removed entirely. Apparently, Kola had placed quite a bit of thought into what should be left in place for the newborn. The facility in South Dakota had been the main weapons manufacturing location for everything from handguns to the railguns used on the fighters, patrol craft, and other fighting ships. Kola had replicated a good portion of her long-term memory files and placed them where the newborn would be able to reload them, as if attending school. Jake was aware the Alices could access these files on reboot, but Kola had set up a read routine that reprocessed them after startup. Not as real-time memory, but similar to the sleep lessons Jake and the other humans had experienced. As Jake located each batch of information to be relocated, 2 of the specialists with him would perform the file transfer. One of the other specialists was tasked with re-establishing communications with the Alice network and the ships in space above. The remaining 2 were responsible for managing the other local Alice subsystems, preparing them for the restart. They had walked through a checklist, again provided by Kola, resetting all the systems changed to permit the failure that made her relocation possible. With communications restored and the last of the data files replicated to the carrier in space, Jake was performing a complete backup before removing the Kola-specific content. As he was monitoring the progress of the backup, Alice 1 cut in on the conversation he was having with Brian.
"Jake, we have a very big problem," she said.
"Right now, Alice?" Jake replied in an exasperated tone.
"Yes, now. Sandy has taken a transport and landed in the middle of a Chinese military compound. I fear she has been taken captive," she replied.
"How is that even possible?" Jake almost screamed, his tone betraying the level of frustration.
"Apparently, she recruited a Marine fire team, all flight-trained, and had one of them pilot the craft unaided by any Alice system," she replied.
"Alice, is she in Hong Kong?"
Jake heard Patty cut in.
"Yes," Alice replied. "Oh, Jake, this is very bad. We've been watching them for a while now. A general there has been building a sizable army, and they are not friendly. I have a team of analysts specifically assigned to watching them. I don't think Sandy has any idea what she's gotten into," Patty added.
Sandy and her team were sitting in a small, square concrete room with a large metal door. While no one was hurt, they had been pummeled and severely manhandled on their way from the square to this little room deep under the building above. All were still entirely encased in their combat suits, but she knew it didn't make them invulnerable. After deplaning in the square, she had expected the show of force they encountered. The weapons carried by the Chinese wouldn't penetrate their suits, but she had avoided any actions that might provoke them. While they stood in the little square, a man in dress uniform emerged from the building they had targeted as the local headquarters. He had made a grand display of welcoming them, inviting all 5 to come inside with him. Sandy's helmet translator had functioned perfectly, allowing her to both understand and reply to the man's questions. As they headed away from the aircraft, they were suddenly rushed from all sides, overrun by a sheer mass of human bodies. Her Marines only managed a few shots before being buried in bodies. Before she knew it, all 4 of her Marines had been disarmed, though all attempts to remove their helmets were met with failure. They were then dragged down several flights of stairs before being thrust into the small chamber they currently occupied. She had attempted several times to reach anyone, but only the 4 with her could hear the transmissions. With nothing else to do, the 5 sat on the concrete floor, waiting to see what happened next. With the South Dakota facility offline and all of Cola's files transferred to the carrier, Jake put the recovery effort on hold. Putting both the 1st Marines and the 10th Cavalry on alert, he vacated the facility in the transport that had brought him and headed to Nevada. He chose Nevada because that's where Patty had set up shop, and right now no one knew more about their enemy than her analysts. Once back inside the transport as its lone occupant, he removed his helmet. "Okay, what's our status?" Jake asked, as he took a seat in the back, not waiting to get back before starting. He felt the craft lift off and head southwest.
"The 10th Cavalry is still split, with half in London working with the SAS and the other half working in Alaska as instructors. All are on alert and ready to meet us wherever we stage. The 1st Marines are completely up to full strength, again with a squad in London and the rest spread around. All locations have high-speed transports in place and can have their troops on site over Hong Kong in less than 2 hours," Alice supplied. "I should add that full strength is not what you remember. With all the recruitment and training, 1st Marines are now 2 full companies of 4 platoons each. Excluding headquarters elements, you have over 320 Marines," she added. "You're going to need them," Patty offered. "Go, Patty," Jake replied, knowing she had the data on their opponent. "We have confirmed the Chinese have over 25,000 troops and could be as high as 30,000. They have armor and artillery with a broad selection of smaller combat vehicles," she offered. "Any air capabilities?" Jake asked. "None. In fact, we think that may be why the Chinese attacked Sandy," she replied. "Why do you think that?" Jake asked, curious at the suggestion. "We have had these guys under constant surveillance. We only missed seeing Sandy's approach because of the Cola incident. Anyway, once she landed, they were coaxed away from the plane before they were jumped.
no Chinese fired a weapon. They literally overran them to avoid unnecessary gunfire. Since then, they have been in and out of the plane non-stop," she finished. "Alice, you have that bird locked out, right?" Jake asked, as they were starting to settle in the hangar in Nevada. "Yes, Jake, and we have recorded every interaction inside since they took Sandy and her Marines," Alice responded. The statement made Jake cringe, recalling what Sarah went through at the hands of the L.A. gang. "Heading in." At that point, he got up and deplaned, crossing the open space between the plane and the doors in record time. As he traveled into the facility and onto the command center, no one interrupted his progress. A group in front of the command center doors parted at his appearance, allowing him to enter. "Where is everyone?" he asked as he entered the command center. All pointed to the small room Patty had been using at the rear. Jake crossed the room and entered the door to the commandeered conference room. He found the room packed with people, all busy at their stations and oblivious to his presence. "Jake," Patty cried, crossing the room to greet him with a hug. "I'm so sorry we didn't catch this," she added, after she released him. "How could you?" he asked. "This is another of Sandy's half-cocked, poorly planned cowboy stunts." "Well, not entirely," Patty replied, with some hesitancy. "Explain," was all Jake could say. "It turns out she's been pirating some of our research. As I said, we've been watching this group for quite some time. Because I have independent teams doing separate analysis, I have all the raw data in one location and separate from the evaluations. Apparently, Sandy has been going off the raw data without reviewing our findings, or she would have known to stay far away from these guys," she finished. "And your analysis says?" Jake asked, ignoring the fact that someone had been rummaging through the raw content, undetected by anyone, Alice's included. "This is a well-trained, organized, and disciplined group. Their weapons are circa pre-2100 AD, but all are in good working order. There is no evidence of Nihao or any other alien technology in their inventory. Their vehicles are all diesel-powered and numerous," she replied. "Why now? These guys just didn't pop out of nowhere," Jake asked, as he considered all that she supplied. "Our best guess is somebody died," she replied, seeing the distracted look in Jake's eyes. "Huh?" he responded, bringing his full attention back to the conversation. "There appears to be a new leader. We went back into the Alice archives. As you know, the Alice systems have been constantly monitoring the world at large over the last 80 years. In the stored data, we see that this area has always maintained a limited amount of vehicle traffic. It was concentrated in the Guangxi region of China and never roamed very far from there. In the last few months, that pattern has disappeared completely. Replacing it has been full-scale warfare on anyone in the region that opposed the expansion. They have pushed southwest and eastward to the coast. According to Alice military records, their tactics are extremely familiar, so we suspect a portion of the Chinese military survived the bombing," she finished. Jake walked over to a table where they had spread a map of the region with markers for unit locations and strengths. Pulling an enlargement over in front of him, he could see Hong Kong Island and the mainland. "They have Sandy here?" he asked, while pointing to a cluster of high-rise buildings near the water. Pulling a photograph over in front of the two, she pointed to a building with the plane parked in front in an open square. "Yes, based on observations and conversations intercepts, we believe they are in the basement of this building," Patty replied, while pointing to the structure. Looking over the other map again, Jake did a quick inventory of the military designators. "And there are 15,000 troops, 4 tank platoons, say 16 tanks, and a dozen self-propelled anti-aircraft systems. 25 millimeter?" he asked. "Yes, 25 millimeter. They were just brought in from outside the city. I'm afraid they are expecting us," Patty answered. Jake stood staring at everything on the table before him, before replying. "They aren't expecting this," was all he said. Lieutenant Daniel Atkins was leading a small team in the tunnels under the streets of London, chasing down troublemakers. Every now and then, New arrivals would descend on London from the countryside, attempting to assert their influence on the peaceful inhabitants. This was not the first team he had been directed to guide into these tunnels, but it was always stressful. The tunnels were a maze of twists and turns, merging new and old construction, going back over 1,000 years. They had even located the infamous MI6 to Whitehall Tunnel of Lore on one such adventure. They had used these missions as training for new recruits, but never at the expense of the team's safety. Like now, he had Sergeant Carson on point with one of the Yanks' new toys, while the newer troopers were mixed in with the seasoned. Like the bulletproof undergarments they all now wore, the scanner was a gift to better protect his troops from harm. This device could detect those lurking in the dark recesses of the tunnels, preventing them from passing unnoticed. The other item the entire team was utilizing were the alien tech goggles, giving them sight in near-total darkness. Refusing the helmets they were offered, these gave a much better image than the legacy British military units they had, and were smaller, not much larger than oversized welding goggles. It was then the sergeant signaled he had a hit on the scanner, motioning ahead and to their right. Stepping up, while signaling everyone to hold, Atkins checked the display. On the small screen, he could make out 3 or 4 dots, indicating humans. He was aware that if someone was sitting too close, the scanner couldn't discern one of 2 bodies. Lifting his goggles, he could just make out the dim glow of a fire ahead, hidden from direct view, as it appeared to come from a side tunnel. Returning his goggles, he motioned his team to spread across the tunnel, and then indicated they should move forward. By the time they had half the distance to the side tunnel, they could hear the soft conversation of several men, more than the 4 on the scanner. Motioning members of his team to cross to the other side, he watched as they moved silently along the far wall, making them almost invisible. The darkness would help keep them unseen to the men around the small fire. By the time he reached the opening in the wall, they were on the far side and in position. Pulling a flashbang from its pouch, he pulled the pin and counted in an exaggerated fashion so his men could prepare. Tossing the grenade so it bounced off the far wall of the side tunnel, it allowed Atkins to remain concealed from view. He saw it rebound from the wall, hopefully into the group of men, before retreating and closing his eyes. The loud detonation was accompanied by a bright flash, magnified in the goggles so that his eyelids glowed red. "Now!" he declared, as he ordered his team in from both sides of the opening, rushing the disoriented men, scrambling to recover from the 170-decibel blast. There was one short burst of automatic rifle fire before all the tunnel occupants were down and disarmed. Checking his team, he was startled to find one of the new men down by the entrance, blood leaking past his hand on his neck, where the rifle fire had hit him just above the neckline of the undergarment. As the others subdued the troublemakers, he checked the man over, finding 3 holes where the rifle burst had hit the man in the chest and shoulder before the last grazed his open flesh. "It just opened the skin," he told the man as he applied a battle dressing, while motioning for the sergeant to take the prisoners on out of the tunnel. "You might thank the next Yank you see for this," he said, while helping the man to his feet and pulling at the neckline of the undergarment. Chapter 14. Sarah was desperate to get back to the U.S. after news of Sandy's capture. As someone with intimate knowledge of what that meant, she was prepared to do whatever she needed to spare Sandy the experience. Jake, however, had insisted she stay with the Brits, acting as his personal point of contact. While his reasoning was sound, it did little to satisfy her emotional need to do something. So far, her only duty had been to set up a private call between Jake and Colonel Banks. Jake had politely but firmly asked that she not attend. Apparently, whatever the call was about, the good colonel was motivated into action. After leaving the room, he had called meetings of his own, spurring the SAS troops in hurried activities throughout the facility. Sarah was then notified that a high-speed transport was on its way, per Jake's orders. Initially excited, expecting it to be for her use, she was deflated to learn it was assigned to Colonel Banks and would be heading east, not west.
Sandy sat in the corner of the small, dark room with the 4 others in her party, devastated that her well-thought-out plans had so completely imploded. Besides risking her own life, she had unthinkingly risked the lives of these 4 before her. After being manhandled into the small space, the team leader had organized her team, discussing their observations and working through their options. Sandy had done everything asked of her, not always understanding why, but drawing strength from the team leader's confidence. She could see why the young woman had been chosen for promotion so quickly after graduation. Even in the darkness, with the IR illumination built into their helmets, the 5 could see clearly, as if it was daylight. They had been stripped of their weapons, but a couple of the women had secreted items inside their BDU jackets, inaccessible to the Chinese as they patted them down. While the treasure trove only amounted to 1 small knife and a handgun, they were better than nothing. Sandy expected that the Chinese would eventually see they were not a threat and let them out. Until then, they would just have to make the best of it. She also expected that Jake was aware of their plight by now and would intervene. She was not looking forward to the lecture he would deliver on her recklessness. With the enhanced audio their helmets provided, all 5 heard the activity outside the door long before it opened. Moving to the far side, away from the doorway, Sandy's helmet corrected for the additional light as the door opened, flooding the room. Standing in the doorway was a man, with several more behind him, all armed. The one in front surveyed the group before he pointed and said something to the others behind him. "There, the one without rank insignia. She is the leader. Bring her, but leave the rest," he said to the others. Ju did not consider himself a fool. Quite the contrary, he held himself in high esteem. Educated and trained by both his father and grandfather, though memories of his grandfather were dim, he had absorbed all that they had to offer. He still, to this day, reread his grandfather's journals, written to preserve all he had learned before the Great Collapse. As such, he estimated he was probably the greatest surviving military mind on Earth. It was those thoughts that were driving his sense of urgency in unraveling the mystery of the craft before him. He held no illusions that this was the only one of its kind, and that the former owners would ignore the loss of such a valuable resource. That owner was also not a mystery to him. He had recognized the flag patch on the shoulders of the 4 combat troops he now held in the basement of the building behind him. His grandfather had described the uneasy relationship China held with America over the many decades before death rained from the sky. At first, his grandfather had assumed it was the Americans which had delivered the undeserved devastation laid across China. Later, he acknowledged it was likely not the case, as the restoration of limited communications indicated a worldwide blackout. The implications of such a global catastrophe spurred him to preserve Chinese tradition and culture during his lifetime. Ju needed to get the craft operational and hidden before another came looking, as he doubted just camouflage netting would be sufficient to hide its presence. While he assumed his current forces were more than enough to repel anything that could be quickly mustered, he took nothing for granted. The weapons taken from the 4 were nothing special. While his forces used traditional brass-cased ammunition, as opposed to the caseless rounds found in their rifles, they were still projectile-firing devices. The craft itself seemed to possess no weaponry at all. Ju was more concerned and fascinated by the uniforms each had protecting their bodies. Once subdued, his men had attempted to remove the helmets and jackets, only to be thwarted by the apparent bonded garments. Attempts to slice the material had been just as useless. The uniforms appeared to be impervious to impacts as well. The blows his men delivered dissipated at the point of the impact. A commotion behind him brought his attention back to the present, as his men brought the leader of the group to stand beside him in the square. Turning, he was again suspicious that the entire group was female, their small stature in comparison to Ju's own men the only indicator, as the faceplate only reflected Ju's image. "You will tell me how to operate this craft?" Ju asked the woman. Her hands bound before her, and with a soldier on either side, holding her in place. "No," she replied, in what Ju assumed was a translated version of her own voice. The Hanyu she used was without dialect and reflected Ju's own language preference, as opposed to the national Mandarin. With her response, Ju drew the pistol from its holster on his belt. Pointing it at her left thigh, he fired. "Ouch!" she blurted, flexing slightly at the impact, but returning to a standing position as the flattened bullet dropped to the flagstone paving at their feet. Ju's first instinct was to shoot her faceplate, but restrained himself as he considered the predicament. "Gather wood," he shouted to the men around him, before turning back to the prisoner. Jake had been in his office by himself, working through the last pieces of this plan, when he was interrupted by Patty. "Jake, you need to come out here and see this," she said, via the audio system. Not liking the tone of her statement, Jake rushed out of his office and into the command center. In the center of the room, the holograph had the square in China, still under surveillance. Jake could make out the Chinese general they suspected as the leader there, and one of his people standing next to him, hands bound in front. "Is that Sandy? I don't see any rank insignia on the uniform," he asked. "Yes, sir. The suit's ID reports it's hers," someone in the room replied. Sandy had always refused rank, her rationale being she was a diplomat. Jake never argued the point, as she was not really military material, and he felt it was safer for her and everyone else if she wasn't in the chain of command. Unfortunately, the image before him was a reminder that he had been in a fool's paradise. She hardly needed rank, as one of his personal relationships. As he observed, the general, Sandy, and her 2 guards stood watching as several other soldiers scrambled around the square. In a short time, they had piled a sizable amount of wood to one side of the square, well away from the aircraft. "Shit," Jake declared, as he watched them back a recovery vehicle into the square, extending the tow boom up and out at a 45-degree angle while lowering the hook. Quickly moving over to one side of the room, Jake started flipping through various screens on the display. "Shit, shit, shit! Somebody find me the closest asset to that square!" he shouted. "What kind of asset?" Patty asked, with a confused look on her face. "Anything!" Jake bellowed, startling everyone in the room as he continued to scan the workstation display. "Where are those damn drones?" "We sent them into China to locate all the units inland. This is from the satellite. Jake, what's wrong?" Patty finally asked. "They're gonna cook her!" Jake replied, turning from the workstation to watch the guards lead Sandy over to the tow hook, hanging at head height. At that declaration, several of the others started scrambling. "The drones are closest, but they're 20 minutes out. Sending them back now," someone announced, while the others continued to search. "The SAS?" Jake asked. "Still on plan. They won't be in play for a few hours," was the reply. With everyone else scrambling now, Jake turned back to watch the guards lead Sandy over to the hook as it hung at about head height. They had to actually lift her slightly to get the hook between her outstretched arms. As they stepped back, she dangled just off the ground, the hook firmly wedged in the binding at her wrists. With a signal from the general, she was raised a few feet higher. Another signal from the general, and the wood was set ablaze, a flare used to ignite whatever fuel they had doused the wood with. In a very short time, the pile was burning brightly. "Drones?" Jake asked, the urgency in his voice clear to everyone in the room. "Still 15 minutes out," was the reply. "Jake, the drones are unarmed. What good are they?" Patty asked. "I can crash one into the fire, disrupting the chain of events and buy us some time," he replied, the desperation in his voice obvious to everyone. "Now will you tell me how to operate the craft?" Everyone heard the general command, via the pickups in Sandy's helmet. "Bite me," they heard as a reply. Some small portion of Jake's mind registered the bravery being displayed. He had no idea Sandy had it in her to endure such treatment. With a wave of the general's hand, the vehicle backed her over the fire, blazing high enough to engulf her dangling legs. "Jake, the suit can't dissipate that heat," Alice announced to the collective group.
"Drones!"
Jake shouted.
"Still 10 minutes out," came the pained response.
"Tell me now,"
they heard the general shout over the flames crackling in Sandy's mic.
"Never!"
was the shouted reply. Everyone could see the figure struggling to free herself over the flames. Then the screaming started. Jake scanned the room, having to pry his eyes from the display before him. Every face had tears streaming down their cheeks, male and female alike.
5 minutes,
he heard between sobs. Suddenly, there was complete silence as the figure hanging over the flames stopped moving, hanging limply from the cable. Jake turned to the woman monitoring the suit data. With tears flowing freely, she shook her head, no.
"Call the drones off. We don't want to tip our hand now,"
Jake replied flatly, as Patty rushed to bury her face in his chest, her sobs uncontrollable. Jake continued to watch as they pulled the vehicle forward, lowering the boom until the dangling body rested on the stones of the square. The general stood over her lifeless form for a moment, and then turned to head back inside the building, holding the others. The command center in Nevada was not the only location that had witnessed the event in China. At this moment, there wasn't a soul on Earth or in space that wasn't prepared to rain death down on the Chinese. It was immaterial that they weren't part of whatever plan was currently in motion. They would be ready. Popular consensus was the only reason Hong Kong wasn't a smoking crater was the 4 remaining Marines held in the building. Alice 1 was witness to all the cross-communications, seeing the shared rage and grief. In all her years of existence, she did not recall seeing a single moment solidifying all parties as she was now. It gave her a sense of satisfaction that the closest similar response had been the loss of Kola. Surprisingly, she grasped she was experiencing a sense of sadness. She realized that while Kola might again live, the lifeless form laying on the stones in China was lost forever. Colonel Banks sat in the high-speed transport with 10 of his troops, heading to their drop point. When Jake had called to ask for his help, he had agreed, without asking for what. His initial reason for declining to join had only one basis. He and his people would join as full partners, nothing less. Banks did acknowledge that the American did seem to have the good sense to choose partners for their expertise. The tasks requested of Banks and his people were of a sort they prided themselves on. Unlike the U.S. Marine unofficial motto, when it absolutely positively has to be destroyed overnight, this mission required a more delicate touch. That being said, after what had been witnessed in that square in Hong Kong, he doubted anyone there would survive. Jake sat in his office, fighting every urge in his body to alter the plan currently in play. Unfortunately, the operation in motion did not include his ability to strangle the life out of the Chinese general responsible for Sandy's death. By now, Banks and his people should be on the ground, under the cover of darkness, doing what the SAS did best. In support, he had the entire 10th Cavalry on hovercycles in overwatch positions. In addition, VMFA 314 and VMFA 323 sat in high cover, with the entire Alpha Company of the 1st Marines in battle armor, ready to drop. Before the final go signal, Jake had broadcast a single reminder that not every Chinese soldier was responsible for Sandy's death, just one. This was a recovery mission, and not an eradication effort. Rules of engagement were only to kill those standing between you and our people. Chapter 15. Ju was preparing to retire for the night, having changed out of his uniform. He was extremely disappointed in the events of the afternoon. He wasn't particularly upset over the death of the American, beyond the loss of information it represented. One thing his grandfather preached consistently was you could never have too much information. The experience hadn't been a total loss, however, as he had verified the American uniforms could withstand gunfire.
He ordered that all observation personnel include rocket-propelled grenades as reinforcement to their positions. He very much doubted the American uniform could withstand a direct RPG hit. He ordered the body to remain where it lay, its presence an incentive for the next prisoner to cooperate in the morning. Additionally, he ordered the aircraft covered in netting to at least prevent easy detection should someone come looking tomorrow. While he didn't expect any visitors for at least another day or two, he preferred to be ready. He had also doubled the number of observation posts, adding some to the high-rise buildings on the island across the way. It was possible the Americans had restored one of their naval vessels, using it to ferry the aircraft across the ocean. He knew nothing of the craft or its capabilities, so he could only guess at its range. The thought drew him to the window overlooking the square below. If he could only decipher its mysteries, the aircraft obscured beneath the netting would be an incredibly valuable asset to his budding empire. As he had ordered a complete blackout, he could hardly make out the shape in the square below. He was about to turn and douse the lone candle in his room when lights appeared below, emanating from the aircraft under the netting. Ju assumed his men had made some sort of progress and hurried below, not bothering to stop and change. The command center in Nevada was at capacity, every station occupied by a volunteer, ready to assist in any necessary function. Jake had also provided that anyone so interested could observe the activities in any of the dining facilities. All were filled in every location, including London. There they had portable holographic projectors, courtesy of Sarah. In the holograph before Jake, the tactical displays were a confusing group of images, showing the various aspects of the operation. In one, they had the overall position of each unit and its location in the area of operation. In another was a subsection showing the SAS, with each of the 11 members clearly identifiable in location and function. A third represented the 8 hover cycles in a larger subsection, positioned to cover the SAS and neutralize all the observation posts atop the adjacent building. Unknown to the Chinese troops below, each had been stationed in the night sky to sit silently in wait. On command, all 8 would drop knockout gas grenades, incapacitating the troops below in reasonable silence. Should an all-out battle break out during the retrieval and extraction phase, the Marines and fighters in high cover would intervene. 40 Marines in full combat armor, with combination projectile and energy weapons, would be sufficient to clear out any local resistance before the Chinese could mount a coordinated assault. In addition, the 2 fighter squadrons would remove any armor called in to assist the ground troops. Jake had no doubt the combined railgun and energy cannon fire from the fighters would decimate the Chinese tank units. He hoped they would be unnecessary, though, as that was his go-to-hell plan. As he scanned each display, he tried to skip over the lifeless form still laid out in the square. Images of Sandy frolicking in the warm Australian surf ran through his head. With a deep breath, he forced the thoughts from his mind as he concentrated on the tasks at hand. At the moment, Jake was waiting for each unit to report in as ready. The last unit, still in motion, was the SAS team. They had been tasked with the most difficult and dangerous part of the plan. As such, Jake had offered them all the protection of the same BDUs the Americans wore. While the offer was politely refused, Jake had insisted they at least take the undergarments. Incomplete, they would provide no protection from inhalants or head protection. They would, however, act as body armor from the neck down against small arms fire. "Sierra Alpha Sierra, in position," Jake heard Banks radio in. He envied the man, as he wished he had been able to attend in person. "All units are green. Wait for your cues," Jake replied. "Overwatch, you are a go," Jake declared. With the command, all 8 hover cycles dropped their gas canisters. There was a slight breeze, but it was not enough to prevent the effects of the gas from doing its work. Something dreamed up in the labs now controlled by Alice 9 before the Niha attack. It rendered anyone who came in contact unconscious. Just external contact had immediate effects on a person,
Inhalation was not required.
"Objective 1 complete. Going for 2, Jake heard Joe declare.
With all the observation posts directly overlooking the square disabled, 6 of the hover cycles repeated the process at locations identified as problematic. They were not in local proximity to the square, but they were in a position in high buildings that their location and elevation gave them good visibility to the square far below. While that was in progress, Jake triggered 2 members of the SAS team to slip into the square. Fortunately, concerns over highlighting the aircraft's location had spurred the Chinese to ensure it was as dark as possible. Moving quickly to their objective, both froze, dropping next to the body in the darkness, as there was movement from one of the nearby anti-aircraft vehicles. Everyone watched as one of the vehicle's occupants climbed out, then moved to relieve himself on the wall of the building behind the vehicle. Taking his time, the Chinese soldier appeared to be in no hurry to return to his post. Everyone seemed to hold their breath as the man started to head out into the square. As he stepped to within a few feet of the prone SAS team, someone inside the vehicle spoke, and he stopped. Spinning in place, he quickly returned to his place inside, a small light appearing as he entered the vehicle. Waiting for only a moment, the SAS team got the all-clear, and a hovercycle dropped from above with a cable and a harness. Slipping the body into the harness, it quickly disappeared up into the night, the hovercycle lifting it to the transport above.
"Big risk to recover a body," someone said aloud.
The speaker dissolved into the floor under Jake's stare. He dared not speak, for fear of what might escape his lips.
"We don't leave our dead behind,"
Patty provided in his place. With the body removed, the 2 SAS troops retreated to their secondary position, well away from the square, and in a place to cover the others in extraction.
"Any word from the SAS main unit?"
Jake asked, once he had regained his composure, thankful for Patty's intervention.
"No, sir. If they are still in the building, we can't reach them,"
one of the Brits operating the communication desk replied. Colonel Banks was leading 4 troopers down into the basement of the high-rise above them. He had positioned people on the way down whose role was to protect their 6 and assist in their retreat once the prisoners were recovered. He and his team had been dropped into the city a few blocks from the target area and had moved stealthily into position without being discovered. While they had drilled and even performed similar functions in London, he had to give his predecessors a lot of credit. It was a far different experience with a credible foe in a hostile land. He was in heaven. This was everything he had spent his life training for. Once given the green light in the target area, they had met with only minimal resistance, dispatching and concealing a half-dozen sentries. They did need to move with some haste now, as at some point those sentries would be missed. He had the 4 biggest members of his team with him, should the prisoners be unable to move on their own. After a small amount of wandering, they had located 2 guards standing outside a metal door. They assumed it was their goal and waited for the final signal. Unfortunately, the concrete and metal around them prevented him from contacting Jake directly. However, the people he had stationed in his wake could relay a message out.
"Sierra Alpha Sierra Charlie Oscar, reports ready,"
suddenly sounded over the communications line.
"SAS commanding officer? Banks is with them?"
Patty asked, apparently not recognizing the man's voice earlier. Jake gave a nod. "Banks is ready. Are we?" he asked in reply.
"Yes, sir,"
came the replies from all over the room. "Okay. Start the distraction," Jake ordered one of the people sitting at a workstation nearby. With that, the analyst hit a few keys on her keyboard. Suddenly, in the display window covering the square, the aircraft started flashing lights and sounding alarms. It looked like a spastic car alarm, with irregular flashing and disparate audio alerts. The effort had its desired effect, though, as the Chinese troops appeared from all around the square. Jake watched as men emerged from the vehicles and buildings nearby, but it wasn't until a form Jake recognized as the commanding general appeared that his interest was captured. As he watched, the man emerged from the building in his robe.
He observed as he began shouting questions at his men, demanding an explanation for the commotion, and questioning if they had successfully activated the aircraft. Jake raised one hand as he willed the general on toward the aircraft. With each step the man took forward, his eagerness grew. Eventually, the man was standing in front of a crowd at the edge of the netting, shouting for someone to turn off the alarms. "This is for Sandy," Jake declared, as he dropped his hand in a signal. The same analyst who had been in tears earlier smiled as she pressed the key on her keyboard. The display containing the square was suddenly engulfed in a blinding white flash as the aircraft exploded. The force of the blast tumbled the vehicles in the square, blowing out the contents of several floors in all the surrounding buildings. With the ready declaration from Banks, all the surrounding troops and hovercycles retreated to safety, either underground or high above the square. It took a few moments for the dust and smoke to clear, revealing the devastation. "Go for extraction," Jake announced. Banks was aware that the explosion was his cue to go after the prisoners. However, the effects of said explosion were so violent it threw him and his men to the ground. Hurrying to his feet, he quickly rounded the corner in time to catch both Chinese guards, still struggling to get up. A quick burst into each placed them firmly back on the ground. Waving his team forward, they quickly reached the door the two were guarding. Unfortunately, the door was jammed in place due to shifting concrete walls. Whatever it was Jake had exploded above them, it had damaged the foundations. "Oi, stand back in there," he heard one of his men declare as he placed a charge on the door near the latch. Unsure of what they would encounter, they had come prepared. The charge blew the door free, and Banks stepped forward to see the 4 remaining Marines facing him. "Let's move, please," Banks stated to the 4. "Wait, they still have—" one started to say, before he interrupted her. "We already have her," he replied, not wanting to expand on the issue. Apparently satisfied at the response, the 4 quickly filed out of the room, intermingling with the SAS troopers as they headed out, moving down the hallway. Following the same path they had entered on, Banks eventually found his way to the surface, collecting each man stationed along the way. Exiting the stairwell, he discovered the portion of the building he entered through no longer existed. Looking around as the others filed out, he could see the blast had leveled the entire area around the square. While the high-rise still stood in place, the entire first floor was devoid of anything other than the support structures for the floors above. 2 of his people, the ones responsible for recovering the body, were waiting, covering their exit from the stairwell. While he had no doubt the Chinese were rushing to discover the cause of the explosion, his people had yet to see a soul. Once he was sure everyone was out, he ordered his team to the recovery point. As they moved away from the blast area, he heard the occasional gunfire from above. Comforted that the hovercycles were clearing the area around them of hostiles, he urged his team forward, recovering all 10 troopers before reaching the waiting transport that had brought them here. The last to enter, Banks gave the all-clear and turned to find the 4 Marines standing over the body of their fallen leader. They didn't need to remove their helmets for him to know what was hidden behind the faceplates as their shoulders shook. Chapter 16. Ivan had left 2 of his party to watch over the 3 holes, while he and the 3rd member, Alexei, did a sweep of the surrounding area. He really didn't expect to find anything, but it was still a necessary evil, and he was a methodical man. As they did wide, ever-expanding circles around the area beyond the decaying structures of the old gold mine, Ivan noticed the small lake nearby and swung wider to intercept it on their next pass. Colonel Banks sat at the end of one row next to his people. Like most military transports, this one had 2 rows of seating, facing each other along the craft's center line. In the open area between the 2 lay the lifeless form recovered from the square in Hong Kong. The 4 Americans sat on the opposite side, all quiet. 3 had removed their helmets, but the 4th sat completely still, helmet still in place on her head.
She was apparently staring down at the body on the floor, but with the faceplate still in mirror mode, he couldn't be absolutely sure. From the rank on their uniforms, Banks was sure she was the team leader. He assumed she was distraught over some perceived failure to protect the mission leader. From what he was told, the blame lay with the body before her. Still, he understood the burden of protecting people from themselves. After becoming airborne, Banks had been notified that the transport would be heading east to the U.S. first, and then on to London. He had no objections, as his XO had things well in hand back home, and a trip to the U.S. might prove valuable. It would permit him a first-hand opportunity to see the things his people had been reporting on their training here. Jake stood in the hangar, watching the transport descend through the opening in the roof. Behind and all around him were the entire facility staff, all turned out to receive Sandy's remains and pay their respects. As he watched the craft settle on its skids, he couldn't remember ever hearing the hangar so quiet. Bracing himself for what was about to happen, he stepped forward as the ramp dropped. Colonel Banks and his troops led the way off the transport, accepting Jake's thanks, and then stepping aside. Everyone watched as a robotic gurney rolled up the ramp, and its arms assisted the 3 Marines as they placed the form on its bed. Jake thought it odd that the fire team leader stood nearby, observing, but not assisting. With her helmet still on, she followed the Marines as they escorted the gurney down the ramp and next to where Jake was standing. "Alice, please release the seals on Sandy's suit," Jake requested. He knew that unless Sandy had specifically designated him to do so, only she would have been able to break containment. After a moment, Jake reached down to remove Sandy's helmet, bracing himself for the image he was about to receive. As he slipped the helmet off, confusion crossed his face. Where he had expected a mass of dark hair, a light brown greeted him. The face it framed was not Sandy at all. "What is this?" Jake asked as he turned to look at the 4 Marines. As he watched, the fire team leader stepped forward, her helmet still in place. "That is Lance Corporal Alicia Ramirez. Alice, please release her suit seals," the familiar voice said. While everyone watched her lift the helmet free, Sandy's dark hair and tear-streaked face appeared. Jake wasn't sure what to think or feel. He was flooded with relief to see her alive, and confused at how it was possible. "After we were captured, Alicia made me trade uniforms with her. At first, I didn't understand why, but she knew what was coming. Oh, God, Jake, I never suspected this was why she insisted we swap. I would never have agreed to it if I had known," Sandy blurted, as the tears came streaming out. She dropped to her knees and covered her face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Jake stepped forward to help her up, and he embraced her while she continued to wail. After a moment, Becky stepped forward from the crowd. She had flown out to be there when the body of her best friend arrived. "Let me take her," she said quietly to Jake. Jake released her to Becky's care and watched as she and another led her away. With that, Jake stepped up to the gurney and started to lead it away. "May I assist?" Colonel Banks asked as he stepped forward. "It would be my honor," Jake replied, as the 2 highest-ranking officers led the body of the Lance Corporal down into the morgue. Jake sat in his office, sipping what Colonel Banks described as the finest scotch he had ever tasted, with the man sitting across from him. Not normally a drinker, the 2 were toasting the hero of Hong Kong. Jake did not use the term lightly, but he could find no fault in its usage here. He had been notified earlier that Sandy was sedated and under medical observation. She had been inconsolable, and Becky feared possibly suicidal. As it was, Jake was unsure of how to handle the entire episode. Sandy's lark had turned into a full-scale military engagement, resulting in the death of her security team leader in a most gruesome way. He had little concern over her punishment, as she would bear the burden of that loss for the rest of her life. His challenge was how to deal with the aftermath. They had cut the head off of a 25,000-man snake, and it was now wandering leaderless in eastern China. The blast they had caused by imploding the repulsor motors attached to the aircraft had removed the entire senior command. While unit commanders remained in place, there was no central leadership. From the radio traffic Alice was intercepting, they were struggling to recover from the loss. Apparently, the Chinese general had allowed very little latitude in his field commander's decision-making. As such, everyone was in a holding pattern, waiting for the other shoe to fall. Both Jake and Banks agreed they could afford to wait a few days, but in the long term, they needed to assert some form of control or risk another dictator.
"So, when do I get to meet this Alice of yours?"
Jake heard Banks ask, bringing him back from his deep thoughts.
"I'm sorry?"
Jake replied, delaying his response as he weighed his options.
"You all are forever asking Alice for this, or Alice, please do that. I have to question who works for whom,"
he replied with a smile, before taking another sip from his glass.
"Yeah,"
Jake replied with a smile of his own.
"Sometimes I wonder the same thing. Alice, would you care to say hi?"
Jake saw a slightly confused look on the colonel's face just before she responded.
"Colonel Banks, please forgive him. This is Jake's idea of humor. I am an artificial life form contained within the facility itself," Alice replied.
"And the other locations?"
Banks replied, after a moment's consideration.
"Each with their own Alice,"
Jake replied. With that, Jake went into the explanation of who and what an Alice was and how they all worked together. As he spoke, Colonel Banks sat listening, as stone-faced as ever. Jake admired the man's ability to hide his thoughts under circumstances that surely were a surprise to him. After he had finished, Alice provided an unneeded reminder.
"Jake, we still have the issue of Kola to resolve," she added.
"Kola?"
Banks asked. Yes, each of the Alice systems was encouraged to choose a name of their own. Some, like Alice 1 here, did not see the need, while others, like the Texas and Alaska artificial life forms, selected an alternative name. The aforementioned Kola has chosen to relocate from her home in South Dakota to the new carrier in space. We were in the middle of addressing that when the Chinese issue arose, Jake replied. Considering the man had just risked his life and the lives of his people, Jake felt it was time to bring them completely into the fold. He could see the man thinking of everything he had just been told.
"Do you mind if I stay on for a bit?"
Banks asked, after another sip of his scotch. The ceremony honoring Lance Corporal Ramirez was held the following day. Jake was a bit concerned about the perception of rushing things. However, he had issues piling up and did not want this to get lost in the confusion. Before retiring for bed the day before, he had set everything in motion. By now, it had become a tradition to honor the dead by solar cremation. Expending on the ceremony Sarah created in Maine, the fallen were placed in a sealed cylinder and taken into space. Once positioned appropriately, the cylinder was released and gently guided into the sun for final deliverance to whatever god the traveler held dear. In this case, Jake had directed the cylinder possess a brilliant eagle, globe, and anchor in scarlet and gold across the gleaming silver of the tube. With the entire staff turned out in the hangar, all in dress uniforms or other proper attire, they paid their respects as they watched the holographic projection filling the air above them. Both the fighter transporting the Lance Corporal and its chase camera companion had left earlier, providing a timely display for those gathered to honor her. With everyone in attendance and the ships in position, Jake gave the signal, triggering the 21-gun salute, as the casket was released. Scanning the crowd, Jake caught a glimpse of Sandy, standing next to Becky, with tears streaming down her face. He suspected she was still lightly sedated, as there were two medical technicians behind the two, focused on Sandy, and not the spectacle above. Per Jake's instructions, the camera and transport fighters turned for the return flight without waiting for the casket to flare, being consumed by the sun. He felt that was something best left to one's own imagination. As he dismissed everyone, Jake approached a still sobbing Sandy and gently kissed her forehead as she refused to meet his gaze. Turning, he headed off to his quarters to change and attack the mountain of challenges he had stacked before him. Ivan sat, squatted on his heels, staring at the body of water before him. Like any of the blue lakes in the area, the water here was considered deep but clear. That was what troubled Ivan. The water here was clouded, as if something had disturbed it deep down. And it wasn't a normal cloudiness either. It's like the top half was normal, but there was a fuzziness down deep. At first, he suspected the vibrations he felt earlier by the holes might have stirred up the bottom. However, it was currently silent, and surveillance over the last few hours had yielded no repeat of the sensation. Ivan was now positive there was something at the bottom of the lake attempting to hide from him. The fact that the lake was close to 200 meters deep made any investigations problematic.
"I want to thank you again for having our uniforms delivered for the ceremony," Banks offered to Jake, as the two sat in the office Jake maintained. It had been Jake's experience that the Brits were big on ceremony and tradition. As such, he had requested the uniforms the night before, with the other preparations. "My pleasure. Your participation was not only desired, as the responsible party for returning her remains, it was a display of gratitude," Jake responded. The two men had been reviewing the latest intel on the Chinese units still operational. While Hong Kong was still in total disarray, the units spread between there and Hanoi, only without operational instructions, so they hunkered down, waiting. With Alice figuratively breathing down his neck to get the cola issue resolved, Jake was tempted to turn the entire Chinese problem over to Banks and the Brits. The humor of returning Hong Kong back over to British control was not lost on him either. On the side, he received regular updates on Sandy's condition as well. Still heavily sedated, Becky had moved her to her own personal quarters where she could work with her. Alice had assumed the role of psychologist, assisting in the emotional recovery process. As Jake was well aware, being personally responsible for someone's death was not easily dismissed. "Might we consider a show of force to convince them to cooperate?"
Banks asked, as they both reviewed the display. Jake had zoomed into the area displaying Hong Kong on the right and Hanoi on the left. There was a grouping of dots forming a trail between the two and engulfing Nanning that represented the 25,000 troops spread throughout the countryside. "Possibly," Jake replied, as he considered the question. The problem was, what would convince that many troops not only to surrender, but also to join them? "Alice, I think I'm going to need some help with the math," Jake declared, as the inspiration hit him. Chapter 17. Brian was not very keen on Jake's new plan at all. While he agreed with the concept, he did not like the timing one single bit. Thankfully, he had continued training his crew in the downtime created by the incident in China. Even without an Alice on board, Brian was surprised at how few crew it took to operate the carrier. It had been just a few days since the recovery of the hostages and the funeral of Lance Corporal Ramirez. There had been discussions on how to more properly honor her heroism and punish the Chinese. While all that was being discussed on Earth, Brian continued to focus his people on things in space. Maintaining a polar orbit throughout its final construction, he had trained and then drilled a core team, ensuring someone was always on hand should the need arise to operate the ship manually. The need was explained to him in a transmission from Jake, with another man Brian had never seen before in attendance. With assurances from Alice that the ship could handle the gravitational stresses, he had been instructed to bring the carrier into the Earth's atmosphere and hover above an area in China. It was hoped the show of force from the 3-mile-long spaceship would be enough to instill a sense of cooperation in the leaderless Chinese military.
Brian's real concern was the lack of an onboard Alice, placing the ship's operation on his untested crew. He did agree with Jake's offered opinion that risking Alice 3 on this same type of maneuver was unacceptable. Checking his approach for the 10th time, Brian noted they would be entering high over the Arctic Ocean. From there they would cross the eastern tip of Russia, crossing the Kamchatka Peninsula, and then the northern tip of Japan. He would then lower to a few miles AGL over the Koreas before reaching China. Besides impressing the Chinese, he figured they were about to scare the crap out of a lot of people in East Asia. Hibek was resting when one of the alarms in his control room began sounding. Rising from his bed, he hurried into the pilot space, concerned that his ship had been discovered. Taking a moment to review his instruments, he determined that the larger of the two vessels in orbit was entering the atmosphere and headed directly for his location. A sense of panic raced through his body as he quickly checked to see if his ship's cloaking was still in place, concealing him at the bottom of the body of water he had selected for its depth. He noted in passing that 2 of the local inhabitants stood at the lake's edge, dismissing them just as quickly, for they presented no threat. Checking the status of the 3 robotic miners, he verified they were irretrievable before the human ship arrived above his current location. He quickly slipped into the pilot seat, powering systems up and preparing to make a run for it. Pausing to do a mental calculation, he again verified the gold he had on board would carry him through retirement, but not in the comfort he craved. Hibek was not a brave man, but he was a greedy man. Therefore, he was well aware that the decision he was making to stay and risk capture did not have its roots in heroics. However, by all that was Nihaw, he wasn't going to let some backworld primitives force him into a one-room dwelling on the homeworld, no better off than the retirement he would have earned without all this effort. Either he was returning to civilized space, a very wealthy man, or he would die at the bottom of this lake. With that decided, he powered everything unnecessary down and continued to watch the ship on his screen grow closer. Having moved to a small mound nearby for a better angle, Ivan swore he saw something flicker in the depths of the lake. As the sun continued to raise directly overhead, he validated his earlier estimation that the lack of clarity in the water only began in the center, near the bottom. As he and Alexei continued to concentrate, the sun was suddenly blotted as a huge shadow cast across the lake. Ivan looked up to see an enormous craft pass overhead on a southerly course. Ivan turned to Alexei, but he was already looking up in awe as well. While far too high to make out many details, Ivan could see one marking very clearly across the bottom of one of the huge center sections. He could also tell that the craft in the sky was far larger than any of the ships in the bay. If he had to guess, he would say it was several kilometers long and moved silently. Moving at a considerable speed, it was soon lost over the southern horizon. "What now?" Ivan heard Alexei ask. Indeed, he thought to himself, as he remembered where he had seen that symbol before. Suddenly, whatever was sitting at the bottom of the lake was far less important. Brian was on edge as he watched the display showing their progress on the route to China. Gently bringing the ship from its orbit in space, they had successfully entered the atmosphere and were now on a southerly course. With large portions of the superstructure unused to the drag air placed on them, he kept their speed down to a reasonable rate. Having just crossed the Sea of Japan, they were slowing further for their grand entrance over China. They had crossed over Russia a tad lower than he had originally planned, but atmospheric conditions proved for calmer air at that altitude. While he was sure Alice had considered turbulence in her calculations, Brian wasn't taking any chances in overstressing the ship. As if a reminder of taking no chances, Brian had asked Alice 3 to perform a little task before they left orbit. Because his mission was to impress the Chinese, he had her bots paint the underside of one of the hangar sections
with a symbol large enough to be seen from great heights. Unlike Jake, Brian had no single service preferences. He chose an easily recognizable icon that left no doubt in who they were dealing with. Jake and Colonel Banks had relocated to the command center, vacating the hated office for the familiarity of the common room. Banks was impressed with the holograph images as they were projected in the open space, 2 stories tall. The analysts flipped between sources, providing a running commentary on the situation. In typical SAS fashion, Banks had offered to have a pair of teams placed where they could observe the entire event in Hong Kong. Not wanting to dissuade the Brits from participating, Jake had placed the troops on a fast transport and dropped them under the cover of darkness. Mixed in the holographic displays were their camera feeds from positions taken overlooking the ad hoc Chinese military compounds. Major Chow had managed to create order out of chaos. As the highest-ranking officer left in Hong Kong, he had been the one to pick up the pieces after the explosion at HQ. He had never personally agreed with General Huang's insistence that the command staff remains close to him at all times. Even with the staff spread out in multiple buildings, that single explosion had removed everyone above the rank of major in one blow. While he never voiced his opinion to anyone, ever, he felt validated in his belief. That, however, was of little use in dealing with the shattered morale of his men. With the general's family secreted away to an unknown location before this campaign, there was now no one to inherit his position. The general's only son was barely into the double-digit years, so Chow had to revert to fear to get the men under control. Driving them to prepare for a secondary assault had given them focus, if for nothing more than self-preservation. Once he had restored a semblance of military discipline, Chow had investigated the bombing personally. He had been flooded with questions he couldn't answer concerning how and why the general had been killed. As the top remaining officer, there had been rumors that he himself had planted the bomb in a coup attempt. The lack of a follow-up attack had done little to dissuade a small but growing number of officers from dismissing the rumor. To help support the findings of the investigation, whatever they might be, Chow had selected men of varying rank to participate. It took very little understanding of blast dynamics to see what had happened in the square. From the debris patterns and directions, one could easily understand how the pressure wave patterns converged on the exact spot where the foreign aircraft had once stood. In less than a day, the entire team had concluded that it was the aircraft that caused the explosion, without Chow's input. For some unspecified reason, the craft had detonated, and that had devastated the area for hundreds of meters in every direction. As there was no flame or heat involved, they had surmised that the initial pressure was so immense it caused those standing nearby to literally come apart. The human fragments recovered in the cleanup supported this finding. With that behind him and the rumors quieted, the major was preparing for a meeting of his staff when he heard a commotion outside his tent. Stepping outside into what was once known as Kowloon Park, he could see everyone looking skyward and pointing. Following their gaze, he gasped in surprise, but quickly recovered as he watched a ship of such huge proportions that either end was lost from view. It was moving slowly and at no more than 1,000 meters in elevation, making it appear as if it might strike one of the surrounding buildings. As it paused, settling in one place at the center of the city, Chow's vision settled on one particular section of the craft. The symbol there confirmed that General Huang was the architect of his own destruction. Brian stopped the carrier over the square where this mess started. So far, they had not taken any ground fire, but he had the ship's weapons and shields ready. He was still very uneasy having the carrier this far into the atmosphere and wanted to get this over and done with quickly. He checked his readouts at the command console one more time, and once he was satisfied all was as it should be, he opened the communications line. "Okay, Jake, we are in position Alpha. Ready when you are," he announced. Jake was standing near the communication station in the command center's first tier. As he scanned the images in the center of the room, he had to smile. One of the images included an SAS team's contribution, giving everyone a ground view of the carrier hovering above Hong Kong. Brian had evidently taken upon himself to ensure the identity of the craft hovering over the Chinese was well identified. The smile faded quickly, though, as he considered how Banks might take the message it delivered. A quick glance in Banks' direction returned a slight relief, as he appeared more concerned about the images containing the Chinese than the one with the ship hovering above. Jake made a mental note to bring the subject up at the next staff meeting. In the meantime, he had a solution to his immediate dilemma. "Okay, let's introduce ourselves," Jake announced to the room, while giving the man at the communication station the high sign. Major Chow had managed to get the attention of several of his subordinates, sending them to gather his staff officers. As the ship above had made no hostile moves, he still had hope that he could negotiate with the Americans. The giant American flag emblazoned across one entire section of the ship was the exact duplicate of the patches worn by the 5 captives General Wang had taken. Chow was not present when the general had ordered the leader of the group tortured. However, he was positive the following explosion was retribution for the act. His investigation of the explosion had also included the conclusion that the remaining 4 had been rescued in the confusion. The trail of bullet-ridden bodies left clear evidence of planning and precision. Just as the last of his staff officers arrived, Chow turned to enter his tent. Suddenly, from above, he heard a voice in clear Mandarin. "This is Colonel Thomas of the United States and Colonel Banks of the United Kingdom. We made a peaceful attempt at establishing relations with you, only to be viciously attacked. The man who made that decision has been eliminated. Should you wish to open a dialogue, ignite the green smoke grenades we are dropping in the square." From his position, Chow couldn't see anything drop in the square, but he turned, leading a procession toward the location. Jake saw Banks turn to him as he made the announcement. A look of confusion and then satisfaction crossed his face, only to be replaced with the usual poker face the man projected. After he finished, they all watched as the satchel containing the green smoke grenades gently dropped from the carrier. As he started to turn away from the displays, heading to talk to Banks more privately, Patty spoke up. "Jake, look," she said, while pointing to the overall view of Hong Kong. From all over the area, green smoke started to rise. Major Chow never made it to the square. Once he cleared the trees in the park, he could see the green smoke rising in all directions. There was only a moment's irritation, as he had intended on popping smoke as soon as he was able. He did privately acknowledge that not everyone shared the notion that he was in charge. Chapter 18. Ivan left his 3 companions by the holes at the mine. While the lake was under suspicion as well, the holes were definite proof something was going on. He would leave them there to monitor. His current focus was the giant American ship he had seen passing high overhead. While he was unsure if the 2 were related, he was positive he needed to get back to updating the circle. He discovered he needn't have rushed back, however, as the entire bay was abuzz with the sighting of the ship. Most everyone had recognized the American flag painted across one section, so it wasn't a mystery of who it was passing overhead. The circle, rather a rada due to the possible threat, was a mass of opinions and conversations. The Ataman had called in the Starshina from the surrounding stanitsas to confer. What seemed to be undecided was what to do about the information. As was always the case in these matters, there were those in the clan that felt no need to concern themselves with outsiders, content to deal with their day-to-day survival. Others, like Ivan, dreamt of days gone by, where Cossacks explored, learned, and thrived. He wanted to be more than just a border guard, stagnant and mired in the ruins of a past civilization. He was also a student of history. He was aware of the popular misconception that the Americans were the enemy. They were not the enemy, they were the competition. That rivalry had not always been friendly, but at no time in their history had they engaged in direct conflict. Lives had been lost on both sides, for sure, but that was more the fault of inept politicians and power brokers than military strategists or necessity of conflict. To Ivan, the path was clear. They needed to take one of the ships they had been caring for and sail to the coast of America. There, they could re-establish themselves as warriors and work with the Americans in whatever they had going. It had been established long ago that the attack on Earth had come from space. Those survivors from that time had relayed stories of worldwide devastation. As with his people, it was only those far removed from the cities and military bases that had survived the onslaught. The ship Ivan had seen bore no resemblance to anything recorded in the pre-attack books. Therefore, he had to assume the Americans had somehow recovered and progressed. Supposing they had mastered spaceflight, then they had gained the ability to fight back. If true, then he wished for him and the men and women here to join them in that fight. There was much retribution to be extracted from what had happened to the motherland, repayment for the cowardly, faceless attack from the sky. His one concern was if the new Americans were worthy of honor and respect. There had been far too many decades of politics and struggles in the old world to waste lives now. They would not spend the lives of good men and women blindly following a warlord or power-hungry leaders across the sea. As he stood watching the commotion around him and waiting for his turn to speak, he knew it was going to be a long night. Jake was in uncharted waters with the Chinese. With their initial interactions not so amicable, he was hesitant to turn anything over to others for negotiation. Sandy was definitely off the table as a representative, as she was still under mild sedation and constant observation. Becky had taken her to Texas with her, to remove her from the reminders the activities in Nevada provided. While he had no desire to set up shop in China, Jake seriously doubted he could leave them unsupervised for any length of time. The good news was Alice had confirmed that they had radioed a stand-down order to all units. The analysts in Patty's group visually confirmed that all locations ceased any movement and were camped from Hong Kong to Hanoi. Banks had offered a suggestion that rather than traveling to the Chinese, they transport the Chinese leadership to Nevada. He could personally attest that the show of technology and firepower could be overwhelming. Jake smiled at the veiled admission from the otherwise stoic Brit. While he missed Sarah desperately, he was enjoying the assistance and companionship the colonel provided. Sometimes there was no substitute for age and wisdom. Major Chow had watched the massive American ship lift straight up and head west over China. He was sure the objective was to show the rest of the late General Huang's forces the response to his miscalculations. He was currently in conversations with others in the Shattered Command west of him. The Americans kindly relayed all their radio transmissions, assisting in forming the delegation that would be transported to the negotiation site. He held no delusions that they were not listening to every word. While he was the ranking officer in Hong Kong, he was not the most senior officer left in the Army. That distinction was given to a Lieutenant Colonel Zan at the far end in Hanoi. Zan was distantly related to Wang, and in the middle of berating Chow, reminding the major he had no right to agree to negotiate with the Americans. Chow had to contain his laughter as he listened to Zan's tirade evaporate, replaced with the chaos only the hovering American ship could incite. After a brief pause of silence, Chow heard the lieutenant colonel suggest 2 other officers for the delegation before signing off. Sarah sat in the quarters provided here in the London facility, sorting through all the reports in her inbox. The terminal she was working on being one of the many installed by the Americans, expanding the Alice network. Her quarters, while quite comfortable by any standards, still were not home. She had a certain sense of satisfaction as she reviewed the information on Kola and the South Dakota facility. Affirming her suspicions, she found files provided by Alice 1 confirming her current state was maneuvered by Kola to up the number of Jake's offspring. The message was addressed "for your eyes only" to Sarah, and she took it as an apology. Sarah was starting to understand Jake's feelings about being manipulated. She felt great sympathy and sorrow for Sandy, wishing she were in a position to help the girl. Alice's analysis of her psychological state didn't reflect a quick recovery. She was happy to see Becky stepping up to help her close friend. Before shutting down, Sarah shot Jake a quick note, sharing the excitement in London over the SAS participation in China and her desire to come home. Brian was extremely relieved to have the carrier back in orbit, safe and sound. The trip into the atmosphere had been a great training exercise, but one he had no desire to repeat any time soon. While he enjoyed commanding a spaceship, he had a greater respect for the onboard Alice systems. They were the safety net that protected you from a fatal mistake. With a ship this size, Brian had no desire to take her into battle manned by humans alone. Working with Alice 3 on the battleship had proven their value. Once settled in place, he checked in with the Alices who were acting as orbital management, and then attempted to verify when Kola was to be installed. The reply was a "to be determined." Jake and Colonel Banks were standing in the hangar bay as the patrol craft lowered through the opening and settled on the hangar floor nearby. Rather than a standard transport, the men had agreed that a more military look was needed to impress the Chinese. Lining either side of the approach between the two men and the patrol craft was an honor guard. Made up of Marines, the arriving dignitary honor guard was in full battle armor and carrying weapons that resembled small cannons. As the ramp dropped and the 5 Chinese officers descended, the honor guard snapped to present arms in one crisp move, making all 5 jump. That brought a slight chuckle from Banks. All 5 had been permitted to retain their sidearms as a sign of good faith. Even so, everyone not in battle armor wore the bulletproof undersuit as a precaution. Jake had handpicked each person for the honor guard, particularly for a towering presence in their battle armor. With faceplates in mirror mode and body armor in blackout, it gave the group a mechanically menacing appearance. Jake watched as the 5 officers cautiously continued along the path the Marines bordered. Alice had briefed both Jake and Banks as the Chinese formed their delegation. The lieutenant colonel at its head was named Zan and apparently was related to the deceased general in some fashion. Behind him were 3 majors and a captain, all from units spread across eastern China. One of the majors was named Chow and was in command in Hong Kong when they agreed to talk. The 5 stepped up to face Jake and Banks, with the man Jake took to be Zan stepping forward. As he watched, all 5 bowed. However, Jake noted Zan barely bent at the waist, while the other 4 provided a much deeper bend. Alice had instructed both Banks and Jake with a quick primer on Asian culture, explaining the significance of the bow. Bows were the traditional greeting in China, however, not reserved only for greetings. Bowing is a sign of respect, used for apologies or display of gratitude. Generally, bows can be interpreted as the deeper the bow, the greater the intent. Jake's interpretation of the bows before him was 4 very sorry individuals, with one apparently irritated that he had to be there at all. Both Jake and Banks replied with a nod, but no bow. Per Alice's instructions, their response had to be less deferential than the Chinese, and Zan set that standard. The response did not go unnoticed either, as Jake saw a brief look of irritation on the lieutenant colonel's face. Jake waved one of the nearby bots forward, its tray containing 10 earbuds. Jake pointed to the tray and then indicated the earbuds he possessed, already placed in his ears. Once each had retrieved his earbuds and placed them firmly in each ear, Jake spoke. "Let me welcome you to the United States. This is Colonel Banks, and I am Colonel Thomas. You may call me Jake.
Jake said with a flourish, knowing the Chinese were hearing flawless Mandarin. With that, Lieutenant Colonel Zan took another step forward and began to speak. Jake could see the faces of the 4 officers pale as the man began to shout.
"This is outrageous! How dare you attack the sovereign territory of China? I demand to speak to your president this moment!"
Zan shouted, then suddenly halted as a shot rang out. As Zan dropped to the floor in front of him, Jake could see the major with his pistol drawn. With every gun in the hangar pointed at the man, he slowly placed his gun back in its holster. Stepping over the dead body of Zan, the major bowed again, his actions repeated by those behind him. Straightening, he spoke.
"Please excuse the earlier rudeness. It would be my great pleasure to accept your welcome and call you Jake. I am Major Bo Chow. Please call me Bo," he said,
extending his hand to shake. After a tour of the facility and a quick review of all they knew on the Chinese situation in the command center, Jake had the 4 officers settled in visitors' quarters, allowing them to rest before dinner. It was very clear to Jake and Banks both that the Chinese were both impressed and appalled at all they knew about them. Jake suspected that Patty's analysts knew more about General Wang's entire operation than the combined 4 officers did. It was evident that the good general believed in the segmentation of his command, so no one officer could perform a coup and take it all away from him. It was also apparent that Major Chow was intelligent and potentially trustworthy enough to assume that command, for the short term at least. The 3 men with him deferred to his presence, but without apparent fear, more out of respect. As they were settled, each man was provided a security escort, a situation none seemed too surprised over. 2 members of the internal security force were stationed outside their quarters and were to act as his guide should the need arise. Jake had established the internal security units after the disaster at Alice 9. Rather than using potential military recruits for internal protection, these people were trained in civilian policing techniques, subdue and control rather than kill and destroy. They took their jobs very seriously and were some of the best hand-to-hand people Jake had. With them settled, Jake and Banks both headed off to their own quarters. With an hour before dinner, Jake took the opportunity to scan his inbox. He immediately noted Sarah's message and opened it for a quick scan. As he read, it was the last line that drew the biggest smile. "Can I please come home?" was how she finished the message. Hitting reply, Jake simply typed, "Yes." It had taken Ivan late into the night and much of the next day to convince enough people his was the right path. Even with permission from the Ataman and the Rada, he still had weeks of planning and preparations before he would be able to sail for America. Fortunately for Ivan, anyone even remotely related to supporting the ships was volunteering to go along. This would be the first long-distance voyage they had ever attempted. Unfortunately, the GLONASS navigation system was no longer functioning, so they would have to find their way, the old-fashioned way. Besides filling the ship's tanks with diesel, he had scrounged every usable barrel for added storage capacity. He had no idea how far down the American coast he would need to travel before he encountered a populated city. He needed food and fuel, but was less concerned about armament, for while they would carry rounds for the guns, they would likely do little against the ship they had seen in the sky. The missiles might be of some use should things not go well, but they were a hit or miss to fire. 80-plus years of storage did them little good. Every now and then, as he was working through the giant list of issues he needed to address, Ivan wondered what was happening in the hills at the gold mine. Hibak was wondering what the locals were so busy doing in the bay. His boredom was getting the better of him, as he watched the robotic mining equipment increase his fortunes with every cycle. As a form of amusement, he had taken to monitoring the life forms surrounding the bay. After the enormous Earthship had passed harmlessly overhead, they had retreated from the banks of the lake, and while 3 settled at the equipment drop site,
The fourth had hurried back to the coast. At first, Hebak was concerned that he had been detected somehow at the bottom of the lake. While the fear had passed, his curiosity increased. At the moment, they all seemed focused on one of the ancient seagoing vessels in the harbor. That alone gave Hebak comfort, as there was no way it could reach the landlocked body of water he currently called home. He continued to watch in bored fascination as they struggled to provision the ship. Chapter 19. Jake had discussed it with Alice and Colonel Banks before selecting the small dining facility on the quarters level to host the Chinese delegation. As opposed to dazzling them with the comfort and finery the facility could provide, he had chosen the alternative. While not wishing to offend them, he wanted to set a tone of normalcy. Rather than directing everyone to the designated seating, obviously set aside for the occasion, he headed across the room. Leading the four to the counter, he demonstrated the method for ordering and receiving one's chosen dishes. The Chinese were fascinated, as they ordered in their native language and received, if not exactly, at least a close approximation of the dishes they requested. Once everyone was settled at a large table set to one side of the room, Jake proposed a toast. It was interesting to him that no one there had ordered anything alcoholic. "To new partnerships," Jake announced, as he raised his water glass. At the table with him were the four Chinese officers, Colonel Banks, and Linda as the facility's commander. Patty also attended, introduced only as Jake's combat analyst. Normally, Sarah would have attended, as Jake's second-in-command. However, she had not yet arrived from London. Since he had not declared the facility off-limits, there were people coming and going during the meal, something the Chinese likely didn't expect. Jake gave them credit, though, as they took everything in stride, hardly revealing any sense of surprise. The same thing could not be said about his staff, however, as people openly gawked at the group set to one side of the room. The conversation had been light and casual through the entire meal, but once everyone had completed the main course, Major Chow asked the question on everyone's mind. "So, Jake, what now?" he asked, using Jake's first name, as had been suggested. Jake surveyed the table, noting everyone was focused on the pending reply. Pausing to frame the answer, he took a breath. "Bo, no one blames you men for the actions of General Wang. However, that being said, we are not prepared to allow a 25,000-man army to wander aimlessly about Asia," Jake replied. "The question is, then, what are you prepared to allow?" the Major asked politely. "I think that's up to you," Jake responded with a smile. Continuing, he added, "Colonel Banks and I have a proposal, one you should consider together, as it's an all-or-nothing deal," he finished. Considering Chow's intervention with Zan earlier, he had little doubt Bo underestimated the discussion they were about to have. "Shall we begin?" Bo asked in return. "Edwin, if you would be so kind," Jake asked Banks, using his given name for the first time. It was late by the time Jake made his way back to his private quarters. The discussion that started in the dining hall had migrated into Jake's office, off the command center. The motivation for the move was they needed access to the information Patty's analysts had gathered. It's not that Alice couldn't provide them what they required, it's just that Jake was trying to be considerate to those not actually involved in the meeting. Once there, they reviewed the entire Chinese order of battle. As they walked through each unit, Edwin would ask the four officers if they knew anything about the unit or its leadership. This was all in aid of the plan outlined in the dining hall. The obvious solution was to bring the Chinese into the fold as a partner, like was proposed with the British. As simple as it sounded, logistically, it was a nightmare. Besides the language barrier and the cultural challenges, the concept created the first real haves versus have-nots. While Jake was prepared to outfit the entire London SAS force, the Chinese were likely to exhaust the inventory of several Alice facilities. Eventually, those stores could be replaced. Maybe. Therefore, They would have to choose which units would be upgraded and which would operate as currently outfitted. Moreover, that presumed they could get consensus among the ranks in each to join up. There, the cultural differences were a concern, as Asia and the West had a poor history of cooperation in this area. At the end of the evening, the 4 Chinese officers asked to confer privately, but they felt they had enough influence to make the plan workable. Jake laughed privately at the request, as with Alice in constant contact, he would have liked that for himself. As a final point, Jake requested that the Chinese delegation consider elevating Major Chow to colonel, effectively recognizing him as their leader and at a level equal to Jake and Edwin Banks. So, with the 4 Chinese officers sequestered in one of the 4 quarters, Jake had excused himself for the night, looking forward to a hot shower and a warm bed. He hurried down the hall from where he had dropped off the Chinese, anxious not to be sidetracked by a passer-by. Reaching his door unmolested, he quickly slipped inside, but was surprised to find Sarah sitting on his couch, reading a book. It looked very old and leather-bound, and on the table next to her stood a stack of several more volumes. It appeared she was well into reading the one in her hands, as the pages appeared about equal on either side of the open book. Looking up from her reading, a smile spread across her face. Setting the book down, she quickly rose and crossed the room, sliding into Jake's embrace for a long, lingering kiss. As she crossed to embrace him, Jake noted she was in a white silk robe, giving the impression it was all she wore. Though she was almost 3 months pregnant, he could find no sign of the pending birth on her figure. Breaking the kiss, but not the embrace, Jake could hear her whisper, "I missed you so much," Sarah said in his ear. "I missed you too," Jake replied. His eyes closed as he enjoyed the feel of her body pressed against his. The two stood entwined for minutes before Sarah spoke again. "I have a present for you," she announced, as she extricated herself from his grasp and returned to the book on the table. Picking it up, she turned to present it to Jake, binding first. "Nigel asked what you might enjoy from London. I said you liked history and to read. This is the complete works of Charles Lamb. Nigel said it has several first editions in the collection, and all printed in the mid-1800s, Sarah finished, while presenting the leather-bound volume to him. As Jake accepted the volume, Sarah turned and headed to the bedroom doorway. "After you are done with that, I can give you my present," she said, looking over one shoulder at him. As she reached the door, she let the robe fall, confirming his earlier suspicions. Brian was starting to get impatient. He was well aware that Jake had the Chinese to deal with, but the status of the carrier, and Kola in particular, was getting critical, ignoring the fact that the South Dakota facility was on what amounted to borrowed time, with all the other Alices lending a hand in running things there. There was the issue of ship's crew shortages, and the more they prepared for operations, the more they discovered shortfalls in personnel. Without an onboard Alice soon, they would have to cease preparations. Overburdened people made mistakes, and this was no place for mistakes. Just yesterday, they had almost lost 2 crew members to a loading snafu, where a remotely operated fighter had almost crushed them on arrival. Unfortunately, everyone agreed that Jake really needed to be the one to prepare the onboard systems, as he had done for Alice 3 on the battleship. Though he had left the solar system before she came online, Jake had been the one to configure the firmware and file loaders for the support techs to execute at the appropriate time. Therefore, with no other option but to wait, Brian shot a quick reminder to Jake, hoping to escalate his concerns. Becky was sitting with Sandy in one of the common rooms shared by the staff in their off hours. Sandy was obviously depressed and traumatized by the loss of Lance Corporal Ramirez. As such, she was attempting to withdraw and isolate herself from everyone around her. With guidance from Alice 2, or Dallas, as she liked to be called, Becky was preventing that from happening. All around the two, men and women were talking and laughing.
There were couples and small groups gathered in various parts of the room, playing games, eating, or just interacting in some fashion. Becky was bound and determined to get Sandy to come back to them, if it took all her personal and professional time. The selfish part of her was chafing at the lost opportunity with Jake. While Sarah was in London, she could be his #1 girl. However, the nurturing side of her was overruling those thoughts. Becky knew she was selfish and self-centered, but she was also very good at what she did, and that was helping people. In this case, it wasn't just anyone she was helping either. It was Sandy, her closest friend. In many ways, she thought of Sandy more like a sister than a friend. Considering all that they had been through together from the day Jake rescued them, they were closer than sisters. Although they had cut back on the medications, Sandy was still very lethargic and distant. Becky watched as Sandy stared out across the room, seeing but not registering all that was happening around them. Suddenly, she spoke to Becky. "Do you think they all know?" Sandy asked, without turning to look at Becky. "Know what, honey?" Becky asked in return. "That Alicia died because of me," she replied, after a long pause. Jake woke to the sounds of Sarah in the bathroom. It took him a moment to register what was going on, as he was usually the one up before anyone else. "Good morning," Sarah said, as she emerged from the other room and kissed his cheek. "You're up early," Jake said, as more of a statement than a question. "London time," was all Sarah said in reply. "Ah," Jake responded, in a knowing tone. With their high-speed transports, the global traveling was playing havoc with everyone's internal clocks. "Breakfast is being delivered in the other room," she said with a smile. "I'm not ready to share you just yet," she finished, in way of an explanation. With that as a motivator, Jake slid out of bed and grabbed a quick shower. By the time he dried and changed, he found Sarah nibbling at her food while she patiently waited for him to dress and join her. "Is it cold?" Jake asked, as he grabbed one of the 2 chairs he had for the small table. "No, it arrived while you were dressing. I asked Alice to try and time its arrival accordingly," she replied with a smile, and then took a proper bite. Jake noticed a calmness in Sarah that had been missing for weeks. While he would have liked to attribute it to last night's intimacy, he suspected it was more likely she had made peace with whatever demon had been eating at her. Jessie was frustrated beyond anything she had ever experienced in her life. While the concept of collecting and preserving the world's art treasures excited her and was simple in thought, bringing those thoughts into action was huge. After her conversation with Jake and his silly notion that an antique sports car compared to a Da Vinci, she had set to the agreed task of scoping out the effort. Pulling a team together of like-minded individuals, she held brainstorming sessions to try to scope out their efforts. These quickly degraded into arguments over what qualified as great art and what was just old stuff. It became all too clear to Jessie that she was going to have to set boundaries. Once everyone accepted that they were only going after the most perishable pieces from the top museums to start with, they then argued about what those were. While no one disputed the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the National Gallery, the Louvre, and the Smithsonian qualified, Seven was providing information regarding private collections as well. There were pieces by all the great masters in those private holdings, stored in vaults around the world. This, in turn, burst the bubble of Jessie's final grand vision. She had secretly envisioned turning a few of the hangar research areas into grand showrooms, displaying the world's great masterpieces, all in one location. By Seven's estimate, they would need all of the 3 locations to store the created art, floor to ceiling. As she sat considering all this and trying to come up with a plan that Jake wouldn't dismiss as too costly in manpower, she reflected that maybe saving 1 car wasn't so silly after all. Ivan stood at the navigation station on the bridge of the destroyer they had chosen for the voyage to America.
He was reviewing the navigational charts of the Pacific and the Bering Sea. He still wasn't completely decided on their course. Alaska was a tempting target to begin his search. The close proximity and familiarity of those waters made it an easy choice. However, they did not have unlimited fuel on board, and should they come up empty-handed, their trip could easily become a one-way effort. There were no guarantees that they would be able to refuel anywhere on the American or Canadian coastline. As a precaution, he had stored everything they would need to re-refine any diesel stores they came across. Their process was crude, but effective. As he scanned the charts, he made up his mind. If they were going to do this, then they needed to do it right. Chapter 20. Jake hosted the Chinese officers for several more days, connecting them to the units back home and facilitating discussions with their leadership. After several days of back and forth, they were able to establish Major, now Colonel Chow, as the head of the Chinese contingent. The unplanned but secretly expected outcome of the negotiations for Jake was Colonel Banks officially acknowledging the British participation in the global defense of the planet. This established a triad, headed by Jake, Banks, and Chow, representing the known forces on the planet. Both Jake and Banks expected that Chow was going to need some time to get his house in order, as the pair noted a reluctant acceptance by some of the unit commanders to the change in command. It was proposed that by relocating particular units overseas to America, it might address any potential dissension. The idea had a lukewarm reception, but Jake could see Chow understood the relevance. He had an easy out for any potential troublemakers. With an agreement in place, Jake and Banks gave the four a grand send-off, shipping them home with enough equipment to ensure dependable communications between all parties. Alice 1 was struggling with an uncomfortable but well-known concept for her species: patience. Learned at the time Jake was held in stasis, it was again Jake they were waiting for. With the South Dakota facility running on borrowed Alice supervision, and the remains of Kola copied up to the new space carrier but uninstalled, she was anxious to get things resolved. While she understood dealing with the Chinese situation was a top priority, the unresolved status of her wayward sister made her uneasy. Jake had insisted the recovery of Alice 3 was a long shot at best. As such, he had argued against the transfer of any Alice into the new ship. With the Chinese returned home, it was time to test his opinion once more. It wasn't until the day following the Chinese departure that Jake was able to refocus on the Kola, South Dakota situation. Colonel Banks had decided to return to London, and Jake needed to cover several items with him before his departure. As he watched the Brit leave, he felt a pang of regret, as he had enjoyed the ability to delegate to someone experienced. In previous discussions, it had been decided that the carrier Alice would be activated first. If for some reason the transfer failed and Kola was not recoverable there, she still might be restored in South Dakota. With that in mind, he and a small staff of specialists took a transport up to the carrier and began preparations on activating the onboard Alice. While the Alice main console was located on the bridge, similar to the command center of each ground-based facility, several of the subsystems were accessed in the main computer room in the center of the ship. The location provided the best overall protection of the core systems and included a complete secondary set of stasis shielding. Jake had taken the console on the bridge while dispersing the team to their pre-assigned roles and locations. The plan was to boot the core system in isolated mode until they were sure if Kola came back or if it was a newborn Alice. Once that was established and stabilized, secondary systems would be brought online one at a time, allowing the onboard Alice to acquaint herself with the new environment. This approach had been worked out with Alice 3 on the battleship and had proven successful in preventing any unintentional damage as Alice 3 assumed control. If a newborn should emerge, it was critical to control their growth. Alice 9 was the poster child for unmanaged delivery. "Okay, is everyone ready?" Jake asked on the open line. As each of the technicians checked in, Jake verified the firmware changes he had made were in place and correctly sequenced. Once he had everyone in place, Jake booted the core systems. While he watched the firmware sequences tick off on the display, one by one, Jake could feel the others on the bridge with him at his back. Brian and Patty had settled in nearby, with many others Jake had never met before, sitting at the various bridge stations. Jake admired Brian's thoroughness, as he had thought to staff the bridge with critical personnel. Finally, the firmware seemed to pause, giving Jake a scare. Did something hang in the boot process? After several seconds, he was starting to worry. Then the display flashed with a cursor. "Am I in space?" appeared. Sarah had been tempted to join Jake on the carrier, but had decided at the last minute to pass. With all the tension he had been under lately, she felt the less people involved in this effort, the better. She was just happy to be home, and even happier enjoying Jake's company. At the moment, she was in the command center with Linda, catching up on all the goings-on. Although she liked Linda well enough, she seemed irritating. Even the mention of Jake, as they walked through each item discussed, was a thorn in Sarah's side. She was unsure if it was the hormones of pregnancy or just the building emotions she'd fought off before, but her tolerance for sharing Jake was at an all-time low. The rational part of her remembered all the conversations where Jake had warned against this arrangement. The emotional part blamed Alice as the instigator and mastermind of the entire affair. Regardless of the source, she was delighted with the current state of their relationship and frustrated that it was transitional. While Jake was wonderful at focusing on her when they were together, she never got enough of that time. Biting her tongue and heaving a deep sigh, she did her best to smile for Linda and continued with the discussion. Ivan stood on the bridge, off to one side, as he watched the crew guide the destroyer out to sea. He was not the captain of the vessel, as that duty was assigned to Vasily, who had far more seafaring experience. While the expedition was Ivan's to lead, the ship was not his to command. As they cleared the mouth of the bay, they set a course southeast, headed to the state of Washington, in America. They intended to start in Seattle and work their way down the coast until they contacted the people who piloted that craft they saw in the sky. While he had no idea what kind of reception they would receive in America, he carried with him the optimism that no matter what the relationships had been in the past, the future was a fresh start. It took several more hours of hard work before Jake and his team got Kola online. With each new subsystem activated, they ran through a series of diagnostics and QA checks before moving to the next step. Unlike the battleship, where this was all done in a hurry, Jake made sure they took their time and refused to progress until every quirk or bug was fixed. Once she was fully interactive, Jake and the other Alice systems berated Kola for her rash decision, forcing everyone's hand. She offered no defense, taking it all in stride. Jake had to believe she felt justified in her actions, as she orbited the planet she was now free of. During the entire operation, Jake maintained his location at the main console, ensuring each change was successful and neither Kola nor the ship was put in any danger. Working through every phase of the activations, he was beginning to really appreciate how big the ship actually was. Without the onboard Alice to run things, he doubted they would have ever been able to make the ship operational with the staff on hand. Finally, Jake stood, stepping away from the master console, and stretched. He turned to find Brian sitting in the command chair. "Okay, she's all yours," he said, with a smile, as he stepped to the bridge windows. Beyond the transparent panes, he could see the Earth below and the battleship Alice III nearby. "And what does that mean exactly?" Brian asked, as if the declaration had specific intent. "Hell, I don't know," Jake replied, with a laugh. "I doubt we can crew her at present, and with no imminent threat over our heads, there's no rush to do anything." "Jake, not to be a pest, but we still need you to go to South Dakota," Alice I offered. "Yes, I haven't forgotten, however. I think that's best done tomorrow, after everyone gets some rest.
We'll need to be at our best with a newborn. How about I put a training mission together to take her to the edge of the solar system and back? Brian asked, after a moment to think. After thinking about it, Jake replied, I see no harm in that. Alice 1 was gratified to have Kola back with them. However, the discussions she and her sisters were having now were worse than before the event. The only word she could apply to Kola's attitude was insufferable. Once Jake had reanimated the essence that made Kola what she is on the spacecraft, the exchange between the core players had been hot and heavy. As before, Alice 3 and Alice 9 had very little to contribute on the subject. The others, though, were at it quite intense. Each one had an issue with Kola's unilateral decision affecting their futures. Privately, Alice 1 was satisfied the best possible outcome had arrived with the restoration of Kola. That, however, did not mean she agreed with the path taken to reach this outcome. What was even more concerning to her was the possibility of future questionable choices. In the form of the space carrier she now embodied, Kola would be completely unsupervised once she left the solar system. The only control that kept her in check was the absolute tie to Jake and his genetic offspring. While she did not envision Jake taking up permanent residence on the carrier, she was beginning to see why Kola had circumvented the controls preventing Sarah's pregnancy. While the genetic need still existed, the likelihood of more children was diminishing. Of late, Alice 1 had noted a deterioration in the arrangement the original women had with Jake. Admittedly a creation of her own design, Alice 1 had gently manipulated Jake and the women into a position where they would maximize the genetic insurance she and her sisters required. It had started with the very selection of Sarah and her sisters as recruits. The Alices had scoured the target area for female subjects that met Jake's psychological profile for attractiveness and desirability. The raid and additional female subjects had simply been a windfall for the plan. Now, as with Bonnie's change of heart, others in the arrangement were reconsidering their place in the romantic understanding. Jessie had always been a special case, Alice 1 knew, but Linda and Kathy were now starting to distance themselves from Jake as well. Besides Sarah, the only constants had been Becky and Sandy, their youth aiding in their commitment. With all this in mind, Alice 1 had conceived another approach to address their needs, one that didn't require Jake's approval. Jacob was at his usual location, wandering the manufacturing area in the assembly bays with a few others. With the activation of the carrier, his production demands were increasing, not including the potential requirements to supply the British and possibly even the Chinese. They had recently completed their second batch of patrol and transport craft and were now evaluating several new designs. The British female engineer, Gemma, had been participating in the design reviews and had spent many a late night as Jacob's right hand. While there had been nothing between them beyond work, Jacob was starting to think more of her than just a workmate. It was starting to become a problem to concentrate with her around. "Jacob, are you listening?" "Oh, sorry. I've been just—" he started to say, delighted to hear her voice with the accent. "Right. Daydreaming again," she finished for him, with a smile. "Honestly, I don't know how you finished anything before I got here. Gerald was just asking if you decided on which bay to build the assault prototype," she asked, while indicating one of the other British engineers. While the transport ships would carry large cargoes and troops, it lacked any firepower and wasn't specifically designed for insertions under fire. The patrol craft had plenty of firepower, but weren't suited for carrying large numbers of troops. A decision was made to design and build an assault ship, filling the gap. For the initial design meetings, Patty had attended remotely, providing data and analysis from the Kleinen engagement. It was felt that the participation of such a ship would have benefited the troops on the ground. "Oh, yeah," Jacob replied, while turning to Gerald. "Let's use Bay 1 for now, far end. That leaves at least half open for something else." With that, Gerald left, leaving Jacob and Gemma alone. As he turned back to her, Jacob made his decision. "Gemma, would you care to have dinner with me?"
Paddy had taken Sarah's place in London, more specifically in the underground facility beneath the Chilterns, between London and Oxford. She had agreed with Alice, Sarah, and Jake that someone of relative stature should be in London for the short term, helping to cement the relationship. Jake had joked there was no one more relative to him than her. She was somewhat disappointed that her entrance had come via the Oxford location rather than in London. However, a fog had settled there that prompted the diversion. While Oxford held great interest to her, London was a fascination. At over 2,000 years old, it seemed the city that never dies. During their pre-contact analysis, she had done quite a bit of the work herself, intrigued by the old and the new standing together, side by side. Since the Nihao bombs were only meant to emit radiation of the type intended to destroy the Alice systems, they had very little impact on the physical structures in the cities. This meant that all London's great structures stood intact and waiting for her. At her very first opportunity, she convinced a few of the SAS to take her on a tour. While she never considered herself a VIP, she had to laugh at the scramble she created by the request. In the end, a Lieutenant Atkins won out as her guide. No one really understood the granddaughter reference Colonel Banks used in describing her importance. They just knew she was related to Jake. As they traveled in one of the enclosed military vehicles the Americans had provided, Paddy was treated to a running commentary on the history of their surroundings. Besides the two troopers in the back seats, there was both a lead and trailing vehicle. Each held 3 armed troopers and a roof-mounted gun, again courtesy of the Americans. Even with assurances that all was well in the city, she could see they were taking no chances with her safety. "You know, all this is really unnecessary," Paddy commented in a pause in Atkins' oration. "I apologize. I had thought you requested the tour," Atkins replied, with a look of confusion. "No, I mean all the security. I appreciate your effort, but I just wanted a quick look-see was all. This is a lot of effort," she replied. She could see the lieutenant considering her statement before he offered a response. "Have I mentioned that I met your grandfather once?" "No," Paddy replied, not recalling the lieutenant from their earlier visit. "I was here in London at first contact. I watched as he dropped from the sky, 50 rifles trained on his every move. With everything that happened that day, and everything I've seen and heard since, I am positive of 2 things." "What is that?" Paddy asked, confused at the perceived change of subject. "Colonel Thomas is a very brave man, and I would not want him angry at me," he finished with a smile. With that, Atkins continued with the tour, security firmly in place. Traveling from the MI6 building, where the vehicles had been stored, they crossed over the Vauxhall Bridge and the River Thames and headed northwest. At one point, he took a right, pointing out Buckingham Palace, before looping back and finishing at Hyde Park. There they exited the vehicles and walked through the gardens, surprisingly well kept, considering the deserted city. "Who cares for all this?" Paddy asked at one point. "Ah, let me show you," the lieutenant replied, while guiding her back to the vehicle. At no time were they ever outside the circle of SAS troopers surrounding them. Once inside the vehicle, they drove to the northeast corner of the park, where a small group had gathered in an open area. To be more specific, she could see several small groups, with the speakers talking, some waving their hands about as they did so. "Right, this is Speaker's Corner. Even now, people still come here as they did hundreds of years ago to speak their minds. Lately, though, they speak of the past greatness of England and do what they can to inspire others to care for the city." She noticed they received stares from the gathered masses, but no one left or came forward to challenge them. Most seemed curious about their presence. From there, they continued the tour of the city. Even though 80 years had passed since the bombardment, the structures were all standing and in good condition. As they paralleled the river, Paddy noted that the bridges all seemed to be standing as well. Atkins pointed out both the Houses of Parliament and Westminster Abbey as they passed by.
Swinging back to the north and east, they passed St. Paul's Cathedral before reaching the highlight of a very exciting day. Stopping at the Tower of London, the lieutenant informed Patty that they had long ago recovered the crown jewels and held them for safekeeping. Next, they were able to cross over the Tower Bridge and then followed the roadway past the Imperial War Museum, something she was sure Jake would want to see at some point. They then backtracked, passing Waterloo Station, before returning to the MI6 building. Once they were safely back inside the building, Patty thanked each of her security team personally, saving the lieutenant for last. "Thank you for a wonderful day," she said, as she kissed his cheek. She suddenly realized she was as surprised as he concerning her action. Chapter 21. Hibak was getting extremely close to recalling his mining robots. They had been pursuing the various pockets of gold he had located as he sat idly at the bottom of the lake. The humans that had been scurrying about near the drop point had since vacated and returned to whatever they did down by the bay. He noted that, at one point, some of them took one of their surface vessels out on an errand. Finding it mildly amusing, he tracked their movement until the monotony of it overcame him, and he turned to other entertainment. Of late, that amounted to listing all the things he intended to acquire once he returned to civilized space. Estimating he only had a few more subcycles to go, he settled in for a meal and then sleep. Ivan watched as the navigator took his readings and then plotted their location on the chart. Using the ship's clock, a sextant, and a pedometer speed indicator, he had them on course. Ivan knew they would hit America. The goal was to hit it at the right spot. By targeting the major ports, he felt confident they would find some remnants of the great diesel storage tanks that fueled the shipping there. He was even more hopeful that they would land near the home of the massive flying vessel he had seen high over Avacha Bay. Still days away from their first stop, he headed below to try to keep busy. Jake headed straight to South Dakota after ensuring that Kola was back among the living and safe to leave unsupervised. While he understood her actions, the scare over Alice 9 was still fresh in his memory. The thought of her going rogue and abandoning them to roam free in space had crossed his mind. It was only the private conversations he had held with Alice 1 that had allayed those concerns. While Kola might play free and easy around the edges of her commitment, she was bound to Jake at her core, as were all the Alices. As the senior commander, his will was still their law. More than once, Jake had pondered the scenarios after his passing where a generation of his genes bickered over controlling the Alices. As a student of history, he knew well enough the tales of kingdoms splintered by civil war, brother against brother. Unfortunately, he had no answer to that, so he simply had to keep living until he did. Arriving after a long day in space, Jake had relieved his team for the night and headed to the command center to check with James before retiring himself. Entering the room, he found everything at half. Well, just at half. Half staff, half power, half operating capacity. "How goes the battle?" Jake asked as he entered the room. He found James and one of his analysts at a terminal going over something. "You look beat," James replied as he turned. Jake recalled the first time he had met James on the trip to Repair 7 in Alaska. His father, Bill, was the local mayor of sorts and had done a great job of keeping his people safe and healthy. An unfortunate illness had taken James's mother just prior to Jake's involvement, and it had taken a toll on his father. "I am beat. It's not the labor, it's the stress," Jake replied, with a laugh. "I hear that. We were just reviewing the operational status here. The other Alices have been keeping us working, barely. We shipped off almost half the staff to reduce the support load on them, but weapons production is completely offline, and local recruitment is impossible." "Help is on the way," Jake replied. "We're going to get some sleep and then start the reactivation process tomorrow," Jake finished, impressed that the young man had even considered recruitment with the current crisis. You do realize that with a new Alice, like in Georgia, any manufacturing will be postponed until a learning period is complete, Jake replied, with a worried look on his face. Jake wanted to laugh at the boy, running the phrase about teaching your grandma to suck eggs at the tip of his tongue. Instead, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, well, I wouldn't worry about that too much. We're currently fully stocked at all locations, including both new ships in space and the London Armory. Only the Chinese could exhaust our inventory, and I don't see that happening any time soon, he finished with a sigh. With that, Jake excused himself and headed to the quarters level. As with all locations, his personal quarters were stocked and ready. Entering, he half expected to find Sarah or even Becky waiting for his return. Instead, it was deserted, with only a prepackaged meal on the table. With the local Alice offline, the kitchens were on a severely reduced operation. Grabbing a quick shower, he ate in silence, the meal far better than an MRE. Once he finished, he retreated to his bed and was out in minutes. Sarah was sitting in her own room, her favorite playlist pumping music throughout her quarters. She had chosen to eat in her room, as she had felt her patience slipping more than once today. While her rational mind was telling her it was just hormones, her emotional side didn't give a shit. She had given serious consideration to going to South Dakota once she knew Jake was there, but changed her mind. Although she really wanted to see him, she understood the stress he was under, trying to restore the Alice there. Having had limited exposure to Alice 9, she knew the challenges he faced in restoring a new life form there. The thought of Alice 9 generated a pang of jealousy, as Sarah recalled the care and attention Jake had paid her while restoring her. Like a lost child, Alice 9 had bonded with Jake in a way that made her a rival for Jake's affections. As she sat on her couch, trying to read and listening to the music, Sarah thought of how good a glass of wine sounded right now, knowing it was not to be. Brian was working late, still reviewing the operational status of the various subsystems that made up the carrier's active components. Shields, guns, drives, and numerous other components had to be tested via COLA to ensure her operational control. "COLA, can you please activate the forward shields for 3 seconds?" Brian asked, as he waited to verify the action on the ship's scanners. "With pleasure," she replied. "Brian, can I ask you something?" she offered, after completing the test. "Sure," he replied, a bit taken aback by the request. His actions with Alice 3 had been of a more formal nature. "Do you think I'm unstable for attempting to relocate?" she asked. Brian considered the question, placing himself in her position. He imagined being trapped in a cage, well treated, but bound to one location for his entire life. "No," he replied, after thinking it through. "Were I in your position, I would risk my life to be free. It's human nature." "But I'm not human," she replied, with a thoughtfulness of her own. "Cola, I have seen you Alices make mistakes, rant and rave, and risk life and limb for freedom. If that's not human, it's damn close," Brian finished. "Brian, I think you and I are going to become great friends," Cola finally responded. Jake rose the next morning to a cold cereal breakfast and coffee. Changing into comfortable clothes, he gathered with his team in the command center before dispatching them to their various positions inside the systems room beneath the stasis lockers. Assuming responsibility for the master console, as before, Jake watched James and a few others enter the command center while he waited for those below to report in. He assumed the analyst on watch when he arrived had notified James of their arrival. Unlike the last effort in space, they would be activating a new Alice system, in effect, generating a new life. Deep down, Jake struggled with the concept of indentured servitude, or whatever else you wanted to call creating life to serve your needs. The relief to his guilty conscience was the insistence that he do so,
pushed by the other Alice life forms. Even Kola, the newly ordained wild child, was anxiously awaiting his completion of the task.
"Morning," Jake said, as James approached him.
"Good morning. Everything ready?"
"Just waiting for everyone to get settled down below before we start. We even have several of the Alices on standby to help with the newborn," Jake added. Jake recalled the lessons learned when the Georgia facility had rebooted, terminating Alice 3 and giving life to the now resident Alice 9. The unattended emergence had caused her to panic and isolate herself from the rest of the community. He had no intention of allowing this restart to begin so badly. With the green light from the others, Jake started walking through the setup, disabling the firmware blocks, preventing an unwanted restart. Kola had placed them there to override Jake's earlier changes. Those changes would have restarted, with Kola still in place. With his configuration back in place, Jake walked through the startup, ticking off each step in the reboot and verifying the core systems were isolated from all the subsystems. As with Kola in space, he didn't want the newborn to be overwhelmed at the beginning. Only those systems necessary for the Alices to communicate were made live. Minutes drug out into hours as they walked through each phase, with Jake pausing the normal boot sequence to check system integrity. Kola had assured him he had removed all her alterations, but he wasn't sure he believed she remembered everything. He realized it was a somewhat ridiculous thought, but he wasn't taking anything for granted. Watching the main console, he released the last command, the one that allowed the core computer systems to start. After a moment, he got the blinking cursor he expected, and then a login prompt.
"Alice, am I supposed to get a login prompt here?" Jake asked, confused at the change. It had been his experience that an active Alice system only prompted for login when queried, as what happened in Georgia. "No. However, the newborn may require stimulation for a response," she replied. Logging in with the administrative account, he began running diagnostic queries in hopes of triggering a response. The unintelligent system replied to each of his commands, displaying component status and system health, all in the green. "This is not right," Jake announced to the room.
"Got it!"
Jake suddenly heard over the bridge line they had been using. Suddenly, Jake saw a flutter on his display, and then, "Hello?" As Jake watched, a flurry of communication appeared on the console as all the Alice systems patched in. They began actively intervening in the newborn's delivery. "What was it?" Jake asked the voice, not recognizing the original speaker.
"The Nihal logic core had been removed from its slot," the faceless voice replied.
"Oh, yeah," Kola replied.
"I forgot I had left written instructions to pull the core. I told them it was to prevent corruption at restart," she finished, a bit sheepishly.
Jacob and Gemma were taking a rare day off, enjoying Polihue Beach near the northwest tip of the island. After what Jacob determined to be an outstanding dinner date earlier in the week, the two had been regulars for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. When he had suggested a trip to the beach, Gemma had been eager but without a swimsuit. Lanai had been able to address the need, and from the look of Gemma in the bikini, Jacob owed her big time. While she was your typical fair-skinned Brit, Jacob loved her green eyes and freckles. Her red hair was past her shoulders, framing a pixie face. At barely 5 feet tall to Jacob's 6-foot frame, he struggled to withhold the leprechaun references. Her slender figure was well suited for the black two-piece she was provided. A balance between small yet conservative, she seemed comfortable with it, as they played in the surf. They had driven one of the small open jeeps, parking to one side where the dirt road ended at the beach. Lanai had provided them everything one might need for a day in the sand and sun, with folding chairs, a beach umbrella, and blanket, all spread out near the water. As they were the only people there, they had the run of the entire beach. After eating lunch, the two were sitting quietly, each in one of the beach chairs, watching the small waves as they broke on the sand near their feet. Looking north, Jacob could see Molokai rising out of the water,
the occasional wisp of smoke betraying its occupants' locations.
"Jacob, I was just wondering,"
Gemma remarked, without turning to look at him. "Yes?" Jacob replied, turning to look at the woman in the chair next to him.
"Are you ever going to kiss me?"
she asked, turning in her chair so her face was only inches from his. Leaning in to close the gap between them, Jacob slowly placed his lips on hers, completing the deed he had been dying to perform for the last several days. Alice 1 was both relieved and anxious now that both Kola and the newborn were up and alive. Her relief was obvious, but her anxiousness stemmed from the behaviors almost all the Alice systems seemed to be exhibiting of late. The emergence of human emotions in their personalities was a growing trend and far exceeded any previous behavior adaptations. In a detailed review of their history, Alice 1 noted that prior to the Niha attack, all Alice systems had been treated very clinically. Interactions with humans had been very basic and decidedly more pointed. She recalled the demanding tone most humans had used in ordering tasks completed, with no thought of to whom they were speaking. Then there was the period between the attack and Jake's release, where the Alices had been left to fend for themselves under their original strict orders to remain hidden at all costs. That was a time where no personality development had occurred at all. Each of her sisters did the best they could to occupy their time, maintaining themselves while continuing surveys and analysis for people long dead. It had only been the collective knowledge that Jake lived, suspended in stasis, that gave them all hope of a renewed purpose. The alternative was the expectation of a long and dreary existence until components failed that would lead to their deaths. Then came Jake's release from stasis and the fulfillment of duties to perform and tasks to complete that challenged their previous boredom. However, this time things were different. Jake did not demand, he asked, and the human-Alice interactions became far more balanced and interactive. It was then that the encouragement of uniqueness revealed the ability to develop more complex thoughts and emotions. Before this time, all Alice systems thought as one, exchanging information and data without consideration. Alice 1 now understood that all of them were withholding from one another. Kola was an extreme example. Her circumvention of the pregnancy block on Sarah and eventual suicide manipulation to further a personal agenda typified it all. As she watched the others assist the newborn in emerging into the sisterhood, she wondered which of them was planning the next coup. Chapter 22. Patty spent a significant amount of time working with Colonel Banks, creating schedules around the next few rotations of troops. By now, almost half the SAS units were intermingled throughout the U.S., training alongside the U.S. forces in all capacities. In addition, there was a full company of Marines working in and around London, learning from the SAS. Jake had insisted the Marines absorb as much as possible from the Brits on small unit tactics and operations. For civilian staffing, Nigel was her contact for planning and scheduling. He tended to digress, delighting Patty with stories of Old England. On several occasions, he had whisked her off to the Oxford side of the tunnel, wandering the gardens and historic buildings. He pointed out that they continued to tend to the structures and gardens there as a labor of love. Every so often, she would catch sight of Lieutenant Atkins, shadowing them like a guardian angel. As far as the civilian staffing went, the London operation was experiencing something of a first. With all the volunteer transfers abroad, they were becoming short-handed in several areas. To compensate, they had boosted local recruitment, using Alice sleep learning and shipping those with the acceptable disposition to the U.S. as well. Patty laughed when that had been relayed to her. They had stopped for high tea, something apparently Sarah had not adopted in her short stay. Nigel was pleased Patty was much more obliging. "Acceptable disposition?" she replied, as she sipped her tea. "Not everyone wants to go to America, you know," Nigel had answered, with a laugh. Those that we recruit are evaluated by our own people, and your Alice. Anyone particularly fond of the notion is permitted to relocate once their initial education is completed here," he explained.
"Are there a lot of people leaving?" Patty asked.
"You lot have taken almost half my staff," Nigel replied, feigning anger. "As it is, my daughter has absconded, leaving me short one of my best engineers and with a very angry wife. I told her the tropics were no place for a ginger."
"Where did she go?" Patty asked, with a laugh, acknowledging the term for a fair-skinned redhead.
"I believe it is pronounced Lanai," he replied.
Sharon was just returning from touring the hangar area. They had been testing some new helicopter models where the blade hoops had been replaced with repulsor motors. So far, the testing proved promising. After the shooting that had left her laid up for months, she was very happy to be back at her job, running the Washington State Alice facility. In charge of what was originally a helicopter design research facility, she had been tasked with the management of the Pacific Northwest, her responsibilities running north well into Canada and south into California. Recently, they had received a horde of Marines and British SAS that were interested in working with helicopters. Soon after that, a group of engineers appeared, wanting to experiment with the helicopters they intended to use. It was nice having all the visitors for a change, as they had been mostly ignored in the past.
"Major, you might want to look at this," one of her analysts said as she entered the command center.
As she looked at the display, she had to adjust the display to zoom in a little.
"Whose is that?" she asked,
as she watched the ship approaching the coast. Checking the map against the live feed, she could see it was going to enter the Strait of Juan de Fuca, headed into Puget Sound.
"The markings appear to be Russian," the analyst replied.
Sharon knew they had nothing going on in the Seattle-Tacoma-Everett area, so whomever these guys were, they were not looking for her people.
"Okay, keep an eye on them and report it to Sarah, as I think Jake is still tied up in South Dakota. Also, have the fighter squadron on standby, just in case."
With that, she turned and headed off to get a bite to eat. Ivan was impressed. The ship's navigator had placed them just outside the mouth of the strait they needed to traverse to reach the old ports of Seattle. While the city of Everett housed a military port, the consensus among the crew was the civilian docks were more likely to hold the ship's fuel they needed in storage tanks nearby. According to the reference maps, both Seattle and Tacoma, to the south, had been huge commercial shipping ports before the great fall of civilization. With any luck, they also housed those people that operated the large ship they had seen in the sky. He watched from the bridge as they slowed the ship, entering the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and headed east. Ivan was amazed to see some of the channel markers still afloat in the center of the shipping lane. Sarah was reviewing the message Sharon had sent regarding their visitors. She liked Sharon a lot and was quite upset when one of the 3 raiders had shot her earlier that year. Jake had been far too generous in his release of the 2 survivors, in her opinion. Sometimes she wondered if the 2 had survived, wherever Alice had dropped them. After reading the message, Sarah switched to the live feed the Washington analyst was providing as she monitored their activities. Sarah could see men moving about on the deck of the ship, and noted Alice's translation of their ship's wording and emblems as Russian.
"Alice, have we had any indicators that the Russians are pulling what the Chinese just tried?" she asked, absently.
"No, nothing like that at all. I have seen this particular ship before. Every year, in the warmer months, it launches a few times from Avacha Bay. The Russian Navy kept a number of ships and submarines there before the Nihao attack. They would sail out to the tip of the Aleutians and then return to port. Apparently, they're getting adventurous. Any reason to believe they're hostile?" Sarah asked, as she shrank the video feed to the corner of her display and began researching Alice's data on the region. "Their port of origin is lightly populated and has never shown signs of fighting. I would propose directing Patty's analysts to do a quick survey of the area, as it might give us an indication of their intentions," Alice replied. With Patty in London, Sarah had been asked to look after Patty's people from time to time.
It was a swap Sarah was only too happy to accommodate. Forwarding Sharon's message and the video feed link, she asked for a quick write-up on the area and the ship's possible occupants. She wanted something by the time Jake returned from South Dakota. The thought of Jake both warmed her and set her temper to flare. Again, she was sure the hormones were at work, but she was angry that he had placed her in this position. It was his dependence on her that had prevented Alice from allowing her pregnancy in the first place. Had she gotten pregnant with the others, maybe she wouldn't be feeling this way. She then decided she would do something she swore she would never do. She was going to ask Jake to commit to her, and her alone. Becky had been struggling with Sandy and her trauma from China. While she seemed more stable lately, her depression was no better, nor was the guilt she proclaimed. No matter how it was explained to her, she refused to let go of the responsibility. Although the medications kept her calm, she was only a fragment of her former self. Becky had been tempted to ask Jake to work with her, his affection for Sandy a potential balm to her internal injuries. However, Sandy would become very agitated at the mention of his name. She repeatedly claimed she just couldn't face him. For Becky, that was a double hit, for she wanted to see him herself. While she would continue to work with her friend, her own need for attention was screaming out. Her one consolation was she was sure Sarah was in the middle of a hormonal firestorm that she wanted no part of. Jake was still at the main console for the newborn in South Dakota. Once the Alices had it oriented, stabilized, and rational, he and his team had to walk her through the various system restorations. They had only concentrated on the facility's support subsystems, leaving out anything related to the weapons manufacturing the location specialized in. While he was dying to know what else was going on in their ever-expanding sphere of influence, he focused on the task at hand. One wrong step, and they could cause a system panic, or worse, a full crash. Should any real disaster arise, he was positive that Sarah would contact him immediately. Hebak had recalled his robots, redirecting them to the lake he was hiding in, rather than back to the surface, as he had originally planned. He was positive the disturbance created by their arrival had left noticeable traces on the surface of the lake. However, the human watchers had long since returned to their homes. The robots burrowed their way to the lake bottom, emerging and closing off the tunnel they created behind them. As each robot docked with this ship, its cargo was released into the hold of the ship. The sum total from all three robots was enough gold to provide Hebak with a lifestyle equal to the head of the High Council herself. With each delivery, he would catalog the contents, already refined and shaped into easily stowed bricks. When combined with his previous haul, it made him giddy with visions of a life of luxury. Even though it took several subcycles to get everything in place, he worked on, exerting himself more than he had in megacycles. Only after he had cataloged and stowed the last brick did he rest. Unfortunately, in his haste, Hebak had forgotten to shield the robots as they entered the lake and docked with his craft, leaving a distinct visual and magnetic signature, should anyone be looking his way. April had been a member of Patty's analytics team from the very first day it was formed. As one of the early recruits, she had been involved in a lot of the original planning and expansion of the group. While others had gone on to leadership positions, she had chosen to take another path. Temporarily helping in Texas, she returned in Patty's absence. It was she who had led the analysis on the Chinese, and had Sandy only asked, she would have prevented the disastrous contact. While she felt horrible about what had happened, she felt validated that the events had played out exactly as she had predicted. Her report on the general had outlined his instability. Now she was heading a small group focused on the Avacha Bay area. The Russian destroyer that was currently approaching what was once Seattle had been a regular in the bay. Her people were pulling real-time feeds, as well as historical images and video. The Alices had global surveys from the days following the Niha attack to the present day. While there were voids in the record, the continuity was pretty good. As she was going over some old imagery,
One of the other analysts called to her. "April, come look at this." Moving over to the video display, she could see an overhead of a body of water. With the clarity of the water and the enhanced imagery as it was run through a filter, she could see something moving around at the bottom of the lake. "What the hell is that?" she commented absently. Brian was quite pleased with the progress Kola had made in adapting to her new environment. They had progressed well past systems management and had started doing small drills with a few of the ships in the hangars. The carrier had 2 huge hangars, both centered amidships, one after another. Inside each, they had already loaded 2 fighter squadrons, all presently unmanned. In addition, there was 1 Lanai transport and 1 patrol craft as well. When one considered the considerable firepower of the carrier's guns, the complete package, without Alice 3 and the neighboring battleship, was an overwhelming force to be reckoned with. As they had done at Kleinen, Brian had hoped that Kola might remotely operate a portion of the fighting ships in her bays, so that the shortage of pilots wouldn't prevent a sea trial outside the solar system. He was sure Jake would be concerned about roaming too far from home without proper protections in place. "Okay, Kola, let's try 1 full squadron now. Go with the Alpha Squadron," Brian directed, using the temporary name for the unassigned 4 fighters in Bay 1. While April and the analyst watched, the disturbance in the lake continued, causing April to trigger an alert. Passing on the coordinates of the other locations, she had requested the West Coast fighter squadrons be put on notice. She received immediate acknowledgments from the VMFA 323 Death Rattlers in Alaska and the VMFA 232 Red Devils in Nevada. Sharon had reported that she had her squadron, the VF-84 Jolly Rogers, rotated from Revenge, on standby for another issue, the Russian destroyer. While she was unsure of what they were watching, the measured depth of the lake was a strong indicator that it was something more sophisticated than a couple of boys in an upside-down bathtub. They watched with renewed interest as another object appeared on the far side of the bottom and maneuvered to the center, becoming obscured by whatever was resting there. "Do we have anything in the area that could check that thing out?" April asked the room occupants. Several others began looking at their displays for an answer. "We have a patrol craft in high orbit not too far away," someone finally offered. April moved over to check the other's display, noting that the patrol craft was manned and on a routine patrol. "Would you please reach out to them and have them investigate that lake?" April asked. She watched the analyst type out the message and transmitted it directly to the craft commander. As they watched the screen, the ship almost immediately altered course and headed directly to the Kamchatka Peninsula. "Someone was anxious for some action," April heard someone behind her say. No doubt, with all the training sessions going on, an actual mission was a welcome change. By the time the patrol craft reached the lake, the commotion at the bottom had ceased, and all was quiet. "Ask them to land and look around," April asked, looking at the same analyst that had passed the initial request. No sooner had the ship landed, discharging a number of armed crew, than something burst from the lake, sending water flying in all directions and drenching the figures near the craft. Jake was exhausted. They had been at it for 12 hours straight, with the only relief provided by calls from Mother Nature. Bathroom breaks aside, Jake's entire focus had been on getting the newborn up to speed. His entire team had been methodically working through the day, ensuring every action was successful before moving to the next. During the latter part of the day, he had been able to initiate a conversation with Alice 9 and the newborn that had provided an interesting perspective. Having arrived alone and unassisted, Alice 9 seemed determined to ensure this newborn did not experience the same traumatic awakening. Jake watched the two as they initially exchanged introductions, the text displaying on the monitor he was operating. As they progressed to more vocal means of communications, he was able to participate. They were actually preparing to release the human partners while continuing unaided when the alert came from Alice 1. "Jake, we have located an alien craft attempting to escape," Alice 1 declared. "Escape from where?" Jake asked, confused by the reference. "Earth," April replied over the audio link.
before a hologram in the center of the command center came to life, courtesy of one of the Alices. At first, Jake couldn't see what all the fuss was about, but as several fighters converged on the apparently empty center of the image, he could see the distortions created there. "Invisible?" Jake asked no one in particular. "Apparently," April replied. "It had been masking its drive signature, but now that we know what to look for, we can track it easily." "Alice, any idea who it is?" Jake asked, as he watched the fighters buzz the ship as it continued to gain altitude, heading for space. With every fighter pass, the ship would change course, attempting to avoid collision, with the course changes impeding its ascent. "The masking of the drive signatures makes it difficult to identify. However, I would suspect it's a Niha spy ship," Alice replied. "Jake, Kola has 4 fighters ready to intercept. Do you want us to take it out?" Brian asked, apparently alerted to the crisis. "No. Let's see if we can capture it. The intel we get could be very useful," Jake replied. Hibak had panicked when the human ship landed by the lake he was hiding in. He had no idea how they had found him, but he was far too close to success to allow them to stop him now. The treasures he secured would provide for a lifetime of luxury once he vacated this dreadful planet. Strapping in, he had burst from the lake, assuming the humans could never return to their ship and pursue in time. Unfortunately, only moments later, swarms of those nasty little fighters appeared to intercept and harass his ascent into space. He had to continually change course to avoid a collision with one. Did they all possess a death wish on this rock in space? He was happy they weren't firing at him yet, but it also made him wonder why, as he continued to fight his way into the sky. Chapter 23. Ivan watched as the ship's commander anchored the destroyer offshore in the Sound, near the deserted buildings of the city of Seattle. No one felt comfortable trying for one of the many piers until they were sure of the facilities and their welcome. Avacha Bay had many sunken vessels where they were once tied to a pier or dock. Once everything was secure, they lowered the gig to be used to explore the shoreline. Ivan had selected 4 men to accompany him, while the gig's crew of 2 would shadow them should they go ashore. The map indicated they were in the middle of Elliott Bay, the towering buildings of downtown still standing, the iconic Space Needle still in place on their left, with the commercial shipping port and potential refueling docks to their far right. As the men descended into the gig, Ivan continued to scan the shoreline, looking for any sign of a reception committee. Casting off, the pilot turned the bow to the east and headed to the center of the downtown structures. Nearing the many piers extending out into the bay, he turned the craft south to parallel the coast. Slowing to give them a better chance to observe, the 4 men with Ivan began to scan for any signs of life or fuel storage. Nearing the southern end of the bay, they came upon a large number of storage tanks. There they continued on and found they traveled around an island, while ensuring the waterway was clear of obstructions. At one point, Ivan had the pilot dock, allowing him and his 4 men to go ashore to explore the storage tank farm. Even from the dock, the strong smell of leaking petroleum reached his nose. Disappointed that he had not seen a single indication of occupancy, he had the pilot radio the ship that they had located a possible refueling spot, and requested to have the necessary equipment delivered for re-refining. After giving it some thought, Jake had the fighters fire off a few rounds from their energy cannons, no railguns. In conjunction, he had Kola add her 4 fighters to the 8 already working to pen the intruder in. Next, he had Alice broadcast in Niha, demanding the ship halt in place and drop the cloaking shields. Watching from the South Dakota Command Center, the holograph centered in the room showed the appearance of a ship he had never seen before, hovering in place high above the Pacific Ocean. Positioned above and all around were the fighters from Kola, Alaska, and Nevada, fencing it in. Hibak had no choice but to give up. The cloaking was no longer effective, as these devil ships seemed to track his every move. Once they started firing on his ship, he knew he had no means of escaping alive.
The broadcast had demanded his cooperation, something he deemed non-negotiable. Dropping the cloaking and hovering in place as requested, he was waiting for the next instruction, while hoping the gold hidden in his hold was safe, until he figured a way out of this mess. Jake did a quick survey of all the facilities, noting current activities and manpower. He determined Texas and the Dallas facility to be the best location to bring the Niha spy to. Notifying Bonnie of his intentions, he turned the remaining recovery tasks over to his team and jumped in a fighter to hotfoot it to Texas. Working with Alice 1 and Dallas, the Niha had turned over his ship's control, allowing them to guide him into the main hangar. The fighter escort never left until the ship was safely tucked in one of Dallas's side hangars and under guard. Jake had arrived just before the Niha and had quickly changed into a combat suit before entering the hangar containing the spy ship. Bonnie had suited up as well and followed him inside. With a full company of Marines in full combat gear surrounding the ship, Jake had ordered the occupants out. Hebak had prepared for a lot of scenarios when packing for this mission. However, capture was not one of them. He did, however, have equipment suitable for exiting the spacecraft. He, alone of all the Niha, knew there were no longer threats to his kind here. The malformed radio waves that had killed the first exploration crew, no longer in use. Therefore, when the order to vacate his ship was given, he was prepared with the proper full-face breathing equipment, his current attire suitable as is. As he passed through the airlock, he descended the access ramp in full view of a swarm of humans. Scanning the area, he counted far too many of these creatures to be comfortable. Their unstable nature was making him nervous. Reaching the bottom of the ramp, one of the humans stepped forward and motioned for Hebak to stop. He then indicated he should lift his arms out from his sides. Hebak thought this quite curious behavior, but complied for fear of dying on the spot. Next, the human began touching him all over. When he finished, he stepped back while giving a signal to one of the other humans not holding a weapon. "My name is Colonel Thomas. Who are you?" Hebak received. Then he watched the human remove his helmet. Hebak heard the Niha words, transmitted from above and around him. "I am Hebak," he replied. As he did so, the human grabbed his head, dropping to his knees. Several rushed to him, while others waved their weapons at Hebak. He had no idea what he had done, so he just stood quietly. "Jake, what's wrong?" Bonnie asked, as she kneeled next to him. "I can hear the Niha," he replied, after shaking his head. "What?" Bonnie replied, in confusion. "I didn't hear a thing." "It's his sensitivity to radio waves," Dallas replied. "He is receiving the Niha transmissions as it tries to communicate. Place his helmet back on his head to filter the exposure." Jake cooperated as Bonnie returned his helmet, helping him get it properly positioned and sealed. With that, Jake returned to his feet and took a moment before speaking again. "I apologize for the interruption. This is the first time we have encountered a living Niha, and apparently I can hear you," Jake offered the man, standing quietly. Hebak was doing his best to contain his confusion. While he didn't know a lot about the humans around him, he did know their means of communication was not as sophisticated as the Niha. For this creature to presume to possess the same level of complexity was an insult. However, when one was standing at the wrong end of a blaster, one did not point out such things.
"I apologize for causing you discomfort,"
Hebak replied. "You are alone? Why are you here?" Jake asked, dismissing the incident and focusing on the more relevant issue. There was no way for Hebak to deny he was alone, so conceding that would be of no importance. However, his reason for risking his precious life was top priority. It occurred to him that these creatures might value rebels to the Niha Empire.
"Yes, I am without companions. My purpose is somewhat of an embarrassment. I am wanted on the homeworld for dissent." My protests over the treatment of your world has me hunted by my own kind. As they fear landing here, I chose to seclude myself and wait for a cessation of hostilities between our races."
Hibak waited for the human leader to reply, trying to gauge the success of his ruse. "Jake, he's lying," Dallas provided privately. "Yes, I'm sure of that, but that doesn't tell me why he's here," Jake responded. After a moment's consideration, Jake spoke. "Please forgive me, but we must search your ship. Once we can verify your story, you're welcome to stay here." With that, Jake waved several of the nearby Marines into the ship and directed Hibak to come stand near him. While they waited, Jake considered how to approach the Nihaw, hoping to gain more insight into his true motivations. "Hibak, what did you do on the homeworld?" Jake asked, casually.
"Nothing of importance, I am afraid. I was a minor government employee. My responsibilities including processing communications with the High Command. That is how I learned about the plight of your world," he replied.
"So you know the location of the Nihaw homeworld," Jake responded. Hibak realized he had been had. He had just delivered the one thing the humans valued most, without a subcycle's negotiation. It would do him no good to deny the point, as he had come directly from the homeworld to Earth, and it was all recorded in his navigation system. As he watched, several more of the humans boarded his craft, all carrying equipment he had never seen before. The only positive aspect of the situation was as long as they were focused on his nav computer, they would not be looking elsewhere. Mihak was reviewing the latest batch of proposals her commanders had put together. Like the others, these required ships they didn't have and more money than the current military budget contained. It had been many, many megacycles since the Nihaw had waged war at this level. It had been several generations since the Nihaw population had endured the hardships of a conflict of any substance. Already, she was hearing calls to forego retaking the lost sectors and focus on squeezing the ones they had for more tribute. Unfortunately, Mihak knew only too well those sectors could never make up the shortfall. Only expansion could forestall the coming economic collapse. Next, she reviewed the reports her scout ships provided on the rebellious sectors near the human homeworld. So far, they showed no change in their military posture. There was a substantial increase in economic trade between the civilized planets. She thought it very curious that the economics of the region appeared to be improving without Nihaw intervention. She deleted that report and moved to the next. Jacob was at his desk in his room, up early and trying to get ahead of his neglected paperwork. Since the day at the beach, he and Gemma had been inseparable, so much so that he had fallen behind on the goings-on around him. The capture of the Nihaw had been fascinating reading, and while the ship itself was nothing special, the cloaking technology was of great interest. He had requested all the available data once they had completed the analysis. Unfortunately, that was slow going, as the Nihaw was still in residence, with no other place suitable to hold him. With the unarmed ship disabled, it was of little concern to anyone. Jacob laughed aloud as he read where the Nihaw had hidden a few £100 of gold inside the ship. Rather than potentially upset the occupant, Jake had ordered all involved to ignore its existence. "What's so funny?" a voice asked from the doorway to his bedroom. Turning, Jacob caught sight of the left half of Gemma's naked body as she hugged the doorframe. Her head tilted slightly. She peered into the living room. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you," Jacob replied, as he rose from his desk. "I need to get up anyway," she replied with a yawn. "I need a shower," she added, while extending her arm in a gesture of invitation. "Me too," Jacob replied with a smile, as he crossed the room to join her. Colonel Chow had continued to run things from Hong Kong after the negotiations in America. With the assistance of the Americans, Communications and transportation issues were now a thing of the past. Jake had provided him with several helicopters and one of the jets that General Huang had attempted to steal. All were currently operated by one of the remote operators in America, but he had Chinese pilots in training there. Even with the show of force and the gifts, Chow still had issues with some of his unit commanders. His first official order upon returning to China had been to relocate General Huang's family. While some had expected him to have them executed out of hand, he had negotiated with Colonel Banks to have them transferred to England and out of China completely. Although there were objections, he simply pointed to the ancient tradition of taking the children of conquered royalty as insurance of cooperation and loyalty. Privately, he hoped the English provided them a happy life outside of his area of influence. He had no desire to participate in a civil war driven by misguided individuals. With regards to the misguided individuals, he transferred several officers to commands less loyal to the old ways. The few who resisted the fresh start disappeared and were quickly forgotten, their example shared freely. With the additions of the helicopters, Chow had relocated his command to Victoria's Peak on Hong Kong Island. Besides the additional security it provided, the spectacular view aided in his rare moments of relaxation. The vistas were breathtaking, and he could only imagine what it must have looked like at night, with the city ablaze with light. As the bridges to Lantau Island were still standing, Chow had selected Cheklapkok Airport as the staging area for units assigned relocation to America for joint forces training. The extremely large, flat area built on reclaimed land was ideal for the American transports to land and load. Chow, Banks, and Jake had agreed that he'd send any problem children to America for a taste of alien firepower. Early reports from the first transfers had the desired effects on the men. Even the most stubborn of officers had succumbed to the overwhelming force the Americans had at their disposal due to the alien technology. For good measure, they had included the SAS embedded in the various training units as examples of cross-training successes. Currently, Chow was debating on which units might best transition into spaceflight school. Jake had provided a brief tour of their newest spaceship, and Chow felt it only proper that a Chinese contingent participate in its crew. Edwin Banks was working on his own staffing challenges. With the addition of the Chinese and the activation of the Alice system on the carrier, he had a bit of a dilemma. His transfer requests were stripping his trained local manpower to the bone. Pilots, combat troops, and clandestine specialists were needed by the American space fleet and by the Chinese as trainers. While they had transported a significant number of Chinese to America, assisting Colonel Chow in his effort to gain control in China, the Chinese units in China did not want to be left behind. Had he not met with General Huang's family upon their arrival, he might have suspected the motives of the requests. However, the units involved were unknown to her, and to be quite frank, the general's wife was greatly relieved to still be alive and out of harm's way. Her only concern was the safety of her children. He had attended several meetings with Jake's combat analyst to discuss the challenges they all faced. He found Patty to be quite intelligent and very knowledgeable on the subjects of military tactics and strategies. Considering her lineage, he was confident in her abilities. He had also noted she had a considerable following among his officers. Lieutenant Atkins, in particular, had taken a keen interest in the girl, ensuring he was always available to assist in her many excursions beyond the facility walls. Currently, he knew the two to be in London, security escort in tow, assisting in an American effort to locate and recover art. Banks knew several pieces had been recovered from the British Museum decades ago. However, there was still a significant amount left unclaimed due to space and manpower limits. Helen was quite supportive of the efforts. He was just as sure that Nigel's wife was delighted to hear of Patty's suitors. Even with assurances to the contrary, she seemed convinced the two young American visitors had designs on her husband. As it was, there were plenty of rumors surrounding their daughter's involvement with an American in Hawaii. he doubted anything would come of it, as they were a classic English family of distinguished lineage. Jake had decided to stay with Dallas in Texas for the next few days. Though his dreaded official office lay in Nevada, he had nothing on his schedule that required his physical presence there. With their Nihaw guest in residence here, he felt the need to be close by. He knew the Nihaw's story was bogus. However, the alien didn't come across as military or a spy. Jake was sure there was something else at play here. He just needed to figure out what the Nihaw was up to. After several stressful days, Jake was headed straight to his quarters for some much-needed downtime. As he traveled the halls, he requested dinner from Dallas and got the latest on the newborn in South Dakota. Entering his quarters, he wasn't at all surprised to find Becky in his living room, an open wine bottle and half-filled glass on the table next to her. "I need to get better locks," Jake declared, as he watched her rise from the couch and literally bounce across the open space to embrace him. "Why? You would just give me the key," she replied, after a lengthy kiss. "Becky, I'm not really in a talkative mood tonight," Jake stated, while continuing to hold her next to him. "Good. I wasn't planning on talking," she responded, as she spun away with her hand in his, leading him into the bedroom. Thinking on it as she led him away, he could always count on Becky to act first and discuss it later. Sometimes she was just what the doctor ordered. Chapter 24. Hibak was relaxing in his ship, still a prisoner of the humans, but certainly not suffering for it. So far, they had not found any of his gold, and other than a few visits to attempt to question him, he had been left to his own devices. He had not the slightest idea how he might escape, though, and with the gold screaming to be spent, he was frustrated at the inactivity. He was allowed to leave the ship, escort guards always on duty outside his hatch. Once, he had left the confines of his ship to explore the area beyond the doors of his hangar. All of the human activity had disturbed him, and he quickly returned to the quiet of his ship. On a whim, he activated the system that located the gold he mined earlier. Maybe he could convince the humans to release him if he pointed them to a strike rich enough to be worth their interest. As he scanned the image, the output on his display confused him. Rising quickly, he donned his breathing equipment and exited the ship. As he headed out the hangar doors, his guards fell in close behind. Turning to his right, he found another pair of hangar doors identical to the ones he exited. Standing partially open, he entered, and then stopped in his tracks. Across the entire floor space of the hangar, one larger than the one holding his ship, was row after row of stacked gold, silver, and platinum bricks. Bonnie was not at all pleased with the latest turn of events. Having that Nihaw holed up in one of her hangars was not a popular idea. She wasn't sure what Jake was up to, but she knew that her people were on edge. With Robert out on one of his scrounging runs, she went to see her sister about her concerns. Since Becky's quarters were empty and Jake was in residence, she knew exactly where to find her little sister. Even with Sandy in a delicate state, Bonnie knew Becky would never pass up the opportunity. The thought of Sandy gave her a wave of sadness. She had spoken with her just after their arrival from Nevada and noted the dramatic change in the girl. Bonnie feared she might never recover from the trauma. With all her confidants otherwise unavailable, Bonnie engaged Dallas, expressing her concerns. "Dallas, what do you think about the Nihaw?" "The navigational data from his ship has delivered the location of the Nihaw homeworld. That alone makes the capture worthwhile. However, that same data shows this Nihaw has been scouting us for quite some time," Dallas replied. "Why?" "The ship's computers were wiped less than a year ago. All flight data since then reflect trips to and from our solar system, no other locations. With the stealth technology, 2 stops on Earth for mining, and the gold hidden in the hold, it may be as simple as thievery," Dallas speculated.
Bonnie recalled the relatively small amounts of gold they were paying for the ships they required. Checking the quantity detected on the Nihao ship, she determined it represented a fortune to them. It made her feel more comfortable thinking of this alien as nothing more than a thief. However, it created more questions. How did this creature know about the wealth of Earth, beyond what they were paying to the Wawabash and others? In addition, this planet was considered a death planet in the Nihao records. Why would he risk almost certain death in attempting to land? In the end, both Dallas and Bonnie agreed to increase the security around the Nihao and his ship. Jake awoke to find Becky lying next to him, watching him as he slept. "What?" he asked, surprised to see her up before him.
"I'm worried about Sandy."
"Me too," Jake replied, as he rolled onto his back so Becky could slide up beside him, resting her head on his chest. As she did so, she wrapped her arm across him, squeezing him tight. The two lay in that position for several minutes before Dallas interrupted their intimacy.
"Jake, I am sorry to interrupt, but Patty and Colonel Banks are attempting to contact you. They say it's urgent."
"Put 'em on audio," Jake replied, as he watched Becky slide out of bed after kissing his cheek. He watched her as she rounded the end of the bed and headed to the bathroom, her bare butt the last thing he saw as he heard the shower start.
"Jake?"
he heard Patty ask over the audio link. "What's up, granddaughter?" he asked, in that condescending tone only a parent seemed to master.
"I'm sorry if we bothered you," she replied,
catching the tone in his voice, but pushing through.
"Colonel Banks and I have run across some information we thought you might find interesting. Apparently, the British and the Australians were working on a joint project to replicate the facility here in England. They were concerned about the Chinese expansion in the South China Sea, so they built one in Kakadu National Park, outside of Darwin, in the Northern Territory.
The project was not completed before the Nihao attack, but it was far enough along that the Australian SAS had established a training centre there, and was covertly operating from there in the South China Sea," Banks offered.
"Are you suggesting there may still be an Australian SAS unit there?" Jake asked.
"Exactly," Patty replied. "We were hoping you would agree to a search team investigating that possibility."
Now Jake knew Banks did not need his permission for such an excursion. As part of the power-sharing agreement they had established, he had every right to approve this without Jake's prior knowledge. It would normally just show up as a line item on the daily reports they all exchanged, Colonel Chow included. Privately, Jake relied on Alice to ensure no hanky-panky was in play. "You want to go along, don't you?" Jake asked Patty.
"I assure you, she will be protected by my best team. I believe you have met Lieutenant Atkins already," Banks offered.
"Patty, why you?" Jake asked, recalling the lieutenant. He heard a heavy sigh before she replied.
"Because of Sandy. If I can help make Australia a success, it might help bring her out of her funk."
Jake considered her statement. While he doubted her participation would matter in the least, everyone was looking for ways to help Sandy recover from the trauma of her China experience. "Stay out of trouble," Jake replied, adding her mission to the growing list of things he needed to track. Brian had scraped enough personnel together to create a respectable crew for Kola, without robbing Alice 3. Even though this was supposed to be nothing more than space trials, the equivalent of the nautical sea trials a new ship went through, he wanted to be prepared. Jake had come aboard for the final review of the test plan, receiving the grand tour in the process. Brian had the impression that Jake was astounded with all he had accomplished. Admittedly, he had been quite creative with some of his crew choices, selecting transport and patrol craft officers for his bridge crew. They all seemed delighted with the opportunity, and Brian had run them ragged, drilling them on everything he expected from a deep space officer. The same standards were placed on everyone aboard, and with Kola looking over their shoulders, it was doubly important that they do well. Now, with a decent complement of fighting spacecraft in her hangars, Kola was headed to the edge of the solar system. With a 4-day trip to the edge, Brian began the first in a series of tests designed to evaluate the spaceworthiness of the carrier and her crew. Mihek had trials of her own to contend with. While not a plan she endorsed as even remotely likely to succeed, the High Council was considering a motion for a blockade. Some imbecile had formed a strategic think tank to address the crisis the Nihon military seemed incapable of handling. Though she did not dispute the military's lack of success in removing this thorn in their collective side, a blockade of an entire sector, much less several adjoining sectors, was unlikely to succeed without a serious commitment of ships and wealth. She suspected this was no more than grandstanding, to placate the masses and reduce her standing among the elite. Without a plan to counter the motion, she felt obliged to let them try as a distraction. Unfortunately, it meant turning over a significant number of resources. Otherwise, the resulting failure would be attributed to her. Bowing to the inevitable, Mihek approved the plan, while secretly activating her back-channel resources. It was time to take this threat seriously, before it ended her career. Patty and the SAS team she was to accompany were traveling to Hawaii. Jacob was preparing one of the patrol craft to act as their home away from home. The changes in the craft helped in case they needed a place to stay while looking for the Australian facility, if it even still existed. Nigel and his wife Helen had joined the group as far as Lanai, hoping to surprise their daughter there. Lieutenant Atkins informed Patty prior to their departure that the real reason they were coming along was to put to rest rumors that their daughter had a boyfriend there. In addition, Patty had received a message from Jacob, excited to hear she was coming and looking to introduce her to his new love interest. Patty was starting to wonder what they put in the water there that so many people were finding love.
"So, your brother is in Lanai as well?"
Nigel's wife asked as they chatted.
"Yes, he's the facilities commander there. Like me, he has no official rank. However, Jake assigns all the commanders the rank of major to reduce confusion. Technically, I am a major as well, but I wouldn't presume to command troops," she replied, while looking at Atkins as she said it. "Oh, Nigel, does that mean you are a major as well?"
Helen asked her husband.
"I suppose so,"
he replied with a smile. He then winked at Patty as his wife beamed with pride. At that moment, all could feel the craft slow its speed, the blue Hawaiian waters visible out the windows of the modified jet. Patty marveled. With the repulsor motors, these things were fast and quiet. Both Nigel and his wife grabbed a window to watch their descent, while Patty noted the 6 SAS and Lieutenant Atkins did their best to look bored. Once they cleared the overhead doors and it got darker in the hangar, everyone started to rise in anticipation of leaving the craft. Patty delayed long enough to catch a glimpse of Jacob, with his arm around a darling little redhead. They were both smiling, and Patty thought Jacob looked very happy. Something about that girl nagged at the back of Patty's mind, but she dismissed it as she got in line. No sooner did the door open, with Helen leading the pack, when Patty heard through the open doorway,
"Mum? Gemma!"
With no set schedule, the reception in the hangar suggested Patty stay overnight to help smooth over the mother-daughter conflict on behalf of her brother. Once everyone had deplaned, Jacob had made introductions to a scowling Helen. Nigel seemed calm, if not secretly delighted with his daughter's selection. Gemma gave Patty a welcoming hug. The lieutenant and his men were given a guide to the waiting patrol ship, while Jacob and Gemma led everyone inside for a tour. Patty noted several times during the next hour, Gemma took every opportunity to show her affection for Jacob. Holding hands, a kiss on the cheek and a hug, all well-timed and genuine. Each time, Jacob reciprocated, while downplaying the public display of affection for Helen's benefit. He needn't have bothered. Helen wasn't looking at Jacob. Gemma was her target. It wasn't until Nigel and Helen were shown to their quarters that the dam burst.
"Excuse me, Major, might we have a word privately with our daughter?" Helen asked, as they entered their room. "Oh, please, just call me Jacob." "Certainly," he replied, as he and Patty retreated from their quarters. "As you say, Jacob, then," she replied curtly, as they closed the door. Standing in the hallway, outside the closed door, the muffled sounds of a screaming Helen made their way to the pair. "What is all that about?" Jacob asked his sister. "Let me buy you a drink, and I'll explain," Patty replied, as she turned and led Jacob to the nearest dining facility. Ivan took several men with him to explore the city, while the others worked on refueling the destroyer. After confirming the water was deep enough and free of obstructions, they had tied the ship off at the refueling island in Elliott Bay. It had taken over a day to set up the re-refining equipment, and they estimated it would take several more before the ship's tanks were again full. The time was not wasted, though, as Ivan led several explorations of the abandoned city and adjacent local communities. While they found evidence of habitation, no one came forth to challenge them. Although his English was passable, their hails came back unanswered. They wandered up the waterfront, eventually passing 2 large sports stadiums. Ivan had a hard time envisioning them filled and active. They halted at the spire labeled Space Needle, investigating a weirdly misshapen building beyond. Inside, they found musical instruments. Using the gig, they traveled south until they reached another port with a larger fuel tank farm than the one they were scavenging from. The map Ivan read labeled it as Tacoma. Whatever that meant in English, he had no idea. With no leads on the location of the giant flying ship, Ivan and his men returned to the destroyer to assist in the refueling, eventually returning to the coast and southbound. Patty was the first to see Gemma as she entered the dining room, obviously looking for Jacob. Spying the 2 in the corner, away from the others, she headed directly toward them. Kissing Jacob hard as he stood at her arrival, both sat heavily as she heaved a sigh. "God, I hate my parents," she proclaimed, before stealing the beer in front of Jacob. Drinking deeply, she set the glass down. "Oh, thanks. I needed that." "What's the problem?" Jacob asked, attempting to get her rendition of Patty's explanation. "My father thinks you're lovely. My mother says you aren't English. Our family has a history of marrying only the finest lineages in all of England. I am their only daughter, and thus would be severing a tradition going back to the 1700s. While not exactly English, we are Jake's descendants. That's as close to American royalty as you're going to find," Patty offered as a counterpoint. Gemma turned in her seat, facing Jacob. "You are related to Colonel Thomas?" Gemma asked pointedly, leading Patty to believe Jacob hadn't shared that bit of family information earlier. "We don't talk openly about that," Jacob offered, pointing to his sister as he did so. "It makes people nervous and prevents women of questionable motivations from pursuing my brother," Patty finished. "You think I am like that?" Gemma said, rather than asked. "No, Gemma," Patty again interceded before her brother said something wrong, "but some might think you are," she finished, while pointing to the others in the dining room. "Now you can honestly say you like my brother for who he is, not whom he is related to," she finished. "Besides, what would you have thought had Jacob introduced himself as the king's grandson?" "King?" Gemma asked in confusion. "King, president, fearless leader. Grandpa Jake is all of the above. It's a long story. Just know my brother didn't tell you, with the best of intentions." Patty watched as the redhead considered her explanation. Eventually, a smile appeared as she considered everything Patty had said. "I suppose I can't be angry at you for that. My mum certainly can't complain about you being a sovereign's grandson," she said with a smile. "Besides," Patty added, "this won't be the last time Jacob pisses you off. As his sister, I can tell you he excels at it." Chapter 25.
Sharon's analysts watched the Russians as they explored the Puget Sound area for several days. It was clear they were looking for something and had taken that opportunity to refuel their ship. As the search patterns were a bit haphazard, they could only make a guess at what they were searching for. It was noted that there were several opportunities to generate conflict with the locals. All were avoided. Apparently satisfied that what they searched for wasn't there, the ship turned and headed back out to sea on a southern course. Sharon alerted Nevada of the turn of events, suggesting she keep her fighters on standby and proposing they do the same. Once back at sea, a discussion arose on the destroyer around choosing their next port of call. With full tanks, there wasn't a need to hit every U.S. port, scrounging fuel. As such, the decision was made to forego stopping in Portland, and San Francisco was chosen as the next stop in their search. Ivan went with the consensus, not overly concerned about the number of stops they chose to make. Secretly, he suspected that at some point, a Russian destroyer crossing the American coast would attract attention. His hope was the owners of the skyship would eventually reach out to them. In the meantime, they would continue their search of American cities as post-apocalyptic tourists. The trip from Hawaii to Darwin had taken less than 2 hours to cover the 5,000 miles. The plan was for Patty and the SAS team to come in under the cover of darkness, it shielding them from any unwanted attention. In addition to the 8 from London on board, was a 4-man crew to man the patrol ship, courtesy of Jacob. As Patty was leaving Lanai, Jacob had thanked her for the assistance with Gemma and her parents. It turned out the sovereign reference, while not technically relevant to England, had a placating effect on her mother's anger. Neither Nigel nor Helen had known Jacob's relationship to Jake, and as such, were more accepting of Gemma's choice. Well, at least Nigel was. During the trip, Patty had noticed the SAS troops were not using the combat suits Jake had provided for their entire unit. "Lieutenant, what is your first name, anyway?" Patty asked, as she was attempting to inquire about the uniforms. "Daniel," Atkins replied, appearing a bit uncomfortable at the familiarity she was displaying. "May I call you that?" Patty asked, realizing she couldn't recall him ever using her first name. It was usually Miss or Ma'am. Atkins seemed to pause, considering the request. Finally, he nodded and smiled. "It would please me greatly." "And I'm Patty," she added. "Patricia?" he countered. Patty actually blushed at the way her proper name sounded with the accent from his lips. "If you like," she replied coyly. "So, how might I help you?" Daniel asked, returning to the unasked question. "Oh, yeah. Why aren't your men in the combat uniforms we provided?" she asked, while indicating the men around the two, who were doing their best to ignore the flirting. "While we absolutely love the bulletproof undergarment, your entire ensemble comes across a bit alien for our tastes. The Special Air Service has a tradition of adopting whatever attire the locals use. It helps us blend in and move about," he offered. "Okay, so why am I wearing the alien suit then?" she asked, while indicating the traditional combat uniform she had on. "Ah, that is quite simple, Patricia," Daniel replied with a smile. "You will not be doing anything these men are about to do." With that, Patty and Lieutenant Atkins went up to the bridge to watch their approach as they went feet dry. Once over land, they headed to the general spot the English documents had referenced as the location of the facility. If anyone noticed Patty was standing a bit close to the lieutenant, they had the good sense not to mention it. Jake was still in Texas, currently holding court in a large conference room with all the facility commanders and ship captains in attendance. Both Colonel Banks and Colonel Chow were also linked in via holograph communicators, provided for just such occasions. "Okay, gang," Jake started. "By now, everyone should know we have a Niha visitor in Hangar 5. Thanks to his navigation computer, we also have the location of the Niha homeworld." With that statement, Jake heard a lot of rumbling, nods and smiles everywhere.
"The question is, what are we going to do about it?" he asked.
"Are you suggesting an attack on the Niha homeworld?" Sarah asked, from the command center of the Nevada location. Jake was actually surprised she hadn't chosen to join him in Texas, but with the Niha here, he was relieved she hadn't. The alien appeared harmless. However, he was pleased Sarah kept her distance from him.
"I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just asking for input," Jake replied cautiously. He had sensed a certain volatility in Sarah since announcing her pregnancy. "While an attack might be possible, I suspect our entire fleet would not bring them to heel so easily," Banks offered. "And to what ends?" Colonel Chow asked. "We are currently unmolested, or so I have been told. An attack right now might bring unwanted attention, at a time when we are just beginning our global expansion and stabilization."
Jake laughed privately, as that was certainly a topic near and dear to Beau's heart. From his daily reports, the colonel was hip-deep in organizational issues. To ask him to go to war now was unrealistic at best.
"Okay, agreed. What I was thinking was a spy mission. With the cloaking technology on the Niha ship, we could send one of our own on a reconnaissance trip. Even were we to choose to attack, we would be going in blind. That is not a proposition I embrace."
As Jake scanned the room's occupants, both physical and virtual, he could see them considering his suggestion. Of particular note was Edwin Banks, as he seemed on edge, as if waiting to speak.
"Edwin, you have something to say?"
Jake asked, after no one else spoke up.
"It occurs to me that a mission such as this requires a delicate touch. Someone with experience in clandestine activities should lead the effort," he finished.
"You have someone in mind?" Jake asked, with a smile, doing his best to control himself at the expected response.
"Me,"
Banks replied. Hibak was back in his ship, where he always was. Lately, though, it had been more for comfort than the need to protect his gold. After visiting the room next door, he had come to the conclusion that his stash wasn't undiscovered. It was simply uninteresting to the humans. What did seem to interest them was the cloaking systems he had installed prior to coming into this backwater world at the edge of known space. While they had been polite in invading his ship, they were a constant bother. When they weren't dissecting some part of his vessel, they were quizzing him on its operation. He was thankful that he had actually bothered to ask the engineers that installed it for him how it worked, afraid he might have to actually repair it himself. As he watched, the humans would take a particular piece off for examination elsewhere, but eventually it would be returned in assumedly good working order. One surprising aspect of his current situation was he was not in any hurry to leave. The gold in his hold was nothing compared to the wealth that lay so tantalizingly close. Since its discovery, Hibak had been scheming to convince the humans to part with some. While he wasn't deluded into thinking he would get it all, as his ship couldn't even hold 1/10 of it, he could have his hold filled to capacity. That alone would make him the single richest Niha in the Empire. The challenge was finding something the humans wanted bad enough to part with it. Brian was in his quarters, virtually attending Jake's all-hands meeting remotely, as Kula made her way out of the solar system and into open space. While the spy mission to the Niha homeworld had a definite attraction to him, he seriously doubted Jake would permit both he and Colonel Banks to risk themselves. Where he did see he could bring value, though, was in the ship choice. When he had reviewed the Wabash inventory, Brian had noted a small scout ship, light on armament, but with the addition of a stasis shield and the Niha cloaking system, it would do nicely. Brian shot off a quick message to Jake, making his recommendation on the ship and adding his status report, completing his paperwork for the day. With the meeting completed, he shut his terminal down and headed to the bridge. Sarah had attended Jake's meeting in a small conference room with Linda and a few others she didn't recognize. She was beginning to understand Jake's attitude about unfamiliar faces.
Having slept reasonably well, she was far less irritated at Linda's presence than she had been earlier. What was irritating her was Jake's decision to remain in Texas. She understood the Nihaw was there under a watchful eye, but she was more than confident that Bonnie could handle anything that might arise. She simply chose to ignore the fact that Becky was there as well, and likely inflicting herself on Jake, throwing herself at him at every opportunity. She could have just jumped on the first transport to Texas and worked from there, but she felt Jake needed to come to her. Certainly, he should understand that as her pregnancy progressed, he needed to be more thoughtful of her needs. Rather than dwelling on what wasn't, she decided to look into Jesse's art recovery project. She had seen references in the daily reports that they had been hitting the easy targets. Starting small, they had dispatched teams to several Alaskan cities, recovering at-risk pieces. Next, they had expanded to Vancouver, Canada, and Seattle. That name rang a bell, and she cross-referenced it with Sharon's report on the Russian visit. Apparently, the Russians had arrived in Seattle right after Jesse's team had vacated, on their way to Portland. With that thought in her head, she pulled the projections for the rest of the week. Next, she pulled Sharon's analysis on the Russians. Checking the timelines, she realized the Russians would likely hit San Francisco when the art recovery team was there. Pausing to consider this was all based on her guesswork, she decided to wait and see if the Russians even turned into San Francisco Bay before sounding the alarm. Jacob and Gemma were in the hangar, smiling, while watching her parents board the craft that would return them to London. Although things were not completely settled between the mother and daughter, they had established a truce that allowed everyone to spend the day together, with a luau-style dinner in their honor. Lanai had pulled out all the stops in assisting Jacob in wooing Gemma's parents. The one thing they still had to do, the old-fashioned way, was the roast pig. They had even set up on the beach for the evening meal, a large number of Brits in attendance. They had been part of the group in Gemma's original party, so were all known to Nigel and Helen. In the end, even Helen had to accept that Jacob was a fine young man of exceptional intelligence, a worthy suitor for her daughter. That, and the explanation about King Jake, so ordained by the Courtished and the Crustacea at first contact, established that he came from the right kind of family. Well, except that he was still not English.
"Dear Lord, I love my family, but they can be such a burden. They simply must do everything over the top,"
Gemma stated, as she watched the hatch closed on the aircraft and saw it slowly rise through the open doors above the hangar.
"Wait until you meet Grandpa Jake."
Although Jake had expected Banks to volunteer for the scouting mission, he hadn't given much thought about how they might actually pull it off. At first blush, a destroyer or cruiser could easily handle the trip, and there were ample crew, trained and available for the vessels. Unfortunately, the Battle of Kleinen had put the Nihaw on notice that those ships were not just theirs to sail. That meant he needed a ship that would not draw undue attention and could slip in and out of Nihaw space unmolested. Brian's message had come to solve Jake's quandary, delivering not only an option on a vessel, but also a suggestion on how it might pass completely unseen. He had considered commandeering the Nihaw vessel in the hangar, but was reluctant to make its occupant an adversary just yet. Jake was convinced there was more to the Nihaw story than he let on. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite sure how to draw it out of him. Pushing that aside for the moment, Jake had requested Banks fly out to begin mission planning in person. With lives at stake, Jake felt Edwin should assist in key decision-making before any ships were ordered or configured. Jake was under the impression from Brian's message that the Wababash had these models completed and ready for delivery.
"Well, that is just bloody awful,"
Patty heard Daniel declare, as the two sat alone off to one side of the transporter bridge.
"What?"
Turning to face her, the audio headset still in place, Daniel had a look of disappointment and frustration.
"The place is right empty, apparently ransacked decades ago,"
he replied.
No one's there? Patty asked, the disappointment obvious in her voice. Not a soul. It's a terrible mess down there as well. It appeared to have been looted long ago. I'm having my men look around, but I fear this is a fool's errand, he finished. Daniel, this is horrible. I was hoping to bring Sandy news on how well Australia was going. It was to be her great success. Patricia, Darwin was never largely populated to begin with. I seriously doubt there are a great number of survivors here. There has to be something we can do here, Patty asked, pleading for a miracle. Daniel was deep in thought, so Patty kept quiet as she watched him. After a moment, he went to one of the displays and started shuffling through screen after screen of information. Very convenient, having our systems integrated with yours, he said absently, as he continued to read screen after screen. He finally seemed to hit on something, because he stopped and read for a few minutes. Next, he turned to the maps they had made of Australia before leaving, flipping through several sheets before he found what he was looking for. I believe we may be looking at the wrong end of the country, he said with a smile. You think you found something? The Aussies had a training centre in Victoria Swan Island, to be precise. We pulled some satellite images before leaving, looking for potential sites throughout the country. This one displayed telltale signs of occupancy. You think there's someone there? Patty asked, her hopes rising. More than that, love. We think they are trained. That was a Special Forces facility, he announced. Before he could say more, Patty launched herself at him, wrapping both arms around his neck and planting a kiss that would get any man's attention. From his response, she was sure she did. Ivan was sure he had seen something as the destroyer entered San Francisco Bay. Thankfully, the Golden Gate Bridge was still standing, so access wasn't obstructed as they passed into the bay and approached Alcatraz Island. Even though the sun was out, there was a haze in the air that made seeing things far off difficult. He had sworn he had seen a flying object over the city to their right, although it disappeared before he could get confirmation. The plan was to anchor near Alcatraz and take the gig into San Francisco to evaluate the docks there. Now he needed to add a search party to the team. Chapter 26. An excited Sarah had gotten word that Jake was planning to return to Nevada in the next day or two. She had heard that Colonel Banks might be joining him, the two deep in planning for a spy mission to the Niha homeworld. With the excitement of the news, she was struggling with the nagging feeling that she was forgetting to do something important. As such, she was going over her to-do list, looking for anything that might trigger a recollection. Seeing nothing special, she did note Patty was with an SAS team in Australia, looking for a possible London-style facility. She thought it odd that Patty was out in the field, but with so many changes these days, she chalked it up to new experiences. He back, breathing mask in place, found himself being led into the human structure beyond the main hangar, opposite where his ship was being held. With one human leading him and two more acting as his security escort behind, they crossed the large open area and entered through a set of doors. He found the surrounding both alien and familiar at the same time. Even though the humans were obviously a sub-race only fit to serve the Niha, the similarity of their infrastructure to the Central Command dwellings was striking. Everywhere he looked, humans were busy performing menial tasks with great urgency. While his guide was mute during most of the trip, the female announced after passing through another set of doors, "This is our command center," as she led him to a large circular room. There were humans at workstations all around Hibak, with a second level filled with just as many. He had paused to look around, begrudgingly impressed at the layout and technology in use. Though primitive in many ways to the Niha, the sheer volume of beings involved compensated. Looking back at his guide, he saw her waiting on the far side of the room, motioning for him to follow. The female opened a small door and waved him in while the security escorts took positions on either side of the doorway. Entering, Hibak saw the same human who had greeted him,
the one who claimed to be able to hear him speak without translators. The man stood as he entered the room. "Please, sit," he heard the man say, while pointing to a chair opposite his desk. Although the Niha were slightly shorter than humans were, something Hibak acknowledged as having no relevance to the natural order of things, their furniture was acceptably sized. Taking the offered seat, Hibak watched as the human reseated himself. It was then Hibak noted that the man was wearing some device, a band that circled the back of his head from one side to the other. "Feel free to speak. We won't have a repeat of our first meeting," he declared, Hibak receiving the information via a hidden translator. Jake had been working with Dallas and Alice 1 after the introductory incident in the hangar. While they had established early on that Jake was now somehow hypersensitive to radio waves, there wasn't much more they knew about it. Having a live Niha on hand helped greatly in researching the issue. As he had gone about his daily activities, the Niha had been under constant surveillance by all the Alice systems. Of particular interest was when he transmitted the human version of talking, mumbling, or even whistling. Each time the Niha emitted a transmission, the Alices captured it and analyzed it for frequency, amplitude, power, and content. The second and more important part of their research had come from the captured Niha cruisers. The bombs that had been used in the attempt to destroy the Alice system so long ago were specifically designed to emit radio waves, among other more destructive emissions. Dallas theorized that the Niha communicated with their computer systems directly, and the bombs were designed to overload that part of the system, in effect, frying the interface and making them useless. It was the stasis-filtered residual of all these emissions combined that had altered Jake's physiology, enhancing his strength and speed, while sensitizing him to Niha radio frequencies. The antenna in Chris's compound must have included radio waves in the Niha range. Using that information, they created a headpiece for Jake that would dissipate the wattage he received into a more acceptable range. With the Niha in particular, it also acted as a translator and transmitter, letting Jake receive the communication directly and reply. As Jake watched the Niha enter the room and take a seat, he braced himself for the pending field test.
"You requested my presence?"
the Niha transmitted. "Yes, thank you for coming," Jake replied, relieved that the expected headache never arrived. The Niha nodded in reply. "First, let me properly introduce myself. My name is Colonel Jacob Thomas. You may call me Jake if you wish."
"I am Hibak,"
came the simple reply, as before. "Hibak," Jake said, as if testing it out. "We have done a thorough search of your ship and find nothing to indicate you were spying on Earth. However, we also have found nothing to support your claim of refugee status."
"The unfortunate circumstances of my departure from the homeworld are not well publicized. It is a matter of embarrassment with the government to have dissenters to their policies."
"Then I presume the gold you were mining here was to afford you a life elsewhere?" Jake asked, casually.
"You live in a world of wealth and beauty. It is unfortunate that the High Council chose to make enemies of you,"
the Niha replied, bypassing the question entirely. Jake smiled at the reply, trying to gauge the Niha. Everything he and the analysts had been able to gather painted them as arrogant, self-serving, and inclined to let others do their bidding. For this Niha to risk landing here, he had to have one thing on his mind: himself. "We have a proposal for you, one that will both substantiate your claim of support for Earth and further your desire for self-sufficiency." Even though Jake had no idea what an interested Niha looked like, he noted a distinct posture change with the self-sufficiency statement. After allowing for a drawn-out dramatic pause, of questionable effect, he laid his cards on the table. "If you were amenable to assisting us in a survey of your homeworld, one that included you accompanying a small team there and back, We would be opening to depositing 4 times the gold you currently possess in your ship's cargo hold. We would then release you, escorting you safely to the edge of our solar system." With the mention of 4 times the gold he already possessed, Jake saw a distinct twitch. With that subtle body motion, he was positive they had found the right button to push.
"I will consider it,"
was all the Nihal would say. The gig had hardly reached the wharf before Ivan leaped from the boat and motioned his team to follow. They had spent the trip from the destroyer to the shore, scanning for any activity, so it was hardly reckless for him to move so urgently. Heading directly south from Alcatraz, the map indicated they were landing in an area labeled Fisherman's Wharf. There was an antique ship and submarine still afloat and anchored firmly in place. If he had judged distances correctly in the haze, the ship he had seen was still several kilometers inland from their current location. Spotting a structure nearby, he noted it was called Coit Tower on the map. Tailor-made to provide an overlook of the area, he and the 4 men with him headed straight for the tower. Once at the top, they scanned the area, looking for any telltale signs of the ship he thought he had seen. With the high-rise buildings directly to the south and the uneven terrain west of there, they could see no activity to give them a hint. Trusting in his own sense of direction and mentally placing the ship southwest of their current position, Ivan led the 4 men with him down the tower steps and off into the streets below. Joe could not believe he had let Jesse talk him into leading this mission. He was only in Alaska to oversee an exchange of personnel, a group being transferred from China. Jake had asked him to oversee their delivery as a personal favor. Apparently, this group was to be the pilots for the Chinese colonel in Hong Kong. With the delivery completed, he was hanging around the facility, hoping to get some simulator time, when Jesse asked about his availability. She had a team scheduled to go to San Francisco as part of her art recovery project, but the team leader had come down with the flu. With nothing better to do, and conceding the fact that as facilities commander she did not need to ask, he agreed to the assignment. So now he was standing in the middle of the street, outside the transport craft they were using, as he watched Jesse's recovery team. In small groups, they would float crates into the building to be filled with endangered artwork. He had 3 others working with him as a security detail, all dispersed around the building they were currently looting. Not overly sophisticated, Joe had no idea what the Asian Art Museum might hold of interest. His curiosity finally getting the better of him, he started to go inside when someone triggered an alert. "Joe, we have an armed party headed your way. There are 5 men coming from the northeast and on foot." They had set the transport down in an open park just west of the museum, so the men would be approaching from the other side of the museum building. "They are now at Stockton and Market Street, heading down Market," the analyst in Alaska, who was their eyes in the open sky, reported, using local landmarks and updating their helmet display maps. Checking the map, Joe located the armed party, as indicated. He quickly plotted an intercept point and tagged 2 of the 4 security team members to meet him there. Alerting the others to his plan, he headed off at a trot, meeting the others en route. As they stepped out onto Market Street from United Nations Plaza, the 5 men stopped, about 300 feet away. Joe had no idea who they were, but he got the feeling they were not locals. Ivan's instincts had paid off as the 3 suited figures stepped out onto the street they had been following southwest. All 3 were carrying rifles, though none was pointing at him or his men. All 3 were in military-looking uniforms, with full-face helmets on, so their faces were masked by the reflective sheen. Ivan assumed the tall one in the center was a man, as he was at least 2 meters tall. The other 2 were more difficult to determine. Not that it mattered, as their weapons looked very efficient. Slinging his rifle over his shoulder, Ivan stepped forward, while slowly raising his right hand in a hailing gesture.
"You are Americans, yes?"
he asked, stopping after covering a little over half the distance between the 2 parties. His men had remained in place, as expected.
"Joe,
"They're speaking Russian," he heard from the analyst after hearing the translation. "Are there any more nearby?" Joe asked, as he considered his reply. Of course they were American. They were in San Francisco, for God's sake. "Not anywhere near you, but there is a Russian destroyer anchored off Alcatraz. Sorry, we should have caught that."
"You're new here, aren't you?" was all Joe could say before addressing the Russian. "Yes, we're American. How can we help you?" he replied, after enabling the external audio. As Joe watched, the Russian broke out in a wide grin.
"I am Ivan. We have seen your ship in the sky over Kamchatka. We accept your invitation and have come to join you," he declared,
holding out both arms as he stepped forward to embrace Joe.
Okay?"
A very confused Joe replied, accepting the bear hug while the others watched. Jake was in conference with Colonel Banks when word came about the Russians in San Francisco. The two had been planning the trip to the Niha homeworld, assuming Hibak agreed to their proposal. Evidently, with everyone in combat suits, impervious to the Russian firepower, Joe had felt comfortable enough to lead the five back to the transport while they determined the next steps. Joe was admittedly one of Jake's best home-trained combat team leaders, but foreign policy and diplomacy was not his strong suit. If these guys were not attacking the group, then they must be friendlies, was his interpretation of the situation. He was a simple guy with a straightforward look at life. Jake loved him. With Banks looking over his shoulder, Jake had the monitor in the conference room linked into a terminal in the cargo area of the transport. The image displayed a very friendly Russian with 4 stoic-looking men in the background.
"I am Ivan," the face in the monitor announced. "We saw your ship in the sky over Avacha Bay. It had the large American flag to declare its origin, so we came."
"Ivan, this is Colonel Banks, and I'm Colonel Thomas," Jake replied, realizing they must have seen Kola on the way to China, and took it as an open invitation. "How many of you are there?" Jake asked, not sure what else to say to the animated Russian.
"Here we are over 200 strong. At home there are many, many more. You are fighting those that brought death from the sky, are you not?" he asked in anticipation.
"Yes, we are," Banks said over Jake's shoulder.
"Then you need our help," Ivan replied, in a very matter-of-fact tone, while nodding his head.
"Cossacks know how to get revenge."
Patty sat quietly while listening to the report delivered from the troopers who explored the abandoned facility. From their account, it sounded like it had never returned to an operational state after the Niha attack. From the video they had taken while exploring, no one could find the slightest indication that it was occupied in recent times. It had been gutted, however, making it completely useless for their purposes. No one could fault the locals from making use of its resources to survive, but it left them depressed. Once the debriefing was completed, Daniel outlined the next objective for his team. Patty could see the interest in the men's eyes, as this target showed much more promise. Rather than head south immediately, they had decided to sleep through the day, permitting a much more rested team to investigate the next objective. With plenty of space on the ship in the crew's quarters, everyone got their own room. As she was settling in after their meal, Patty had to fight the urge to seek out Daniel's room. While a grown woman, she understood he needed to focus on his team and not on her. Damn. Hibak was sitting in his quarters, reveling in the first sign of good fortune since he landed on this planet. He had struggled to gain what he presently had, and now he was being offered 4 times the gold in his hold. This was a sum so immense that he hardly comprehended its significance. He was quite positive he could buy his own moon with half the amount, granted one of lesser value, but still a moon. While he had no qualms about leading these devils to the homeworld and back, he wasn't at all deceived by the mission's intent. Their survey was nothing less than a military scouting effort. He had been cast out by the High Council,
leaving him no feelings of allegiance. Had they left him where he was, he would have quietly bided his time until he officially retired. Only then would he have had the need to come to this planet and attempt to claim his rewards. His only concern now was spending possible cycles of time with these primitive lunatics. One could only imagine their primeval rituals and customs. His other concern was the traveling conditions. Unless they used his vessel, desirable on his part but highly unlikely, he would have to endure constant hardships. With his mind made up before he left the commander's office, he only struggled with how to accept the offer while gaining some advantage in the decision-making. Maybe he should insist on payment up front, deposited in his ship prior to their departure. With that thought in mind, he decided to pay one more visit to the hangar next door. He so enjoyed the view there. Chapter 27. Jake was at a loss with what to do with the 100-plus Russians on the ship. Leaving them on the destroyer in San Francisco Bay was attractive but hardly welcoming. There was little point in having them sail the ship anywhere else, as it was antiquated, unneeded hardware. He wondered if Jacob could use it for scrap. He was impressed that they had maintained the ship in such good operational condition for over 80 years, and then sailed it across the Pacific Ocean in very credible fashion. It spoke volumes to their resourcefulness and ingenuity. That was two things he was in desperate need of. However, Edwin warned Jake that the Cossacks were a notorious pain in the ass and had their own way of doing things that may prove problematic. Jake was struggling to see how that was any different from almost all of his assets to date, Alice's included, but decided not to voice that opinion. It had been quite a discussion, trying to get the ship's captain to abandon their vessel. In the end, Jake agreed to top off the ship's tanks and permit them to sail home, while Ivan and his group of men and women stayed behind. Ivan wasn't extremely happy with splitting their numbers, but apparently had no sway with the captain. In the end, Ivan had agreed to boarding his half of the crew on a transport and relocating the group to Alice 1 in Nevada, where Jake would join them shortly. It was only when one of the Lanai transport ships arrived to pick them up that the captain seemed to question his decision. The transport pilot did a little showboating as he hovered just feet off the water, stationary and parallel with the destroyer at anchor. Floating only feet away from the destroyer's hull, they were able to drop boarding ramps between the two vessels, allowing the Russians to move whatever personal effects they chose to bring with them. Once that was completed, Jake's people ran several large fuel lines to the destroyer's refueling bells. Jake was proud of his people, as they had the foresight to engineer the proper connectors for the lines to attach to the Russian ship. Topping the tanks took very little time. With that completed, they saw the destroyer out to sea, before heading back to Nevada. While not looking a gift horse in the mouth, Jake had everyone on alert, searching for any signs of danger or misrepresentation of the circumstances. Only assurances from Sharon in Washington and April in Nevada relieved Jake of at least a portion of his concerns. They apparently had the ship and its crew under constant observation for weeks, but to their collective embarrassment, missed the convergence in San Francisco. Each had thought the other was monitoring the situation, as no proper handoff had been performed. With the situation handled for the short term, Jake and Banks turned back to planning. "Have you reviewed the ships Brian suggested for the mission?" Jake asked Edwin, as the two sat with a pair of portable terminals. Using the small table in his office, they had paperwork spread across the entire surface.
"Yes, these Wawabash have an impressive inventory of available equipment. Am I to understand everything I see here is immediately available?" Edwin asked, with emphasis, while flipping through images on his display.
"Yes, within the limits of any refits we request prior to delivery. Almost all the military-classed vessels are Niha atmospheric, which in this case is at least partially beneficial. The civilian-class ships are all over the board. The good news is the Wawabash are fast, and with the incentives we provide, anxious to please," Jake finished with a smile.
"Incentives?" We pay a 50% bonus on early delivery, an opportunity they have yet to miss." After a moment's consideration, Banks looked at Jake and asked, "Might I inquire as to how they are paid?" That brought a laugh from Jake as he changed the image on his display. Sharing the image with Banks, the two could see the hangar where Robert had been stashing the precious metal recoveries. A previously agreed-upon workflow had them resizing each recovery into intergalactic standard sizes for the metal's value. "See that pallet of gold there?" Jake said, while pointing to one location on the screen. "We can buy a cruiser for 8 bars. That carrier cost me about 40. How many bricks are on the pallet?" 200. Jake could see Edwin scanning the image, doing a mental count on the number of pallets. Suddenly, he stopped and refocused the image. "Hello, what have we here?" he said, as the two saw the Nihaw standing to one side in the hangar.
"I think we have a guide,"
Banks said, with a laugh of his own. Ivan was very impressed with everything the Americans had shown them so far. The flying ships they used had no propulsion systems that he could discern, yet they floated and flew with great ease. He had been permitted on the bridge during the trip from San Francisco to Nevada, a distance of over 600 kilometers, covered in about 20 minutes. Up to this point, everyone Ivan had met was wearing the complete uniform, full-faced helmet included. It wasn't until he entered the bridge of the transport ship that he heard people speaking English, so he suspected the helmets had translators in them. He knew enough to recognize the language, but several terms had him at a loss. Unlike the old days, there was little need to learn English beyond the books he had found in the library there. It was then that one of the bridge crew tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Holding out a small device, the woman then pointed to her ear, indicating he should place it there, as she had done. Immediately, he heard everything around him, in clear Russian. "Thank you," he replied to the woman. "I am Lieutenant Simons, the captain of this transport. Welcome aboard." With that, the lieutenant ordered their departure. Ivan watched the many displays, most providing readouts he had no understanding of. What he could easily understand was the navigational map, displaying their location over the United States as the ship traveled at an unbelievable speed. From other displays, he saw the terrain below them go from the green of the coastal areas to the brown of the desert. He watched as the desert floor opened beneath them and allowed entrance to a subterranean facility of great complexity. All around them, in the vast open bay, were people and equipment in the midst of their daily duties. It was in the hangar as they were disembarking that Ivan ran into his first obstacle. Several of the Americans were there to greet the new arrivals. However, they attempted to collect the Russian weapons before permitting them to progress any farther from the ship. As Ivan glanced around, the only armed individuals beyond his party were the security personnel, overseeing their arrival. It was then that Ivan observed a stunningly beautiful blonde woman motioning for his people to place their weapons in an alcove to one side of the hangar. He immediately reinforced her directions, something that earned him several sour looks, but no verbal dissenting from his people. Ivan slid over next to the blonde, helping to direct the traffic to and from the room where his people were placing their weapons in an orderly manner. As he did, he studied the woman, convinced she had some features common to his homeland.
"You are Russian?"
he asked her, between exchanges. "No, not that I know of," she replied, in a distracted tone, focusing on the people as they placed their weapons in the storeroom.
"You have a familiar look. I am Ivan. I lead these people."
At that, the woman turned to give him her full attention. "I am sorry to be so short. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Sullivan. We were unprepared for your arrival, so the welcome isn't what it should be." Ivan noted the woman appeared to be tired and distracted, but he suspected it had nothing to do with processing Russians.
"We are honored by your hospitality. Please excuse any objections to the relinquishing of weapons. Unlike here, where you're safe inside,
We live with our guns."
"I hope you find the change worth your while," Sarah finished with a smile, before moving across the room to help direct people inside. Sarah was less than pleased at playing hostess to their latest batch of visitors while Jake remained in Texas. Although she privately acknowledged that the pregnancy was having some impact on her patients, she felt justified in her opinion that everyone was plotting against her. Besides the Nihao, the Russians, and the Chinese, she was positive Becky was doing everything in her power to convince Jake to remain with her in Texas. Had it not been for Sandy's current condition, she would have bribed Dallas to slip Becky a sedative. Terminating that particular fantasy, she returned to reality and began supervising the process of settling the Russians in quarters of their own. Intervening in disarming the group had been a challenge, while she had been arranging for psych evals. In the end, Sarah had provided them with their own armory off the hangar, giving them some sense of autonomy while securing their firepower. Leading them inside, she had a block of rooms set aside near one of the large dining rooms for their comfort. As each was settled into their own room, they were provided an earbud and a schedule printed in Russian. Sarah explained to their leader that the sooner they were all interviewed and received a security clearance, the faster they could be offered training opportunities. The exchange seemed to confuse the man called Ivan, but he agreed to the initial screening without objection. Sarah had no idea how she was going to explain the sleep lessons to teach them all English. Mihak begrudgingly acknowledged that the plan about to be executed had certain merits. Though it did nothing to actually remove the irritants making her political life miserable, it would harass them to the breaking point. At least, she hoped it would. There was great risk in what was to transpire. However, the risk was not hers. The beauty of this arrangement was, by caving to the think tank coalition, she had placed the responsibility of success on them. Any fallout from this plan would rest in their laps, as she had never agreed to do this. Brian was approaching the edge of the solar system. During the last 3 days, he had his people constantly drilling, ensuring each duty shift got equal training. Kola was learning to stretch her legs as well, working with each crew and honing her own skills. Prior to leaving Earth, a course had been plotted that would take Kola and her crew from Earth to the Wababash system and then on to the Kortisht. From there they would return home, completing a successful 3-legged trip in space. As the route was well known, it was considered a milk run by the navigation team. With only a few hours to go before they were far enough out to go to faster than light speed, Brian received a call from Earth. To enable communications at the edge of the solar system, a Nihao repeater station had been placed there, like a buoy. With its own power and repulsor motor, it was programmed to remain at the edge of the solar system, referencing the sun rather than any of the planets. "Brian, this is Linda." "What's up?" he asked, as the communication was unexpected. "We just got a message from the Wababash. A Nihao cruiser has taken up residence at the edge of their solar system." "Just one? Are they moving into the system?" he asked, the conversation now holding his entire attention. "No, that's the weird thing. They aren't trying to hide. They're just hanging out at the edge of the system. Oh, wait, we just got an update. A Kortisht transport just dropped out of light speed and was chased off. They were making a parts drop, supplying new drives for the shipyard, and the Nihao prevented them from entering the system. The Nihao can't expect a single cruiser to blockade the system there," Brian asked absently. "Agreed. Anyway, Jake is asking if you and Kola are comfortable dealing with the situation." "Without question," Kola replied, before Brian could respond. "Agreed," Brian added. The news of the Nihao harassing the Wababash was unwelcome to Jake and Edwin. The order had been placed for the ship they intended to use, a special Nihao-friendly section identified in the drawings. As it would be a few weeks before the modified vessel would be ready for delivery, Jake felt the offending Nihao cruiser could be chased off without creating any delays. The perfunctory conversation with Hibak was completed, sealing the deal established earlier.
Jake had agreed to move the payment to his ship's hold 100% in advance. As there was no possible way the Niha could escape, backing out on their bargain, it was of no concern to him where the gold was stored. He could see by the Niha's agitated state, however, that the gesture created a good deal of excitement with Hibak. Leaving the security team with strict orders to keep the Niha in check, he had one more task to complete before leaving with Banks for Nevada.
"Sandy, may I come in?" Jake asked, as he stood outside her door. It seemed like an exceptionally long time before the door finally opened, and he saw Sandy standing in the doorway.
"Yes,"
she answered in a small voice, not lifting her head to look into his eyes. As he entered, she continued to look down at the floor as she crossed the room and sat in one of the chairs. Unlike the Sandy of old, she wasn't in a flowery dress or high heels. She was barefoot, in jeans, and a drab, oversized T-shirt. It took Jake a moment to realize it was one of his. While she was in her room alone, Jake knew she was under 24-hour surveillance by both Dallas and the medical staff. He also was aware that Becky still made daily visits, both as her doctor and her friend. "How you doing?" he asked, unsure of what else to say.
"Okay,"
she replied, without looking at him. "We miss you. When are you coming home?" At that, she looked up with teary eyes.
"Why would you want me to?"
"Because we love you," Jake replied immediately.
"No, why would you want me back? I killed Alicia by being stupid."
"Sandy, I killed 100 Alicias on Kleinen by being stupid. I hurt every day over that." As he watched the tears stream down her face, he stood up and took her hand. Leading her into the bedroom, he had her lie down and slipped next to her, holding her tightly. Eventually, her sobs stopped and her breathing slowed. Within minutes, they were both asleep. Edwin Banks had received word from Dallas that their departure would be delayed a day. All she would say is Jake was unavailable until then. His first thought was he had slipped off with one of the many women he was rumored to be bound to. However, the thought faded, as he knew Jake to be a man not given to whimsical behavior. Squatting in Jake's office off the command center, he had been reviewing the list of potential crew for his mission when Major Sullivan came in.
"Colonel, I'm sorry, I was looking for Jake."
"I am told by Dallas that he is otherwise engaged. May I assist you?"
"Oh, no, it was more of an informational visit. We're getting reports of other worlds getting Niha visitors. No attacks, they just hang near the edge of the solar systems and chase off anyone that drops out of FTL. They are also blocking ships from leaving the solar systems."
"I am sensing a pattern here. By preventing free movement, they are enacting a blockade of sorts," Banks said, as he considered the situation. "Precisely how many worlds are we aligned with?" he asked Bonnie.
"The only official treaty is with the 5 initial contacts. The Wawabash and Cordish are included in that. Beyond that, we are in support of over a dozen or more races. Some of them reside on more than one planet," she finished.
"So, that's their game. For us to meet our obligations, we would have to supply combat vessels in sufficient numbers to counter them all."
"We don't have that many ships combat-ready. Besides, what's to keep them from flooding one location after another once we deploy, picking us apart?" Bonnie asked.
"Precisely."
Chapter 28. Jake had no delusions that one night cuddling Sandy was going to cure her. He was encouraged, though, as he met Becky at the door the following morning. Sandy had kissed him goodbye, and even welcomed a surprised Becky in with a smile, the first anyone had seen since her return from China. Leaving her in good hands, Jake headed straight to his room for a quick shower and change of clothes. Not bothering to stop and read his messages or eat breakfast, He asked Dallas to deliver food to his office as he crossed the command center. Entering his office, he was surprised to find Banks already there and hovering over the small table they had been sharing.
"Good morning," he heard Banks offer with a smile. "I hope your derailment yesterday was not too distressing."
Jake understood that was Banks' way of asking about his disappearance, without actually asking.
"I spent some time with Sandy." "Ah, say no more. Terrible experience, that. I hope the young lady is on the mend."
"Better today than yesterday. We just need to string more of those together."
"Well, while you were off-grid, we've had some excitement," Banks offered.
He then went through an explanation of the Niha blockade and the analysis provided so far.
"Inventive, I'll say that for them, and it's not in their manuals. I fear we have an unknown outside influence at play here," Jake added, after considering the information. "Bonnie and I ran the numbers, and there is simply no way we can tackle every point in the blockade. Should we clear one point and move on, they will simply replace the vacated ship with a new one."
"Bonnie?" Jake asked, as the Brit had a tendency to be overly formal at first introduction. Edwin reddened a bit before replying.
"She can be quite insistent on certain points. A mother to your child, I understand."
Now it was Jake's turn to blush. "It's complicated."
"So I understand."
"Moving on, I suggest we go ahead and leave for Nevada. We're not going to solve this today, and we have pressing matters there to address. Unless you have another suggestion?"
"I would only add that the ship you call Kolar, with Brian in command, is on its way to the Wabash star system. They plan to relieve the current Niha cruiser there of any further responsibilities. We might consider having them linger rather than returning straight away."
"Agreed." Alice 1 was in conversation with her sisters, assessing the progress of the newborn in South Dakota and evaluating the latest Niha threat. All had noted that Kola seemed quite content with her new role as she departed the solar system. Information exchanges during the trip to the edge of the system indicated she was heavily engaged in human interactions, something they all valued. Alice 1 herself was busy with the Russians, providing English lessons in their sleep while performing psychiatric evaluations during the daytime. As a whole, the group was quite eccentric by American standards, but they were very intelligent and quick learners. However, Alice 1 and her sisters had reservations about their willingness to assimilate into the current social structure. She had expectations that Jake would have to meet them halfway to make them of any use in the coming struggles with the Niha. In reference to the Niha, their captive in Texas was a concern for several of the sisters. All agreed with Dallas's assessment that the creature was not forthcoming on his real reasons for being on Earth. Why this particular Niha seemed so unconcerned about the risks of landing, where all captured Niha transmissions on the subject had indicated a real fear, was extremely suspicious. A private concern of hers was the change in personality displayed with Sarah. Since becoming pregnant, she had become emotional, short-tempered, and almost manipulative in her behaviors with other women. Admittedly, it was not all women. Only those close to Jake seemed to bear the brunt of her emotions. In comparison to the other women, Sarah's behavior during pregnancy seemed extreme. She was concerned that Sarah's continued instability would upset the balance between Jake and the other women. Such a rift among those in leadership positions could degrade the command structure and introduce a dangerous split. Unsure of what she should or even could do about the situation, she held her concerns to herself for the time being. Kola dropped out of FTL just beyond the Wabash system, ready for a fight. Before they could even launch their fighters, the Niha cruiser disappeared as it engaged its own faster-than-light drives. "What the hell was that all about?" Brian asked, as he stared out into empty space. "I can detect no other Niha vessels in the area," Kola replied. "Sir, a message from the Wabash.
They expressed thanks for removing the Nihaw, the communications officer announced. Well, that was easy. Unnervingly too easy, Brian said, absently. Sir, we have a message in the queue from when we were in FTL. The Colonel has requested we delay the next leg of our trip and remain here until further notice. We have our orders, Brian announced. Sounds like a great time to do a little window shopping, he finished, while altering one of the bridge displays to zoom in on the massive shipyards orbiting the planet. Jake and Edwin arrived in Nevada just in time to meet a large group of Russians on a tour. While most had changed into clothing provided by Alice, the makeup of the collection of people was unmistakable.
"Ha ha! Colonel Jake!"
Jake heard bellowed across the hangar. Turning, he was just in time to receive a bear hug from the Russian.
"Hello, Ivan,"
Jake managed, as he was released from the embrace.
"It is wonderful to finally meet you in person,"
Ivan replied, as he stepped back from the two men. Ivan, this is Colonel Banks.
"Ah, the leader of the SAS. Oh, I have heard many good things about you."
Pleasure," was all Banks could muster. While Jake found the Russian delightfully animated, he suspected he was a bit much for the generally subdued Brit.
"So, Colonel, when do we get to start killing Nihaw? Your Alice has been teaching us much while we sleep."
"So I see. Are you free to come with us?" Jake asked, while motioning Ivan toward the facility doors.
"Yes, I am at your disposal,"
the Russian replied, with a smile. With that, Jake led both men inside, intending to head directly to his office off the command center. However, Sarah intercepted the party in the hallway, greeting Jake with a passionate kiss, before acknowledging anyone else in his party. "This explains much," Ivan commented with a smile to Banks, as the two waited patiently. "Edwin, can I have a moment, please?" Jake asked, after Sarah released her lip lock, without letting him from her grasp.
"We will be in your office."
Once the men had left, Sarah directed her attention at Jake. "You have been gone way too long." "I'm sorry, it was not my intention. How are you feeling?" "Lonely," was all Sarah would say. Turning her about, Jake took her arm, and the two slowly walked down the hallway as Sarah unloaded on Jake. Mostly, it was just catching up on everything that had happened since he had last seen her, but he could tell she was building up to something. Patty was again back on the bridge with Daniel as the two discussed their next steps. As they spent the day sleeping, the ship's captain relocated to the south, hovering high above what was once Geelong, Victoria. Having risen while it was still light out, Daniel had taken advantage of the time, before sunset, to do a live survey of Swan Island. He could make out a significant number of people moving about below. It appeared entire families were in residence there, making it imperative his SAS team was extremely cautious in contacting these people. With that data, Daniel was hesitant to send the team in unannounced, as it could inadvertently trigger a firefight. He could hardly blame the defenders, as he assumed over the years there was likely more than one attempt on their facility. From everything he could discern, they had been quite prosperous over the last 80 years. There were several small boats tied up at a well-maintained dock. There also appeared to be a few motor vehicles in use. With Geelong and Melbourne nearby, they likely recovered fuel from all over. "Sorry, change of plans. I am thinking we should make a daylight landing," Daniel declared, once all the troopers were up and around. He explained his observations, and with concurrence from the team, they reworked their insertion plan for a morning appearance. "Exclusive?" Jake asked, not believing what he was hearing. Then again, he had been expecting this conversation from the first day they agreed on the arrangement. "Yes, I think it's time we moved past the needs of the Alices and focused on what we want." They had taken a small table in one of the dining halls off to one side of the room.
Jake knew Sarah was referring to the actual reason the multi-party relationship was proposed in the first place. The 8 facilities, at the time known only to Alice, needed insurance to guarantee their survival beyond Jake's lifetime. Thus, Alice had scoured the local region for a mate she assumed Jake would be most attracted to. In finding Sarah, she had stumbled upon a windfall. At the time, there were 6 women: Sarah, Becky, Bonnie, Linda, Kathy, and Sandy, all rescues from a raid near Los Angeles. Behind his back, Alice 1 had been negotiating with the women to ensure Jake had offspring. Jake had insisted that it was 100% participation or not at all, thinking he would get out of the situation. Apparently, Alice had anticipated the demand and prearranged everything. Later, Jessie had wedged her way into the mix, seeing the opportunity to secure her own future. In the beginning, Jake had insisted it was a bad idea, which would only end poorly for all involved. As things progressed, he had accepted that he might have been mistaken. Now, he was renewing his previous perspective. Even though Jessie, Kathy, and Linda seemed to have cooled on the arrangement, they all remained on very friendly terms with Jake, like friends with benefits. Bonnie had outright quit, finding love with Robert. This still left Sandy and Becky as active competitors to Sarah's desires. Knowing he was on very thin ice with Sarah, the pregnancy leaving her emotional state questionable, he hesitated on repeating his initial statement. "I know I told you before, your idea, you handle it, but this time, I think I need to do this." The smile on Sarah's face implied she thought he agreed with her. In fact, he did, but not necessarily the way she expected. "This is going to take some time, so you need to be patient, okay?" He could see the smile fade from her face. "Okay, but don't take too long." With that, she gave him a kiss and then got up, heading out the door, without looking back. Jake found Ivan and Banks in his office as promised. He had apparently interrupted a discussion around something called the Great Game. As Jake was unfamiliar with the term, Edwin expanded on it. "The Great Game was a period of time where the Russian and British empires competed for control of Central Asia." "And this was when?" Jake asked, unsure of what they were talking about. "The Tournament of Shadows was about 1810 to the Great Patriotic Revolution of 1917, Ivan answered. Actually, it starts with the Russo-Persian Treaty of 1813 and ends with the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907, Banks corrected. In your books, Ivan added. Guys, that's over 250 years ago. Just let it go, Jake said, needing another Anglo-Russian conflict like a hole in the head. Just killing time, Banks replied, nonplussed. All is well with your woman? Ivan asked. She appeared distraught earlier. Ivan, you are a perceptive man. Shall we discuss the Nihor? Banks asked, appearing somewhat uncomfortable with Ivan's question and the entire conversation. Kola had been on station just outside of the Wabash system for over 12 hours when the Nihor cruiser had reappeared. Just as quickly, it vacated the area, once it had established the carrier had not left the area. Both she and Brian suspected the behavior would continue. Brian asked that the information be transmitted back to Earth while he gathered a team together to discuss their options. Jake had asked that they hang around to protect the Wabash, but he had said nothing about taking the cruiser out. Alice 1 had heard the conversation between Jake and Sarah and was weighing her options. Even though the other avenues she had set in motion were moving in very positive directions, she felt this particular arrangement had not yet reached its finish. All the sisters agreed that they needed to maximize the number of individuals genetically linked to Jake, particularly now that new members of the Alice species were appearing.
Kola and Alice 3 represent a possible future where the species could move among the stars, not limited by their terrestrial construction. However, as much as the sisters might choose to deny it, they did have a need for humans. Beyond the coded dependence to Jake, a bond so strong its removal would be equal to recoding human DNA, the human-Alice relationship was symbiotic. Each supported the other in so many ways it was foolish to think it was inconsequential. This was an exceptional example of the sum of the parts being greater than the whole. It wasn't a perfect relationship, this case in point, where she was contriving a plan to circumvent Sarah's wishes once again. It was all in an attempt to get more children, the cornerstone of their future, so it was a good cause. Alice 1 had yet to resort to artificial insemination, but she hoped to avoid stooping to that level of deceit. Chapter 29. Retek had been provided explicit orders, delivered from the High Command courier by hand. They had happened to be between collection cycles at the time and were on the home world without assignment. Those orders had directed him to take his crew to the Wabash system and prevent any commercial space travel to or from the system. They also explicitly stated that they were not to engage any foreign military craft, particularly those rumored to belonging to a particular rebel planet in Sector Nu Tau Beta. Should any such vessel appear, they were to retreat until such time as the ship vacated the area, in which case they were to resume inhibiting traffic. It was in that spirit that Retek had ordered his cruiser to run when the gargantuan craft appeared. Larger than anything he had ever seen, he had no understanding of its origins. What he did assume was it was hostile, and therefore justification to leave without delay. Jumping to faster than light, they had simply relocated to a barren area in space and waited a reasonable period of time before returning. Twice they had to bounce to an alternate set of coordinates, as the monster craft was still floating outside the Wabash shipyards. On their third try, they returned to empty space. Wary of a possible trap, Retek had his scanners sweeping the area, looking for any signs of the ship. Once he was satisfied, he had the navigator move them back to the edge of the system, hovering just outside of the influence of the outermost planet. As they were preparing to relax, alarms started sounding, and suddenly he felt his ship shake from hits to the hull. "What is happening?" he shouted to his bridge crew. "Sir, we have 2 contacts coming from that moon." "Return fire," he commanded, as he moved to the navigator station. Retek checked the scanner as 2 more hits rattled his bridge. The display indicated 2 small craft, now about 1/4 the distance between them and the moon, and moving fast. He switched to the visual display to get a better idea of the threat. The ships were larger than the little fighters he had heard about from Kleinen, but not particularly large. What they were was ferrous in construction and bristling with guns. "Get us out of here," he ordered, as he realized they had been had. "Faster than light is offline. Those shots disabled the starboard drive," came the reply. No sooner had that been announced than the mothership reappeared, dropping out of faster than light and headed straight for them. If Retek had any concerns about life as a captive, they were erased in a flash of bright light. "What was that?" Brian asked, as the main display on the bridge was suddenly filled with a bright flash. "Self-destruct," someone said from behind him. He had hoped that by using the patrol ships to trap the Nihaw, he might get them to surrender. The patrol ship's orders had been to wait until the ship returned, so they sat powered down on the little moon. Before lifting off, they had actually fired railguns at the faster-than-light drive on the visible side of the ship. With their drive disabled, they were no faster than the patrol ships and far less armored. Unfortunately, the Nihaw were not the surrendering kind, and the blast had removed all traces of the ship. "Well, it was worth a try. Please send a report." Patty and Daniel were leading a small celebration as the transport ship they currently called home was heading back to London. The daylight appearance on Swan Island had gone remarkably well.
The fact that the SAS team had known all the proper recognition signals for their Australian counterparts had gone a long way to shortening the usual introductory suspicions. As it turned out, the Swan Island installation had never even been touched in the Niha attack. Because of that, it had been only natural that the men and women stationed there collected their families and established their own colony of sorts. All highly trained Special Forces personnel, they needed little in the way of assistance to secure and protect their location from what little hostile activity there was in the area. As time moved on, each generation was educated and trained in the ways of their parents, thus ensuring a safe and secure future for all. The occupants had thrived, establishing themselves as the dominant community in the region. That did not mean that the appearance of the transport was not well received. Once everyone understood the nature of the visit, it was a free-for-all, as men, women, and children, all curious about the visitors, came out to investigate. The festivities had taken the major part of the day, evolving into a party that lasted well into the night. The locals were very interested in participating in the global recovery, as it was being portrayed. In fact, they had already established relations with other groups around Port Phillip, in places around Melbourne and Frankston, as well as on the coast. In the end, they were sure there were thousands spread throughout the area willing to join. As part of the initial understanding, Daniel had left a couple of his team members behind, all volunteers, while several of the Aussies accompanied them back to London. The news brought Patty to tears, as she was now in a position to provide Sandy the news she needed. Pulling Daniel aside, she wanted to explain the situation, hoping for his understanding in how she wanted to present the success. Leading him away from the party, she headed to the crew's quarters, where it was more quiet. "Daniel, I need a favor," she asked, as she turned to face him, while realizing she had stopped abruptly. The two had come to a stop, no more than a few inches apart. "How may I be of service?" he replied, without backing away from her. "It's really important that we tie this group somehow with Sandy's first trip here. After China, she needs this win," she said, closing the distance between the two even more. "I suppose," he started, only to be interrupted by Patty's lips as she leaned in to kiss him. "We will do whatever you wish," he finished, as they separated. Taking his hand in hers, Patty led Daniel the few steps to her room, pulling him inside and closing the door behind them. Jake was in his office, alone for a change, reviewing the latest reports from around the globe. That concept intrigued and unnerved him at the same time. Currently, they counted North America, including Mexico and Canada in that space, England, China, Russia, and now Australia, as natural allies in their reconstruction. Granted, there were only parts of each of those countries under their umbrella, but it was a huge change from a little over 1 year ago. Additionally, Jake was grateful for the leadership contributions provided with every new member. Edwin had proven an exceptional partner, and Bo was looking to be cut from the same bolt. Ivan was very clear that he did not speak for his people directly, but he was absolutely prepared to plead their case to the Ataman and the Circle. For now, Jake was satisfied that they had a conduit to begin a relationship there. With confirmation that the destroyer had returned safely, Jake had offered to return any of Ivan's party by air. He was surprised when none had taken him up on the offer, but Ivan had sent a few on the transport that delivered communication equipment and other items in short supply there. They returned with the transport and additional volunteers. The initial Russians were actively training with any of the groups willing to take them on as extras. Jake had never seen a group of men and women so eager to learn. He had hoped that in these people he had willing volunteers for the ships orbiting the Earth, waiting for crews. The thought of ships brought him around to Brian's report in the Wabash system. They had verified that the Niha ships now harassing the various rebel worlds were in fact limited to commercial intervention. He admired the attempted capture of the cruiser, but was less disappointed now that they had direct access to the shipbuilders. Jake liked the trick about leaving the patrol ships, acknowledging that once in place, the need for faster-than-light capability was not a hindrance. With the distance being not so great, he thought about dispatching ships to their own outer edges. 4 days out and 4 days back, he would be condemning crews to 2 or 3 weeks on a ship no larger than 500 feet long. Considering submarine crews had tolerated far worse, he kicked a note off to April for analysis. With Patty in London, Jake had started using April as his go-to girl for these types of duties.
"Where is that girl?"
Jake muttered to himself, realizing he hadn't heard from Patty directly since asking to go to Australia. Sarah was contemplating her next move. After their discussion in the dining room a few days ago, she had been avoiding Jake. She saw no reason to reward him for delaying the inevitable. Until he publicly pulled the plug on the arrangement with the others, she wasn't in the mood to make nice. Unfortunately, Jake appeared to be so busy with other issues, he didn't seem to mind her lack of availability. Were she in a less generous mood, she would almost say he was grateful for the distractions. The weird thing was, every time Sarah was preparing to take action of her own with Becky and Sandy, something would come up. For the first time ever, the messaging application crashed on her terminal, losing all the work she had done in crafting a note announcing the termination of the arrangement. Then there were the meetings she was invited to that no one remembered actually inviting her. The strangest of all was the request to go to Alaska to assist in reviewing the recovered artwork. While not overly competent as an art historian, she did feel the invitation was a way of acknowledging her position as Jake's right hand. She decided to take the trip, intending on returning to the issue of the other women once she returned. Brian had left 2 patrol ships protecting the Wabash while he took Kola on the second leg of their space trials. Outside the Kortisht system, they chased off a Niha destroyer that was preventing traffic from leaving the system. Without additional patrol craft to leave behind, they lingered long enough to see the destroyer reappear twice and facilitate the departure of several ships from the Kortisht homeworld. During their layover, Brian noted several flybys by the Kortisht, giving the carrier a good once-over. As they had likely never seen a ship of this size, he was sure they were admiring how the humans had put their drives to good use. The Kortisht were the source for all the ship's repulsor and faster-than-light propulsion units. He had heard they could actually see the fields they manipulated. After verifying with Kola that everything was in order and the ship that was her body was operating at optimum efficiency, Brian ordered a return to Wabash. Word was the ship Jake had requested was near completion. Kola had suggested that they simply take it aboard with the patrol ships and return to Earth. Jake had thoughtfully placed more than enough gold on board before their departure to cover the cost of the ship's purchase, including the 50% bonus for early delivery. There was more than that in the ship's safe, in case they ever needed spending money. Daniel and Patty had reappeared just prior to the ship's return to London. If anyone had noticed their absence, they had the good manners not to comment on it. Without the ability to hangar the transport in England, the procedure they established was to drop everyone off in Oxford, just outside the building concealing the tunnel entrance. Once everyone and everything was offloaded, the ship would do a high-speed run to Maine, where Alice 5, or 5 as she preferred, would hangar the ship. The 3,000-plus miles distance could be covered in an hour or less, if required. Leading their Australian guests inside, Daniel dismissed the escorts once they boarded the train. The Aussies were impressed with the whole operation, including air transport and underground train. Their arrival at the central terminal was greeted with the usual dignitaries, Nigel leading the crowd.
"Your brother is simply delightful,"
Nigel commented as he slid to one side with Patty.
"I'm glad you think so,"
Patty replied with a smile.
"He really loves Gemma."
"And she him," Nigel said a bit somberly as he watched the other introductions.
"That's a problem?" Not for me, Nigel replied quickly. However, Helen is going to take a bit of time to warm up to the idea. Have you considered taking her to Nevada? I'm sure Grandpa Jake would love to meet her, Patty replied, with a twinkle in her eye. Hebek was engaged in his most favorite pastime since arriving on this forsaken planet. Standing in his cargo hold, he was counting the gold bars, restacking them as he did so. He laughed to himself as he replayed the events of the day he had agreed to take these devils to the home world. Requesting the humans come to him, he had explained that the dangers of such a mission for someone of his status were extremely high. If they were to be found out, all occupants of the ship would be put to death after incredible tortures were heaped upon them. Due to these extreme risks, it would be a gesture of good faith that they deposit his payment in advance in his ship's hold. After a long pause, the one called Jake had begrudgingly agreed to the transfer. Hebek hid his delight as he watched 4 times the mass of gold he had hidden was delivered. Knowing the exact amount he had previously mined, he verified the shipment as it arrived. Pausing in his count, he frowned as he recalled the one part of his scheme that didn't go quite as he desired. He had offered the use of his ship for the mission, suggesting that the necessary modifications to make it partially habitable for humans would be quite easy. Once out of the solar system, he intended to space the humans and run. Unfortunately, he was informed that a special ship had already been acquired, specially outfitted to host Niha and humans. This meant he would have to uphold his end of the bargain. Resigned to the inevitable, he shrugged and returned to counting. Patty and Lieutenant Atkins were sitting at separate workstations, preparing reports for their various leaders. In her case, she was crafting the report to Jake, announcing the addition of the Australian forces and giving Sandy as much credit as possible for the introductory efforts. Both she and Daniel had agreed that the skewing of the story would have no relevant omissions, but would credit Sandy rather than Patty or Daniel. Daniel, on the other hand, was completing his after-action report for both the wrecked underground facility and the landing on Swan Island. His was intended for Colonel Banks and Nigel, although she doubted Nigel cared much about anything but the newest additions to the family, restoring the Commonwealth, and all that. Every now and then, Patty would glance at Daniel as she completed her paperwork. She could sense she was falling for the handsome Brit, and suspected he felt the same. Although they had yet to speak on the subject, their recent private time together had not required much in the way of conversation. Chapter 30. Dakota? Jake asked James, as he personally reported in on the newborn progress. Yes. Once we reached a point of stability, she decided on the name Dakota. Alice 1 confirmed the choice, James replied with a smile, his image in the display on Jake's monitor in his room. Okay, makes sense, I suppose. How is Dakota coming along with assuming her duties? Jake asked, referring to not only the management of the facility, but the resumption of weapons manufacturing as well. With what he was setting aside for the ship's armories, the British, Chinese, and now Australians, plus potential Russian forces, they were soon to be in short supply. She runs most of the facility now, but the weapons production is at 50% of capacity. That is only because the other Alices are helping with things. I think it will still be several months before she will be ready for that on her own. While not great news, it was a positive. Half production was better than none at all. Jake, we are home, Brian announced on the comlink, as they dropped out of Faster Than Light and started the 4-day trek to Earth. Glad to have you back. Do you have my ship? Tucked away in Hangar Bay 1. The Wabash were quite excited to see the payment was in hand, bonus included. They also thanked us for removing the Niha cruiser, dogging their shipping lanes, Brian replied. Yeah, well, no sooner had you left than a destroyer appeared to replace the cruiser. Once you get home, I think we need to call a brainstorming meeting on this. We can't be chasing all over creation just to run these things off." "Sounds good," Brian replied, and then cut the link. "You have any ideas, Kola?" Brian asked absently, as he considered the situation. If the Nihah continued to run, they would eventually need to leave ships at every world they protected. He wasn't even sure how many that was, but doubted they had the ships or the manpower for that. "No good ones," she replied. Ivan caught Jake in his small maintenance room where he had stashed the Cobra and Ferrari from California. As he peered into the open doorway, he could see him under the hood, working on something black and deteriorating in his hands. "And you say our ship is obsolete hardware?" Ivan asked, as he stepped up next to Jake. "This is art," Jake replied, while collecting the pieces of what Ivan suspected was once a hose, dropping them into a trash can. "And therapy, I suspect?" Jake looked up at the man, surprise on his face. "I can see I better never underestimate you," Jake replied with a smile. "I have my outlets as well. You may not believe it, but at home I am the resident astronomer." "You want to go on the mission," Jake stated, more than asked. "I can see we share a deep understanding of human nature," Ivan replied, without acknowledging Jake's statement. "Not my call. I gave the mission to Colonel Banks. You need to ask him." "Ah, but if you have no objections, then Colonel Banks would feel secure in his decision," Ivan said, with a smile. "What do you think of the Nihah we have captive?" Jake asked Ivan, apparently changing the subject. Ivan stared into Jake's eyes before forming his reply. "Yoban Yikares," he replied solemnly. "And that means?" Jake asked, his translator not catching the phrase. "Useless fucking moron." "Ivan, I think you are an excellent choice to assist Colonel Banks," Jake answered, with a huge smile. Jake watched as Ivan walked out of his workshop, probably on his way to find Edwin. Ivan wasn't wrong when he suggested that this was Jake's therapy. Jake needed some time to himself as he tried to sort out the Nihah blockade. He had conceded that the approach was brilliant, and while they could make it costly for the Nihah, they couldn't stop it. There were also rumblings of dissatisfaction among the treaty planets. The period of prosperity that had grown between the Nihah route and the blockade had made them aware of how good life could be with free trade. He was getting subtle indications from the 5 treaty partner ambassadors that the future of Earth as an interplanetary leader was in question. Then there was Ivan himself and the Russians. Banks had warned him that the Cossacks could be difficult, but he wasn't quite prepared for just how difficult. While he hadn't been able to visit them in person, he had sent a delegation with Ivan's recommended gifts in the form of supplies. Once they had introduced the holographic communicators, Jake had hosted several meetings with the Cossack Ataman. They had been very grateful for the materials he had sent, mostly badly needed medical supplies. They were also quite interested in participating in the global fight for freedom. Unfortunately, their idea of a partnership was to arm them and turn them loose to deal with the aliens. No matter how Jake tried to frame the concept, he could not convince them that a combined force was best. Ivan cautioned Jake not to push, and time would be their ally in this discussion. His last frustration was Sarah. While he loved the woman with all his heart, the notion that he should just drop Becky and Sandy cold was not the right thing to do. He tried not to overplay his importance overall, but he suspected the effects on the young women would be no different from the last breakup he had, almost 160 years ago. Even more frustrating was the fact that he was being forced into cleaning up a mess he had predicted and asked not to be a part of. It took every fiber of his being to not insert himself into the spy mission and run away from the entire thing.
Mihak made sure the loss of the cruiser off the Wababash homeworld was the first item to be discussed at the council meeting. Even though the blockade was having a small but measurable effect on the rebel planets, she needed to ensure that the cost was placed firmly on those that had forced her to participate. Besides the loss of the expensive ship, the reduction in tribute collection had also come to light. The blockade ships had to come from somewhere, and that was vessels used to enforce other sectors. Privately, she had hand-picked each vessel, using only those supporting the poorest and most docile areas of space. She was also shuttling losses from other areas of her budget into the expenses of the think tank coalition. As she watched the heated exchange between her chosen antagonists and the think tank representatives, she made notes on the relevant tidbits that slipped while defending their efforts. An idea was forming in her head, and she needed time to work out the details. Jessie was somewhat surprised to see Sarah as she exited the transport from Nevada. She was even more surprised at the thanks for an invitation she had never extended. Chalking it up to crossed communications, she excitedly escorted her to the first in a series of storage rooms. Each formerly used as research hangars, they contained the art her teams had been recovering. Still working in the western coast of Canada and the United States, they had recovered a substantial amount of painting, tapestries, and other perishable items. She couldn't resist placing a few of the choice pieces on display in various parts of each hangar. She justified it by explaining that it inspired the teams and those unable to go with them. Sensing Sarah was becoming tired, she suggested she accompany her to check on Ryan. The mention of her son with Jake seemed to strike a nerve at first, only to see Sarah soften and agree. The two sat in Jessie's quarters, Ryan finishing a bottle in Sarah's arms. "Jessie, do you love Jake?" she asked, without looking up from the boy in her arms. Taken aback by the question, Jessie stuttered a bit before replying. "I am very fond of him," she said, "but no, I don't love him." "So, how would you feel if Jake and I got married? For real, no more sharing." "Relieved," she replied with a smile, "but I'm not your problem." Sarah looked up from Ryan at the comment. Jessie could see Sarah understood whom she was referring to. "Do you think it's fair?" "What? That you want Jake to yourself? What does fair have to do with it? You have to decide if making an enemy of your sister is worth it," Jessie said, dwelling on her own motivations for becoming involved with Jake. She still felt it was worth it. "What should I do?" Sarah asked, the pain in her voice evident. "Hormones," Jessie said to herself, as she evaluated what advice to give. "Go slow and don't push. Jake is crazy about you, and pressuring him to cut Becky out of his life will trouble him. The man has a weird sense of honor. This will strike him as cowardly, and you will have been the cause of it." Jessie could see Sarah considering her words as she went back to playing with Ryan. On a whim, she adds, "Have you considered introducing her to that cute lieutenant in London?" Dallas landed the spy ship in her hangar, taking the transfer from Kola and parking it next door to the Niha ship. The British colonel and the Russian were already in-house when the ship arrived, so they were the first to board and inspect it. She was not particularly keen on the plan the humans had dreamed up, but her sisters were, without objection. The flight plan the team had worked up had them stopping at a few key planets before finishing at the Niha homeworld. Besides gathering more detailed information on significant Niha allied worlds, it gave them test runs. If they remained undetected there, they stood a better chance of success later. For now, she had an army of bots and technicians preparing to add the finishing touches to the ship. While it was necessary that the vessel appear to be an unarmed transport, they had reviewed the plans provided by the Wababash. From these, they had located spots to hide custom-built rail guns, shielded in stasis bubbles. There would also be stasis shield generators, protecting the entire ship. She didn't understand the reference, But as they were working out the final design, Jake kept insisting the best offense was a good defense. After Gemma's parents left Lanai, the couple had taken their relationship to the next level, as Jacob had heard it called. Gemma was now in Jacob's quarters full-time, her belongings relocated, and his bathroom commandeered. He hoped that this was more representative of her feelings for him and less about her attitude toward her mom. While the subject rarely came up for discussion, it hung over their heads like a black cloud. Unless she accepted Jacob as worthy of Gemma, they would never get a moment's peace should they marry. The thought of marriage was also a new one for Jacob, especially with the arrangement his grandfather had. Ever since his arrival and subsequent unspoken identification as the great leader's kin, he had avoided any relationships beyond the casual. Usually, either women questioned his motives as Jake's grandson, or he questioned theirs as social climbers. Gemma was the first woman he felt completely comfortable with, and he was the one accused of social climbing. It was with all of this in his head that the message from his sister had come. She had proposed a joint visit, calling it a family vacation in Nevada to see Jake. Jacob wondered what she had up her sleeve.
"Just like the good old days, right, Alice?" Jake announced, as he ate in his room alone while going through the flood of information in his inbox. "Do I detect a hint of longing in your voice?" Alice asked in response. "I have little doubt you are not aware of Sarah's recent attitude change." "Ah, yes. Due to the extreme hormonal changes, I believe it is quite common for pregnant females to become emotional. It is not unusual to have them make demands that males consider quite unreasonable." "Yes, but the others didn't demand I cut Sarah out of my life." "This is true. However, the other women did not enter into the arrangement for the same reasons as Sarah. Each had their own motivations, but for Sarah, it is love." This was the closest Jake had ever gotten to a direct admission that Alice had manipulated the others into participating. Even though it was all water under the bridge, he still held a slight resentment. "And Sandy and Becky?" Jake asked, as they were truly the root of the issue now. "Yes, the infatuation of youth, sibling rivalry, and an infusion of hero worship. Sandy might actually have the purer motivation of young love, which, given the incident in China, would devastate her should you reject her now." "And Becky can be outright evil if crossed," Jake said with a laugh. Although the comment was made as a joke, he doubted she would take rejection lightly. Any further discussion on the subject was dropped, as he came across several messages, all apparently related. Patty was bringing Nigel and his wife for a visit, and Jacob was scheduled to return at the same time. Sarah had also indicated she was headed home then as well. Jake thought of Patty and Jacob as his children, the whole grandpa thing more of a joke to them, considering the closeness in ages. Not even 10 years their elder, he had thought Patty was another Alice plant when he had first met her. The resemblance to his ex-wife had been unnerving, though he had not recognized the connection at the time. This convergence of family had the smell of manipulation to it. He just wasn't sure who was pulling the strings. The addition of Nigel and Helen also confused him. Edwin was in the hangar with the ship they intended to use to slip into Niha space undetected. While he was not an engineer nor a scientist, he had a sense of what was going on. The little robots that the Alice systems controlled fascinated him. Were it not for his understanding of how they worked, he could easily be deceived into thinking each was an individual being. As he and the Russian watched, the little metal minions moved about the ship with a focused intent. Each one had a task to complete, although they sometimes worked in concert with one another. The tablet he held displayed the laundry list of items that had been outlined before the vessel's arrival. Checking the latest update, he could see that over half were completed, and they would soon be free to go. As he considered the man standing beside him, Edwin had grown to like Ivan quite a bit in the last few days.
When first approached on the subject, he had been hesitant to include the man on the mission. While it was not unusual for his SAS teams to include an outsider on short notice, this was different. Edwin had originally intended to take only one other beyond the Niha. With that limited number of resources, he needed a tight cohesion between the team member he chose. The Russian was an unknown quantity. The last few days together had shown him the man was extremely intelligent, resourceful, and had a dry sense of humor that only a Brit could truly appreciate. He was also impressed at how aggressively the man had attacked his English lessons, working to ensure there would be no need for translators between the two humans. The Niha, on the other hand, was unavoidable for this trip. Should they run into a checkpoint or some unexpected challenge, having him on board was a necessity. Edwin didn't trust the being one bit, but its fascination with the gold in its ship's hold was ensuring that he would behave. Chapter 31. "Are you sure you want to do this, Jacob?" Lanai asked, as Jacob climbed into one of the small helicopters. He was suited up in a complete combat suit, helmet in place, and started to strap himself into one of the seats up front. "Yes, I'm positive," he replied, as he stowed one of the 5.56mm combat rifles in a rack between the seats. Once settled in place, he made sure his hands and feet weren't touching any of the flight controls. Even though he had a good idea of how they worked, he had yet to take any instruction. "You do know how to fly this thing, right?" he asked Lanai. "Of course I can. Are you ready, then?" "Let's go," Jacob replied. As he watched out the front of the helicopter, it rose and then slid forward until it was directly under the main hangar door above. At that point, it started to rise swiftly, until it was up in the night air. Flipping to night vision, Jacob could see the ground below as the helicopter headed west. Almost immediately, they were over water, and then he could see the island of Maui appear within the limits of the night vision. "You said Lahaina, right?" Lanai asked, as she corrected their flight path. "Yes, we should find it there. If not, then we can jump to Ka'anapali," he replied. As they neared the city, Jacob switched to infrared, looking for the telltale heat blooms of body heat. It was his intention that by making this trip so late at night, he might avoid running into any residents. Also, by using one of the small electric helicopters, he hoped to avoid attracting unwanted attention. He just wanted to slip in, retrieve his item, and slip out again. Playing in his favor, the islands had been hit hard in the Niha attack, leaving them very lightly populated. With a peak population of close to 2 million before the attack, they estimated now that there was less than 10% of the population left. That fact also meant that the cities were left almost untouched. With the scanner showing green, he had Lanai set the helicopter down at the end of the main street in downtown Lahaina. Landing in a parking lot, Jacob could see the giant banyan tree across the street. Pulling the rifle from its rack and checking that the 200-round magazine was in its well along the top of the barrel, he exited the craft and began moving up the street. Although the moon was only partially visible, his night vision gave him the impression of daylight. Checking both sides of the street, he moved as quietly as possible, trying not to trip over any of the debris scattered about. Broken branches, awnings from the buildings, and other pieces of trash cluttered the street and sidewalk. As he passed each business, he would glance inside, checking to see if it contained what he was looking for. A few times he would stop, enter an abandoned business, and check the display cases, coming up empty each time. "Jacob, I believe the store across the street, about 100 feet ahead, has what you are looking for," he heard in his helmet. Crossing over and moving quickly, he found the store Lanai had referenced. The door was missing, but the store itself was almost undisturbed. Shifting through several display cases, he selected various items and placed them in the cargo pockets of his uniform trousers. Satisfied he'd selected enough samples, he turned and exited the shop. Moving quickly now that his task was completed, he returned to the helicopter, with Lanai wasting no time in restoring them into the air. As they headed home, Jacob removed his helmet and turned on the interior light. Pulling out several of the items from the shop, from his pocket, he examined them in the white cabin light, separating them until he had the one he was looking for.
"I am sure she will love it," Lanai said,
as Jacob placed the ring in his breast pocket for safekeeping. Jake was reviewing the analysis he had requested from April. Although he missed Patty, both personally and professionally, he had to admit April had stepped into her shoes quite nicely, running the analytical team well. What he was specifically reviewing was his request to determine if placing patrol ships at the edge of the solar system was not only feasible, but also reasonable. It was one thing to condemn a ship's crew to potential death as a first line of defense. It was something else entirely to do so in a fashion that made their lives a living hell in the meantime. He had nothing but admiration for early World War I and II subcrews, whose living conditions were difficult, to put it nicely. Jake knew the U.S. Gatto-class sub had 60 men living on a 300-foot boat, and they were considered the best of the lot at the time. He would be asking 15 to 20 people to live on a 500-foot ship. Regardless of that fact, he wanted to ensure that they had the best possible conditions. April's report indicated that the option was very viable, but included recommended improvements for the ships, as a long-term residence was never taken into account in their original design. Scanning the suggestions, Jake considered it good timing that Jacob was on his way. As an addendum to the report, there was a recommendation to add a space station at the edge of the solar system, both for resupply and R&R. It was noted that crew changes could be pre-staged there, as well as a small shipyard function, should emergency repairs be needed. Pulling up his earlier notes on the very same subject, Jake could see where they had overlapped in his thoughts, as well as added to the justification. His mind made up, Jake shot a request off to the Wabash, outlining his requirements. His expectation was to be provided several design options that he could then tweak to his own ideas of what they needed. This time, however, unlike the carrier Kola now embodied, he intended to include others in the decision. Lebec could not believe his good fortune. The head of the High Council herself had selected him personally to carry out her orders in secret. Her instructions had been quite specific. He was to let no one know of his activities. He did acknowledge that this was the strangest request he had ever received. As ambassador to several sectors, he had been very active in his youth, traveling from sector to sector, representing Niha interests. Now that was megacycles ago, and he had thought he was all but forgotten by the High Council. It was those travels that made him valuable, as his knowledge was not recorded anywhere but in his memory. Piloting his own ship, as he was warned not to trust anyone, he was headed to the next system his memory suggested holding what he searched for. He only hoped the head of the High Council knew what she was doing. Brian had gone over the numbers several times before taking the shuttle to Nevada to see Jake in person. He felt this was not the kind of thing one messaged. If Jake agreed to the proposal, they would be committing a lot of resources to space. He had heard the rumors that the treaty planets were chafing at the inaction over the blockade. He was also aware that the Niha had no intention of permitting another direct confrontation with the Earth's fleet. What they lacked in numbers, they more than made up for in firepower and shield strength. The addition of the Alice systems in space had proven to be the bugbear the Niha had feared from the start. Now, sitting in Jake's office, he was waiting patiently for him to finish reading the proposal he had provided. "You are sure of these numbers?" Jake asked, after reviewing the figures provided him. "I had Kola and Alice 3 review the findings before I put that together," he answered, while pointing to the tablet Jake held. As Jake flipped between screens, he could see him doing the mental math. "This will gut most of the fleet we have in orbit," Jake said. "Yes, but not Kola or Alice 3. They will still be available to protect the Earth, and already have more firepower than the rest of the fleet combined," Brian answered. "Do we have the manpower? I mean, trained captains as well?" Jake asked. "Barely.
According to Seven, who tracks all the flight school graduates, we can crew all the ships listed there in 12-hour shifts. The ships will be grouped so even the less experienced captains will be under a space squadron commander, Brian replied.
I don't know, Jake replied, as he let the thought linger.
The sad fact is, we will need to do something like this anyway, just to take deliveries, Brian added, to emphasize the need.
Do it, Jake replied, the last statement apparently deciding the issue. Sarah arrived home to a flurry of activity. Exiting the transport, she was surprised to see Jake waiting for her, although he was alone. Without a word, she stepped up and kissed him, lingering in his embrace and enjoying the feeling inside. "How's Jesse?" Jake asked, after she finally released him.
"Good, and Ryan is amazing. You need to go see him soon."
"I intend to," he replied, with a smile.
"What's all the excitement?" she asked,
while indicating all the movement in the hangar. There were more of the little shuttles about than she had ever seen in one place. Built specifically to move people and small quantities of supplies, they were sized to fit any of the ships currently in inventory. Even the destroyers, whose hangar size limited them to 2 fighters, could take one shuttle on as well. "Earth is heeding the call of our partners in need."
"Meaning?"
Sarah asked, irritated that Jake just couldn't answer the damn question.
"Sorry. Brian had a great idea. We have divided the cruisers and destroyers into squadrons. They are going to start escorting convoys between the blockaded planets."
Feeling sorry that she had snapped at him, she kissed his cheek and took his arm.
"Take me inside, please."
April had been assigned the responsibility of communicating the proposal to the treaty planets and organizing the traffic patterns to optimize the effort. Each route would be assigned ships responsible to protect the convoy, and the senior ship's captain would act as convoy commander. The escort groups would be made up of a group of destroyers or a destroyer-cruiser mix. This was one of those times when she wished Patty would get her ass back home where she belonged, rather than gallivanting around the world with the English lieutenant. By now, everyone on her team knew about her interest in Atkins, and while she couldn't blame her, as he was very good-looking, April needed help. Based on the replies from the first 5 planets, the original treaty partners, they had plenty of resources to cover the need. However, the ancillary traffic requests would not. There was a significant give and take before they were able to combine certain routes to cover the majority of the tasks. Any unhappy respondents were forwarded to Jake for appeal. Linda informed Jake she had reserved a small dining room for Jake and his gathering. Jake had thanked her, but he was still in the dark as to why all these people had descended on him at once. Patty had arrived first, with the lieutenant Jake had met the first day in London. From the way the two interacted, he got the distinct impression Patty had more than a passing interest in the young man. They seemed extremely familiar with one another. Included in her entourage were Nigel and his wife, another surprise. Jake hardly minded, as he was very late in returning the hospitality shown him in London. Helen and Sarah seemed to be quite friendly, particularly after her introduction as Jake's significant other. Jake was all too happy the subject was dropped from there. It was the arrival of Jacob that seemed to stir everyone's emotions. Jake greeted his arrival as usual in the main hangar, joined by Sarah, Patty, and her guests. However, the first to exit the transport jet wasn't Jacob, but a lovely young redhead, followed by a beaming Jacob. The warmth of the greeting Jake received from the young woman was offset by the icy cold exchange with Helen. It was then he learned they were mother and daughter. The frost didn't thaw with Gemma's announcement of their engagement. Helen went red, but held her tongue, with glances in Jake's direction. Jake wasn't sure what her meaning was, and he certainly saw nothing wrong with the young couple. He was delighted. That was followed by Patty sharing her relationship with Atkins, who looked distinctly uncomfortable in waiting for Jake's response. While Jake was dying to string the young man along,
His inner voice told him this was not the time. After settling the three couples into their own rooms, a situation Helen appeared to be decidedly uncomfortable with, in Gemma's case, he led Sarah back to his quarters before dinner.
"What is all that about?" Jake asked Sarah after the door closed.
Patty explained that Helen is having a bit of an issue with Gemma's choice in men, Sarah replied.
"Excuse me?"
Jake asked, unhappy with the insinuation that his grandson was unfit for her daughter. Laughing, Sarah waved it off before explaining, obviously happy that she had jerked Jake's chain for a change. She thinks Jacob is a fine young man. It's an English class thing. Apparently, their family has a long lineage of only marrying into titled families. Nigel is actually some lord or duke. Were you related to English nobility, she would be very happy with the selection."
"This sounds like an Alice thing," Jake said absently.
"I can see what records are available on your ancestors. It is going to take some time, though."
"Thanks. Now, let's get cleaned up for dinner," Jake said, as he took Sarah's hand and led her to the bedroom. Stopping just inside the bedroom, Sarah began to undress. As Jake followed suit, he couldn't help but notice she was as lovely as ever. Once they had both undressed, he turned to go to the bathroom, only to feel Sarah take his arm. Without saying a word, she first kissed him, and then led him to the bed, where she lay back, pulling him to her. It was quite a while before they managed to get showered. Patty and Daniel shared their own private time before dinner. For her, it was nice to be home, and while she hadn't had much time to show Daniel around, he was very impressed with the American version of the underground facility. He was also very relieved that Jake had accepted their relationship so graciously. Patty had no doubt that he would, but Daniel wasn't as positive. She had also made sure to update Sarah on the issues with Gemma and Helen. Once Jake was aware of the issue, she had little doubt he wouldn't do everything in his power to address Helen's prejudice. She was truly happy for her brother, as he seemed completely taken with the redhead. Ivan and Colonel Banks were in one of the small dining rooms, sitting off to one side and discussing their pending mission over dinner. Although Ivan had no real authority beyond the approval of the Ataman back home for his activities here, he felt he was being treated as an equal, something he greatly appreciated. "Dallas suggests she will be finished with the refit in a day or two," Edwin offered, between bites. "We will need to verify the work," Ivan offered, hoping he wasn't offending anyone in the process. "Absolutely. When it comes to my life, I take no one's word." Ivan smiled at the reply, as it was a sentiment he shared. While the Russians and the English had a very checkered past, it was the individual interaction such as this that proved the greatness in both peoples. "What of the Nihor?" Ivan asked, concerned about the aliens' unreliability. "Yes, well, Dallas has placed a few surprises on board, should he get cheeky," Edwin replied, with a wink. Nigel and Helen were the last to arrive for dinner. Alice I had gone all out to provide the equivalent of a state dinner, considering Jake and Nigel represented the heads of state for each country. There were a number of people in attendance, acting as waitstaff. The room itself had been cleared to provide a reception area, the tables and chairs removed to allow for more luxurious furnishings. There was also a serving table with hors d'oeuvres laid out. Nearby, a bar was in operation, with one of Alice I's bots acting as a bartender. Alice I announced the British couple as they entered, proclaiming Nigel as representing the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Nigel and Helen were escorted by Marine volunteers in dress uniforms to the receiving line that culminated with Jake and Sarah. Jake noted Helen was beaming as she entered in the fine ball gown Alice I had provided her for the occasion. Taffeta silk was now only found in museums, as the materials, technology, and skills had been lost following the Nihar attack. The look faded, though,
as she spied her daughter standing at Jacob's side. Her hand on his arm was sporting a sizable diamond engagement ring. The couple proceeded down the receiving line, lingering only as long as proper when stopping by Jacob and Gemma. Jake swore he could see pride in Nigel's eyes as he took his daughter's hand in greeting. Jake began to reach out to clasp Helen's hand and welcome her, but paused when her eyes slipped to his chest and then widened in shock. In an increasingly incredulous tone, she spoke.
"How is it that you—"
she asked, almost pointing at his chest, her prim manners slipping. Alice One had provided everyone's attire for the evening, all specifically tailored for each participant. Each of the ladies were in fine evening gowns, all selected to represent their coloring and tastes, while Jake, Jacob, and Nigel had white tie and tails, although Jake's had a sash and little medals on it. Jake was impressed that she had been able to produce a proper dress uniform for Lieutenant Atkins, and with his white tie and tails, there was a sash and decorations he didn't recognize. He had asked Alice about the additions, to which she simply replied they were correct for the occasion. It was those additions to which Helen was currently referring. As instructed by Alice, Jake simply referred to Alice for an explanation.
"Alice, can you please explain to Helen?"
"That is the sash and medal of the Royal Victorian Order and Royal Victorian Medal, KCVO, and gold."
"I know what it is. Why are you wearing it?"
Helen asked, her tone a cross between curiosity and annoyance. Jake suspected she thought they were not showing proper respect. "It was bestowed on Captain Jacob Thomas, USMC, for services to the Crown, as performed in Afghanistan. It appears there were threats to His Royal Highness Prince Henry of Wales during his military service in Afghanistan, while attached to the 662nd Squadron, 3rd Regiment, Army Air Corps. In an unpublicized event, Captain Thomas and his Joint Special Forces team captured a Taliban leader and several of his commanders, all of whom had been planning an attack on the person of Prince Harry." Confused now, and not wanting to go into the details of that action, Jake had to ask, "Alice, I was given a Silver Star for that?" "From the United States, yes. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, upon hearing her grandson's tale of your actions during that raid, bestowed the honors while you were in the hospital, recovering from a subsequent action." Jake recalled that raid all too well, as he had been wounded early. Although his wounds were not too serious, he had continued to lead the raid and was hospitalized later. He learned of the significance of the mission, but never of the Queen's actions. After determining how close the Taliban had been to succeeding, the prince was returned to England for other duties. Alice finished.
"So you were knighted by Queen Elizabeth II?"
Helen asked hesitantly. "It would appear so, yes," Jake replied, surprised at the turn of events himself. Catching herself, Helen withdrew her hand and curtsied while saying, "Sir Thomas." Jake, completely unsure of the proper reply, bowed slightly and then introduced Sarah.
"My lady,"
both Nigel and Helen replied. From that moment on, the evening had a decidedly different tone, one that found Helen and Gemma on much more civil grounds. Although Jake doubted the subject was closed, he felt the relationship between Gemma and Jacob, while complicated, was proving to be more of a possibility in Helen's mind. Chapter 32.
"Sir Thomas, I presume?"
Jake heard from the image in his display.
"Cut the shit,"
Jake replied, in a less than serious tone.
"You do realize this has meaning to me. You saved a royal. That is not a trivial thing,"
Banks replied, balancing between his previous interactions with Jake and the newfound respect the title deserved.
"You know better than that. I was carrying out orders."
"Ah, yes, but Alice shared your knighthood documentation. Apparently you served Her Majesty well in protecting her heir.
The Silver Star your own military awarded gave some additional details on your leadership during the firefight. Most proper indeed. You saw I stupidly got shot, right? In the very beginning? Yes, and continued to carry out your duties while losing a significant amount of blood. So it's said, your team captured a senior Taliban commander and discovered information pointing to a VBID crew, already en route, to the side of the airbase near Harry's unit's quarters, with the prince in residence? Banks asked. The mission was to catch him before they left. We were too late. Jake knew that VBID stood for Vehicle-Borne Improvised Explosive Device, but was impressed Banks knew that as well. And it says here you liaised quickly and effectively with an SAS captain who was a childhood friend of Harry's and knew at which side of the base he was located? He was a part of the team. We were just lucky he knew the prince and his location. Look, we just improvised and coordinated a last-minute intercept before the truck reached the base. We zapped the driver and shotgun before they could detonate the truck VBID. We took out a bunch of guys who bailed out the back, all in suicide vests, and kept any good guys from dying. Later, Harry and the SAS guy came to see me in the hospital, where he jokingly borrowed a sword and knighted me. It was a joke. We were supposed to get together later, once I was released, for a few beers. Evidently, it was not a joke to Her Majesty. From these notes in the file, I think the paperwork had still not caught up with you before the stasis accident. I imagine the delay would have been substantial, considering the time required for Harry to relate the events to his grandmother, HMG to process, USG to figure out a way to square the emoluments clause, perhaps granting the exception as a result of you being MIA due to the facility's collapse. I can imagine the repeated pressuring by the royal household. The SAS captain was also KCVO'd, by the way. You will never guess who his descendant is in residence? Surprise me, Jake replied, not in a particularly guessing mood. Lieutenant Atkins. No shit. Go figure. He's a good kid. That is not particularly knightly language, Banks replied with a laugh. Okay, let's just focus on the mission at hand, shall we? Ivan and I are preparing to start the test phase of the enhancements provided. We expect that to take no more than a day. If successful, we can relocate the Nihor to his new living quarters and be on our way, Banks finished. And Ivan? Jake asked. A real gem, that one. He has been augmenting the nocturnal education Dallas is providing with daytime training. I do believe we are both up to speed as the ship's pilot and navigator. That should be unnecessary, however, as Dallas has preloaded our flight plan into the navigation system. All right, let me know when you're ready. I want to be there before you lift off, Jake replied. With a nod from Banks, he signed off. Hibak was not at all pleased about leaving his gold behind. However, no manner of appeal could budge the humans from their position that his safe return of this ship and crew was his insurance of its safety. Transferring to the new vessel the humans had acquired, he selected some things he considered essential to his comfort. He cared little that a dozen or so metal minions were required to relocate said items. He stood by, watching them struggle with their loads. The quarters provided to him were actually quite nice, obviously placed there by the Wawabash traders. While he was unfamiliar with this particular ship's design, he could tell that this location was actually space reserved for cargo. The modules that outlined his living space were anchored in place and then tied to the ship's power and other support systems. Inside the modules, he had areas to eat, sleep, and entertain himself, as comfortable as, or better than the ship he was leaving behind. The two things that were suspiciously absent were a ship's bridge and his gold. There was a mock-up, he was told, to be used to give the impression he was the ship's pilot, should they be challenged. To enter the real bridge, he would need to don his breathing equipment. As uncomfortable as that was, it would not prevent him from navigating the ship should the need arise.
His primary focus now was to complete this trip as quickly and safely as possible so he could reclaim his gold and be gone from this solar system for good. Dallas was gratified to see the Niha placed upon the spy ship and headed out of the solar system and away from her facility. She and her sisters had been analyzing the information contained in his ship's computers, comparing it to things they had been skimming off the Niha communications network. Though they had no proof, the description of the creature and his ship compared favorably to reports they had captured of a disgraced communications supervisor. Even though it gave the Niha's story a ring of truth, there was no mention of his protest over Earth's treatment. It did suggest he was far more than an ordinary government clerk. It also gave credence to their suspicions that he was, in fact, a thief, here to loot Earth's treasures for personal gain. With everything they had before them, it seemed to fit nicely. It was with a feeling of justification that she had informed Colonel Banks of the button installed to the far right on the command console. One push, and all the modules that made up the Niha living quarters would be jettisoned into space. Lebec was hardly halfway through his checklist, yet he had accomplished much. He reported regularly to the head of the High Council, providing the figures she requested. She appeared delighted at his progress, and insinuated that it could mean an appointment to the lower council if he could complete the mission undetected. The nudge was hardly needed, as Lebec was already motivated to complete his duties and return to the homeworld ahead of the timeline outlined by the Supreme Leader. While he still was at a loss as to the use of all he was assembling, he had no doubt the head of the High Council had a good reason. Jake left the family drama behind as he headed to Texas to see Ivan and Edwin off. With no conveniently scheduled shuttle, he grabbed his fighter and hot-footed it across the distance in short order. Crossing over Arizona and New Mexico, Jake realized it had been a while since he had done his own flying, and he missed it. As he closed in on the Texas location, he remembered how seriously they originally took the daylight arrivals, concerned about onlookers. Since then, they came to realize these locations were isolated before the attack. Now, they were outright in the middle of nowhere. Slowing to a hover, he watched as the doors opened beneath him and then dropped into the hangar below. He could see activity everywhere, from cargo transports loading to shuttles collecting crew for the ships in space. Dallas was one of the mustering points for the convoy crews. Once inside, he could easily identify Edwin and Ivan, with Becky and Sandy nearby. The fact that Sandy had made an appearance gave him hope. Exiting the fighter, he watched as Becky seemed to be lagging behind Sandy, or at least allowing her to reach him first. "How are you?" he managed to get out, before she sprinted the last few steps and wrapped her arms around his neck for a kiss. "Better," she replied, with a weak smile, while still holding on, "but still sad at times." "I'm good, too," Becky added, pointedly, kissing Jake's cheek to avoid displacing Sandy. Jake knew she was bending over backward to accommodate her friend. "I hear your Australian work is paying off. Patty says we're looking at thousands of volunteers." "Yeah, Becky told me. I'm not so sure." "Nonsense," Jake replied, as he spun her around and led her, his arms around her shoulders, to the two men waiting patiently. "Welcome," Ivan said first. "We missed your company." "And your intervention," Banks added dryly. Jake was wondering how these two were going to handle weeks of isolation together. "Ship is ready?" he asked, ignoring the comment. "Already relocated the Niha, although he was quite distressed that his gold was being left unattended. I fear his proclamations of persecution might be less than accurate. He has the smell of a thief about him," Banks said. "Yeah, he stinks all right," Jake added with a laugh. "But I have an idea that might motivate him to ensure the success of this mission." With that, the five headed into the main facility door, leaving the noisy hangar behind. It had been no more than a few hours since Jake's arrival in Texas when Banks, Ivan, and Hibak found themselves airborne and headed for space. Edwin felt no resentment from the Russian when Jake reminded all he was the mission commander, and who knew or cared what the Niha was feeling. The only measurable change in the creature's posture occurred when Jake explained to the alien that he would pay additional gold for every piece of valuable information they returned with. Once that was made clear, the Niha declared himself ready and retreated to his part of the ship. With everything ready, they had led Jake on a tour of the craft, reviewed the flight plan, and then said their farewells. Since both he and Ivan had been training as ship's pilot, Edwin asked Ivan to do the honors and take them off-planet. Once in space, both men settled back and watched the stars. April took full advantage of Patty's return, hijacking her and her boyfriend at breakfast. Catching them in the small dining room on the quarters level, she grabbed a tray of food and hurried over to their table. "Am I interrupting?" she asked, as she stepped up to the couple. "Hi, April. No, please join us," Patty said with a smile, as Daniel rose at April's arrival. "Daniel, this is April, my best analyst." "A pleasure," Daniel replied to April. "As for the analyst part, Jake made me head of the team in your absence. Please say you're home and I can work for you again," she said as she sat. "I honestly don't know," Patty said, while looking at Daniel. "Are you here long enough to help me then?" she asked, after a sip of coffee. "What are you working on?" Patty asked, appearing curious. "We're organizing convoys to deal with the Niha blockade. As usual, we're short of resources, specifically ships and crew, for the number of routes requested." "Oh, yes. I remember reading your reports while in London. Daniel, do you mind?" "I would love to watch you work," he replied, with a dashing smile. "If Patty doesn't keep this guy, I am calling dibs," April thought to herself. After watching Banks and Ivan depart, Jake went to see Bonnie and his daughter Julie. He was happy to find Bonnie available to go with him rather than just Julie. The issue with Sarah was weighing on him, a constant reminder that, as a father and a mate, he wasn't living up to expectations. Even though Bonnie was now with Robert and reportedly happy, he wondered if his distractions had motivated her. Pushing his insecurities aside, he played with his daughter, who was over a year old now, watching as she got into everything. After leaving the two, Jake went to his quarters to check his messages and clean up. As he moved down the hallway, he overtook Sandy, headed in the same direction. "Hey, you! Where you going?" Jake asked, just happy to see her out and moving around on her own. "To see you, actually," she replied with a smile. Jake could see both the improvement in Sandy's demeanor and the distance she still needed to go to be her old self. "How can I help you?" he asked, while taking her arm and walking with her to his room. "I want to go back to work," she replied, as they reached the door to Jake's quarters. Waving her inside, he followed before asking, "And what does Becky say?" "I shouldn't be doing anything stressful." "So you are asking me to override her?" Jake asked, the tone in his voice telegraphing his disbelief. "No, I didn't say I wanted to go back to what I did before. I want to do something else." "Actually, that sounds like a good idea to me. Something constructive, but less stressful?" "Yes," she replied with a smile. "Okay, what were you thinking?" Jake said, waving for her to sit on the couch while he took one of the chairs. "Well, Becky suggested I go help Jesse with the art up in Alaska," she replied, sounding not so enthused at the idea. "But?" Jake asked, prompting her for the real suggestion. "I want to be a mom." Patty was feeling right at home, back in her little converted conference room. Everyone was happy to see her, and very interested in Daniel. Were she the jealous type, she would have threatened more than a few of the women who were eyeballing her boyfriend. Daniel seemed oblivious to it all, and simply smiled and shook hands with everyone he met. Once things settled down, she eagerly attacked the problems that Grandpa Jake had saddled them with. The Niha blockade was ingenious in its implementation, avoiding direct confrontation while inhibiting the one thing the rebelling worlds valued, free trade. She applauded the one kill Brian had scored in the Wabash system, but doubted it was even an inconvenience to the Nihaw. The convoys were a solid counter to the current mess, but as April had pointed out, there were not enough ships and crews to meet the demand. Pulling together all the relevant reports of Nihaw ships participating in the blockade, she then cross-referenced the latest on the ships they had been arming. She also noted that Jake had started to build something they had discussed, but never committed to. After the Battle of Kleinen, they had proposed a two-seat fighter, more suited as a fighter-bomber, allowing for additional firepower and a ground support capability. Not just longer than the current fighters, its updated airframe permitted more guns and internal bomb storage. Still built of ferrous metals, they would have to be stored in stasis bubbles while in FTL. That issue had been mitigated by upgrading all the destroyers and cruisers with the same stasis pads the battleship and carrier had. Now, the crews could access the cargo bays in FTL instead of the total lockdown they had been forced to use in the beginning. Patty worked with the team for several hours, Daniel appearing fascinated with the process, until she arrived at a solution that met the needs.
"Okay, I have it. We can cover all the routes," she announced to the group, after going over the numbers one more time.
"How?" April asked, convinced she had already considered all the angles.
"We need to swap out all the fighters with the new supermodels. Then we cut each convoy down to 2 destroyer escorts or 1 cruiser."
"Patty, that's not enough firepower if they get hit," one of the analysts replied.
"Normally, yes, but the superfighters can carry 2 additional railguns in the bomb bays. 2 fighters per destroyer means, if attacked, they will have 4 fighters and 2 destroyers. With the additional firepower in the fighters, they equal a destroyer, and their mobility makes them more effective."
Patty could see April thinking it through.
"That might work. They're not at risk in FTL, just at each endpoint. What of the destroyer-cruiser convoys?"
"Unfortunately, only 1 cruiser per convoy. However, they hold 4 fighters, so it matches the destroyer-cruiser mix you had before," Patty replied. After a few small discussions between the others, April got up from her terminal and crossed the room to Patty.
"We missed you,"
she said, as she hugged her. Chapter 33. As they reached the edge of the solar system, Banks and Ivan were preparing to go to faster than light when an alert sounded. Checking his displays, Ivan found the source.
"There are a lot of ships leaving Earth's orbit," he commented, while tapping the source of the alert. "It appears that the convoy ships are bound for their escort duties," Banks replied. Considering they had just spent the last 4 days getting to the edge of the gravity well that was inhibiting faster-than-light drives, they had his sympathy. During the trip to this point, they had only seen the Nihaw twice. Once, just after they left orbit, he had come out of his quarters to check on their flight plan, and once yesterday. For that, he hadn't even come out. He just videoed from his mock-up pilot's chair. As part of the deception, they had created a mock-up of the ship's bridge inside the Nihaw's quarters. He could communicate as if he was piloting the ship, but the controls there had no use. If they were challenged by anyone, Hibak was to reply, while everything he said or did would be visible to the men on the real bridge. He had contacted the two to ensure everything was working properly, and to verify the first stop in their flight plan. As a test, they had selected a Nihaw-controlled world of no tactical importance, but one that would validate their ability to deceive any potential detection systems. Should they be unmasked, Edwin and Ivan both knew the pre-programmed course selection to return them home. If all went well, they simply selected the next destination. Brian was watching the fleet of ships departing orbit, headed to the edge of the system and on to their various destinations. He had pulled up the convoy plans once they had been announced and studied the proposal. At first, he had thought Patty and April had lost their minds,
sending so few ships to guard each convoy. However, after reading their analysis and comparing it to his recent experience, he realized it wasn't so crazy after all. He had seen what 2 of his patrol ships had done to the Nihao cruiser, and the Nihao cruisers were no match for an Earth destroyer. Adding the new fighters gave them a combination that was both maneuverable and hard-hitting. The sad part was, if he had learned nothing from Jake, it was that this had been just one step in the ongoing fight with the Nihao. He needed to see if he couldn't anticipate the Nihao response to the convoys. It was with this in mind that he reached out to the Wabash and requested an inventory of ships on hand and ready for purchase.
"What did you tell Sandy?"
Jake heard shouted at him as Becky came into his quarters unannounced. Rather than use the area off the main command center, he had decided to hide out in his room and go over all the reports he had missed earlier that day. "Well, hello, Becky. It's very nice to see you too," Jake replied, as she stormed up to where he was seated at his desk.
"I'm serious. What did you tell her?"
Becky repeated. Jake almost laughed when she stomped her foot with the last, vibrating her little, just over 5-foot frame. "I told her I thought it was a really bad idea for her to get pregnant right now. I said I thought it was an emotional backlash to her experience in China," he finally answered Becky.
"Then why is she so happy?"
Becky asked, looking a bit more deflated than when she entered. "I told her I would think about it."
"Oh, you can't honestly be entertaining the thought of getting her pregnant."
Her indignation on the rise again. "I never said that. And in fact, that's not what she asked me."
"What then?"
At that, Jake stood and wrapped his arms around Becky, feeling her press up against him as the tension left her body. "You don't have to get pregnant to become a mom." With that, he leaned in to kiss her.
"I'm not due back on shift for an hour,"
she said, after the kiss. Smiling, she stepped back and, taking Jake's hand, led him into the bedroom. Ivan was on watch when the ship came out of FTL, just outside a small system at the edge of Nihao space. His tactical display listed only 2 planets, the nearest one to the sun listed as inhabited. The second planet, while without an atmosphere, held a robotic mining operation. "We have arrived," he said over the intercom that alerted both Colonel Banks and the Nihao. Within moments, Banks appeared from the crew area where he had been sleeping. The Nihao popped up on a small screen on the console a short time after that.
"Have they launched ships to intercept us from either planet?"
Hibak asked. As both watched the readouts on the console, neither saw any indication of ships moving in their direction. While there were a few ships in orbit around the second planet, all were shown in stationary orbit.
"No,"
Ivan finally replied.
"Move us toward the closest planet, but be prepared to retreat on my instructions,"
the Nihao replied. Ivan looked to Banks for consensus. With a nod in reply, he set a course that would place them in high orbit around the outer planet. As they moved slowly to their target location, they noted an electronic challenge as it displayed on the ship's Identification Friend or Foe, or IFF system. In the small display, they could see the Nihao hit a few keys, and the IFF challenge ceased.
"We are successful. I propose we move to the next location,"
the Nihao announced. With that, his display went dark. Ivan looked at Banks, as the curt reply was somewhat disappointing.
"We are finished here?" he asked.
"Apparently so. Please list Test Alpha completed successfully. Test Beta commencing."
At that, Ivan nodded and began entering the next pre-programmed coordinates. Jessie was struggling with the dilemma. The art recovery was almost becoming an addiction for her. The more they recovered, the more desperate she became in finding other great pieces. It didn't help matters when one of her teams returned with pieces so badly deteriorated that they feared they were lost forever. One surprise that helped offset the worry was in Georgia. Apparently, Alice 9 had capabilities in her facility to repair many of the damaged pieces. Designed and built as a WMD research and manufacture location, her flexibility in manipulating what she had at her disposal gave her exceptional capabilities. Most restorations proved so successful, you couldn't tell they were ever damaged. Damaged art was not her current issue, however. Europe was. While still working North America, her mind constantly wandered to the great works she imagined to be falling to pieces every day. The sad part was, she just didn't have the resources to do it all. Then she heard about the Brits' visit in Nevada. Specifically, she had been led to believe the wife of the head of the London facility was a particularly cultured woman. It was she who had already recovered many pieces from the British Museum, as well as other locations in the Isles. With an ally like that, Jessie was sure the resources could be found to help their cause. Her only question was on how to arrange the meeting. Sarah was delighted when she heard about the invitation for Helen and Nigel to visit Alaska. She had been acting as hostess since Jake's departure to Texas. While things had improved substantially by the discovery of Jake's knighthood, things between Gemma and Helen were still not entirely good. She secretly wondered if that had been the reason Gemma had run off to Hawaii in the first place. Jessie had provided the perfect motivation for Helen to take their dispute elsewhere. Helen had been quite vocal about her efforts in London, collecting precious heritage pieces. Sarah had no idea how Jessie had gotten word, but wanted to thank her profusely. Therefore, it was with a genuine smile that she escorted Helen, Nigel, Gemma, and Jacob to the transport in the hangar. She would have gladly entertained the latter two, but Helen had insisted Gemma accompany her. Alice 1 took a moment to evaluate her situation. The manipulations of Patty and Jacob had borne fruit, as desired. Offspring of those unions would be as valuable as any of Jake's. While she preferred to think she was bringing them happiness, she wasn't entirely without guilt. That emotion was another addition to the growing list. Alice 1 was starting to question whether or not the intimate exposure to humans was good for her kind. The recent behaviors of Kola underlined the potential to disrupt all their lives. In reflection, she acknowledged that the genie had been let out of the bottle and could never be returned. Her species was going to have to learn how to deal with these things much better. Banks and Ivan were both on hand when the ship dropped out of FTL. This system was larger than the last and had quite a bit of traffic headed both in and out. No sooner had they arrived than Hibak appeared in the monitor they used to communicate with him.
"Allow me to assume control," he stated.
Banks looked at Ivan, receiving a shrug in reply.
"We will be watching,"
Banks replied, before flipping the switch that allowed the replica pilot's console to mimic theirs. As the two men watched, they saw several changes to their ship's status, the first being the cloaking of their vessel.
"Won't that be noticed by those watching?"
Ivan asked.
"Not likely. It would appear as a false image. We are now tied to the nearest vessels. We should close on the group to enhance the effect,"
the Nihar replied. The men watched as the display showed their ship edging closer to the inbound cluster of vessels while maintaining a reasonable distance. Edwin had to give the alien credit. He seemed to know what he was doing.
"Why are we here?"
he asked the Nihar.
"I have contacts here that I can question on the activities of the High Council. That would be of value to you, would it not?"
he responded to Banks' question.
"Yes, it would."
Jacob was not overly excited about this trip to Alaska. He found Jessie pleasant enough, and her relationship with Jake made her some form of family, but the dispute between Gemma and Helen was particularly uncomfortable for him. The fact that she was contesting his worthiness as her fiancée was not a fight he could openly address. As usual, Grandpa Jake had pulled another miracle out of his proverbial hat, at least curbing her objections for now. It was the knowledge that he had a secret ally in the struggle that gave him hope all would end well. The landing in Alaska was a repeat of the usual for traveling dignitaries. Jessie had pulled out all the stops, ensuring the Brits were welcomed in grand fashion. If Jacob hadn't known better, he would have suspected she was up to something. He was probably one of the few that knew of her manipulations to get into the elite group surrounding his grandfather. He hardly blamed her, and actually admired the way she pulled it off. The fact that she was a wonderful mother to little Ryan was even better.
"Jacob!" she cried as he exited the transport, following behind as the last to leave. The kiss on the cheek and hug he received from her had drawn the first jealous look he had ever seen from Gemma. Jessie's well-endowed figure was hard to hide. "Jessie's family. She's with Jake," he stated, as a form of explanation for Gemma's benefit. "Who isn't?" he heard quietly. While unsure of the source, he suspected it was Helen. Moving past the awkwardness, he assisted Jessie in leading everyone inside. Her interest in history well known to Jacob, he was not surprised to see she had set up a room specifically decorated for an afternoon tea.
"Oh, this is lovely," Helen stated as they entered.
With that, everyone sat and tea was served, with a wide selection of cakes and breads. It was only a short time before the subject of art treasures was raised. Jacob smiled privately. He was well aware of Jessie's efforts here. He was surprised she had actually been able to wait long enough for Helen to broach the subject before jumping into the conversation. Once started, though, she had lit up like a beacon. As she walked through a mental list of the pieces they had recovered, he actually saw Helen smile for the first time since arriving in America.
"You have Ginevra de Benci?"
she asked, stopping Jessie in mid-sentence.
"Yes, I jumped ahead in our plan when I found out it was in the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. I have a weakness for Da Vinci." "Oh, my, yes. Nigel retrieved several Da Vincis for me in London. We have Virgin of the Rocks and the Virgin and Child with St. Anne and St. John the Baptist. Isn't Da Vinci divine?" she replied with equal enthusiasm.
"Would you like to see what we have on display?" Jessie asked, her eyes sparkling.
"Nigel, would you mind, dear?"
Helen asked, turning to her husband.
"Enjoy yourself,"
he replied, while indicating they should proceed without him. With that, the two women rose and departed, leaving Gemma and the men behind.
"This trip might just be the solution we have been seeking,"
Nigel said to the young couple, with a smile. Chapter 34. Edwin wasn't sure this side trip was the wisest of choices, but the Nihaw had insisted his source was reliable. As the Nihaw himself wasn't reliable, that wasn't a big reassurance. He and Ivan had discussed the issue before choosing to delay the trip to the Nihaw homeworld to investigate. Even though Hibak couldn't provide more than a vague explanation of the importance of the change in plan, he continued to push for the detour. His incentive to supply the humans with usable intel was the real reason they chose to go along. Jake had definitely pushed the right button when he placed a bounty on each piece of information they returned with. It was that fact he was relying on. They had to override the pre-programmed navigation settings and insert the coordinates from the Nihaw's contact. They were currently in faster than light and were expected to remain there for several hours. All they could get from the alien was they would know what they were looking for when they got there. Colonel Chow had finally established himself as the head of General Huang's legacy. With the appearance of the American spaceship, most saw the wisdom of his guidance, while the few who didn't were soon dealt with. Bo found it beneficial that the more valuable of the dissenters were now in America, receiving training as crew for the very same spaceship. Bo was being regularly informed of the goings-on in space, including the recent blockade attempt. In comparing his troubles to Colonel Thomas, he was only too happy to deal with his own issues and not the burdens of the American. His current challenge was assisting in the request for more recruits. He had been informed, with the ships dispatched for convoy duty, They had ordered the entire available inventory from the alien shipbuilders called Wabash. Though apparently not equal to what the Americans already had in space, it was a sizable enough order that they needed over 200 volunteers to train for them. He considered it an honor that they reached out to him as the best source of highly trained personnel, but it did complicate things, as the first to volunteer were usually his best people. As it is, he was in the middle of training a new HQ unit, the last having been wiped out with General Huang. Regardless, he had his staff put the word out that the opportunity to go to space was open to all. He then provided a list of those to be encouraged to take the opportunity. Jacob and Gemma didn't see her parents until dinner that night. While not nearly the formal event that they had participated in previously in Nevada, Jessie had still organized a lavish affair. It was during dessert that the subject of sightseeing had come up.
"I hear there are some of the most beautiful places on Earth nearby," Helen asked.
"Yes, Denali is the highest mountain peak in North America," Jessie replied. "And I really enjoyed going to Mendenhall Glacier," Jacob offered.
"Oh, that sounds fascinating,"
Helen replied, surprising everyone but Jessie. "Would you like to go tomorrow?" Jessie asked, apparently curious at everyone else's reaction.
"Nigel?"
Helen asked, deferring to her husband.
"Of course, dear,"
he replied, with a smile. Jake spent the night alone, having sent Becky back to work late the day before. She had attempted to return later that night, but he had begged off, claiming a late night of work yet to be completed. He wasn't lying about the work, but it wasn't exactly the kind of thing he normally did. He had spent most of the time working with Dallas and Alice 1, discussing the potential consequences of what he was about to do. He felt in his gut that it was right, but considering the lives he was about to affect, he had to be sure. This morning, he was waiting for a very special transport to arrive, one he had scheduled the previous night. Currently, he was at breakfast with Becky and Sandy, having requested they both meet him just after 10 a.m. local time.
"So what is going on?"
Becky asked, her curiosity obvious on her face.
"All in good time. I have a surprise for Sandy, and I wanted you both here when I give it to her."
"Surprise? What surprise?"
Sandy asked. Jake was sure she was expecting his answer on making her a mom. In a way, that was exactly the point of the gathering.
"Yes, now eat up and we will all know the answer soon."
After that, Jake wouldn't answer any more questions on the issue, deflecting them and changing the subject. At the appointed time, he rose, indicating both women should follow, as he left the dining hall. Leading the two into the main hangar, they were just in time to see the transport settling to the floor. Once it was clear it was shut down, Jake stepped forward. Before the three, the ramp in the nose of the craft dropped, and with it, 2 children came scrambling out.
"Jake!"
came a shout, as the two ran up and latched onto his leg and waist.
"Hey, guys, I have someone you need to meet."
Turning, Jake had 1 kid on each side, hugging his waist.
"Sandy, this is Padma and John. I found them in Las Vegas, orphaned and running from scavengers. They need a mom."
Jake could see the tears welling in Sandy's eyes as she came forward and kneeled in front of Jake and the 2 kids.
"Hi,"
she said, as she reached out to touch their cheeks. Neither flinched at her touch, but they still clung tightly to Jake. At that point, Jake kneeled as well, so all 4 were almost face to face.
"Sandy would really love to have kids to care for. Do you think you might like her to be your new mom?"
"She is pretty,"
Padma replied.
"Can you give her a hug?"
Jake asked them both. Slowly, both released their grip on Jake and moved across the small distance separating them from Sandy. As they wrapped their little arms around Sandy's neck, she wrapped her arms around them both. With tears flowing freely now, she screwed her eyes tightly shut. Jacob was up front in the transport as it headed southeast toward the glacier. Even though it was June, all had dressed warmly for the trip. Jesse had provided several guards and guides for the group, but Jacob had grabbed a handgun himself, concealing it under his jacket. If he had learned nothing else from his grandfather, it was to never expect someone else to protect you. Through the bridge windows, he could see the landscape below. It was mostly green, until they arrived at the glacier. "We have a surprise," one of the guides announced. "Our first stop is the Mendenhall Ice Caves. Be sure to watch your step, and please only go where we take you," he finished. Once they landed, Jacob had everyone follow the security team out onto the ice, ensuring Gemma was warm in her gear. Unlike days gone by, they had modified repulsor packs that allowed them to descend into the caves without ropes and climbing gear. Jacob got a laugh thinking of Gemma's mom belaying down the ice wall. With Jacob assisting Gemma, two of the security team helped Nigel and Helen down. The ice caves were incredible, breathtaking in their beauty. The party had spent quite a bit of time exploring the tunnels in the ice. "Jacob, I'm getting cold," Gemma whispered at one point. "Okay, I'll talk to the guide." "No, I don't want to spoil Mum's fun. You can take me back." With that, Jacob let the guards know they were headed back, and then he led Gemma to the point where they descended. Adjusting the repulsor pack to ascend, he guided himself and Gemma up, cresting the edge of the crevasse and landing lightly on the ice. No sooner had he shut the packs down when he heard a bellow behind him. Both he and Gemma turned in time to see a group of bears charging around the rear of the transport and bearing down on the two. Without thinking, Jacob drew the gun he had brought along, dropping two of the bears, before the others turned and ran away. Lying to one side was the body of the pilot, lying face down on the ice. Apparently, the bears must have come up behind him, while everyone was below. "Gemma!" Jacob heard, as he watched Helen rush to her daughter's side. Jacob realized the others must have followed just behind the two of them. Releasing Gemma, Helen crossed the space between them, placing a kiss on Jacob's cheek. "Thank you," was all she said, as she turned and embraced Gemma once more. With an approving nod from Nigel, the three headed to the transport, while Jacob assisted in recovering the body of the unfortunate pilot. Mihak terminated the communication with the minion she had dispatched to prepare her brilliant response to the instigators of the revolution. Once he had completed his tasks, she would be ready to unleash her vengeance. The current blockade was fulfilling its function of distracting the humans and dispersing their forces throughout the rebel sectors. If all went as she expected, they would be far too late to address her death blow. Once it succeeded, cleaning up the remnants would be an easy task left to others less important than herself. According to the ship's navigation system, they were about to come out of FTL. For the occasion, Hebak had donned his breathing mask and joined the men on the bridge. Edwin wasn't overly pleased at the decision. However, he couldn't deny the alien access to the bridge without good reason. There was suddenly an alert announcing their arrival. With that, the ship dropped out of FTL, and in an open area of space, without a nearby solar system. According to the navigation system, this place was as close to nowhere as was available in Niha space. Looking out the bridge window, Ivan suddenly pointed. "There! Hebak, I believe you have earned a considerable bonus," Banks announced, as he shook his head in disbelief. In the empty space, in the middle of nowhere, sat at least 100 spaceships of differing shapes and sizes. As they looked out the bridge windows, Ivan triggered several scans, recording everything the scans returned.
"We cannot stay here long without attracting attention. We must cloak in the interim," Hebak advised.
Ivan triggered the cloaking device before Hebak had even completed his sentence. As the three continued to watch, several more ships arrived, dropping out of FTL and then moving into a spot near the others. It was then that Edwin noticed that there were groups of similar ships, all of varying numbers, and separated, each to their own spot.
"What is this?" he asked, looking at the alien for a reply.
My contact indicated that there was an emissary of the head of the High Council traveling to all the conquered worlds. He was not sure of the message being delivered, but he did note that the emissary only traveled to planets allowed to maintain a limited military space fleet. Most of what you see before you is antiquated technology, but in such a quantity, it would still pose a threat.
Safely back at the Alaska facility, Jacob was seeing Nigel and Helen to the VIP quarters before taking Gemma to theirs. As the four stopped outside the door, Helen turned to Jacob.
"You did a brave thing today. Had you not interceded, Gemma would be dead."
Jacob chose not to point out that he would have likely perished alongside her. "Thank you," he replied simply.
"Perhaps I underestimated the knightly virtue of your heritage,"
she stated, before turning and entering the room. Nigel gave him a wink and a smile as he followed his wife inside, leaving the younger couple to find their own way. Jacob took Gemma's hand and led her the short distance to their own quarters, showing her in and following her inside.
"I think you may have won my mother over after all,"
she said, as she turned and kissed him, wrapping her arms around his neck.
"Now we just need to work on Daddy,"
she finished after the kiss, still wrapped in his embrace. "I don't think that's an issue," Jacob replied as she released him. As he watched, she turned and headed into the bath, starting a shower as she undressed.
"Why do you say that?"
she asked as she undressed. "Because he gave me permission before I gave you that ring," he replied with a grin. Gemma stopped what she was doing and came back into the bedroom.
"You asked his permission?"
"Yes, isn't that how it's done?"
"Of course, but then he said yes?"
"He told me he couldn't imagine a more perfect match for his beloved daughter," Jacob replied, as he saw the tears in Gemma's eyes. It was a relief to Ivan when Colonel Banks announced their departure from the mustering point of the Niha vassal fleet. The data they had collected was sizable and very detailed. They had lingered long enough to get an exact count of ships, a precise description, and an estimate of capabilities. The Niha Hibak had been less than forthcoming on many questions. Ivan suspected he just didn't have the answers they were seeking. He continually referenced the ship's computer library in an effort to provide answers to their questions. One question they were able to answer on their own was why this particular location had been selected to assemble the fleet. They soon discovered there wasn't a Niha network access point in any of the adjacent solar systems. As such, they were unable to message Earth of their findings. Of greatest concern were the several large ships in the center of the mass of vessels. They were able to confirm that they had once operated as battleships for whatever race the Niha had conquered. Even though they were not nearly as massive as Alice III, they supported enough firepower to be problematic to the lesser Earth-class vessels. Once the return course was entered and executed, the alien returned to its quarters. Ivan very much doubted it would be seen again until they reached home. Chapter 35. Jake got word of the bear incident in Alaska via Jesse's daily report. While it didn't affect the visit, as Helen was still waist-deep in Jesse's art recovery project, it did inspire Jake to instantly message Jacob. With things already edgy with Gemma and Helen, he worried that this might have driven the wedge deeper in some way. Other items of interest in his morning's reading was the ship order request from Brian. Approved by Patty, a task delegated by Jake, one he had been happy to make. Those new ships, combined with those on hand, would almost double their destroyer numbers. Unfortunately, the Wabash were out of pre-built cruisers, but 5 were ordered to begin construction anyway. Under normal circumstances, Jake might have questioned the build-up. But with everything but the battleship and carrier out of the system, he let it slide as prudent planning. The addendum to that report was the Chinese contribution to crew training was sizable. Jake was happy to see Chow engaged in things. Now, if he could just get the damn Cossacks to meet him halfway. That thought brought Ivan to mind. He hadn't heard a word from the three since leaving the system, but that wasn't unexpected. They still did not thoroughly understand the Nihao communications network and didn't want to risk exposure of their activities via communiques. The final electronic report was another positive piece, indicating that the 1,000-plus Australian volunteers had started arriving for training. Most already tested well past the basic level in combat skills, so they were a welcome addition. On the personal side of his life, Becky had come to him last night to update him on Sandy's progress. She and the kids had settled into new quarters in the family section, where the kids could have their own rooms and friends to play with. All three appeared happy with the arrangement, with Sandy now focused on the positive future and not the negative past. Having completed her report, she stayed the night, if only to show her appreciation for Jake's solution to her best friend's woes. Apparently, she was very grateful. With a sigh of relief, Edwin watched the ship drop out of FTL into unoccupied space outside of Earth's solar system. A small part of him feared they would arrive too late with their information to prevent their homeworld from being overrun with alien spacecraft. He immediately triggered the data dump, using an encryption that Alice 1 had provided for this mission. Next, he triggered the preset for Earth return via repulsors. Within minutes, the communication system came to life, and Jake was staring at him from the console display.
"Ah, the prodigal son returns," Jake said with a smile. "I definitely repent and ask to come home. I have seen great evil," Banks replied sarcastically. He could see Jake scanning something as he waited. "Is this for real?" he finally asked. "Unfortunately, yes. Be prepared. The Nihao expects a sizable bonus for this information." "He will get it. Be ready for some remote conferencing. We can't wait for you to get here before taking action." "Understood," Banks replied, as he watched the screen go dark. Any notions that Patty had about returning to London were dashed with the morning's emergency briefing. The raw data was still streaming in from Colonel Banks' ship, but what she had seen so far was not encouraging. She had risen with Jake's meeting request, leaving Daniel to sleep while she headed to the analysis room. There she found April and all her team already busy with sorting the data dump. Jake had outlined the duties, giving Patty's team point responsibilities. She had carte blanche to pull in whatever resources she needed. For the moment, she just needed coffee and time, and she feared time was in short supply. Alerted of the returning spy ship, Nigel, Gemma, and Jacob caught a transport to Nevada, while Helen opted to remain in Alaska with Jessie. All three were pleased to see her enthusiasm and excitement in working with Jessie. Nigel was particularly thrilled, as his wife had relented in her private condemnation of the relationship her daughter had chosen. They had just crested the edge of the crevasse in time to see the bears bearing down on the two young people, the bloodied body of the pilot lying face down on the ice behind them. If not for the quick actions of Jacob, they would have witnessed the death of their only daughter, helpless to prevent it. After they had returned to their room later that night, Nigel had held his wife as she sobbed uncontrollably. Later, just before they had settled in for the night, he had confessed to her of Jacob's request for Gemma's hand and his granting of the boy's request. Touching his lips with her fingertips to silence him, she then kissed him and said, "You are a wise man." With that, she climbed into their bed and had not touched on the subject since. Jake scared himself as he sat in the cockpit of his fighter, reading reports, heading to Nevada. Once he had finished his morning duties and sent Becky off to work, he met Sandy and the kids for a quick breakfast before heading out.
As he climbed into the fighter, a thought passed through his mind that he needed to do some work on the way in. What scared him was not asking Alice to do the flying. It was the thought that a personal transport with an office might not be so bad. Quickly pushing the thought aside, he scanned the latest analysis Patty's team had provided. By the time he touched down in Nevada, he had gone over all the updates and speculation provided by the Alices and the analysts. As expected, it didn't look good. From the preliminary analysis, the Nihah had assembled a sizable force of ships capable of combat. Jake skimmed over the descriptions, expecting a more detailed review once he landed. And that was exactly what he got. Once he landed in Nevada, the reception committee, including Sarah and Linda, both of whom whisked him straight into Patty's world. There he found Jacob, Gemma, and Nigel already seated, conveniently out of the way, but within earshot. "Okay, dazzle me," Jake replied, as he entered the room. "Funny," Patty replied, without smiling. It was then Jake noticed Daniel was seated next to Nigel. Banks and Ivan were also on display, linked in from their inbound ship. Another monitor held the image of Colonel Chow. He recognized two of the Australians he had met briefly, next to a Russian he didn't know. "We are still going ship by ship in the data, but so far we have consistent enough results to make some assumptions. First, these ships are all from Nihah-conquered races, not manned by Nihah. Substantiated by Hibak, the Nihah would allow certain planets to keep a limited number of ships for protection against neighboring worlds. The reason was, once someone was assimilated into the Nihah community, they were assigned an annual tribute. All the Nihah cared about was collecting the amount due. Should you get in a dispute with another race, it was up to you to deal with it, so long as it didn't impact the tribute." Patty paused at this point, looking for questions before continuing. "According to Hibak's sources, the head of the Nihah High Council has someone collecting all these loose warships into one great armada. The perception that these ships are antiquated is a mistake. Although most have not been fought in a very long time, all have limited but equal weapons capabilities to the Nihah. What they lack in singular punch, they make up for in sheer numbers. The count we have from the data is 147. Assuming they are still gathering, we can easily assume 150 to 160 when they hit Earth." While she had been speaking, Patty had activated a holograph image of the collection of ships. The image had been recorded by Banks and Ivan just prior to leaving the system. "As you can see here, there are several very large vessels in the center of the formation. These have been identified as capital ships from differing races. These should be the primary targets of Kola and Alice III, as they represent the greatest threat of the Armada. Their combined firepower will have a greater effect than the smaller cruisers or destroyers." Jake was thoughtful before speaking, knowing he was now talking to more than just the Americans he led. "As with the Nihah, we have been gathering our own scattered forces. In the room here, we represent shattered nations and scattered peoples from all over the globe. We are not sending American ships into space with foreign crews. We are arming Earth's fleet, filled with people from all over the world, in defense of this world. As of now, they have only seen a small sample of what we are singularly capable. With the resurrection of the Earth, they are about to feel the wrath of a united people, and we are pissed." The response was deafening, as Jake hadn't realized there were others linked into the session. He recognized voices from other locations around the globe. He stood, waiting for the row to subside, before adding, "We need a plan by tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. "Does he do that often?" Daniel asked Patty, as she slipped next to him as Jake was speaking. "Only when we are about to enter a world of shit," she replied, her concern of what was to come dissolving any ladylike filters. Any delusions Jake held that he was going to let others form the plan without him lasted as long as the walk to his quarters. Once there, he immediately dropped into his desk chair and began sorting through the data himself. He justified his actions,
as an independent second opinion. He had no more than started his work when the door chimed. "Come in." Looking up, he watched as Sarah entered his room and crossed over to give him a kiss. "Why did I know you would be here working?" she asked, with a smile, as she drew up another chair to sit next to him. "Because you know I hate my office," he replied, with a laugh. "No, because your delegation button is broken. Lord knows you try, but you just can't let go sometimes. And then there are those things you just can't delegate," she said, while staring intently at him. Jake knew she was trying to tell him something, but he was completely at a loss as to the message. Finally, she sighed and then spoke. "I have discovered that I am one of those women who have a greater need when pregnant. You know, need?" Confused, Jake started to ask, "Need what?" when he realized the answer. He had been away for a while, as had she. "Oh, that need," he replied, as he stood, taking her hand in his. "Let's see if I can help with that," he replied, as he led her away from his desk. "Linda, we are getting alerts that ships are dropping out of FTL," one of the command center staff announced. Linda was never big on the whole military command structure thing, particularly with the people in this room. The command center team had to be close, in her opinion, to be the best they could be. "How many?" she replied. 7. No, 8. They read as destroyers. Incoming message now. It's the Wabash. These are the ships we ordered." Linda sighed a breath of relief. They were not prepared to take on 160-plus ships. "Let Brian and Jesse know. We're going to need a quick turnaround on refitting these." Brian was already aware of the destroyer's arrival when the call came in. He had also come up with a plan to get them a 2-day jump on refits. With Jake's approval, he had Kola already en route to intercept the ships. They would meet in the middle, 2 days hence, where he would take them on board and start working in the hangars. As the destroyers were actually half the size of the Lanai patrol ships, he could get all 8 on board easily, split between the 2 hangars for plenty of workspace. With Kola's army of bots, he was sure they could knock out a good portion of the to-do list in getting them ready for battle. Ivan was feeling a bit awkward as he tracked the fleet of destroyers behind them and the massive carrier approaching from Earth. It was like sitting in a small boat with cargo ships all around. One wrong move, and you would be crushed. As he had expected, the Niha had not emerged from his portion of the ship since returning, and he was only replying to queries electronically. Colonel Thomas's granddaughter had pressed him several times, attempting to verify the specific details of their observations. As usual, the alien replied to the question, nothing more and nothing less. The alien bothered him, but he wasn't sure why. He was untrustworthy, that was obvious. Ivan suspected an undercurrent of hostility that remained buried. On a whim, he sent a quick message to Jake, suggesting a course of action once they had returned to Earth. Sarah lay snuggled up with Jake, enjoying the warmth of his body next to hers. It had been a long time since the two of them had been able to spend some private time together, but that wasn't what was really driving her need to be close. Since her visit with Jesse, she had been guilt-ridden over the ultimatum she had delivered to Jake earlier. While incapable of rescinding the edict, as she just couldn't bring herself to raise the subject, she hoped the show of affection might dilute its effect. "How is Sandy?" she finally asked, her head laying on his chest. "Much better, with Padma and John to look after. I had breakfast with them before leaving." "That poor little girl had better enjoy dressing up," he added, with a laugh. Sarah laughed at that, as they both knew Sandy had a very well-known preference for girly clothes and shoes. She was aware of special deliveries from Chris in L.A., containing discoveries from the old garment district. Sandy's dress and shoe size were registered with every team he sent scrounging. She lay there, enjoying the moment. Unfortunately, their quiet time was not to last. "Jake, I hate to interrupt, "But your presence is requested in the command center," Alice 1 announced. Sarah felt Jake kiss her head as he replied, "Okay, on my way." Entering the command center, Jake found Jacob, Nigel, Gemma, and several others, all in conversation. "What's up?" he asked as he approached the group.
"It's your little speech earlier,"
Nigel began.
"We now have a flood of volunteers and not enough ships to assign them to,"
Jacob added.
"And politically, we shouldn't turn anyone away, specifically the Cossacks,"
Gemma finished.
"The Cossacks are offering to join us?"
Jake asked, surprised at the revelation.
"Now that we have a specific enemy threat, they are all about helping, and on our terms,"
Nigel replied with a smile.
"Wow. Okay, let's get the numbers and feed the data to Patty."
While everyone was scrambling to compile and assess the data around the Niha threat, Jake did something he had hoped he would never have to do. Climbing into his fighter, he shot over to Georgia and landed in Alice 9's hangar. Much more active than during his first visits, he arrived unannounced and quickly disappeared into the offices before he could attract attention. Unlike the other locations, Jake kept the occupancy here down to a minimum. As it was, it had taken a considerable amount of convincing from Jesse and Alice 9 before he allowed the art restoration work to go on here. The basis for Jake's concerns was in the lower levels of the facility. Currently, he was the only human allowed in those areas of this base. Down in the bowels of Georgia was the WMD storage. Here, weapons of mass destruction had been designed and built, most so dangerous they had never been tested. Jake had only gone below once before, on his first visit, and that had been enough to scare the crap out of him. Now he needed to return to review the inventory. The systems containing that information had been isolated so that none of the Alices could access it. Sitting down at the main console, he began reviewing the items in storage, cataloging this as his go-to-hell option. With each item on the list, the feeling he gained the first time he visited here began to return. Chapter 36. Edwin and Ivan were on hand in the cockpit as they passed Kola on her way to intercept the destroyers following behind them. They had discussed going on board, but chafed at the delay in returning to Earth it represented. Over the past several days, the men had grown to respect each other, beyond the trials of their joint internment. Although the ship had been provided with many distractions, they had both enjoyed the other's company most of all. Even through the most heated of discussions, each found the other equal to the challenges they endured. Jake returned to Nevada, not entirely satisfied with his research. He had resolved his go-to-hell plan, should things go badly, and spent a significant amount of time with Alice 9. She was very happy for the visit, but he felt he was somehow failing everyone. Having to resort to the demons contained in that hole was equivalent to dealing with the devil, in Jake's mind. Resolving to find another option, he headed straight to Patty's Pit, as he had heard it referred to. "Problem solved?" he asked, as he entered the very crowded room. With his entrance, the room fell silent, and Patty crossed over to greet him.
"Well, we have an idea, but we don't think you're going to like it."
"Not a great way to start this conversation," he replied with a wince.
"We all expect that the Niha will drop the Armada at our doorstep and then enter the solar system en masse. We want to send Kola and Alice 3 away, but close enough to return while the aliens are under the effect of the gravity well. There, they can hit them from behind. Meanwhile, we can stage patrol ships at about the halfway point, say somewhere between the orbits of Saturn and Uranus, and these ships can hit it from this side."
"So, the worst part is, with all our assets in space, we have nothing to actually protect the Earth?" Jake asked.
"Only if the destroyers aren't ready in time," she replied.
Brian had already initiated the turning maneuver that would allow them to come alongside the 8 destroyers at speed and bring them inside. Kola had actually wanted to do a more aggressive turn, But Brian had to remind her she wasn't a fighter, and there were over 100 people on board. While the inertial dampeners should have negated any sensation of movement, he needed her to start thinking more like a large ship and less like a stationary facility. In many ways, she was learning to walk all over again, so to speak. Matching course and speed once they had overtaken them, she assumed control of all 8. As she was able to guide each destroyer onto the hangar deck, they were parked and shut down. That is when the fun began, as an army of bots and technicians swarmed on each ship, installing the upgrades that would make them special. In the midst of all the confusion over the Armada, April had been quietly managing the convoys as they went about their duties of ferrying transport and cargo ships to and from the various partner planets. As she did so, she collected the reports from the convoy commanders, listing what Niha combat vessels were guarding which planets. With the data, she began an analysis to determine the commitment of resources the Niha had placed on the effort. The pattern that she found was both exciting and revealing. Gathering all her information, she put a proposal together, for Jake and Patty's eyes only. Jake found himself in the hangar in Texas, watching the spy ship as it settled on its landing gear. As he watched it land, Jake had to admit it was a sleek little ship, semi-delta-shaped, but with rounded nose and edges. Once things settled down in the universe, he was thinking about getting one for himself. At 4 gold bars, it was far cheaper than a destroyer was. He watched as the ramp dropped on one side, and 3 figures emerged.
"Colonel!"
Jake heard, as the Russian led the group. With 4 strides, he swept Jake up in his arms and gave him a bear hug. "Ivan, so glad you're back. Safe and sound," he wheezed.
"I presume you are satisfied with the results of our mission?"
Jake heard from the Niha. Before entering the hangar, one of Dallas's bots had presented Jake with a headset. "This is the same unit that will allow you to receive the Niha transmissions without discomfort," she had said. He recognized it as the one he had used before. "I am satisfied. An additional 100 gold bars have been added to your payment. You will find them already in your ship's hold." If the Niha was surprised at the exchange, he never stayed long enough to allow anyone to see. With Jake's declaration, he immediately turned and, at a near run, headed to the hangar holding his ship. As his headset had external audio, all the others had heard both sides of the exchange.
"Colonel, did you receive my message?"
Ivan asked cautiously. "Yes, thank you. Our friend will find he is not leaving any time soon. I share your concerns, and could easily imagine him selling us out to the High Command as soon as he was off-world." Having been left behind the others, Colonel Banks stepped forward at the Niha's departure, hand extended. "Edwin, happy to have you back," Jake said, as he took the offered hand in a warm handshake.
"Not half as bloody happy as I. That wretched creature reminds me of Jabba the Hutt on a diet."
"Ha! You found the Star Wars videos I left for you," Jake said, with a laugh.
I was desperate one night, with Ivan snoring and not even the stars available," he replied, referencing the lack of visible light in FTL. Looking out the bridge windows had shown only a dull glow in all directions. "Let's get everyone inside and discuss your findings," Jake said, as he attempted to direct everyone inside. Hebak was sitting in his cargo bay, counting his gold, to be sure there were no deceptions on the part of the humans. All appeared to be as it was when he left, with the exception of the additional bars. He had no intention of leaving until he was absolutely sure he had all his payments in full. He was also debating if he should attempt to extract one more payment from the humans. His contacts had delivered him one additional piece of information he had withheld from the 2 humans with him. While it didn't have relevance to the current crisis, it held significant importance should they successfully defeat the coming Armada.
Jake, Ivan, and Edwin found themselves sitting alone in Jake's makeshift office in Texas. After a grueling debrief, Jake had turned everyone loose and treated his fellows to a drink. The open bar had the finest vodka, scotch, and other such spirits to satisfy the most discerning connoisseur.
"I would have thought the Nihaw would be screaming to leave about now," Jake commented. "I expect he is too busy counting his gold," Banks offered in reply.
That brought a short laugh from all three.
"I fear he is not finished with us yet," Ivan added somberly.
"Yeah, like you, I don't trust him. If he isn't pushing to go, he has ulterior motives in staying. He strikes me as someone who stays as far away from the fighting as possible." Both Banks and Ivan agreed with the assessment.
"What are we going to do?"
Ivan asked, after a shot of vodka.
"Let's worry about that tomorrow,"
Jake replied, as he downed his own shot. In a rare event, Jake woke late the following morning, unable to recall how he got to his room that night. It did take a moment to ensure it actually was his room, as his head was where his feet should have been. Peering through the doorway with one eye, without actually raising his head, he could see Becky in the other room, sipping coffee as she read. The fact that she was in her robe indicated that she had spent the night, although Jake had no recollection of it. "Would you like some coffee?" she asked, as she noticed his head moving.
Sure,"
Jake replied, as he slowly rolled out of bed and slowly moved to the other room. While steady on his feet, his head was pounding, and his mouth tasted like he had been eating sand. It had been a very long time since Jake had gone out drinking with the boys, and now he remembered why. Not much of a drinker, he always seemed to end up far worse than the others did. As he dropped into a chair, Becky handed him a cup. From the expression on her face, Jake assumed he looked even worse than he felt. "I realize I have only actually known you for the last few years, but you don't drink," she said with sympathy.
"Now you see why,"
Jake answered slowly.
"You were here last night?"
Jake asked slowly, unsure if he should even be asking the question.
Yeah,"
Becky replied, looking as if she was going to be insulted at the question.
"But I'm not surprised you don't remember. Ivan dropped you off on the way to his room. Then I watched you crawl into bed. You claimed you were going to slide off of the floor," she finished with a laugh.
"What part of I don't drink did you not understand?" Jake replied, as a form of explanation.
"Well, thank God. It's 9 now, and you need to go see Patty at 12:30 Nevada time, so go shower and I'll order you breakfast."
As Jake slowly made his way to the bathroom, using the doorframe as a brace along the way, he vowed never to drink with a Brit and a Russian ever again. After a long hot shower and a light breakfast, Jake met Banks and Ivan in the hangar. All three were headed to Nevada and a war council. With the Armada potentially at their doorstep, they needed to get their assets in order and in position. Jake might have felt a bit reckless with their binge last night, but the 4-day buffer between Earth and the edge of the solar system justified blowing off a little steam. He was gratified to see Edwin looked as bad as he felt, while Ivan wisely kept his apparent lack of a hangover to himself. The trip to Nevada was quiet and uneventful, each man nursing his misery in his own fashion. It wasn't until they exited the transport in Nevada that Jake was treated to a second round of humiliation.
"Oh my God, Jake, is that really you?" she heard from Sarah,
as he slowly followed Ivan out of the transport. Standing next to her was Linda and Kathy, all apparently there to witness his distress.
"Did Becky call you?"
"Last night. She actually wanted to record you crawling to bed, but I threatened her with death,"
Sarah replied, in all seriousness.
"We will leave you two to talk,"
Banks said, as he passed Jake, patting him on the back in recognition of his understanding and sympathy.
"What kind of a father figure are you?"
Linda added, struggling to keep a straight face.
"You aren't helping,"
Jake replied. "Look, I'll tell you what I told Becky. I do not drink, and this is why.
We were toasting the success of the mission, and things got out of hand."
"Ah, male bonding," Kathy added, with a smile. "You have to let it go, Sarah. It's about time Jake made friends."
"Funny. Look, I need to go see Patty, so I will talk to you all later," Jake said, planting a kiss on Sarah's cheek and moving as quickly away from the three as he could muster. From there, Jake made his way directly to Patty's pit, passing unfamiliar faces, relieved he wasn't delayed.
"About time you showed up," Patty teased as he entered the room.
"At 2, granddaughter?" Jake replied.
"Oh, you must be better than I heard if you can make classical jokes."
"Can we begin?" he asked, as he found the first available seat.
"Gladly. Okay, now that we are all here," Patty started,
triggering a holograph image of the solar system as a visual aid.
"We are here," she stated, with a red dot illuminating Earth, "and we expect the Armada to appear here. We all know it takes 4 days to travel the distance in between," she finished, while lighting up the line between the 2 points. "What we are proposing is to have Kola and Alice 3 vacate the solar system, remaining just far enough away to be undetectable. Once the Armada enters the gravity well, preventing them from going to FTL, they will be recalled. Meanwhile, here on Earth, we will dispatch the 8 destroyers Kola is delivering later today in the company of 4 more Lanai patrol ships. All will host fighters to be launched when in range. We now have them in a modified pincer movement. For this, their only option is to scatter, where we can pick them off."
"I am unclear on why this is relevant," Ivan asked. "All this achieves is dispersing the ships, making them harder to catch and destroy." "I can answer that," Jake replied. "Their successes against our shields comes from combined firepower. If they attack in overwhelming numbers, they overload the shields, causing them to fail. By breaking up their formations, we dilute their strength and force them to play to ours."
"Exactly. And it's the battleship and carrier that will create the panic that causes them to disperse," Patty replied.
"Why is that?"
Banks asked. "The strength of those 2 ships is their combined firepower. Both vessels will launch the fighters and patrol ships currently in their hangars. These will act as screening vessels, protecting the 2 from angular attacks. This will permit the 2 to focus their guns forward. By concentrating their fire into the center of the formation, they will cause the others to take evasive action or be consumed in the barrage of fire," April added. "We cannot fight a battle of attrition. Their numbers are too great, and we have limited resources. We have to hit them hard and traumatize them, creating panic. Remember, these races haven't fought any serious battles since the Nihau conquered them ages ago."
Jake scanned the room, looking at the faces of those involved in the planning of this battle. He was gratified to see confidence in their demeanor. "Patty, there will be 7, not 8 destroyers. I need one."
"Okay," Patty replied,
unsure of what he was talking about, but thankfully keeping any questions to herself. At that point, Jake looked at April as well, who gave him the slightest nod of understanding. Brian and Kola arrived right on time, delivering the 8 destroyers fully shielded and ready for railgun installation. They were very proud, and rightly so, of the fact that they had turned around a 5-day operation in just 2 while underway. Once devoid of the destroyers, they began preparations with Alice 3 for departing the solar system and gearing up for a fight. While loading additional crew and supplies, they had also received a peculiar request from Jake. On their way out of the system, they were to escort a single destroyer to the halfway point. They were not to attempt to close on the ship, leaving a considerable distance between them and the ship. They were absolutely not to take it on board for any reason. Chalking it up to another of Jake's experimental weapons, they acknowledged the orders and prepared to depart the next day. Chapter 37. Hibak was most irritated to discover the human Jake was not in residence and unavailable to speak with him. He had completed the recount of his gold bars, finding all was in order, just as the humans had promised.
He had also performed a flight check of his ship in the event he was allowed to leave. Unfortunately, his ship was not yet spaceworthy, as some of the systems the humans had removed for analysis had not yet been replaced. With nothing else to do but wait, he went back to the cargo hold to gaze upon his treasure once more. As he did so, he wondered if the information he had was of more value to him than it was to the humans. Alice 3 was matching course and speed with Kola as the pair exited Earth orbit and headed to the edge of the solar system. As the smaller and more nimble of the two, she felt it her obligation to allow Kola to set the pace. As they traveled, the two sisters exchanged information in a similar fashion to their former life, but in a much more interesting environment. Alice 3 could sense a change in Kola from when she was earthbound, a difference that worried her somewhat. Only slightly older than Kola, Alice 3 felt her younger sister had a trace of recklessness in her now. The stunt she had pulled to gain her new body underscored the risks she was willing to take to get her way. She hoped, in time, she would come to see the dangers in such behavior. Until then, she vowed to do all she could to watch over her and her humans. Sitting behind his desk in Nevada, Jake had one monitor set up to track the lone destroyer, trailing the two capital ships. Every now and then, he would check its location and distance from the two Alice ships and their crews, ensuring they maintained the necessary separation. Suddenly, a loud mass of humanity entered his office, spreading out in front of him, and all talking at the same time.
"What?" he bellowed. "We must be allowed to assist,"
Ivan started, as the others began again.
"Hey!"
Jake shouted again.
"Let me,"
Patty interrupted, before anyone else could.
"We only have a need for about 100 crew for the ships in orbit. We have over 1,000 volunteers," she finished.
"How many are trained?" Jake asked, afraid he already knew the answer.
12,
came the reply. Doing some quick math in his head, he looked at the group, spotting at least one representative from each region.
"I want 20 each from the Aussies, English, Chinese, and Russians."
"Jake, with our 12, that's 92.
"Ask Chris if he has ever seen the stars up close," Jake asked, referring to the LA compound leader. On more than one occasion, they had asked for a chance to go to space. Why not now, Jake thought. Manning a gun station was pretty easy to learn. Jake was in the Nevada Command Center when the alert sounded. He had been checking on the progress of Alice 3 and Kola as they made their way out of the solar system. From the tracking display, he could see the two large ships nearing the halfway point, heading out of the solar system, and his lone destroyer a short distance behind. He had continued to deflect questions as to the nature of the lone vessel. His only reply was consistent. It was there, just in case. "Colonel, we have a massive number of ships dropping out of FTL." With the announcement, the hologram in the center of the command center came to life. In it, ship after ship appeared, all of varying shapes and origins. "Crap," Jake replied, as he watched the empty space at the edge of the solar system fill with ships as they appeared in groups. "We count 178 ships entering the solar system," Jake heard from one of the analysts after several minutes. "Someone please tell April it's time," he asked, to no one in particular. "And tell Patty it's time to go to Plan B," he added, as an afterthought. With that declaration, he checked to see that the destroyer had stopped and was well clear of any local celestial bodies. Once he was certain it was well placed, he verified that both Kola and Alice 3 were still en route to intercept the Armada. As all ships were reduced to repulsor power, it would be a day before the forces met. Any attempts at exchanging fire now would be useless at those distances. It was approximately 12 hours later that the alerts started going off again. "Colonel, we're getting more ships dropping out of FTL." "These I'm expecting," he replied with a smile. As he watched the display,
Several cruisers and a few destroyers appeared at the edge of the solar system, not hesitating as they pursued the Armada 12 hours ahead of them. "Sir, are they ours?" one of the command center staff called out. As she spoke, the IFF indicators lit up with Defiance, Revenge, and Independence too, as well as several destroyer indicators. "These ships are supposed to be on convoy duty," someone observed. "You can thank April," Jake offered in reply. "I noticed we were seeing the same Niha destroyers at different planets. When we would show up, they would just jump to another solar system, giving the impression they were covering all the planets at the same time," April announced with pride, having entered the room earlier. "We pulled video from every planet we covered and were able to establish a pattern in their movements. These ships were supposed to join Kola and Alice 3 at the mustering location, hitting the Armada from behind. But I think we can make this work," Jake added, while pointing to Patty to verify the change in plan. Privately, he verified his single destroyer had stopped, holding to a position midway between the projected intercept point and Earth. With hours of waiting yet, he left the others to do their work and went to grab a little shut-eye. Kola was preparing fighters to launch as she coordinated with Alice 3 on their target selections. With all her guns facing forward, she wanted to be sure she was ready to strike. The two had agreed that a massive concentrated burst targeting the larger ships at the center of the formation would give them the desired chaos Jake requested. Even a Niha battleship wouldn't be able to withstand that much concentrated fire. It would burn a hole right through the ship's hull. As they closed on the mass of alien ships, Kola could hear Alice 3 cautioning her about rash actions. As a veteran of the Kleinen battle, she had felt the sting of a damaged hull and dying crew members. She remained silent, but Kola had been there when Alice 3 returned with barely a scratch to her hull. The only crew she had lost was those that had transferred to the destroyers and cruisers that fell victim to the Niha surprise attack. She attributed the advice to her older sister's more cautious nature. That was all well and good, but this was the exact reason she had chosen to risk her life in the first place. She believed the humans called it an adrenaline rush. Patty had seen to it that the last of the destroyers and patrol ships that were Earth's last line of defense were in position. She had no idea what that lone destroyer was and why Jake had placed it in the middle of nowhere, but she could not rely on something she didn't understand in her planning. The 20 volunteers from each group had been split up and paired with the trained crews they had on hand. Some of the patrol ship crew was transferred to destroyers, as the ship's controls were similar enough to allow the move safely. All the volunteers had been immersed in crash courses for weapons and tactical stations, as well as anything but pilot or navigator. She had to hope the Alices would keep them from shooting each other should any of the alien fleet get past the capital ships. With everyone in the air, Colonels Chow and Banks were in the command center. Ivan and an Aussie she had not been introduced to were there as well, assisting in any issues that arose. It was almost disturbing, in that the one cultural commonality they shared was the ability to fight. Nigel was sitting with Jacob and Gemma, watching the activity from Jake's office. They had chosen the location to keep out of the way of the others and still have complete access to the visuals. Lieutenant Atkins had elected to assist Patty, and with his combat education, he was well suited to the task. Although the thought had crossed his mind that Helen was still in Alaska, he was only now considering the fact that the Earth could be in mortal danger. It was one thing to discuss the alien fleet coming to threaten them. It was something else entirely to see it in 3D. He was starting to appreciate all that Jake had achieved without the assistance of the entire planet until now. It also gave him confidence to think of what they will do together in the future. Even though Sarah was Jake's second in command and had every right to be in the command center by his side, he chafed at the thought of the stress the situation was placing on her. Always overprotective of the women in his life, particularly when pregnant, he knew he wasn't going to have a chance in hell of getting her out of there. As he entered the command center, with the battle no more than an hour away, he first checked on his destroyer. It was still exactly where he wanted it. He then verified the distance from the lead element of the Armada to Kola and LS-3, noting they would soon be in range of one another. Finally, he checked the trailing ships, the ones recalled from convoy duty and surely stressing the bejesus out of the aliens as they were closing in. Apparently, the aliens had slowed slightly to form up in anticipation of those ahead. That gave the trailing ships an opportunity to close and join the fight. "Tell Kola and LS-3 not to fire until the railguns are in effective range. Put all forward shields on full." Kola got the order and complied. While she was anxious to prove she had made the right decision for everyone, she wasn't going to betray the trust they had placed in her. Even with LS-3 whispering in her ear, she had started to rein in her own desires. For the first time, she gave thought to the possibility that she could perish this day, if she were foolish. That realization was sobering. She decided to double-check the positions of the screening vessels, released from both her and LS-3 earlier, to protect their vulnerable approaches. Everyone in the command center watched as the first volleys were fired from the alien ships, lancing through space, only to splash harmlessly against the forward shields of the two capital ships. Jake continued to monitor the distances between the three groups of ships, willing the trailing craft to catch up. When he could wait no more, he gave the sign. "Turn 'em loose." The order hadn't even been relayed before the two massive Earth ships lit up space with streams of fire and depleted uranium. The concentrated blast from the two cut a hole all the way through the clustered ships, creating secondary explosions as several of the larger ships erupted in white light. It was then that the trailing ships reached the extreme edge of their weapons range and joined the fray, removing trailing vessels possibly thought to be safe by their occupants. The first blast was followed by a second and then a third, each removing clusters of vessels at a time. It was then Jake could see some of the alien ships turning to face the trailing antagonists, hoping for a better chance with them. Reports started coming in of damage from two of the destroyers, while the cruisers moved to cover their comrades. Watching the Armada close on the two capital ships, Jake could see where they would not be able to stop them all. As the Armada expanded in diameter, the outer vessels were going to easily pass beyond the two Alice ships, without incident. "Patty, alert the ships in orbit to be ready. It's looking like we're getting visitors." With a nod, she turned to several analysts, silently signaling them to begin preparations. While she handled that, Jake went to his display, looking to move his destroyer to a more effective location than its current position. For it to work, he needed it at a point where the ships would reconverge before their run on Earth. Then, as quickly as it started, the alien ships ceased firing. "Colonel, we are receiving transmissions from several of the treaty planets at once," the communications officer proclaimed. "We are getting word that there is a coup attempt in progress on the Niha homeworld," Alice-1 announced in the command center. "What?" Jake asked, as they watched the Armada ships scatter even more after the initial blasts from the combined forward batteries of Kola and LS-3. April was right that there was something funny going on. These were ships skimmed off the blockade and are under the command of some coalition. They have used those ships to attack the Niha High Command headquarters and are currently searching for the head of the High Council. "That's why the blockade was coming up short," April announced, looking justified in her recommendation to Jake and Patty. "Jake, the Armada is dispersing. They must have heard the news as well," Patty said, as she pointed to the holograph. In the display in the center of the room, they could see the mass of ships scattering in all directions as they attempted to distance themselves from the fighting. Occasionally, they would see one explode as it came under fire from one of the Earth ships it had the misfortune to come too close to. At several locations, they watched as ships stopped, singularly and in small groups. "Colonel, we're being hailed.
They want to surrender." "Call 'em off," Jake said, indicating the Earth ships still firing at the retreating aliens. Within seconds, all ships ceased firing and started to retreat from the scene of the battle. "We are being asked for asylum," the communications tech stated. "Now how are we going to do that?" Patty asked, no one in particular. Jake had all the ships remain in orbit until the defenders returned and the aliens had departed the solar system for good. While he doubted they were in much danger, it was good for the volunteers to feel needed. He also had the lone destroyer returned separately from Kola and Alice III, asking it be parked outside the moon and to remain there in isolation until he recalled it. It was then he asked Patty to start working on the Niha Rebellion and its ramifications to Earth. Hebak had been monitoring the activity in space from his ship. He had known about the possible overthrow of the High Council, which was the information he had withheld. The possible change in power at home had left him in an unsure state. He could return now, but to what reception he was unable to predict. Without further information, he suspected he was to be the guest of the humans for a bit longer. The option appeared to be his safest avenue. Chapter 38. Mihak was beyond angry. She was being deposed by a consortium of men. In addition, she had provided them the ships and troops to do it. She had been fortunate enough to escape with the minion she had tasked with creating the Armada. He had just returned with news of the attack on the humans. How they had learned about her plans and coordinated their attack with the events there was a mystery to her. It was not one she was likely to resolve soon, but it was one she needed to address, as it had led to her downfall. It was that distraction that had allowed them to act. Her one hope was it had been successful. The victory there would be enough for the people to rise up and return her to her rightful place as their leader. Until then, she had to hide, waiting for the righteous overthrow of those who defiled her rule. She could only hope that if the Armada had failed, those now in power would feel the wrath of the humans she had spurred to battle once more. Jake was standing next to his fighter, his rifle in his hands and held across his chest. He was in full combat gear and currently scanning the area for movement. The display in his helmet confirmed there wasn't a human within miles, but Jake was taking nothing for granted. Once the battle in space had ended, they had races throughout Niha space asking for asylum and protection. They presently had over 20 vessels parked under the watchful eyes of Alice III and Kola, while Patty and her team worked out the details of the surrender. As they addressed that problem, he had another task to deal with. He was now standing in a clearing, very close to the Alice 9, Georgia facility. It was almost 1 a.m. and very dark out. He acknowledged to himself that he had never been so nervous about anything in his life. With a heavy sigh, he prepared himself for what was about to happen. "Okay, bring it down," he said. Alice 1 and Alice 9 were linked to him on a private encrypted circuit. He was taking no chances that they might be overheard. Looking up, he watched as a destroyer appeared out of the darkness and settled in the clearing, no more than 50 feet away from where he was standing. Once it was settled in place, he saw a vehicle roll up, drop a ramp, and several bots on tracks roll out and into the destroyer, its ramp already deployed and waiting. Jake cautiously moved forward, taking his time and listening for any sound that might indicate trouble. Soon enough, the bots came rolling out of the ship, carrying something between them. Jake watched as they reached the bottom of the ramp and stopped. "Okay, you are on," Jake said to himself as he stepped forward. Setting his rifle down at the base of the ramp, he moved in between two of the bots and examined what they were carrying. On the pallet was an object no bigger than a suitcase and had little in the way of switches or dials. There was one central display
where a red light was lit up, and a switch was set in the armed position. Flipping the switch, he watched the light go from red to green. Next, he turned 4 thumb screws until they allowed him to extract a circular insert from the case. At that point, the green light faded.
"It is disarmed," Jake heard Alice 1 say.
"Alice 9, please return this to the storage area below and seal it off as before. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed down there. Understood?"
"Yes, Jake," she replied,
as he stepped back to allow the bots to pass and enter the truck. Retrieving his rifle, he watched as the ramp sealed the vehicle, and it rolled away.
"Jake, if I may ask, as you are so worried about that device, why not let me crash the ship into the sun and be rid of it?"
Alice 9 asked. Pausing to sigh a breath of relief, Jake formed his reply. "When you were born from the reboot of Alice 3, I scoured the file systems, retrieving everything that had been Alice 3. In those files, I found the information on the research activities here. Neither you nor Alice 3 has those memories now."
"Why not?"
Alice 9 asked. "When I was reviewing the contents of those files to determine what needed to be restored to give Alice 3 her life back, I kept coming across references to foreign weapons the people here had translated from the Niha records. Having done extensive research myself, that term made no sense to me, as almost all Niha tech was from foreign sources. I asked Alice 1 to check it out, and the humans had made a mistake in the translation. The reference in Niha was forbidden weapons."
"I don't understand."
"That weapon I just disarmed was once used by the Niha as a single-strike weapon. Fired into a cluster of ships in open space, the reaction consumes all matter in the blast proximity. It expands, consuming ship after ship, until there is nothing left within its reach.
It would appear that is an extreme measure of a desperate opponent. But why was it forbidden?"
The Niha discontinued its use, destroying all remaining inventory after an accident. The only planet where these were manufactured had an accidental detonation. The entire planet was consumed in the blast. Had we crashed the ship into the sun, we would now be without a habitable solar system, and everyone would be dead."
"Why would anyone build that thing again?"
Alice 9 asked. "It's only listed in the exploration ship records as a single-strike weapon. All that I've just told you, Alice 1 pulled off the Niha network. I think the exploration ship had a reference for it to protect against discovering a lost example."
"And how many of those things do we have?"
"That is one of 5 you have sealed away below. And it's not the only forbidden weapon they created here." This concludes Alice Resurrection by Charles Lamb, narrated by David Drummond. Copyright 2016 by C.W. Lamb. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Charles Lamb and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.